A furious cry pierces the night sky. An ominous flame flares up deep within the dark mountain gorge, heralding the start of a great battle. Majestic pagodas, hidden amid the night-shrouded cliffs, are suddenly illuminated by bright flashes. The ancient sanctuary stands still, awaiting the inevitable. A gray-haired master gazes at the events unfolding with icy composure. His stern face and tightly pressed lips betray an unshakable resolve. A blood-red glint flares in the shadows. With cold contempt, the old man notes that a surprisingly large number of guests have gathered for this feast of death. Dazzling sparks fly over the tiled roofs. The man stands with his back to the light as enemy magic shatters the night's silence. Grim mercenaries in fur cloaks watch their target intently, their eyes filled with greed and their usual indifference to others' pain. Young students in green robes stand frozen in fear. They feel the air around them grow heavy with the bloodlust emanating from the uninvited guests. An old monk in a saffron robe has folded his hands in prayer. Despite the chaos around him, his faith remains the only barrier against the darkness. In terror, a warrior cries out, invoking the great demon cult. Realizing the power that has descended upon their school in this fateful hour, flames engulf the fortress courtyard, cutting off all routes of retreat. The enemy asks mockingly what it feels like to be trapped, like rats. The leader of the Cheonim steadfast sword sect, Du Myung, calls for an alliance. He is certain that the combined might of countless schools will crush the enemy's arrogance and put an end to the long-standing feud. Before the burning fortress, a verdict is pronounced. A warrior foretells the imminent doom of the demon cult. For every drop of blood spilled, a life must now be paid. The gates slowly swing open, revealing an abyss. Through the darkness comes a commanding order, a call of fate that cannot be ignored. The beginning of the end is upon us. A blood-red gaze flashes in the opening. It is he, the legendary heir, the true embodiment of the heavenly demon. Death itself peers directly into the warrior's souls. The cult's new leader stands before his enemies. His demeanor is defiantly calm, and his gestures are full of mockery. To him, this great battle is merely another boring pastime. Lazily picking his ear and displaying complete indifference to the grand speeches, he whispers mockingly, "Impressive," as a bloody aura thickens around him. The enraged elder swings his sword, demanding retribution for all the atrocities. His cry is full of righteous fury, but the steel in his hand trembles in the face of true darkness. Looking at his opponent with weary bewilderment, Guchen doesn't understand why he should waste time on empty words when the outcome of the battle was decided even before it began. Irritation builds, turning into deadly energy. One whisper, one movement, and the world will be plunged into silence. These madmen are getting on his nerves too much. The martial arts masters stand frozen in shock. A primal fear is evident in the eyes of the old warriors. They realize that their faith will not save them from this ancient power. Enveloped in dark flames, the demon vows to wipe his enemies from the face of the earth. His eyes burn with a thirst for blood, and his power overwhelms all life around him. The masters' faces contort with horror. The old men realize that their skills are but dust before the absolute evil determined to put an end to their pitiful era. Despite the trembling in his knees, the old warrior tries to maintain his pride. He hurls accusations at the demon's face, though he knows these are his final words. With nothing but a smirk, the embodiment of the heavenly demon smooths his hair. He is bored by pleas and threats. With a single gesture, he invites the brave souls to enter the halls of death itself. The enraged master draws his sword, shouting the name of his accursed enemy. He thirsts for vengeance, unaware that the shadow behind Guchon has already begun its hunt. The order has been given to exterminate the cult. Soldiers in cloaks stand frozen in anticipation of the slaughter, while their leader towers over the battlefield as if the very embodiment of doom. The heir's gaze is cold and full of contempt. These fools have forgotten their place, and now the dark energy in his hand is ready to tear reality itself to shreds. Chaos has begun. The cult's minions rush into the attack, breaking the enemy's ranks. Flashes of steel and screams of agony fill the air, signaling the beginning of the end. Trying to hold back the onslaught of the madmen, the monk joins the fray. His staff strikes without fail, but the enemy's numerical superiority relentlessly tightens the noose of death. Silence reigned on the temple steps. The dust settled, revealing a lone figure in the distance. The outcome is a foregone conclusion, and not a single master will leave alive today. Frozen in a defensive stance as the crimson haze of death engulfed the temple, the hapless warrior's staff is but a splinter in the face of the advancing chaos. A dark aura shrouds the silhouette of the celestial demon. The cold gleam of his blade portends swift retribution against all who dared to stand in his way. A gaze filled with bloodlust pinned the enemies to the spot. A shudder of terror ran through the ranks of the defenders, who realized the scale of the impending disaster. Like lightning, Guchong leapt from his position. Violet flashes of energy sliced through the night's darkness, leaving no chance of escape for a single warrior. The first strike struck its target instantly. A bloody trail streaked through the air, marking the beginning of a merciless slaughter beneath the walls of the ancient monastery. The leader shouts for his followers not to fear, but his voice is drowned out by the clang of steel. Fear has already taken root in the hearts of those who still hope to survive. The deadly whirlwind of the blade turns the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. Every movement of the demon is precise and carries only one goal: total annihilation. Shadows dance to the rhythm of his sword. Defenders fall one after another, and the earth turns crimson, absorbing the blood of the fallen martial arts masters. Standing amidst the ruins, the air looks invincible and fearsome. His wounds only fan the flames within him, making his appearance truly devilish. The last hope has crumbled. The heavenly demon has descended. Panic spreads, and all around are only ruins, death, and the triumph of true madness. Fear gripped their hearts. The ordinary warriors realized in horror that they were facing not a man, but the true embodiment of a nightmare. No one had warned them that he was so monstrous. The deadly blade pierces flesh, leaving no chance. His movements are elusive, and his thirst for blood is insatiable. The first defender has fallen, marking only the beginning of a bloody harvest. In a violet glow of fury, Guchong unleashes his next strike. To him, his enemies are but shadows that he wipes from existence with a single swing. There will be no mercy, only emptiness. The air's aura cuts through space. With every swing of his sword, death freezes in the air. He is a storm sweeping away everything in his path, turning the battlefield into his own personal hell. The gaze of his crimson eyes is full of contempt. Did they really think a handful of weaklings would be enough to stop the heavenly demon? This pathetic assassination attempt has only enraged him. Blood on his face mixes with an icy smirk. Is that all I am in your eyes? A silent question hangs in the air as true madness begins its triumph. Even the elders shudder. They know that if this monster had come to Jonam, not a single stone would have been left standing of their school. He is the one who created the demon cult. The realization comes too late. The reincarnation of the heavenly demon stands before them in the flesh. But the enemies have one last trump card hidden away: the price of victory, Guchong's head at any cost. A mysterious assassin steps out of the shadows, shrouded in azure flames, an unknown master whose power can challenge the devil himself. The finale begins. Holding his breath, the air senses a new threat. On the ashes of former glory, two titans have clashed. The world holds its breath before the end. A figure emerges from the rift in the shadows. Azure flames burn reality itself, making the air tremble with a thirst for blood. Desperate warriors stake everything on their final trump card. Their goal is the head of the heavenly demon, even if it costs them their lives. Guchong slowly turns, blue fire reflecting in his eyes, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, anticipating the battle. Two auras collide, splitting the earth. Darkness and azure intertwine in a deadly dance, erasing the remnants of former greatness. The world falls silent. The titans leap from their positions, transforming into streaks of light to deliver a single decisive blow. The enraged heir glares at his enemy. He demands respect, for today's youth have completely forgotten manners and the rules of propriety. Unleashing its crushing power, the master's blade is enveloped in crimson flame, ready to reduce the insolent foe to dust for his defiant smirk. The hooded opponent lunges forward. The mysterious warrior, with a gleam in his eyes, has no intention of retreating in the face of the legendary master swordsman. An explosion of energy illuminates the battlefield. A mighty blow shakes the air, turning everything around into a chaos of jagged shadows and furious sparks. Deftly evading the attack, the stranger's movements are flawless and lightning fast, forcing Guchong to seriously acknowledge his opponent's strength. The enemy utters words of admiration. Even in the heat of battle, he cannot hide his delight at the skill the old man displays. Smiling through the blood, for the celestial demon, the enemy's acknowledgement is nothing but an empty sound. For the outcome of this deadly duel has long been decided. The master's rage reaches its peak. He swears that this day will be the last for the daredevil who dared to challenge his absolute greatness. The heir's gaze freezes. He sees something terrifying in his opponent's eyes. A cold determination capable of crushing even the devil himself. An azure flame flares with renewed intensity. The masked warrior raises his sword, concentrating his energy for a final, devastating thrust. The cult leader stands motionless, his clothes drenched in blood. Those around him are horrified, for even wounded, he exudes an aura that crushes the will of anyone who dares to approach. Realizing that conventional techniques are powerless, the opponent grips the azure blade. Preparing to stake everything on this, it is his only chance to pierce the monster's defenses. Dark energy bursts from the heir's body. Crimson flashes distort the space around him. His fury is tangible, suffocating everyone within range. Staring at the gaping wound in the enemy's abdomen, the swordsman froze. But instead of weakness, he sees only growing power. The opponent ignores the pain, transforming it into pure madness. In his rage, the heir screams that he has gone through hell to reach his opponent. His eyes are filled with darkness. He will not allow some upstart to destroy his life's work. Guchon's face contorts into a devilish grin. The blood beneath his skin boils from his internal heat. He is no longer human, but the embodiment of primal destruction. The finale unfolds on the roof of the majestic palace as two legendary forces clash, illuminating the night sky with blinding flashes of deadly energy. As they engage in battle, the old master struggles to hold back the onslaught. Sparks from the clash of steel cut through the air, and the ground beneath their feet cracks under the incredible pressure. Seeing something terrifying in the enemy's eyes, an absolute void, the azure light of the opponent's sword slices through the moment, striving to deliver a decisive blow to the heart of darkness. Rage reaches its peak. A furious cry shakes the heavens. The heavenly demon swears that this day will be the last for the daredevil who dared to challenge his absolute greatness. A furious cry echoes across the battlefield. Guchong, drenched in blood, falls into indescribable rage as he witnesses the collapse of his ambitious plans. Pain and anger merge into a single surge. He cannot accept defeat while life still flows through his veins and his heart thirsts for vengeance. A blinding flash of energy cuts through space. The force of the collision is so great that reality around them begins to crack. The old master falls, pierced by steel. His final thoughts are filled with bitterness. Could the great path truly end here, in a pool of blood? Life slowly leaves his body. His gaze dims, leaving only a silent question for the heavens, which remain indifferent to his fall. Years of grueling training flash before his eyes. Every blow, every scar forged the man he became before darkness fell. Recalling the quiet moments of the past, Guchong sees before his eyes the mockery of his enemies and the loneliness on the mountaintop, where he sought answers to the greatest mysteries of existence. His mentor's hand on his shoulder felt so real, the last glimmer of memory of those who believed in him before this madness began. Strange voices break through the veil of nothingness. The world of the dead turns out to be suspiciously noisy and nothing like peace. A sharp slap brings him back to consciousness. Blinding light and the shouts of strangers herald the beginning of a new, completely different chapter. The boy opens his eyes to the clamor of the crowd. Hooligans mock him, unable to believe he survived. The memory of death is still fresh, but reality demands an immediate awakening. Clenching his fists, the bully declares the game over as he faints. Now a new test of strength lies ahead. The air is thick with menace, and the taunts are only just beginning. The young man's gaze is clouded. He is disoriented and does not recognize the faces of his tormentors. Only one question pulses in his head. Who are these people, and how did he end up in this nightmare? Suddenly, a ghostly light flashes before his eyes. A mysterious scroll unfurls in the air, like a hallucination visible only to one person. The system dictates the terms. On the scroll screen, an order to clean up the trash is frozen in place. There is almost no time left, just 30 seconds to change the course of this cursed fate. The stopwatch relentlessly counts down the moments. The mission is clear, the reward shrouded in mystery. He is still in shock, not understanding whose will is guiding him through this digital hell. In terror, the boy looks around the classroom. His body aches with pain, and the timer before his eyes keeps ticking. What's happening seems like a delusion, but the pain in his muscles is all too real. Strange hands roughly grab the student by the shoulders. He remembers his death at the hands of a strange enemy, but this classroom and these bullies make him wonder if it was just a dream. Raising his fist, the ringleader demands he brace for the blow. Alone, the command rings out. The enemy is confident of victory, unaware that the rules of the game have just changed. With a lightning-fast lunge, the boy lands a crushing blow, putting an end to the bullying. The system is activated, and now the trash will be dealt with in the most radical way possible. Rage clouds his vision, and cold contempt flares in his crimson eyes. The young man is no longer willing to tolerate this pathetic farce. A powerful blow sends the bully flying. A second ago, he was the victim, but now he alone dictates the rules of the game. Frozen in silent shock, the witnesses can't believe their eyes. The quiet outcast has instantly transformed into a dangerous predator. A dark aura thickens around him. Past and present have merged, awakening a hidden, terrifying power within the boy. A whisper of horror sweeps through the classroom. His classmates realize that a line has been crossed, and a completely different person now stands before them. A ghostly scroll materializes in the air. The system delivers its verdict. The trash must be cleared. Failure in this game means death. Confused, Guchun stares at the glowing mission window. His mind refuses to believe it, but the system interface is all too real. The heir's gaze is fixed on the fateful inscription. Is this madness or a chance for revenge? There is no turning back. The timer has already begun its countdown. Enveloped in a mystical light, the schoolboy accepts the challenge. The whole world around him falls silent, leaving him alone with the cruel system. A sinister smirk plays on the demon's lips. The hunter has awakened, and now no amount of pleading will save the trash in this classroom. The young man's heart beat one last, agonizing beat. In the void of death, the system's sinister whisper echoed, summoning the soul back from oblivion. A sharp flash brought him back to reality. The heavenly demon clutched his chest frantically, unable to comprehend how a dead man could feel searing pain again. A ghostly interface floated before his eyes, his gaze clouded with rage and shock. It was impossible, yet the blue glow was all too real. The inscription spoke of posthumous possession, an ancient technique of the blood cult, the stuff of legends, which had now become his new prison. Recalling enemies from the past, Guchong realized whose methods had brought him back to life, causing his blood to boil with fierce hatred. A silent question froze in the heavenly demon's eyes. Who dared? For whoever was behind this ritual had clearly started a dangerous game with death itself. The reward for the mission, a return to his true body, the system offered the young man a deal he couldn't refuse. Hope flashed in the heir's red eyes. If this was the price for a second chance and retribution, he was ready to endure this hell to the very end. The old master's face flashed through his memory as a reminder of his duty. Now he was not merely a student, but an instrument of a higher will. The first task appeared suddenly. Time began to melt away relentlessly, demanding immediate retribution against those who had considered him weak. A system scroll floated before the hero's eyes. The magic of the ancient artifact pulsed with blue light, confirming that his past life was far behind him. Surveying the hostile faces of his tormentors, Guchon realizes the reality of what is happening. This is not a deathbed delirium or a dream, but a harsh reality, full of danger and new opportunities. A familiar class and a sharp pain in his chest serve as definitive proof. Every movement is met with agony, reminding him of the price of this return. Clenching his fist and cursing the scroll's mysterious power, the heavenly demon did not know what the magic had done to his body, but the thirst for revenge was already beginning to supplant his primal fear. Mocking him, the bullies have no idea of the changes in their victim. The boy decides to play by their rules, hiding his true power behind the mask of a submissive weakling for the time being. The young man's gaze shifts, turning icy and terrifying. He takes the first step toward justice, challenging his stunned tormentors to a conversation that will prove fatal for them. Snapping at a shout, unable to bear the former outcast's audacity, the gang leader lunges into the attack with fists and filthy curses, eager to crush the boy's will once more. The blow flies straight at its target, but time seems to stand still. Guchon looks down on his attacker, his movements honed by years of training the enemy has never seen. Rage boils in his crimson eyes. The enemy's attack seems ridiculous and slow to him. Now the demon sees every weak spot in those who once tormented him with impunity. A powerful burst of energy knocks the enemy off his feet. A flash of light marks the beginning of a new era. The weak apprentice has vanished, giving way to an instrument of punishment for the higher will. The frightened opponent freezes. The realization is clear in his eyes that the prey has become the predator, and it is already too late to flee. As he charges forward with a shout, the bully has not yet realized that this swing will be his fatal mistake in this battle. Time stands still. The young man dodges the blow with the grace of a master, whose movements have been honed by years of future battles. A strong hand seizes the enemy's wrist. The bully stares in horror at the one he considered weak just a moment ago. The heavenly demon's gaze shifts. Primal fury boils in his crimson eyes, foreshadowing a brutal reckoning for years of torment. Powerful energy concentrates in his fist. Now it is an instrument of punishment, ready to reduce the offender to dust. A crushing blow tears through space. A flash of light marks the end of an era of impunity for school gangs. Surveying the battlefield, Guchan searches for his next target. His thirst for justice demands that he finish what he started here and now. The dust settles, revealing emptiness. The last opponent has vanished, leaving behind only a cold trail and a silent question. The boy stares coldly into the silence. The cowardly enemy has fled, but there is nowhere to hide from this new power. Chaos reigns in the classroom. The students look back in horror at the empty seat, and a witness tells the pursuer in a trembling voice that their main target has just vanished. Confused, the heir scratches the back of his head. He didn't expect the situation to take this turn. A heavy sigh escapes his lips as he tries to grasp the scale of the disaster. A sudden realization flashes through the boy's mind. His face contorts with anger and the realization of a fatal mistake. He understands that everything is going to hell, and he must act immediately. A system window pops up before his eyes with a merciless timer. The seconds are ticking away, and the price of losing is death. The young man springs to his feet, rushing into the empty school hallway. The cowardly bully tries to escape down the stairs, shouting empty threats. He's sure that Don Ho will deal with the hero, but behind him, the blue countdown flame has already ignited. The villain grins with self-assurance, oblivious to the shadow behind him. He still believes in his superiority, mocking the audacity of the one who dared to challenge him. The enemy's confidence vanishes instantly when he feels a chilling gaze over his shoulder. A crimson light flares in the pursuer's eyes, foreshadowing imminent retribution. In a single leap, Guchan catches up to his target. His fist, charged with incredible power, hurtles straight at the offender's face, the air around him vibrating with concentrated fury. With a furious shout of, "Where do you think you're going?" the boy unleashes all his newfound strength. His gaze burns with righteous fury, leaving his opponent not a single chance of escape. The crushing blow slams the enemy into the ground, knocking the wind out of him and shattering the floor beneath his feet. A shockwave of energy puts an end to the fight, demonstrating the system's power. Clenching his fist, the heir breathed a sigh of relief after the tense moment. Phew, that was close, he thought, feeling the adrenaline slowly leave his body. Suddenly, a frightened scream rang out from the stairs. The young man turned and saw a female student running toward him, calling his name, Gyojin, with concern. Running closer, the student looked at him with concern. Her face showed obvious agitation, and she anxiously asked if he was okay. Still in a state of mild shock from what had happened, the sky demon stared silently at the girl. A detached expression was frozen on his face, which was covered in scratches. Noticing the scrapes on her friend's face, the beauty pointed furiously at the ruined wall, assuming that the guy must have been bullying him. Upset by his coldness and silence, the girl sternly scolds the heir, suspecting that he has entered a difficult phase of growing up. Battered and bewildered, Gyojin thoughtfully scratches his cheek, where fresh scratches are visible. The boy clearly doesn't know how to explain everything that just happened. Noticing the scrapes on his hands, the student grabs the demon's palm in horror. Her anxiety grows with every passing second, and she demands an answer, unable to understand how he managed to injure himself so badly. Feeling awkward under his friend's pressure, a mad thought flashes through the student's mind. Wouldn't it be easier to knock her out to avoid unnecessary and dangerous questions? Spotting the defeated enemy through a gap in the wall, the beauty sincerely believes her friend is the victim, and in her rage points at the boy who allegedly dared to lay a hand on him. The enraged schoolgirl grabs stones right off the ground. Through tears of indignation for the young man, she shouts insults at the aggressor, ready to immediately engage in a fierce fight. The beaten opponent groans amid the ruins of the wall, trying to justify himself. With his last ounce of strength, he mumbles that he is not to blame for anything, but the enraged girl can no longer be stopped. Standing in complete bewilderment, the heavenly demon watches his friend's violent reaction. He is struck by her intensity. The situation becomes comical, for it is no longer him who needs saving, but the enemy. Suddenly, the girl's anger gives way to tender concern. She smiles sweetly, her main goal now being to help Gojin. Suffering no objections, the beauty resolutely grabs him by the arms and drags him toward the medical station, convinced that his wounds require immediate medical attention. The hero is stunned. His girlfriend, who had just been throwing stones at the enemies, is now dragging him along with an iron grip. He tries to object, but her determination is unstoppable. The sign for the medical station looms ahead. The sterile silence of the room is already awaiting its new patient. After carefully laying the boy down on the couch, the beautiful girl literally glows with tenderness. "Just rest," she whispers, "and call me right away if you feel worse." Her care knows no bounds. Left alone, Gyojin freezes. His gaze, previously bewildered, becomes sharp and cold, his mind swarming with thoughts. As she leaves, the student casts one last, anxious glance at her friend. Her voice trembles with genuine concern as she tells him to be sure to call her. Footsteps fade away in the school hallway. Now that there are no prying eyes left, the celestial demon can finally remove the mask of an ordinary student and soberly assess his new situation. Slowly sitting up in bed, the boy's bewilderment gives way to cold calculation. He senses that this body hides far more problems than meets the eye. With disgust, the heir examines his bandaged fingers. "What a mess," he fumes. "How could anyone have reduced this physical shell to such a pitiful state?" Placing his fingers on his wrist and focusing on his pulse, his internal energy responds with a dull ache. Gyojin uses ancient techniques to probe the meridians. The picture is horrifying. The chi flows are tangled and blood circulation is disrupted. Everything is in complete chaos, he concludes. He will have to rebuild this body from scratch. In a rage, the heavenly demon snarls, unable to accept his weakness. His face is contorted with a grimace of pain and contempt for the new fragile shell that can barely stand on its own 2 feet. In shock, the boy examines the frail body, the broken knuckles and bandages, all that remains of his former power. The fragile vessel can barely withstand even the slightest concentration of energy. The heir's gaze burns with rage. Through the pain, he realizes that the chi channels are in complete chaos. The once great leader is now confined within the walls of an ordinary school. A cry from the depths of his soul echoes across the modern world. How the mightiest of the demon cult has fallen so low. Images of the past flash before his eyes. Majestic temples and former glory remain in another world. Now he must start his journey from scratch to reclaim his greatness. The sunset painted the mountains in shades of blood. The cult leader gazed into the distance, feeling his former power slip away, the grandeur of the past melting away with the last rays of the sun. Breaking the silence, Guchen approached from behind, unaware of the storm raging within the master's soul. His question sounded simple, yet it concealed the irony of fate. Turning slowly, the fire of demonic power still burned in the leader's eyes. Though his body was weakening, he spoke of the captive whose secret could change everything. Recalling that strange, ragged figure, the image of a ridiculous stranger surfaced in the young man's memory. He seemed nothing more than dust underfoot, unworthy of the great master's attention. The old man confirmed his fears. The prisoner's words lacked logic, yet a frightening certainty shone through them, and his mad claims shattered the familiar picture of the world. A massive pagoda towered above them. This symbol of unshakable power now seemed fragile, and words of another world echoed among the ancient temple walls. Perplexed, Guchong could not believe that this pitiful vagabond did not belong to their lands. Thoughts of Shaolin or Udon seemed far more real. The leader's voice grew stern. The point was not his origin, but the unthinkable truth. The captive claimed to have come from another world where there was no place for their ancient magic. Loud laughter shook the air. The young man threw back his head, dismissing it as a madman's foolish joke. How could a world without chi exist? It seemed like the ravings of a lunatic. But the leader wasn't smiling. He stared at his hands, realizing that chaos had already begun. The old man clenched his fists tightly. The silence in the hall became palpable as he realized that the captive's words about another world were not the ravings of a madman at all, but a terrifying reality. Tormented by doubts on the roof, Gyojin berated himself for simply laughing at the stranger's stories, instead of prying valuable details about his homeland. His attempt to awaken his inner energy had ended in failure. His new body felt like an empty vessel to him. Looking down at the sprawling metropolis below, the demon finally accepted the truth. This concrete jungle of skyscrapers had nothing in common with his native world of martial arts. A sense of alienation overwhelmed the student. There wasn't a shred of chi energy here, only a cold, technological world. Exhausted, the boy collapsed onto the roof's surface. Life in this reality seemed to him a ridiculous mistake, and his own powerlessness elicited only a heavy, bitter sigh. A sudden thought made him snap his eyes open. If he had been transported to this world by the system's laws, then there had to be at least some reward for the transition. His patience snapped. The heavenly demon leapt to his feet and, in a rage, shouted demands into the empty sky, hoping to awaken a hidden power or summon an invisible helper. Waving his fists, accusing the void of deceit, the young man had no doubt that the higher powers were simply mocking him, depriving him of the bonuses he was rightfully owed for his journey. In desperation, Gyojin tried to summon the system window, begging the magical interface to appear, but the sky remained silent, ignoring the cries of the uninvited guest. Before the heir's eyes, a mysterious ancient scroll suddenly appeared, unfurling right in midair. The magic interface confirmed success, and the quest to clear the territory was complete. The system announced it was ready to award the well-deserved reward for his efforts. Raising his fist to the sky, demanding an immediate return home, the young man was tired of this world's quirks and hoped that completing the task would be his ticket back. The sky demon's gaze filled with determination, and his mind was occupied by a single thought: the important things left behind in his homeworld. Gritting his teeth until they ground together, the hero swore to return no matter what. A sense of duty and the desire to protect his loved ones burned in his heart more fiercely than any flame. Suddenly, the space around him was flooded with blinding light. The young man froze, feeling an unknown power envelop his body, heralding long-awaited changes. A warm wave of energy spread through his veins, giving him a strange sense of comfort. The apprentice stared in surprise at his palms, not understanding the nature of this magical power. His heart beat faster in anticipation of the journey. Gyojin looked hopefully at the system window, believing that this bright stream of light would finally transport him home. But instead of a portal, the scroll displayed a ridiculous message about a pleasant body scent. His expectations were instantly shattered by the harsh reality of a meaningless system reward. Flowers bloomed all around, and the air filled with fragrance, confirming the mocking bonus. The young man's face contorted with rage at such a useless gift from heaven. Instead of the long-awaited portal home, a ridiculous system reward appeared before his eyes. The young man screamed in rage, unable to believe that the scroll had produced nothing but the scent of a body. Clenching his fist, he lashed out in fury at the useless object. The scroll's magical glow still smoldered, confirming the activation of this mocking bonus. Driven mad by disappointment, the young man paced the roof, calling out to the mysterious culprit. Gyojin's angry monologue was interrupted by someone's cold, mocking voice. A contemptuous remark came from below, forcing him to fall silent abruptly and turn around. It turned out that a classmate had been watching the heavenly demon's humiliation the whole time. She stood below, calmly observing the troublesome student who was making a racket on the roof. The girl asked in bewilderment if he had privatized this spot for his shouting. She held a chopstick in her hand, and her gaze betrayed a clear skepticism. Frozen in place, the heir tried to grasp the magnitude of his failure. The question about renting the space made him momentarily forget about the scroll as he foolishly asked her to repeat her words. Noticing his strange appearance and darting eyes, the blonde asked ironically if he was all right. The young man's behavior seemed to her too inappropriate even for him. Lost in thought, the hero was forced to admit that his state was indeed far from normal. The shock of the useless gift from heaven still clouded his mind. With a heavy sigh, the girl advised him to pull himself together. She turned away, leaving him alone with his rage and the overwhelming scent of flowers. With irony, the beauty watched the guy, who was behaving extremely strangely. She merely snorted contemptuously at his confusion. The student's words stung. She stated outright that it was precisely because of such inadequacy and weakness that those around him preferred to simply ignore Gyojin. Suddenly, the heavenly demon stepped right up close. At that moment, the girl froze, not knowing how to react to his abrupt approach. Such a brazen invasion of her personal space took the beauty by surprise, and she dropped the cigarette holder she was holding. Unable to take it anymore, the heir was overcome with rage at the constant mockery and the label of loser that followed him literally everywhere, though he didn't understand what those words meant. His sharp tone made the girl flinch. A blush spread across her face, whether from anger or from the unexpected boldness of this loser. The door burst open with a crash, and the bully appeared in the doorway, his arrival portending nothing good for the already agitated young man. Shouting that he had finally found his target, the bully clearly intended to teach the guy a lesson, unleashing all his pent-up aggression on him. Merely idly picking his ear, the heavenly demon displayed absolute calm. Such behavior left the attacker completely dumbfounded. Towering over the air and continuing to hurl insults, the Hulk was confident in his strength, failing to notice the change in his opponent's eyes. In a rage, the bully loomed over the guy, demanding he acknowledge his dominance. But the guy just looked at him lazily, letting the threats go in one ear and out the other, and maintaining complete calm. The bully's patience snapped. He swung for a powerful blow from above, pouring all his anger into it. But the boy reacted instantly, raising a block in front of his face. A voice inside the young man screamed of danger. His body was still weak and hadn't recovered, and every movement came with great difficulty. The giant continued his barrage of attacks. Gyojin could barely manage to block with his hands, feeling the heavy blows shake his bones. The attacker yelled that the student was good for nothing but talking, landing a straight punch to the jaw. The boy dodged at the last moment, feeling the air whistle past his cheek. The fight turned into a dance of survival. The bully attacked relentlessly while his opponent slowly retreated, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. The view from above highlighted the difference in size. The small figure in white looked helpless under the barrage of blows from the enraged beast. Terrified, the student screamed, begging him not to come any closer to the fence. She could see that the defender's strength was running out, and she feared the worst possible outcome. The bully smirked maliciously as he delivered a powerful kick. He felt his superiority and relished watching his target forced to retreat in disgrace. From the force of the impact, Gyojin crashed into the girl, and she, closing her eyes in fear and unable to stay on her feet, stumbled backward from the sharp blow. Suddenly, the blonde girl crashed into the metal mesh of the fence. She was terrified of what would happen next. She couldn't expect any protection from her frail classmate. Suddenly, the bully froze when he realized the height. His defiant smirk vanished, replaced by panic. They were on the 5th floor. The bully froze, staring at the madman in front of him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He realized he wasn't dealing with a weakling, but with someone truly dangerous. Glancing down at the fallen girl, the boy said this with frightening calm. His indifferent gaze and words about broken bones made the air around them literally freeze with horror. The attacker recoiled in horror. He couldn't believe his ears. Standing before him was not just a classmate, but a true monster for whom another's life meant nothing. A mysterious golden scroll suddenly appeared before Gyojin. He froze in bewilderment, unable to comprehend where this magical message had come from out of thin air. The text on the artifact stated that he must save the girl who had fallen because of him. The reward for completing the task remained hidden behind question marks. Glancing skeptically at the floating scroll, he was outraged by the system's accusation. The heavenly demon genuinely didn't understand how he was involved in this misfortune. While the boy muttered to himself, pondering the strange quest, his classmates watched him from a distance, clearly puzzled by his odd behavior. One of the bullies froze in shock upon seeing the frightening change in the usually quiet student's face. He felt a cold sweat run down his back. Ignoring the cries of the stunned crowd, the young man leaped to his feet abruptly. His movements became lightning fast, like those of a seasoned predator. A dangerous crimson fire flashed in the heir's eyes. He was driven solely by self-interest, for the reward for the rescue was sure to fully repay all his efforts. Seconds stretched into an eternity. His hand reached out toward the falling girl in a desperate attempt to catch her before the irreparable happened. With a powerful leap, the guy caught the blonde right in midair. A cloud of dust obscured the moment of landing, highlighting the incredible power of his jump. The rescued beauty blushed deeply, finding herself in her savior's arms. But instead of gratitude, she merely called him a loser in embarrassment. The girl froze, unable to hide her trembling. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her defensive reaction to the shock was a barrage of harsh insults directed at the boy. Standing opposite her, the heavenly demon was cold and unflappable, while inside the rescued student, everything was turned upside down, and her frantic heartbeat prevented her from regaining her composure. Witnesses to the incident fell into a state of genuine panic. The frightened students didn't know how to react to the incredible power of the leap they had just witnessed. A burly guy in a black t-shirt silently assessed the extent of the damage. His stern gaze instantly silenced everyone else present. Making a quick decision, the tall guy ordered everyone to run. He knew that staying here after such a commotion would only invite trouble. Donwo called out to another student, who tried to object, stuttering with nervousness. His face flushed, and fear of the consequences prevented him from assessing the situation rationally. Cutting his friend off sharply, the leader lost his temper. He wasn't interested in excuses. His only desire was to get out of there as quickly as possible. Realizing that arguing was useless, the young man hung his head dejectedly. The heavy atmosphere and the realization of what had happened weighed on him like a dead weight. The group decided to pretend they had never been there. They hurried away, hoping the dust would hide their shameful flight from the garden. But a sudden sound made them freeze in their tracks. The students' eyes widened in horror. It seemed someone even more dangerous had noticed their presence. A sinister aura suddenly thickened over the schoolyard. An unknown force in red robes gazed down at the bully, crushing his will with its presence. A tremor seized the ringleader's body. He couldn't move a finger, feeling cold sweat trickle down his face under the weight of the opponent's bloodlust. An icy whisper pierced the silence, and the crimson gleam in the stranger's eyes made the boy's heart skip a beat. It was too late to run. The predator had set his sights on his prey. The one they had considered a weakling now propped his head up defiantly with his hand. A cocky smirk never left his face as he mockingly watched the frightened crowd. A question froze in the thug's eyes. How had the hero survived? He had been certain the boy was defeated, but reality turned out to be far more terrifying than his worst fears. Straightening his uniform and maintaining complete composure, for the demon, this conflict was merely a means to an end, and now it was time to claim his prize. A golden scroll materialized in the air. The system confirmed the success. A rare reward granting power had now been obtained. Darkness engulfed his form, leaving only a mad grin. Activating the power of the ancient Guqin, he prepared to teach his tormentors a bloody lesson in survival. Silence reigned on the school roof. The former bullies who until recently considered themselves masters of life now tremble on their knees, realizing the magnitude of their mistake. Fear paralyzed their movements, raising their hands in a gesture of shameful surrender. The tormentors begged for mercy from the one whose greatness they had failed to recognize in time. A grimace of rage contorted the boy's face. Years of humiliation had turned into an icy, relentless thirst for revenge. With icy calm, the young man pinned the ringleader to the floor. His every word sounded like a death sentence for the school's former world order. Attempts to resist were futile. The bully was suffocating under the weight of this newfound strength, unable to accept reality, and the one he had despised had become his personal living nightmare. A barely perceptible, terrifying smile played on the scoundrel's lips. The time for games was over. The era of retribution was upon them. Weakling, outcast, loser, all these labels were consumed by the flames of his newly awakened power. Now standing before them was not a victim, but a true predator, ready to hunt. Now the former scoundrel has become a loyal servant. Now he is a master, not trash. But the young man is furious. He cannot tolerate pity, not even from his own kind. The humiliated scoundrel weeps at the heir's feet. The young man is in a rage. He tolerates neither weakness nor pity. His fist is clenched, and his gaze is full of contempt for those who dare to doubt. A crimson flame of awakened power flares in the depths of his pupils. This is no longer a hunted outcast, but a predator who has realized that the time for games has come to an end. The heavenly demon feels forgotten power coursing through his veins, at first barely perceptible but undeniable. The old labels of failure burn in the fire of this mystical energy. Every movement of his fingers confirms that his power has returned. Now he is the true master of his own destiny. Confidence blossoms into triumph. Gyojin knows his nature better than anyone else. No one in this world would dare even to imitate the power that belongs to him. The image of former greatness rises before his eyes. He will reclaim everything he has lost and make his enemies tremble at the mere mention of his name. No one will dare to imitate his power. The path back is cut off. This awakening is no illusion, but a death sentence for his offenders. The demon will return to the summit, and this time, no one will be able to block his path to his goal. His fingers clench into a steel grip. His muscles fill with primal energy. Reality bends to his will, marking the beginning of a new bloody era of vengeance. A terrifying smile freezes on his face. The hunt has begun, and now the victim is certainly not the heir. Retribution is coming. The world has changed. The student surveys his surroundings with suspicion. Everything around him seems alien and wrong. His attention is drawn to girls in clothes that are unusually short by his standards. In his former world, such attire would have been considered the height of shamelessness. The strange hairstyles of the young men cause him genuine bewilderment. He doesn't understand the local fashion, finding the appearance of those around him ridiculous and even absurd. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, he becomes fully convinced that this place is filled with truly strange things. Every discovery only adds to his questions. Whispers behind him make him tense up. Gyojin wonders what's wrong with his face, unaware of how provocative his current position looks to the crowd. The servant with a black eye under his eye chuckles obsequiously. He hints to his master that all eyes are fixed on them only because the latter is literally riding on the backs of his own people. The question catches the apprentice off guard. His gaze turns icy and piercing, revealing the arrogance of a man accustomed to giving orders and unaccustomed to refusal. Images from the past surface. In his world, the heir always traveled on the backs of his subordinates. For him, this is not a whim, but a natural attribute of power and grandeur. The loyal hounds merely smile obsequiously, not daring to object. They are merely tools in his hands, ready to endure any humiliation for the sake of their master. Arrogantly, the celestial demon declares his hunger after long deliberation. Sitting on the shoulders of his servants, he prepares to regain his former power, for his path to the summit has only just begun. Still perched on the shoulders of his loyal comrade, the master orders him to be led to the feast, for hunger will not wait. The newly acquired servant trembles under the weight of such grandeur, yet dares not object. Servile fear compels him to endure any humiliation. Unable to resist his hunger, the heavenly demon condescends to dine with the servants. Those around him freeze, the instrument in the master's hands bound only to watch him in silence. The former ruler devours the food greedily. He needs to fill his stomach to restore his body's power and begin the path to the summit. Smiling, Donghuo marvels at the heir's appetite, not realizing that before them stands not just a boy, but an entity accustomed to taking everything from the world. The food in this world is passable, Gyojin thinks. Every dish is merely fuel for future achievements and the revival of his former strength. Glancing at the servants, the arrogant heavenly demon knows no bounds and asks his new servants if he will be eating his meal. Though the apprentice wanted to object and eat his own portion, the heir cut him off and took it. The heavenly demon eats quickly and imperiously. Every bite brings closer the moment when the world will once again fall prostrate before his true greatness. No one yet knows that this young man standing atop the crowd will soon become their most terrifying nightmare. A whisper of fear rippled through the hall, and a predatory, anticipatory smile played on the stranger's lips. The crash of an overturned table broke the silence. The group entered, sowing chaos and dread all around. An ominous silence hung over the dining hall. A sudden shout made everyone turn around, interrupting the peaceful meal. The thug froze, his face contorted in horror. He realized he had made a fatal mistake, and now he would have to pay for it. There was no way out. Cold sweat beaded on Donghuo's forehead. A single clear thought of inevitable retribution pulsed in his head. The shadow of the past had caught up with him at the worst possible moment. Hyojin's gaze flared with a crimson flame. Behind his plump cheeks lay a thirst for blood. He looked at his victim as if he had already chosen the spot for her grave. His icy gaze pierced right through him, paralyzing his will. There was not a shred of pity in those eyes, only the calculating fury of a predator ready to deliver a fatal blow. But the demon's calmness was more frightening than open aggression. He continued to chew, but every movement of his jaw seemed like a harbinger of the coming bloodbath. Casually smoothing his hair, a predatory smile played on the ringleader's lips. The rumors had been confirmed, and now the hunt for the insolent upstart was officially on. A furious shove was accompanied by choice curses. The hothead's arrogance quickly gave way to the realization that this bastard was their worst nightmare. The school hallway was thick with fear. The boy nervously scratched the back of his head, trying to hide his trembling, while the bruise under his eye served as a reminder of the recent brutal skirmish. With mockery, one of the henchmen offered Sang a ride, and in this feigned friendliness, the scent of trouble was unmistakable. To which the ringleader asked if maybe he should buy him a Lamborghini too, looming over the table. His arrogance grew with every word, goading his victim into a response. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon continued to methodically chew his lunch, as if empty seats stood before him rather than the school's top monsters. His patience snapped. The scoundrel abruptly closed the distance, demanding they go to the roof immediately. The air in the cafeteria was literally electrified with tension. Leaning forward, Sangwoo hissed in his opponent's face, "Are you afraid?" His frenzied grin and dilated pupils betrayed the true nature of a predator that had caught the scent of fresh blood. The leader turned to leave, confident in his victory. He did not yet know that behind his back, the silence was growing ever more ominous and terrifying. Gyojin's calmness was more frightening than aggression. He continued to chew, but every movement of his jaw seemed like a harbinger of a coming bloody storm. At this, the demon asked his opponents, "Don't you know that you don't even touch a dog while it's eating?" This made the scoundrel freeze in his tracks at such audacity. The predatory smile vanished from the bully's face in an instant. A furious jab to the forehead and curses did no good, and the realization dawned that this bastard was their worst nightmare. Boiling with rage, Sangwoo is infuriated that the newcomer is ignoring his threats. He's ready to snap at the slightest provocation, unable to understand why his victim is so calm. The heir's face contorts into a vicious grimace. The opponent is used to striking fear into others, but now his own confidence is beginning to crack at the seams from the enemy's audacity. The guy at the table calmly continues his meal. He suddenly breaks the silence with an icy greeting that sounds like a death sentence. Those around him freeze in shock. Words of freedom seem like the ravings of a madman, but the young man's heavy aura makes them shudder with fear. Gojin's gaze shifts, revealing the true predator within. A maniacal grin and a remark about a new horse seal the deal, and the nightmare for the gangsters has only just begun. From a bird's-eye view, a tense standoff is visible on the roof, where 4 daredevils face off against 4 gangsters. The guy in the white shirt ostentatiously picks his ear, his entire demeanor showing complete indifference to the threat. Unable to bear such insolence, the gang leader's face contorts with rage, and his teeth grind with fury. Blowing on his finger, the sky demon mockingly asks his enemies how they're feeling. His entourage looks pitiful and beaten down. The icy gaze of his red eyes pierces the enemy right through. He speaks of a feast, alluding to a recent humiliation. One of the henchmen, terrified, begs Gyojin to be more careful, reminding him of the Sangwoo gang's connections and power. Lazily scratching the back of his head, the young man accepts the warning. It seems he is barely holding back a yawn out of boredom. His gaze grows cold and calculating. Now the heir is interested not in pathetic thugs, but in something much greater. A ghostly quest scroll floats before his eyes, bearing the title, Trash Cleanup 2, with healing herbs as the reward and failure in this game, meaning nothing but death. A mad predator's grin spreads across the hero's face. The trap has snapped shut, and a true nightmare begins for the gangsters. Preparations are complete. The guy cracks his knuckles, concentrating his inner power, and the air around him begins to vibrate with a thirst for blood and the anticipation of battle. The demon's gaze is obscured by crimson flames. A chilling smile portends doom. He sees his opponents as nothing more than pawns who need to be put in their place in this brutal game. The thugs are bewildered. The sky is suddenly overcast with leaden clouds, as if nature itself shuddered at the aura emanating from this strange loner. Frozen in place, the opponents do not understand the reasons for the sudden change. Cold sweat rolls down their faces as their instincts scream of the danger emanating from their target. The student takes his first step. To the thugs, he looks like a madman walking to his certain death, but his confident stride makes their hearts beat faster. One of the scoundrels grits his teeth in rage. His face contorts into a grimace of malice. He has not yet realized that he is facing not a victim, but a true predator. Trying to hide his fear, the thug begins to warm up. His movements seem quick, but to the martial arts master, they are nothing more than a child's clumsy flailing. Shouting that he trained with a champion, throwing a series of punches into the air, the fool believes that brute force will help him stand up to a true monster. Mocking and clowning around, the thug displays his false superiority. He does not yet know that his every move has already been calculated by the master's cold mind. Bursting into nervous laughter, the scoundrel mistakes his opponent's silence for paralyzing terror, failing to notice how the trap around his men has finally snapped shut. The bully unleashes a barrage of blows, confident in his strength. He does not realize that he faces not a victim, but a predator who sees all his mistakes. The air grows heavy, becoming palpable. The opponent freezes, overcome by primal terror, while the demonic aura behind the young man promises only swift retribution. A shiver runs through the scoundrel to his very bones, and his nervous laughter catches in his throat. Pride has given way to panic. Gojin's gaze is devoid of pity. Icy calculation heralds the end. He remains silent for a long time, letting the enemy clown around. But now it is time to act. A single short word sounds as grim as a death sentence. There is more power in this whisper than in all the gang's screams. The demon's cold mind takes its toll today. Memories transport him to the past. A young apprentice stands at attention under the scorching sun. Back then, he didn't yet know that this harsh training would turn him into a monster. Every movement was honed with blood and sweat. His mentor's blows were merciless, forcing the boy time and again to overcome the pain for the sake of true mastery. The teacher's voice pierces the silence. The boy's movements were wrong. Brute force is useless without precision, and the old master hammered this truth into the youngster's head. Lesson after lesson, day after day, resentment gave way to understanding. He who has gone through this hell will never again feel fear in the face of ordinary bullies. The foundation of it all is footwork. The mentor walks off into the sunset, leaving behind a crucial precept. Now this lesson will be the last thing the defeated enemy sees. The old man explains the essence. Most fighters use movement only to dodge a blow or create distance, failing to grasp the true depth of this simple skill. But true masters go further. For them, steps are not just movement, but a way to shackle the enemy's will and set the stage for a devastating strike. The student recalls the grueling training. Without this knowledge, a fighter is nothing but a blind kitten on the battlefield, doomed to make mistakes that will prove fatal. In the reality of a schoolyard brawl, the bully doesn't even have time to blink. The boy's behind him faster than he can finish his empty swing. Terrified, the opponent freezes, the realization flashing before his eyes that he has encountered something beyond comprehension, something that cannot be explained by ordinary speed or strength. A powerful hook to the jaw cuts off all thought. The technique, honed by thousands of repetitions, finds its target with perfect precision. Shocked witnesses see only blurred shadows. The bullies, accustomed to dominating, suddenly realize that the rules of the game have changed and they are no longer the predators here. The dust settles, revealing the defeated enemies. He stands unshakable, his gaze cold and empty, his movements full of the very grace the old man taught him. Over his shoulder, Gyojin asks his comrades if they saw it. They couldn't have imagined that a seemingly ordinary guy possessed the power to crush an opponent in a second. Fear paralyzes the scoundrel's limbs, for they have just witnessed firsthand the difference between a street brawl and true art. Lazily cracking his neck and displaying utter contempt for his opponents, the young man's relaxed posture and defiant smirk suggest that the fight is nothing more than a boring warm-up for him. Suddenly, the heavenly demon's gaze shifts. A loud call to attack en masse shatters the silence, causing the air around him to vibrate. The mob of thugs surges forward, filling the street with shouts. Blinded by their numerical superiority, they naively believe they can overwhelm the lone fighter. In the next instant, reality turns into a maelstrom of bright flashes and crushing blows. The master moves faster than thought, scattering his enemies like rag dolls in a dance of death. Dust and chaos fill the air as the fighter vanishes from sight, leaving only fear in his wake. Finding himself face to face with Sang so quickly that the latter doesn't even have time to cry out, the heir stares intently at the terrified face. Primitive terror is evident in the thug's eyes. Confronted with an unknown power, he realizes that he is facing not just a man, but something far more dangerous. Gyojin's face contorts into a sinister grin, exposing his inner darkness. This is no longer a schoolyard brawl, but the awakening of something ancient and merciless. As he delivers the final decisive blow, the movement reveals the power of an entire cult, capable of reducing anyone to dust in a split second. Paralyzed by the realization of his own insignificance, the opponent freezes. He understands that standing before him is the living embodiment of a power about which only terrifying legends circulate in the back alleys. A blow of incredible power slams the scoundrel into the ground. The air shudders. Primitive horror is frozen on the faces of the witnesses. They cannot believe their eyes as they watch an ordinary skirmish turn into a one-sided and bloody slaughter. The dust settles, revealing the silhouette of the one who has just crossed the line of humanity. The defeated Sang lies in the ruins, unable even to move, the light of hope fading from his eyes. A sinister grin distorts the young man's face, exposing the darkness within, the awakening of something ancient and merciless in his black soul. With cold composure, he opens the ghostly menu. The time has come to tally the results of this brief massacre and claim what now rightfully belongs to him. The magical scroll unfurls, confirming the completion of the mission to clear the territory. The system acknowledges his superiority, announcing the list of well-deserved rewards. A rare artifact materializes from thin air, a restorative herb, its mysterious glow contrasting with the recent chaos and cruelty that reigned in this place. With curiosity, the demon examines the valuable trophy. The ability to store such items in his inventory makes him even more dangerous and invulnerable to future opponents. The heir's red eyes pierce the void. There is no room for pity in that gaze, only the icy confidence of a predator. The boy furiously beats his opponent, demanding he stop pretending to be a victim. He claims he didn't even use martial arts, subduing the enemy with sheer strength. A hail of blows rains down on the unfortunate man's face. The beaten man realizes that this opponent is far more terrifying and dangerous than any of the top dogs he has faced before. The school hallway falls silent in shock. Bystanders and other students watch the chaos unfolding in horror, too afraid to intervene. Frightened whispers spread instantly throughout the school. Students discuss the boy's brutality, covering their mouths in astonishment. Demonstrating complete superiority, he straddles the defeated Sangwoo's shoulders, while those around him watch this humiliating spectacle in horror. Maintaining an icy composure and gazing contemptuously at those around him, Gyojin declares that right now he is interested in only one specific thing. His battered and swollen opponent, barely breathing, submissively asks what exactly his tormentor is looking for, ready to obey any order to end the pain. The young man's gaze turns demonic as he utters the fateful words. His target is the mysterious and dangerous demon cult. Those around him are completely bewildered. They don't understand what this madman is talking about, while he continues to sit arrogantly atop his living chariot. Furious at his bearer's unsteady gait, the heavenly demon roughly strikes the poor wretch on the head, demanding he walk straight and not dare to stumble. In a rage, the young man clenches his fist above his victim's head. He is ready to let out a scream, while the poor soul beneath him merely whimpers pitifully, begging for mercy. Trying to fill in the gaps in his memory, the guy lists the great clans, intently counting on his fingers as he recalls the sects of Chongnam, Udan, Shaolin, and Huashan. His patience snaps. The young man shakes the porter, stunned by his ignorance. How is it possible to live in this world and not know the basics about the great sects? Paralyzed with fear, Sangu's face is comically swollen from the beatings, and his eyes are frozen in silent terror at his master's unpredictable rage. Grinning mockingly and raising his fist for another blow, the heavenly demon is certain that a good thrashing is the best way to refresh the memory of a negligent servant. A sudden mention of the finest sword from Jonam changes everything. The atmosphere instantly grows heavy, and behind the boy looms the terrifying silhouette of his master from a past life. The young man's gaze turns icy, becoming truly demonic. His cold tone and dilated pupils foreshadow trouble. The bell rings. The familiar melody echoes through the school hallways, heralding the start of the most important lesson in a student's life: anticipation. Gyojin sits at his desk, rocking back and forth in his chair. Outwardly, he appears calm, but inside, primal rage is boiling. Resolve. The boy's gaze hardens. The bell has rung, echoing in his head. It is time to settle old scores. According to the deal with that scumbag, everything must be settled immediately after the third bell. Every second counts now. Hidden power awakens within his body. The young man heads for the exit, his footsteps echoing in the silence like thunderclaps. The classroom door swings open with a crash. There is no turning back, and the hunter steps onto the straight path to the finish line. The hero's eyes flash crimson. He sees his target, and the tension in the air becomes almost palpable, chilling the blood. Chanam's finest sword, these words echo in his mind, awakening the mastery honed in past lives. The teacher enters the classroom with a bamboo sword. A heavy silence hangs in the air, and the students' shocked gazes are fixed on the weapon. The heavenly demon's eyes flash scarlet. He sees his target, and the tension becomes almost palpable, chilling the blood of everyone present. Scanning the classroom, the man orders the students to open their textbooks. Park Jong-nam steps forward. His face is frighteningly cold, and his voice rings out like steel, leaving no room for doubt. The order must be obeyed immediately. The entire class freezes. In this silence, even the slightest rustle seems like a crime against the order established by the teacher. Inside Gyojin, rage awakens. The mastery of past lives demands an outlet, transforming an ordinary student into a dangerous fighter. The teacher walks past, unaware of the fury burning behind him. He does not yet know what kind of monster he has encountered today. A venomous thought pierces his mind. The boy barely suppresses a smirk, preparing for a real battle with Chanam's best sword. Meanwhile, in the neighboring classroom, a student feels a strange chill. The master's aura is so strong it pierces even the walls. Leaning back relaxed, the heavenly demon is disappointed by the lack of worthy enemies amidst these dull school days. Slumped lazily at his desk, the hero's mind swirled with thoughts of foreign energy, and he was certain he would immediately sense the presence of a powerful master nearby. Boredom was literally eating him up from the inside. The boy threw his legs up on the desk, showing complete disregard for the lesson. He craved answers that school could not provide. Suddenly, his face contorted with rage. His keen intuition told him he was being watched. Someone had dared to disturb his peace, and this intruder was clearly asking for a rough treatment. A crimson fire flared in his eyes. His reaction was instantaneous. He intercepted the object flying toward him right at his forehead. The deadly steel froze a centimeter from his skin. His patience snapped. Hyojin leaped to his feet, knocking over his chair. A loud cry about the ambush echoed through the classroom, causing everyone present to flinch. In a rage, the heir scanned the classroom, not mincing his words. His classmates froze in shock, realizing that their strange classmate had finally lost his mind again. The teacher stood frozen in bewilderment. The entire class looked at the troublemaker as if he were a madman, unable to fathom the reasons behind his sudden and wild outburst. Strictly ordering the troublemaker to come to the blackboard, Park Jong-nam appeared unshakable from behind, but a heavy foreboding of an inevitable clash already hung in the air. An ominous smirk played across the student's face. He realized exactly who had launched the attack, and this realization only incited him further, awakening the true instincts of a warrior. Standing at his desk, the heavenly demon thought about how he had barely managed to block a simple throw. It was a painful blow to his inflated ego. Gyojin clutched at his hair, unable to believe his own weakness. The thought that his body was so feeble drove him into a rage. Stunned by the audacity, the teacher furiously ordered the offender to come to the blackboard. Silence fell over the classroom, heavy with the foreboding of an inevitable clash. The young man's face contorted into a grimace of wild fury. His pride had been wounded, and the realization of his own powerlessness before the teacher provoked only uncontrollable rage. The boy's expression suddenly changed. He froze, realizing exactly who had launched the attack. This revelation did not frighten him, but only awakened his warrior instincts. Watching the student's strange reaction with bewilderment, Park Jong-nam waited for obedience, but sensed that the situation was finally spiraling out of control. An ominous smirk played across the student's face. He had caught the thrill, and now the thirst for revenge burned in his eyes brighter than his usual desire to cause trouble. The teacher maintained outward calm, but his gaze had turned cold. He understood that he was no longer facing just a defiant teenager, but a true adversary. With a heavy sigh, the heavenly demon cracked his neck. The tension had reached its peak, and he was ready to accept the challenge, casting aside all the conventions of school rules and propriety. Gyojin slowly stepped forward. From behind, his figure seemed unshakable, and every step toward the blackboard brought closer the moment when words would give way to action. He froze. The teacher awaited the attack. The air in the classroom seemed electrified. The clash of two irreconcilable wills was now absolutely inevitable. With a sardonic smirk, Cheonam's best sword watched his student. His relaxed demeanor concealed a readiness to assert his authority at any moment. Noticing a movement, the man turns sharply. His face contorts with irritation at the sight of one of his students' insolent behavior. A long bamboo stick whizzes through the air. The teacher has no intention of tolerating disobedience and brings his main argument into play. The boy freezes as the stick presses against his back. His gaze is filled with rage and his fists clench involuntarily at the unfair treatment. Puzzled, the teacher asks the reckless youngster where he's going. He clearly didn't expect the student to simply walk out in the middle of an important lesson. The man's voice rises to a shout as he reminds him of the school schedule. He tries to overpower the boy with his authority, demanding that he return to his seat immediately. The teacher continues to hurl insults at the boy's back as he walks away. He is offended by the boy's lack of manners and total disregard for him. Sighing heavily, Gyojin listens to the endless grumbling behind him. The boy's patience is running out, and he can barely contain the rage boiling inside him. The heavenly demon's eyes flash red, foreshadowing a swift and brutal retribution. He cannot believe that Cheonam's best sword turned out to be a mere weakling. The teacher turns pale, sensing the air's thirst for blood. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes he has made a fatal mistake. The provocation has succeeded. The man freezes upon hearing his students' dangerous words about Cheonam's secrets, and the atmosphere in the classroom instantly reaches a boiling point. The teacher tries to save face in front of the students. Barely hiding the tremor in his voice, he announces independent work to get the insolent boy out of the room. The teacher's gaze turns icy. He orders him to follow him, unaware that he is luring himself into a trap from which there will be no escape. In the school backyard, Gyojin displays complete indifference. His relaxed posture only underscores his deep contempt for the man standing opposite him. The boy's irritation grows with every passing second. He is infuriated by this ridiculous habit teachers have of picking fights over every little thing, distracting them from important matters. Boiling with rage, Park Jong-nam grips his bamboo sword tightly. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he relishes the thought of teaching this arrogant youngster a lesson. The question about Jong-nam pulls the rug out from under the teacher's feet. The astonishment on his face quickly gives way to rage. Who dared to spill the truth to this nobody? The man in the blue shirt finally loses his composure. He is stung by the defiant tone and informal speech of the boy, who has crossed every moral boundary. Spitting venom, the teacher threatens retribution. He does not yet realize that his boasting sounds pathetic to one who has witnessed true mastery of the blade. With a heavy sigh, a crimson fire flares in the heavenly demon's eyes and his thirst for blood becomes palpable. The teacher's mistake will be his last. Gripping his bamboo staff, Park Jong-nam looks at the student in bewilderment. A simple question causes a strange pause, and the man demands an answer. But a crimson fire flares in the young man's narrowed eyes and his gaze turns icy and terrifying. With a sardonic smirk, the man mocks the air's silence, still unaware of the deadly threat emanating from him. Merely squinting mysteriously, the student hides his true thoughts. A plan is brewing in his mind, and his terrifying smile foreshadows that the mentor's mistake will be fatal and final for him. The teacher's sudden, maniacal laughter shatters the silence. He demands an answer, oblivious to the crimson fire flaring in the boy's eyes and the blood-chilling thirst for murder. Picking up on it, the young boy laughs uncontrollably, pointing his finger at the man, joining in on this mad laughter. Park Jong-nam's face is contorted into a maniacal grin. He laughs incessantly, his gaze terrifying. The situation could change at any moment. Amid the maniacal laughter, the teacher swings a bamboo stick sharply at the heavenly demon in the white jacket. The wind whistles from the sudden movement. With a maniacal grin, the man explains to the boy that he still has much to learn, so he won't hit him on the head at first. The yellow stick flies at breakneck speed straight toward the white jacket. The blow is inevitable. The man's expression changes abruptly. His gaze is fixed directly on the young man standing before him, filled with shock, as he hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events. After all, he'd intended to teach the upstart a lesson. As if in a trance, Gyojin abruptly blocks the blow of the bamboo stick, and a strange glow appears around him. The heavenly demon's dark gaze, pierced by a red beam, fixes on his opponent, who is overcome with terror. The teacher with the bamboo staff freezes in shock. His disobedient student instantly blocks his strike. It seemed this boy was far too weak to possess such power. Now, in the heat of battle, the man realizes that his opponent won't give up so easily and will fight to the end. He begins to wonder who this young man really is. Park Jong-nam froze. The boy's gaze shifted, filled with otherworldly energy, and a dark flash pierced the air. Bloodshot eyes stare from the abyss. The teacher sees before him the true face of horror, which paralyzes his heart with icy fear. The terrified opponent couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if he was really going to die. A second ago, the frail young man had made a lightning-fast strike, but the blow from the bamboo stick had been blocked in an instant. It was just a reflex, the teacher told himself. The situation had spiraled out of his control. The mysterious student stood motionless, his face hidden in shadow, but the aura emanating from him spoke of hidden power. In a panic, the teacher couldn't understand how an ordinary student could display such a brutal and refined fighting technique. The attempt to stop him failed. Gyojin's hand intercepted the swing with a death grip. The teacher didn't understand who was actually standing before him. With a mad grin, the heavenly demon realized there was another here, just like him. His burning gaze foreshadowed the beginning of true chaos. The teacher panicked. An ordinary student suddenly blocked the blow, his movements full of a refined brutality uncharacteristic of a mere teenager. While the heir prepared to take the blow, Park Chung-nam executed a lightning-fast acrobatic somersault, hurtling toward his enemy with a frenzied grin and a burning gaze. Gyojin's gaze shifts to the cold resolve and terrifying confidence of a master ready to strike back. Something else awakens within the young man. His body swells with primal power, and a crimson light flares in his eyes. True chaos is ready to burst forth. The heavenly demon struggles against his own fury. His muscles cramp, and his frail human body is incapable of a prolonged battle. His burning gaze heralds the start of a massacre. The heir no longer controls himself, regretting only that he didn't strike even harder. Shock paralyzed the man as he looked at his student. The line between an ordinary boy and a monster had blurred, and he could think of nothing but what was actually happening. The teacher's thoughts were muddled with fear. Could it be that quiet Gyojin, a skilled fighter? This realization frightened him more than the blow itself. Looking at the young man, the man realized that he had nearly used martial arts in earnest. He was teetering on the edge of no return. The teacher wondered, surely he wasn't afraid of the consequences. After all, ghostly assassins might come for him, even though the student had always seemed harmless. Anger stirs within him. The teenager's body swells with fury. He wants the scroll to appear before him, and the teacher decides he has gone mad. The man froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Only one question pulsed in his mind. How had this harmless little boy managed to create such a situation? Suddenly, Gyojin turns around. His piercing gaze holds a silent question, foreshadowing imminent retribution. In a rage, the teacher stares at the teenager, who brazenly uses informal speech, instantly shattering the long-standing hierarchy and respect for elders. Cupping his hand to his ear, his face contorted into a feigned grimace, Gyojin demonstratively ignores the threats, turning his opponent's anger into a pitiful and laughable spectacle. Rage flares up with renewed intensity. Clenching his cane until his bones creak, Park Jong-nam is ready to deliver a crushing blow, just to wipe that insolent smirk off the youngster's face. Breathing heavily, the man tries to rein in his anger. He calls himself to his senses, for before unleashing his power, he must understand what kind of monster is hidden within this body. Uttering Gyojin's name, the teacher hopes to see even a shadow of the boy he once knew, but in response receives only an empty, uncomprehending gaze. The teacher admits that the young man's skill has come as a shock to him. He sees before him not a student, but a dangerous fighter whose true power is only just beginning to awaken. But the man warns the youth against the reckless use of martial arts. Such power in the hands of an inexperienced teenager will inevitably lead to an irreparable catastrophe. Completely ignoring the advice, the heir bursts out shouting, cutting off the instructions. A primal rage resonates in his voice. The boy grins maniacally, anticipating the fight. He is certain that now it is his turn to dictate the rules of this game. Trying to appeal to reason, the teacher realizes the situation is spiraling out of control, but the teenager merely mocks his authority, crossing every line of decency. Words no longer carry any weight. The boy has completely lost touch with reality, consumed by his newfound power. The mentor's hand grips the bamboo sword tightly, He feels the air around him crackle with the thirst for blood emanating from the one he was supposed to guide. The weapon flares with a golden light. The master realizes that before him stands not a child, but a dangerous predator. A malicious laugh echoes across the courtyard. The student assumes a fighting stance, mocking his elder's experience. Darkness and light clash in a single glance. The youngster challenges Chanam's finest sword, wishing to test its mettle, the thirst for battle having completely taken hold of his soul. Sighing heavily, the teacher realizes the depth of his pupil's fall. The bitterness of defeat as a mentor fills his heart. A shadow falls over the master's face. He issues a final warning, knowing that the next step will lead to disaster. The teacher's gaze turns icy and commanding. He quells the student's insolence with a steely tone, demanding respect for the hierarchy in this final moment before the storm. Boldly provoking his mentor, Gyojin does not realize that his self-confidence only underscores the depth of the master's fall and the bitterness of his defeat. The man issues a final warning, realizing that this step will be the point of no return and lead to disaster. A furious grinding of teeth can be heard. The teacher struggles to contain his anger as any hope for a peaceful resolution to the conversation dies within him. Park Jong-nam's gaze turns icy. In a steely tone, he cuts off the insolence, demanding respect for the hierarchy in this moment before the storm. The master swings his stick sharply. The time for words is over, and a harsh discipline begins that will forever change the fate of his student. Losing control, the teacher no longer intends to hold back his anger. The air boils with a thirst for blood. Mercilessly cutting short the student's insolence, the teacher turns icy, demanding recognition of the hierarchy in this fateful moment before the storm. The time for words has passed. The man takes a sharp swing with his stick, and a harsh discipline begins that will burn away past mistakes. The whistle of the wood cuts through the silence, and the master attacks with terrifying speed, pouring the weight of his disappointment and the will for total submission into every strike. The heavenly demon barely has time to react to the frenzied pace. Park Jong-nam moves like a shadow, leaving no room for a peaceful resolution to the exchange. A crimson flame of determination flares in the young man's eyes. The teacher's actions only enrage and irritate him further. Another lunge makes the student flinch. The teacher's rage materializes into crushing force. Space warps from the power of the blows. Jong-nam's finest sword finally casts aside mercy, dictating its own rules through pain and an absolute iron will. Dust and sparks fly in all directions. The master crushes Gyojin's will, proving that hierarchy in this world is not an empty phrase, but a matter of survival under his command. The mentor towers over the student, whose pride is shattered, and whose fate now lies entirely in the hands of the enraged mentor. The enraged master lunges forward with incredible speed. The young man, frozen in place, sees only a rapidly approaching silhouette shrouded in a whirlwind of destructive power. In response, the heavenly demon is ready to defend himself by any means necessary while his body is still weak. He did not expect the teacher to be so furious. With a sharp lunge, the student's foot digs forcefully into the ground, creating a foothold for a lightning-fast thrust toward the mentor. The thrown mop spins wildly through the air. It is merely a cunning feint, designed to momentarily blind and confuse the experienced master. Park Jong-nam calmly watches the flying projectile, while the young man below prepares his trump card, closing the distance to a minimum. Gyojin's gaze is full of determination. He realizes that only extreme concentration and speed bordering on a foul will help against his teacher's fury. While the mop distracts attention in the sky, the boy is already diving under the master's arm, trying to exploit the split-second confusion of Jong-nam's best sword. In anger, the boy shouts, asking where the teacher's looking. The student pours all his will into this movement, trying to reach the unshakable mentor. It seemed the young man had nowhere to flee from this storm. Every move the master made generated destructive waves that swept away everything in their path. Park Chanam is utterly focused. His gaze misses not a single detail. An ordinary bamboo stick in his hands transforms into the deadly weapon of a grandmaster. A loss of concentration in battle means certain death, as can be read in the teacher's stern gaze. He does not forgive mistakes and despises weakness, demanding total commitment. The defeated master had seen just a youngster before him, but the boy demonstrated a level of technique worthy of the school's finest warriors, despite his young age. Behind that ease of movement lay years of grueling training in the shadows. The teacher was certain. The thrill of battle awakens a true beast within Park Jong-nam. His eyes flare with demonic fire, and a sinister smile freezes on his face. Stunned by bewilderment, for his opponent is behaving like a madman, the atmosphere heats up to the breaking point, and the young man realizes that something beyond the limits is about to begin. Gyojin watches his opponent's strange behavior with bewilderment. To him, the man seems like nothing more than a ridiculous fool. The tension mounts and his gaze focuses on a simple bamboo staff, which in the master's hands is about to transform into a deadly weapon that strikes without fail. Shanam, the best swordsman, assumes a fighting stance, gripping the pole confidently. His defiant smirk and cold calculation suggest that he is in complete control of the situation on the field. Upon hearing the name of the legendary technique, the young man is shocked, for standing before him is not just a teacher, but a master of the secret art of the 36 heavenly swords. A mad grin contorts the boy's face. There is nothing human left in that gaze, only a thirst for battle. With a sharp movement, the heavenly demon casts aside the superfluous. The mop breaks with a crash and becomes a cold weapon, making room for true power. Gyojin begins to spin the pole at incredible speed, creating a whirlwind around himself. The old master's words echo in his head, guiding his every movement. Stunned, the opponent cannot comprehend how an ordinary man could radiate such power. The young man's laughter grows louder. He recalls all those who underestimated him before and prepares to teach the man the harshest lesson of his life. His fingers clench the staff in a death grip, his muscles taut as steel cables. A single lunge separates reality from the bloodbath he is about to unleash. With a mad grin, Gyojin raises the staff and announces the beginning of the true technique of the 36 heavenly swords, shocking his enemy with his sudden confidence. The man froze in shock, his eyes filled with genuine horror and incomprehension at how this ordinary brat could have transformed so instantly. Swallowing nervously, Park Chung-nam feels cold sweat trickling down his temple. It seems the student never ceases to amaze him. The fighter's heart pounds wildly. He takes his stance, feeling a long-forgotten thrill. This sense of mortal danger makes his blood literally boil. An ominous silence hangs over the roof. The raven watching the duel from above freezes, and both opponents hold their breath before clashing in the decisive battle. When the silence is shattered by the first lunge, the bird soars sharply into the sky, feathers flying in all directions, signaling the start of a bloodbath that can no longer be stopped. The stick slices through the air with a whistle. The young man's strikes are so fast they create the illusion of a multitude of blades. He moves faster than the eye can see. A sharp feather slowly falls onto the concrete, cut in half by an invisible force. The full power of the 36 swords technique begins to manifest. The faces of the two opponents merge in a furious scream. The psychological barrier is broken, and the young man no longer holds back, unleashing all his accumulated power upon his enemy. A bright flash of energy blinds everything around them. The strikes collide with the roar of thunder, transforming an ordinary rooftop brawl into a legendary clash of masters. Madness has overtaken both of them. Their faces are contorted in a furious scream. The psychological barrier is finally broken, and now there is no room for pity or doubt in this duel. The two weapons clash, and the power of the 36 swords technique begins to manifest. No longer holding back, Gyojin unleashes his pent-up fury. The air around him vibrates from the colossal pressure, foreshadowing the imminent conclusion of this battle. Park Jong-nam's gaze freezes in shock. He realizes he has underestimated his opponent, but there is no turning back now, and the 36 swords technique has been set in motion. A bright flash of energy blinds everything around them. Raw power bursts forth, erasing the boundaries of reality and transforming an ordinary rooftop into the epicenter of a divine storm. Blows collide with the roar of thunder. An ordinary rooftop brawl escalates into a legendary clash of masters, whose power is capable of shattering the heavens themselves. The dust begins to settle, revealing the aftermath of the clash. The opponent is defeated and disoriented, unable to oppose true mastery. Through the thick fog, the silhouette of the one who intervened in the battle's finale emerges. A mysterious figure in a suit holds the boy's hand, interrupting the deadly flow of energy. The teacher realized that before them stood a phantom assassin. The appearance of this man changes everything, fear and bewilderment evident in every movement of the breathless hero. In a rage, the young man turns to the uninvited guest, his body still crackling with lightning, and his thirst for battle demands an immediate continuation. The mysterious warrior in a suit and with a sword stood motionless, surrounded by swirling raven feathers. His stern, dark face was filled with grim determination. A supernatural red light flashed in the stranger's eyes and a powerful aura formed, foreshadowing a devastating attack. The emotionless warrior stood between the frightened teacher and the enraged student, a gigantic whirlwind of thick white smoke raging around the three of them. The man in the black suit blocked the teacher's path. He held the young man's hand while ominous black feathers swirled in the air around them, his will unshakable. His stern profile expressed grim determination. The mysterious defender remains calm despite the whirlwind of energy raging around him. The teacher froze in terror before the uninvited guest, asking if he was truly a ghostly assassin, as he realized the true identity of the man before him. The warrior's gaze grew terrifying at the question. A supernatural red light flashed in his eyes, foreshadowing the use of devastating otherworldly power. Enraged, Gyojin has no intention of retreating. He seethes with fury, shouting curses at the mysterious fighter who dared to stand in his way, and lunges into battle. Showing no emotion, the stranger calmly intercepts the heavenly demon's arm, halting his attack. The mysterious fighter's acrobatic leap and lightning-fast movements catch everyone off guard. The uninvited guest's gaze is filled with icy calm and determination. He has come not merely to observe, but to mete out justice according to the strict laws of Muram. Beside himself with rage, the heir's face is contorted with fury, his teeth bared. He is not prepared to tolerate the interference of anyone who dares to stand in his way. As he reads the verdict, the warrior accuses those present of violating the Alliance's age-old foundations and recklessly using martial arts for evil. A symbol of defeat and broken will, the shards of a bamboo sword lie on the floor as proof that the old rules of the game no longer apply. The fighter's eyes flare with an ominous crimson light, a sign of the awakening of otherworldly power that will descend upon anyone who dares to break the law. Shock and rage contort the young man's face. He can't believe his ears upon hearing of some sort of sanctity. The word sounds like a mockery of his reality. The world has finally gone mad. The young man clutches his head. Since when did common thugs start calling themselves noble masters of martial arts? The ghostly assassin's silence weighs heavier than any threat, and his conviction in his own righteousness knows no bounds. Rage clouds his vision. The fighter in the suit accuses his opponent of the gravest sin, using sacred techniques against an ordinary civilian. Bewilderment gives way to anger. The young man looks back at his beaten teacher. Could this scoundrel really be an innocent victim in the eyes of the arrogant Alliance? Pointing his finger at Park Jong-nam, the heir asks, "Does he really look like an ordinary person?" A cry of despair and rage bursts forth. The young man has no intention of accepting these absurd and false rules. The standards of this world are rotten to the core. The heavenly demon sees only cowards hiding behind a code to justify their pathetic and despicable deeds. The voice of the law sounds heartless. The Alliance has already passed its verdict. In this world, there is no place for vigilante justice, even if it seems fair. The warrior's eyes flash crimson. True power awakens. The secret inspector asks, with a threat in his voice, if the apprentice knows who the phantom killer is. The world is plunged into chaos. Gyojin doesn't understand why some minimum wage worker can dictate terms to him. Fear paralyzes Park Chung-nam. He realizes who the uninvited guest standing before them is, and just how powerful he is. The young student's question leaves the phantom assassin speechless. No one has ever dared to speak to him in such a tone before. It is the Alliance's duty to restrain the madness of martial arts masters. He is the one who maintains balance and protects the weak. The law of Muram is now in the hands of one who knows no mercy. The shield of Muram is revealed to the world. In a stern suit and with a sword at the ready, he is ready to mete out justice. The true Amenso begins his judgment, and there is nowhere left to run. A mad grin and a thirst for blood. The man believes in no defense, only in crushing power. Rage boils within him. He is enraged by those who hide behind a mask of false righteousness. One blow and justice will be shattered to pieces. It is time to put an end to this farce. Fear for his negligent student paralyzes Park Jong-nam. The sudden realization of his mistake forces him to beg for mercy. One who rises above personal grievances appears. The inspector's calm gaze and steely will strike everyone down. A shadow falls over the master. He tries to assure everyone that no martial arts were used on the roof. But the Alliance member insisted that they would decide for themselves, while the teacher asked him to turn a blind eye to this misunderstanding. Duty comes before all else. The Phantom Assassin knows no mercy when it comes to upsetting the balance. Persuasion is useless. He who stands guard over the weak will not make a despicable deal. A brief refusal sounds like a verdict. The true trial begins and the guilty party will be punished. In a rage, Park Jong-nam loudly announces his connection to the student, trying to save the situation. Tension on the rooftop reaches its peak. Figures freeze in the face of imminent and brutal retribution. Shocked by the brazen lie, Yijin tries to protest, but a sharp blow silences him. The ghostly assassin grips his menacing weapon tighter. The cold steel is ready to mete out justice here and now. The Avenger's gaze is filled with contempt. He is struck by the very thought that a nobody could have a successor. The protest is nipped in the bud. Insults catch in his throat as the elder desperately lies to his enemy. A powerful hand digs into the heavenly demon's face. In those crimson eyes, only pure, unbridled rage is visible. Feverish excuses sound pitiful. The master attributes the fighter's audacity solely to inexperience. A desperate plea for mercy rings out. Park Jong-nam asks for just one chance, holding the struggling young man down by force. But the verdict has already been passed in silence. The ghostly assassin remains unyielding, preparing to grind the guilty into dust. Trying to justify his student, the teacher calls him nothing more than a tender sapling. He realizes what power the Alliance could unleash upon the youth for his audacious act. Fear grips the master's heart. He understands that the moment the boy comes to the authorities' attention, they will deem him dangerous and crush him before he has a chance to mature. The man's gaze is filled with despair. He turns to the Muram's shield, admitting his guilt and begging that a single mistake not be allowed to destroy the entire future of his young and foolish ward. The ghostly killer remains silent as ice. His piercing gaze sends shivers down one's spine. Park Jong-nam frantically tries to find some deeper meaning and fate in their chance encounter. Any talk of fate elicits only a contemptuous smirk from the Alliance member. He stands his ground, dismissing any excuses as mere pathetic superstitions and an attempt to evade the answer. Sweat rolls down the master's face. He sees that his arguments have had no effect. The tension in the air becomes unbearable, foreshadowing an inevitable and imminent execution. With a sharp movement, the ghostly assassin tucks his sword behind his back. The gesture looks threatening and final, and the teacher freezes, realizing that the verdict has already been passed in the silence. As the man in the suit turns and walks away, the master hastily bows, muttering words of thanks, though his voice trembles. The teacher holds the struggling young man back by force, preventing him from causing even greater trouble. Yet Miram's shield recalls the strange power he sensed here this morning. While the furious boy bites at his mentor's hands, the ghostly assassin analyzes the situation. He is certain that the source of that terrifying energy was this very wild and defiant youngster. The Alliance member casts a cold, warning glance. His words sound like a death sentence. He has no intention of giving a second chance to those who stand in his way. In a panic, Park Jong-nam realizes the gravity of the moment. He desperately tries to find the right words to appease the powerful warrior before him. Bowing low, the mentor mutters words of gratitude. His voice trembles, and he is ready for any humiliation just to avoid the inevitable bloody massacre. While the teacher is showering him with apologies, the ghostly assassin suddenly vanishes, leaving only dust in his wake. The speed of the demonic cult master is mind-boggling. With a death grip, the teacher clings to his student. He realizes that if the boy flinches now, instant death at the hands of the departed guest awaits them both. The defiant youngster won't back down, furiously sinking his teeth into the mentor's arm. He doesn't realize how close they've just come to the edge of the abyss. Overwhelmed by helplessness and shock, the master collapses onto the floorboards. His body goes limp, while his mind struggles to process the terrifying power they have just faced. Lying on his back, the mentor breathes heavily, gazing up at the sky, realizing that this wild bastard beside him possesses a power capable of changing the world. Now alone on the roof, they can finally catch their breath. The silence is oppressive, for both understand that this strange visit was only the beginning of a great storm. The tension reaches its peak, and the heavenly demon finally decides to ask the man the crucial question that has been troubling him. The mentor tries to reason with his student, explaining that the uncontrolled use of martial arts is forbidden in this world, while Gyojin listens in bewilderment. Enraged, the heir cannot understand why anyone should control his power, since in his former world, the demon cult knew no limits. Clutching his head, Park Jong-nam desperately tries to explain to the young man that times have changed and brute force no longer rules the world, but the youth stubbornly refuses to understand. Both men are at a loss. The young man finds this world strange, while the teacher's astonished by his foolishness, as he seems to be deliberately ignoring his words and using coarse language. Stung by the young man's insolence, the teacher struggles to contain his irritation that the youth addresses him informally as an equal rather than as a mentor. The conversation reaches an impasse. Gaejin falls backward onto the floor and in a rage shouts about injustice, for his own strength has once again been used against him. Breathing heavily, the mentor decides to end the pointless argument. He sighs wearily, gazing at the sky, and thinks that talking to this kid is a waste of time. Lying on his back, the student gazes at the endless blue sky. His eyes reflect the realization that this world is truly strange, and that he is here for a reason. The silence on the roof weighs heavily on both of them. This visit is only the beginning of the storm, and the tension is mounting. With his hands behind his head, the young man lies on the grass with a defiant smile. He realizes that if there are martial arts masters here, then the demon cult must exist as well. With difficulty, the heavenly demon tears himself away from the ground and jumps up abruptly. His body still remembers the heaviness of his past life, but this world forces him to move faster. Turning his head toward the teacher, the boy freezes, wanting to ask about the demon cult, but there is no one there anymore. The silence on the roof is broken by the creak of a door. Park Jong-nam, not wanting to argue any further, was about to leave. The teacher froze with a detached expression. From above, clinging to the edge of the roof, the student suddenly emerged, shouting furiously, trying to get the indifferent man's attention. Adjusting his collar, the teacher gently reminded the boy that he was free to skip class, but that he was a teacher, and his duty to the school was now far more important than any argument. Gyujin's gaze remained cold. He continued to hang upside down, seething with rage, while the teacher dryly advised him to return to class. The boy's rage reached its peak, his face contorted in a scream. He refused to listen to the idea that a regular lesson could be more important than this crazy situation. Sighing wearily and scratching the back of his head, the man understood that to a teenager this was a trifle, but his own priorities were different. Unwavering determination was evident in his eyes. For the heavenly demon, school was a boring routine. But in this world, even boring rules held a sacred meaning. Lazily waving goodbye, the teacher headed down the hallway, leaving the enraged student dangling on the edge. Duty called him back to the classroom. A cry of despair pierced the roof. The teenager, clinging to the edge with his last ounce of strength, stared at his teacher in horror, unable to believe that he could actually abandon him. The boy's fingers had turned white with tension. The metal railing was cold and slippery, and below lay only a terrifying void and the realization of his own powerlessness. Gritting his teeth in rage and fear, Gyujin tried to grasp the absurdity of the moment. His life hung by a thread, while his opponent remained frighteningly calm and cold. Kicking his legs helplessly, the air looked pitiful against the backdrop of the clear sky. The situation seemed like a ridiculous joke to him. The teacher merely sighed heavily. Neither threats nor pleas moved him. He had his own goals in this world, and his students' tantrums clearly weren't part of his plans for the day. Fatigue was evident on Park Jong-nam's face. In truth, he didn't understand what was happening either, and wanted to figure it out. Suddenly, a system window flashed before his eyes. The magic of this world made itself known once again, offering a new quest that was impossible to refuse. Shock and bewilderment were written all over the teenager's face. The system always appeared at the worst possible moment, turning an already crazy day into a real survival thrill ride. The view from the school roof was serene, contrasting with the drama unfolding below. The building held the secrets of an ancient cult, reborn within the body of an ordinary hooligan. The seemingly unassuming student harbors the power of an ancient lord. His resolute expression suggests that the great master's patience is running out. Those around him sense the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Ordinary bullies freeze in place, not even suspecting what dark power has awakened within him. Gyujin's gaze grows cold and piercing. The magic of the heavenly demon cult begins to pulse through his veins, ready to burst forth at any moment. The class whispered about the outcast's strange behavior. No one realizes that the weak boy before them is no longer the same, but a monster capable of crushing an army single-handedly. The heavenly demon was bored, looking at the school classroom. Now the life of an ordinary student seemed to him like a ridiculous game, devoid of true excitement and battles. All around him were gray faces and dreary noise, unbearable boredom. There was no turning back, and he accepted the challenge to survive and complete the task from the scroll. Looking at the pink scroll in Gyojin's eyes, which reflected the experience of centuries lived, there was no fear, only the cold calculation of a demon accustomed to the dangerous games of fate. The mission's magical interface hovers in the air. Progress is stuck at 30%. The system is unforgiving, and to move forward, the young man must complete the current trial. Sunlight floods the school classroom. The silence and coziness of this place feel alien, for the true nature of the air craves not peace, but blood and battle. The youngster has fallen asleep right at his desk, drooling. Who would have thought that behind this ridiculous mask of an ordinary sleepyhead lies a great monster? Waving a pointer, the teacher tries to wake up the insolent student who has missed an entire lesson. "Wake up, Park Jong-nam!" he shouts, slamming his hand on the desk. The crash echoes through the classroom, interrupting the boy's peaceful sleep. It's time for them to talk. Jerking his head up, the boy looks as foolish and bewildered as can be. He doesn't understand who dared to disturb him. A look of astonishment freezes on the teacher's face. He sees before him the same strange boy, though he knows that a powerful force is hidden within him. Muttering that he slept like a log and wiping his face, the boy accepts the rules of this reality, realizing that his life now is a path of fulfilling the scroll's tasks. Before the conversation, the boy looked clumsy, but his appearance is deceptive. It's surprising how skilled he is in every action, despite his looks. Looking concerned, Park Jong-nam's voice sounds serious as he tries to get through to the boy. The boy freezes, lost in his thoughts. The dream has somewhat sorted out his feelings, but a strange sense of alienation in this body still won't leave him. The heavenly demon's gaze grows sharp and cold. His mind clears and he begins to analyze the oddities of this world. Gyojin realizes a frightening reality. The magical laws of this place block his past. The moment he tries to say his name, the words literally melt into thin air. The cult leader's instructions come to mind. He was asked not to act rashly, for the power hidden within is too dangerous for mere mortals. Keeping his composure, the heir understands that the most important thing right now is not to reveal his identity or show the monster living inside him. Looming over the student, the teacher makes no attempt to hide his irritation. To him, sitting at the desk is the same troublesome student who is always with his head in the clouds and ignores what is said. A sharp shout makes the boy flinch. He hastily puts on the mask of the usual fool, trying to fit the image of a clumsy teenager. The next second, the young man falls to the floor, feigning unbearable pain. It's the perfect cover, allowing him to avoid unnecessary questions and buy a little time. Writhing on the floor and mumbling incoherent excuses, the heavenly demon insists his memory has been knocked out of commission. The teacher stands frozen in complete bewilderment. The sight of his student suddenly collapsing to the floor fills him only with shock and speechless confusion at the absurdity of the situation. Masterfully feigning suffering, the heir watches the reaction closely from behind his hands, continuing his performance. Sprawled on the floor in a ridiculous pose, Gyojin feigned a serious injury. Abruptly changing his posture, the student tries to get up, muttering incoherent excuses. Every gesture is steeped in insincerity, but it fits the fool's act perfectly. Nervously rubbing his hands, the young man tries to hide a sly smirk. His plan to fool this simpleton was working perfectly. The fish had already swallowed the bait. Freezing and feigning extreme shock, the boy's gaze expressed feigned confusion as he waited to see if the teacher would believe his ridiculous story about amnesia. Nodding vigorously, the teacher, completely absorbed in the student's act, had no idea that a calculating and dangerous mind lay hidden behind that mask. With the enthusiasm of a martial arts fan, the man began to discuss tropes from Manhwa. To him, everything that was happening had turned into an epic story of a hero's rise. Filled with a sense of duty, the mentor solemnly promised his help. He looked comically serious. Watching Park Jong-nam, the young man could barely contain his laughter. His inner monologue was full of sarcasm. This man turned out to be far more foolish than he had thought. With a naive look, Gyojin asked a ridiculous question about the cult. The teacher froze in complete bewilderment, unsure whether the boy was joking or had finally lost his mind from fear. Looking at the student with a gaze full of deep suspicion, a thought flashed through the teacher's mind that today's youth had completely lost their minds. The boy realized he had said too much. He cursed inwardly, realizing that his attempt to find out the truth about the world of martial arts had looked as foolish as possible. Slowly parting his lips, the man prepared to give a clear and serious answer. The tension in the air grew, and the young man held his breath in anticipation of an important revelation. Staring intently at his mentor's face, the boy tried to catch even a hint of a lie. His eyes glowed with interest as the man chose his words. The heavenly demon's gaze became extremely sharp and focused. He tried not to miss a single detail. A bead of sweat formed on the young man's forehead. He felt his heart race as the conversation touched on forbidden topics. The answer came sharply and unequivocally, like the strike of a sword. The world froze for a moment and lost its color when he heard the man's firm "no." The shock showed on the young man's face. He hadn't expected that the great organization of legends had long since been erased from history, and now his grand plans were in grave danger. To smooth over the awkwardness, the heir quickly came up with an excuse for his curiosity, hoping his mentor would believe this nonsense. The sharp sound of footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. Gyojin froze, feeling the tension rise. The door swung open and a smiling girl appeared in the doorway. She cheerfully called out to the young man, sincerely believing that he had been waiting for her on purpose after class. Stunned, the young man frantically sifted through fragments of memory. The girl's face seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't for the life of him remember where he'd seen her before. A sudden flash of insight pierced his mind. The image of the infirmary floated before his eyes and the puzzle finally fell into place. She politely bowed to the teacher who had approached her, observing all the rules of propriety. The girl hurried to introduce herself, trying to hide a slight hurt, and the teacher smiled stiffly in response, pretending that now he definitely remembered her name. The teacher's question about whether they were going home together caught Kim Min-jong off guard. She nodded happily, not noticing how the boy froze at such audacity. While the teacher was casually saying goodbye, Gyojin could barely hold back a cry of indignation. The situation was spiraling out of control, and his plans for the evening were crumbling right before his eyes. The mentor left, wishing the kids good luck, and the young man flew into a rage. The stranger unceremoniously grabbed his arm, leaving him no chance to escape this trap of fate. In desperation, the heir shouted, trying to stop the departing teacher. He couldn't let this farce continue, for a terrifying unknown lay ahead of him. Park Jong-nam waved his hand, leaving the students alone. The boy realized with horror that his mentor was leaving, abandoning him in a trap from which there was no easy escape. The sun was slowly sinking below the horizon, bathing the city in golden hues. This peaceful sunset stood in stark contrast to the storm raging within the boy's soul. The students made their way through the crowd, and the street noise seemed to Gojin like a background hum. The girl walked confidently by his side, as if their shared path had been predestined by fate itself. Trying to convince himself that everything around him was just a strange dream, a heavenly demon in a world without demonic cults. Such a wild situation simply couldn't happen in reality. Sighing heavily, the boy felt irritation boiling up inside him. His entire familiar order was crumbling, and his intrusive companion didn't even think to stop her chatter. The air froze, casting a suspicious glance at Kim Min-jong. Her every word raised new questions to which he had absolutely no reasonable or clear answers. Suddenly, the girl turned around, noticing his confusion. Her innocent question made Gyojin go cold, sensing that the next answer would finish him off completely. With a radiant smile, the beauty uttered words that sounded like thunder in a clear sky. Her confidence in their shared home left no room for objection. The world around the heir froze for a moment. He stared intently at her, trying to grasp the magnitude of the catastrophe. The word "ours" echoed in his head, leaving him in a daze. His patience snapped, and the heavenly demon let out a scream, unable to hold back any longer. Reality turned out to be far more terrifying, and this strange person was going to live with him. With a smile, the girl reminded him of their 3 years together. Her carefree tone sent a chill down his spine, for this reality seemed like utter madness to him. Forcing out an awkward laugh, Gyojin tried to hide his growing panic. He was baffled as to how this strange person could speak so confidently about his own home. Kim Min-jong cheerfully urges him to hurry home, looking forward to a delicious dinner from her father. For her, it's just another ordinary evening. But for the guy, it's the beginning of a real-life nightmare. Hearing about something tasty, he freezes for a moment. A strange gleam flashes in his eyes, and thoughts of food begin to battle his common sense. The anticipation of the meal makes him literally drool. His instincts take precedence over caution. Rubbing his empty stomach, he decides that he needs to fill his belly first and deal with this roommate, Gyojin, later. Food was more important than logic. With enthusiasm, the heavenly demon agrees to hurry home. It seems the plan to eat and think has been unanimously adopted, and he is ready to run toward the unknown. The guy takes a sharp step forward, complete determination evident in every movement, but suddenly something causes his soles to literally stick to the asphalt. Turning around in surprise, the beauty notices a strange change in her companion's behavior. She doesn't understand why Gyojin suddenly froze or what has alarmed him so much. A sudden burst of rage causes the air to grip the girl's hand tightly, catching her off guard. Suddenly, the heavenly demon lunges forward, dragging his companion along with him. The girl barely manages to keep up, bewildered. Pulling Kim Min-jong stubbornly deeper into the alley, she tries to protest, promising not to touch his food, and shouts that they've turned in completely the wrong direction. The guy's expression changes instantly. A frightening crimson glint flashes in his eyes, betraying the awakening of something primal and extremely dangerous. Gyojin freezes, his face contorted with rage. He senses a foreign presence and snaps a sharp question through clenched teeth, ready for an inevitable fight. The world around them is tinged with blood-red hues. The young man takes a defensive stance in front of his frightened companion, while the shadows around them begin to stir. Finding themselves at a dead end beneath an ominous red sky, the girl breathes heavily from running, and the air stares intently at the night city's skyline. Freezing and listening to his instincts, the young man's profile in the shadows appears cold and resolute. He realizes there is no turning back. Kim Min-jong looks anxiously at her changed friend. She doesn't recognize him and doesn't understand what invisible threat has made him freeze like this. Armed men silently watch the students from rooftops and wires. The trap has snapped shut, and the pursuers have already aimed their blades at the uninvited guests. One of the masked mercenaries double-checks the target with doubt. He scrutinizes Gyojin from above, preparing to give the order to begin the bloody massacre. The scoundrel is confident in his instincts. He confirms to his allies that he clearly heard a suspicious noise, indicating the presence of the target in a dark city alley. Smirking smugly, the pursuers realize that the guy has noticed he's being followed, but he's made a fatal mistake by turning into a dead-end alley with no way out. Glaring at the guy with contempt, the group's leader admits that the maneuver wasn't bad, but luck isn't on the side of the young man today, whom he calls a scoundrel. Suddenly, the mercenary loses sight of his target. Looking down at the sleeping girl, he is overcome with rage and bewilderment at where their main adversary could have vanished without a trace. Confused, the enemies survey the empty courtyard. They cannot believe that the young man left his defenseless companion alone and fled so shamefully in the heat of the chase. The order is given to comb every corner. The killers are certain the fugitive is still nearby and force their men to search the surroundings before the trail goes cold. One of the mercenaries whips around, sensing movement behind him. The thought of the enemy's easy escape gives way to alarm. Could the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed? Gojin's eyes flare with a demonic light. With a terrifying smile, he reveals his true power, preparing to unleash the cult's inhuman fury upon his pursuers. His gaze shifts, filling with an otherworldly radiance. An ancient power awakens deep within his pupils, leaving his enemies not a single chance for mercy. The air lunges forward sharply, and the very space around him warps under colossal pressure. The mercenaries barely have time to realize that they are no longer facing an ordinary fugitive. A furious flash tears through the night's darkness. The power of the demonic cult crashes down upon the pursuers, turning their confidence into a primal fear of death. Frozen in shock, the hunters, accustomed to sowing terror, suddenly realize that now they are merely helpless victims. With a mad grin against the backdrop of the blood moon, Gyojin issues his challenge. The one they tried to break has returned to drown this city in their own blood. Genuinely indignant that the boy has managed to forget the way to their own home, the schoolgirl scolds him, considering such forgetfulness the height of stupidity and absurdity. The girl persistently urges the young man to move faster. She looks back, expecting him to follow her, as they walk down the city's dark and gloomy alley. Walking ahead with a slight smile on her face, Kim Minjong, completely unaware of what is happening behind her, is watched intently by the student with a strange feeling. Watching the girl walk away and realizing that her behavior is becoming a problem for him, the heavenly demon realizes he must make a decision right at this moment. Yojin decides to act quickly and decisively. He raises his hand above the girl's neck, planning to knock her out temporarily with a precise blow so she won't interfere with the coming battle. Sighing heavily, the young man ponders how he will explain himself to her later. His face betrays his annoyance, and his hand remains frozen in the air after the blow he has just delivered. A sudden and powerful explosion shakes the space between the high-rise buildings. Thick clouds of dust and smoke instantly fill the narrow passageway, obscuring everything around them from view. After the devastating collapse of the walls, one of the masked opponents tries to regain his bearings amid the ruins. He looks badly battered and disoriented after the explosion. Seizing the moment, Gojin makes an incredible leap, using the wires to attack the enemy from above, who has only just noticed the threat and is trying to react. Enraged by the young man's audacity, the mercenary flies into a rage. With a loud scream and curses, he charges forward, trying to strike the enemy mid-leap. The fighter streaks past a bright banner. His movements are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye as he heads straight for his target. The bewildered masked opponent frantically looks around, unable to comprehend how his opponent could have vanished from sight without a trace in the blink of an eye. A sudden warning cry makes the enemy look up where, against the backdrop of a blood-red sky and a full moon, the young Gyo Jin raises his deadly fist. The mercenary barely has time to spot his enemy before the air is already poised to unleash his full power, using the momentum of his descent to deliver the decisive blow. The young man's eyes flare with a crimson light as he concentrates his inner energy into his fist, preparing to reduce his insolent opponent to dust. Without wasting a second, the heavenly demon charges head-on with a wild roar. Seeing that the air poses a greater threat than they did, the masked man prepares to attack. The mercenary tries to intercept the apprentice mid-air and halt his advance, attempting to stand his ground against him. Frozen in utter bewilderment, the scoundrel clearly did not expect the pursued target to suddenly decide to close the distance and display such audacity. The air shudders from the powerful surge as the demon makes an incredible leap, rapidly closing the distance and literally crashing down on his enemies from above. Stunned, genuine fear is evident in the mercenary's eyes as she faces the madman, who, single-handedly, has decided to attack a well-prepared squad. Landing spectacularly on the thin wires between the buildings and maintaining perfect balance, Gojin looks at his pursuers like a predator eyeing its prey. The young man defiantly issues a challenge, standing directly in the face of danger. His composure in such a situation terrifies the mercenaries more than any powerful weapon. A sinister smile twists the heavenly demon's face. He savors the moment, feeling the thirst for battle boil within him, and realizes his complete superiority over them. Realizing the scale of the threat, the girl suggests retreating immediately in a trembling voice. She understands that this guy is a monster they cannot handle right now. However, the beauty's partner is stunned by such a suggestion. He is still trying to comprehend how the situation could have so quickly spiraled out of their professional control. In a rage, the scoundrel yells at the girl, refusing to believe that some insolent youngster could force their elite squad to flee the battlefield in disgrace right in the middle of a mission. A sinister smile twists Gyo Jin's face. He savors the moment, feeling the thirst for battle boil within him, and realizes his complete superiority over them all. The masked man rudely cuts off his partner, dismissing her as a coward. He doesn't notice that behind him, in the silence of the alley, the shadow of a true terrifying monster has already loomed. The wounded fighter breathes heavily against the wall, clutching his sword. His partner in a panic begs him to run, but he only growls fiercely that he told her not to say a word. Anger has clouded his mind. Frightened, the girl turns around, peering into her companion's face. She senses that he is losing control. The man's gaze grows icy and piercing. Through the slits in his mask, only a thirst for vengeance is visible. He has no intention of backing down before the youngster. Rising abruptly, the mercenary ignores the pain and ostentatiously excuses himself, claiming he merely let his guard down for a moment. His movements are jerky, and the rage inside him is only boiling over. The enemy calls Gyojin a scoundrel and stares at him. A mad gleam flashes in his eyes. The shame of retreat is now more terrifying to him than death itself. The masked man's face turns crimson with rage. The veins on his forehead bulge as he shouts an order that brooks no argument. Everyone is to draw their weapons and assume a fighting stance. His partner freezes in shock at his madness. She sees him reveling in the moment, oblivious to the fact that behind him, in the shadows of the alley, the silhouette of a real monster has already emerged. The commander's words sound like an excuse. There is an awkwardness in them. Behind the mask, he hides his frustration, but his gaze tells a different story. He knows he screwed up. The masked man swears to himself. A blue flame flares in his eyes, and in that moment, a cold resolve is born. Gojin's words were a brazen challenge, and his posture a mockery. He stands beneath the crimson sky, his arm casually thrown behind his head, and looks at the enemy with a smirk. With his arm casually thrown back over his head, the heavenly demon stands beneath the crimson sky. His gaze is filled with icy calm, and his words ring out like a defiant challenge hurled directly in the face of death. Petrified in a moment of confusion, the masked assassin did not expect such audacity from a mere boy. In true fear flashed in his eyes for an instant. Realizing that he had heard from this youth a truth that even the leader had not revealed, the mercenary tries to hide his annoyance, but a quiet murmur within betrays his wounded ego. The young man continued to look at his opponent with undisguised contempt. His arrogance seemed boundless, and every feature of his face expressed nothing but mockery of the other's strength. Gripping the hilt of his sword tighter, rage boiled within the assassin, for his pride had been wounded too deeply, and the decision was made. This insolent tongue must be silenced forever. The blade flashes with azure light. In that moment, a cold resolve is born in the attacker's eyes, and he vows to end it all with a single precise and swift strike. Swords whistle through the air, hurtling toward their target. The assassins pour all their skill into this swing, hoping that steel will correct the mistake they had made earlier. Hidden in the shadows, the heavenly demon watched the proceedings mockingly, considering it all a bluff. Provoking his opponents, the heir's eyes flare with a menacing red light as he defiantly challenges them to a fight. The assassins, their faces hidden by masks, enraged by his audacity, decide to teach him a lesson. The attack begins. After the defiant challenge, the young man's face suddenly becomes serious and focused. He prepares for any turn of events. To Gyojin's horror, his own hand refuses to obey him, and he struggles to comprehend his sudden weakness. Looking around, the apprentice realizes with growing despair what a deadly trap he has fallen into. Ignoring the heavenly demon's words, the masked swordsman approaches with cold composure, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Realizing that his life hangs by a thread, the young man mentally appeals one last time to the demonic power within himself, begging for help. But the heir's desperate plea goes unanswered, and as he once again provokes the assassins, his eyes betray a maddening desperation. Without a moment's hesitation, the scoundrels rush forward, their situation foreshadowing a deadly attack for which they were certainly not prepared. Taking the first step, the masked mercenary's gaze is full of determination as he coldly begins to exert psychological pressure on his target. The pursuer's face contorts into a terrifying grimace. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he screams, making it clear that there will be no mercy in this battle. Turning around, the masked warrior responds to the young man's words with a scathing sneer. He is confident in his superiority and regards his opponent as nothing more than a nobody who knows only how to shout. The tension between the adversaries mounts. Gyojin tries to remain calm, but the man notices every little detail. Inner panic grips the young man. He realizes the enemy's sharpness and, in a rage, waits for his dark power to emerge, feeling the situation spiraling out of control. The assassin raises his blade to strike. The powerful fighter looms over the youth, ready to end his life with a single precise and swift downward strike. The deadly steel slices through the air mere millimeters from its target. The heavenly demon miraculously dodges the first lunge, realizing that the next attack could be his last. The enemy notices the young man's fatigue. His eyes redden with a thirst for blood as he observes his opponent's slowing reactions, preparing to deliver a decisive, crushing blow. At a signal from the gang leader, 3 assassins spring into action simultaneously, surrounding the young man and turning the space around him into a deadly trap. The leader of the attackers shouts a brutal order, They must not kill the target immediately, so they decide to push the apprentice to the brink of death before finishing the job. A battle erupted in the sky above the city. Surrounded by a crimson sky, the mercenary with the sword mercilessly attacked the young man, heedless of the consequences. As the dagger neared her throat, the girl's gaze was filled with confusion when she heard Gyojin's whisper. Ready to deliver the fatal blow, he was giving them a chance. The heavenly demon's heart blazed with crimson light, his veins bulged, and he unleashed a forbidden technique, filling his body with destructive power. The air's enormous, glowing red eyes froze, tracking the girl's every movement through the crimson mist. The crazed killer, deaf to the cries to stop, flew into a rage and attacked his enemy. Too late, with a mad smile on his face and red eyes, the demon's power was now ready to destroy everything in its path. Gyojin grabbed the fighter's arm with such force that the veins bulged with tension. Taken by surprise, the man screamed in pain. Against the backdrop of a huge moon in the crimson sky, the silhouettes of the two warriors clashed in a deadly battle above the city at night. The thug's face was covered in blood, and his eyes betrayed utter shock. He hadn't expected to face such a fierce resistance from the young man in battle. With a maniacal grin on his face, the demon inside the youth seemed to revel in the chaos that had caught his enemies off guard. And now he was ready to finish them off once and for all. In the crimson twilight, beneath an ominous moon, the young man effortlessly severed the thug's arm, causing him to roar in horror and pain. Clutching his trophy, the enemy's severed arm, the air scratched his head with it, mockingly remarking that scum only understand the language of blood. A scream of agony pierces the air as the bandit rolls across the blood-stained ground, cursing the young man with every groan. Mockingly holding out the severed limb to his enemy and offering it to him, Gyojin's voice is full of dark humor. A cry of rage bursts from the gang leader's lips as he swears revenge, his eyes burning with a thirst for blood. The heavenly demon freezes for a moment, pretending to listen to what the killer is shouting at him. Hiding nothing of his schadenfreude, the apprentice looks at the bandit leader with contempt, his eyes burning with a thirst for blood. Suddenly, the young man feels the power of the acupuncture points tearing him apart from within. He realizes that this is a temporary gift, and soon his own body will not be able to withstand such pressure. Glancing at his weakening arm, the young man realizes that time is running out. His life has been reduced to a matter of minutes, and he will barely make it to the end of this bloody battle. He has no choice, and he clenches his fist resolutely. This is his last chance, a gamble with everything on the line. He is ready to cross the line between life and death for the sake of a final blow. A sinister grin spreads across Gyojin's face. He has no intention of passing into the afterlife alone, and plans to take his enemies with him, making them his companions. With incredible speed, the heavenly demon lunges forward, leaving only dust in his wake. The thugs below don't even have time to react to this dangerous descent. The enemy is defeated and pinned to the ground, while the young man laughs maniacally, inviting the cult leader to go to hell with him. The mad gleam in his red eyes and his blood-stained smile terrify even seasoned killers. The young man has fully surrendered to the darkness, relishing the moment of his triumph and revenge. Suddenly, red-hot chains slice through the air with a roar, but the bloodied young man dodges the chain flying at him, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The leader, gasping for breath, clutches the chains convulsively. Terror is written in his gaze, and in his mind, the only question is whether everyone is still alive after this attack. Looking at the leader in fear, the girl begs him to retreat, for they cannot defeat this demon. The leader flies into a rage upon hearing the call to flee, but in the next instant, he himself finds himself in the crosshairs. A blood-red sky obscures his vision. The mercenary is overcome by a silent terror, and his scream betrays a primal fear of the enemy. Rage clouds Gyojin's eyes. Hellish flames burst forth, burning everything in their path. He no longer cares about the pathetic mercenaries. Now he himself is the creator of chaos. This building looks like a perfectly ordinary school. Its modest facade gives nothing away, but first impressions are deceiving. In the world of martial arts, this is a special, elite institution. Here, young talents from the most influential and prestigious families are trained. But amid the wealth and glory, there is a place for her too. She is the exception, a girl from an obscure lineage who ended up here despite her background. She was chosen for her exceptional abilities and awarded a scholarship. With timid hope, she entered this new world, closed to outsiders. At first, it seemed to her that this was a Murim school, where honor and respect reigned. But life within these walls turned out to be nothing like a fairy tale. The days of chivalry and nobility were a thing of the past. Now strength meant power and domination, and she felt this firsthand as she lay on the cold floor. The student had thought that strength meant martial arts, but no. True power here belonged to those with status and political influence. She was a nobody in this game. It took the beauty only half a day to realize her insignificance. The whole world, which had seemed so promising, shattered into pieces against the brutal reality of the hierarchy. To the others, she was just an outsider with no right to be there. On her desk, instead of a greeting, there was only spilled milk and filthy insults. To simply survive in this hostile atmosphere, the girl had to become invisible, follow the rules, endure, and be quieter than the grass, pretending to be dead. She learned to read their moods from the slightest gestures, to predict danger before it struck. Constant fear had made her intuition incredibly sharp. The beauty's gaze became sharp as a blade. The years of fear had not been in vain. They taught her to see danger even before it manifested. The endless days of humiliation and invisibility were finally behind her. The graduates' caps soared into the sky like birds escaping from a cage. Her classmates' smiles seemed like false masks to her. While they celebrated their acceptance into prestigious universities, she felt only coldness. That day seemed special, steeped in a premonition of inevitable change. Her old life crumbled like dry leaves in the wind. Turning to the girl, that voice shattered the silence of her memories. Her first meeting with the team leader changed everything. In his eyes, she was a tool. Yusin ended up in the Dark Division, a place where morality gives way to results. It was a group created for the dirtiest work imaginable. The system was relentless, a rigid squad hierarchy where everyone knew their place. She found herself at the very bottom in the 7th squad. Every step came at a cost to the girl. Lying on the cold floor after yet another ordeal, she thought of her school once more. Her fists clenched not out of idealism. Yusun knew the price of survival and remembered the taste of poverty all too well. She would never again allow anyone to be above her. The mask hid the beauty's face, leaving only a gaze filled with icy calm. She had chosen this dirty work because it paid a fortune. For someone like her, an ordinary girl with no special talents, this opportunity was a true gift from fate. Yusun's past was filled with humiliation and poverty. She remembered the days when she had to rummage through filthy trash cans, searching for anything of value. The girl's somber silhouette against the backdrop of bloodstains symbolized her willingness to take on any dirty role, just to break free from this cycle. The only light in her life was her younger brother and sister. Their carefree smiles and bright dreams became the young lady's main motivation. Working in Squad 7 seemed like nothing more than a series of assignments, but reality turned out to be far more brutal. Was the money worth risking her life? Yusun froze on her knees, staring at the bloodstained blade. Fear battled with determination, for she knew that retreating would mean a return to poverty. Suddenly he appeared, a true monster with a mad smile. His red eyes blazed with the fire of battle, and he reveled in the chaos, causing her to shudder at a power she had never known before. He was no mere fighter. The girl saw how his predatory gaze was fixed on his prey, and in that gaze there was not a shred of human compassion. With a single swing of his bloodied arm, the air sealed the fate of his enemies. The lady watched this scene from the depths of the alley, feeling the air grow heavy with the smell of iron. Paralyzed with horror, the beauty couldn't tear her gaze away from what was happening. Her eyes widened and her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Amid the silence that followed the screams, the young man's calm yet menacing voice rang out. He looked at her, the only one still trying to resist. The blood of his enemies on Gyojin's skin seemed like a natural adornment. He was in no hurry to finish off his victim. Instead, he decided to savor the moment of absolute power. The heavenly demon revealed the price of escape. If she chose life for herself and fled, he would not pursue her. However, the air added that all of the girl's comrades would be torn to pieces and executed. Then the young man moved on to the second option, which sounded like outright mockery. With icy calm, he suggested that she get up and kill him herself. Yusun fell into a state of complete numbness. Horror froze in her eyes, reflecting all the chaos reigning in her mind. She could not believe she was faced with such a monstrous choice. In her blood-stained clothes, Gyojin stood majestically against the crimson sky, resembling a true demon. His eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, and a triumphant smile was frozen on his face. Panic completely consumed Yusun. She sat among the bodies of her comrades, feeling the alley's chills seep to her bones, as if time had stopped. Trying to cling to a last shred of hope, to buy some time, the beauty feverishly mused that help might be somewhere nearby. But the young man instantly shattered her illusions. Coming almost right up to her, he advised her to stop racking her brains in vain. The situation wouldn't change, no matter who came to her aid. Frozen, paralyzed by primal terror, cold sweat broke out on Yusun's forehead, and her pupils narrowed at the realization that she was facing not just a human, but a true monster. In the girl's eyes filled with despair, only darkness is reflected. She frantically tries to grasp reality, for this creature is looking down on her right now. The tormentor's massive figure looms over her like an insurmountable wall. The beauty feels like a tiny, defenseless ant about to be crushed by this merciless force. Exhaling indifferently, the heavenly demon shows complete disregard for the life of the last member of the 7th squad. Gyojin turns away with an expression of deep disappointment. His face, splattered with the blood of his enemies, looks even more terrifying in the red light. The word entertainment echoes in the girl's head, triggering a new wave of panic. Her eyes plead for mercy. Death stares at her through a huge, blood-filled eye. In this reflection, Yusun sees her own end. In a last-ditch effort, screaming a plea to stop, the beauty clings to a straw, trying to bargain for even a single second of time. The lady desperately forces herself to think, but fear paralyzes her logic. Deep down, she still hopes for help from the squad, though every cell in her body already knows the bitter truth. Reaching out to her, the young man's gaze grows merciless once more. He allowed her only a moment to think, so he could savor her helplessness all the more keenly. Beneath the girl's mask lies more than just fear. Her gaze is fixed on the enemy looming over her, like death itself. 2 crimson demonic flames flare in the darkness, piercing Yusun through and through. The monster's gaze, filled with bloodlust and cold fury, paralyzes her will. Fear has completely overtaken the beauty. Time seems to stand still as she stares into the bottomless abyss of the demon's eyes, feeling with every fiber of her being how each passing moment brings the end closer. In desperation, the girl tries to stop the inevitable in the only way she knows, retreating and raising her hand with a cry that she is choosing the third option. For a moment, Gyojin freezes. His blood-stained face expresses genuine surprise, for he did not expect such pitiful resistance from one who considered herself strong. In desperation, Yusun searches for a way out. Defying all logic, her mind works at its limit, sifting through the crumbling options. The heavenly demon's words sound like a verdict. He calmly and indifferently analyzes her fear, seeing right through her. The young man looks down on her from the heights of his power, relishing the effect he has produced. His silence speaks of absolute certainty that there is no escape. Holding her breath, the beauty watches his every gesture, seeing in the darkness that terrifying demonic gaze that promises only pain and death. Deep down, Yusun realizes that her fate is sealed as she watches him prepare to attack, so she clings to a straw, trying to buy a second of time. Looking back, the beauty realizes that their biggest mistake was underestimating the enemy, for this young man turned out to be a deadly opponent. Recalling his sharp and unpredictable movements, full of animal instinct, the girl realizes that it was precisely this wild street fighter style that caught them off guard and left them no chance of success. Standing before the monster, she sees in his eyes the glimmers of true demonic power, realizing that this is not just a hooligan's antics, but something deep and dark. In search of salvation, the beauty remembers the monthly pills for boosting inner energy, realizing that this is her only and extremely risky chance. Yusun takes out the pills, hoping for a last chance to escape or win, but a sinister smirk spreads across the student's face, for he has immediately figured out her plan, and this desperate attempt only amuses him. As the heavenly demon effortlessly snatched the pills from the mercenary's hands and mockingly marveled at their number, the girl realized she was facing someone who could not be deceived. Looking down on the offering, the young man shifts his gaze to the lady, then mockingly lets out a sharp sound like a losing signal, which instantly shatters her hopes. Gazing at her with derision, Gyojin makes it clear that her plan was doomed from the start. declaring with deep contempt that a single glance is enough to see how worthless these low-grade pills are. The beauty froze, watching his every gesture, seeing through the darkness that eerie, unblinking gaze that promised nothing but doom. Seeing the monster swing and realizing this is the end, a flash of fear jolts her. "Wait!" Yusun screams, clutching at the air to gather her thoughts before the final blow. The mercenary's face was contorted with despair, her eyes shut tight, her voice trembling. She swore that through these pitiful pills, through the circulation of energy, by any means necessary, she would prevail. The guy stood there, a motionless shadow. His collar was drenched in blood, the brutal struggle etched into it. The girl's pleas shattered against the wall of his silence. The air grew thicker, heavier. Bowing even lower, Yusun begs humbly, her voice breaking with fear. She promises to do the impossible, to get anything, just so he would say at least one word. Standing before her young master with unwavering respect, the girl formally presented the box, her calm demeanor reflecting a deep loyalty and a steadfast commitment to support his cause until the very end. The beauty's eyes are filled with despair. She realizes the absurdity of her offer, understanding that these are merely empty and baseless words. Panic overwhelms the mind of the last one from the 7th squad, for if not for these pitiful low-grade pills, then all is lost. Turning away, unable to bear the tension, the lady sinks into despair. Thoughts mercilessly torment her, for how could someone like her ever have obtained such a priceless, precious thing? Yusun's legs trembled, fear paralyzed her will, preventing her from moving an inch. She realized she couldn't escape alone, leaving everything behind. The girl's hand slowly reached for the hilt of the sword lying on the ground. It was a gesture of desperation and a last attempt at resistance in the face of inevitable doom. A sudden flash of memory, a happy recollection of her sister and brother, contrasted sharply with her current situation, intensifying her horror in the realization of what she might lose. The beauty's hand tightened around the hilt. Gazing at the weapon lying there, she whispered that it was for her younger siblings, trying to find the strength within herself. Clutching her face, the girl muttered with conviction that today it all had to end exactly this way. The young woman's body shuddered with despair. Right here where it all began, she had to make a choice. Suddenly, the mercenary's gaze hardened. The time had come to show the bravery she had always dreamed of. With a piercing scream, Yusun cried out that she would die a heroine, ready to accept her fate. A furious shriek burst from the beauty's lips. She challenged the enemy, urging him to attack her, and ran away. But the heavenly demon assumed an innocent pose and cowered in fear like a teenager instead of attacking. Frozen in complete bewilderment, the mercenary had expected a brutal battle, but her opponent's strange behavior caused her to lose her guard for a moment. Eagerly devouring the bitter grass, Yojin tried to regain his strength, suddenly realizing he had made a foolish mistake, having forgotten something extremely important in the heat of a dangerous situation. The masked girl froze, struck by her opponent's strange behavior. In response, she heard only the mysterious number 3 from him. With a bloodied face and a maniacal grin, the young man confirms her suspicion. His terrifying appearance contrasts with his absurd posture, creating an atmosphere of utter madness. A rare flower glows purple in the heir's hands. Magical energy pulses as he berates himself for nearly losing this precious artifact. Suddenly, the apprentice takes his leave, offering strange parting words. The girl is in shock. She had prepared for a battle to the death, yet the enemy behaves like an ordinary passerby. The hunter's gaze is fixed on the young man. Her intuition tells her that this frightening man is not lying, and this realization makes her heart beat faster. Hoisting the sleeping girl onto his back, the sky demon cheerfully announces his departure and leaves the scene of the battle that never was just as suddenly and absurdly. The young man casually takes his trophy, reminding her of a promise he made earlier. His nonchalance at this moment seems completely out of place and frightening to the huntress. Frozen in utter confusion, Yusun's fighting spirit crumbles, for she had expected a bloody massacre, but was met with ordinary behavior. Showing not the slightest interest in his opponent, the young man turns and walks away, taking Kim Minjong with him. Stunned, the heroine decides to ask a question. Unable to believe that it would all end like this, she still cannot comprehend that the battle has been called off by mere chance. His brief reply confirms her fears. For him, this was not a significant event or a battle, merely a fleeting delay on his journey, unworthy of attention. But suddenly his tone turns icy. The warning about being followed sounds like a death sentence, instantly erasing the last traces of bewilderment and replacing them with fear. His final words pierce the silence, promising certain death at their next encounter. The girl's gaze is filled with horror. She realizes she has been standing on the edge of an abyss. Realizing the difference in power, the hunter bows deeply. Her fear gives way to sincere respect for the one she now calls master. Without looking back and grabbing her burden, Gyojin swiftly disappears into the alleys. The night city is plunged into deep blue, hiding the recent skirmish beneath a blanket of clouds. The sharp sound of footsteps shatters the silence. The young man pushes off confidently from the concrete, unwilling to waste a single second while the attention of random witnesses has not yet been drawn. With a bloodied shoulder and a heavy load on his back, the boy moves forward, his gaze cold, his mind already calculating a safe route away from the dangerous place. Hiding in the shadows and assessing the situation, despite his injury, the heir remains completely calm while his companion is still trying to comprehend the power. Squinting, Gyojin peers into the darkness of the alleys. The question of their next destination becomes crucial. A massive gate with a sign reading Tang Yun Feng comes into view. This place will mark a new chapter in their story. The anxious girl asks the sky demon to be quieter. The boy, visibly exhausted, briefly agrees, and they try not to draw attention to themselves. Noticing blood on his clothes, Kim Min-jong asks him anxiously, and the student answers, maintaining complete calm despite the situation. Peering around the corner, the young people freeze in the shadows. The girl is horrified by what she sees, while the wounded boy silently assesses the situation. Pushing Gyojin forward into the darkness, he asks the beauty not to pressure him, since he is already exhausted and trying to remain completely calm. Suddenly, a shadow appears on the horizon, watching the couple intently. The young man and his companion freeze in fear at the doorway. The girl screams in shock upon seeing the one who has been waiting for them inside the house all this time, her heart sinking into her heels. While her friend presses herself against the wall in panic, barely holding back a scream as she realizes their secret return has completely failed, the boy tries to keep his composure. His father's stern gaze pierces right through them. He coldly asks why they're late, giving them not a single chance to explain. Stuttering with fear, Kim Min-jong makes up a lie about detention and late study sessions. She desperately tries to hide the tremor in her voice, hoping her father will believe her ridiculous story. The man peers intently at his daughter's face, as if trying to detect the deception. His expression remains frighteningly stern. A forced, nervous smile appears on his daughter's face. She pretends with all her might that everything is fine, even though sweat is pouring down her face. Suddenly, anger gives way to kindness. The father jumps up and down with joy, boasting about the dinner he's prepared. He's delighted by the student's diligence and calls her to the table at once. With relief, the beauty plays along, hugging the old man and calling him the best. Now the storm has passed. The man cheerfully invites Gyojin to join the meal before the food gets cold. From the hallway come the sounds of forced laughter, masking the true horror of the situation. Standing aside and covering his blood-stained clothes, the heavenly demon is infuriated by this absurd comedy. For something far more dangerous and dark awaits them ahead. The heir's gaze, cold and piercing, notices the absurdity of what is happening, thinking that it all looks ridiculous. Traces of the recent battle are still visible on his clothes. The young man looks around, trying to figure out where he is, noting that the room looks like a bathhouse. Spotting the sink, the young man's thoughts become confused, and as he stares at the faucet, he wonders what it is, and irritation washes over him. A sudden rush of water makes the heir jump, further infuriating him. After turning off the water, the sky demon listens intently. The silence is broken only by the dripping of water from the faucet, heightening the tension. Suddenly, Gyojin's gaze falls on his reflection in the mirror. Upon seeing himself, he cries out in surprise, behaving rather comically. The young man studies himself intently, noticing unfamiliar features and a glint in his eyes. Surprise is written all over his face. The apprentice is confused, as if he doesn't recognize himself in the mirror, and the situation grows increasingly perplexing. Trying to make sense of what is happening, the heir stares at his reflection, his mind swarming with questions, the most important of which is whether this is really him. Continuing to scrutinize his face in the mirror, the heavenly demon concludes that he looks quite good. But this is only the beginning. Looking at the world through new eyes, the young man's gaze is filled with coldness and a foreign resolve, while an inner voice insists that his former self has been completely erased from this world. In the reflection, he sees not the boy whose body he inhabits, but Guchon. The shadow of the past falls across his face, making him doubt reality. The patter of raindrops on the tiles breaks the silence. The sky demon loathes being in this place. He craves purification from the cloying sensation of another's presence. The blood on his clothes reminds him of the recent nightmare. Gyojin hurriedly pulls off his clothes, striving to wash away the traces of what happened as quickly as possible and regain control of his body. In the mirror, a thin, emaciated body, the heir twists his lips in horror, unable to accept his weakness. This image seems to him a mockery of his true essence. With disgust, the apprentice examines his ribs. How can a man be so fragile? In his understanding, strength is everything, and his current form evokes only rage and shame. Standing in the middle of the bathroom, the young man realizes that to regain his dignity, he needs rigorous training. His body must become steel, or else he will never feel like a man. The hot shower brings unexpected delight. The benefits of civilization seem like a miracle. Gyojin forgets his problems for a moment, enjoying the warmth. The heir recalls ancient times when water was heated in cauldrons. Now everything is different. Steam fills the room, and reality throws him a new surprise in the form of an uninvited guest. The girl's sudden scream snaps him out of his trance. The heavenly demon is overcome with rage and shock, and the moment of solitude is shattered. The enraged father bursts into the room shouting, demanding the boy get out, while the young man is caught off guard by this sudden and noisy intrusion into his peace. The homeowner freezes in horror before the student, mistaking him for an ordinary thief. The situation reaches a boiling point when she sees him half naked. The father's gaze grows cold and sharp. His eyes glow with a strange, frightening light. He is accustomed to the danger and great power of the past. Sounds of bustle and shouts drift in from outside. The city at night goes about its business, while within the walls of the small apartment, the fate of the clash between two utterly different worlds is being decided. As he sinks into deep meditation, powerful energy swirls around the heavenly demon, connecting him to the secrets of forgotten martial arts. The warrior's focused face expresses complete calm. He closes his eyes, trying to suppress the feelings raging within and restore the balance of power in this new world. A sharp flash of pain and anger causes him to leap to his feet. Gyojin does not understand the rules of the modern world and reacts furiously to any violation of his personal boundaries. The young man collapses exhausted onto the bed, trying to come to terms with reality. His body still remembers the battles of the past, but a soft mattress is a luxury that is hard to get used to. Sprawled on the bed, the heir examines his hands in the bright light of the lamp. This world seems too artificial to him, yet at the same time incredibly comfortable. At the same time, the student recalls a recent conversation with Park Jong-nam about the mysterious demon cult. A sense of foreboding won't leave him, for his teacher doesn't understand anything. Confused, the boy freezes, unable to believe his teacher's words. In this strange world, everything is different. There is no cult here. In this world, he is alone. Lying on the bed, Gyojin raises his hand to shield his eyes from the bright light. The red gleam in his eyes betrays his true nature as he tries to reconcile his power with this new body. A mysterious scroll flashes in the reflection of his pupil, reminding him that even in another world, an evil fate watches over him. A phantom scroll unfolds before his eyes. The final mission beckons with the promise of freedom, demanding he touch the seal that will decide the fate of his eternal journey. The contract's terms speak of a return home. The heir grimly warns unseen entities that betrayal will lead to ruin, for he will not forgive deceit. Flashes of magical energy pierce the night city. A torrent of power surges into the sky above the skyscrapers, signaling the beginning of great changes in this quiet metropolis. Members of the Alliance in formal suits swiftly cross the rooftops. Their movements are precise, their faces stern, as they sense the awakening of something truly dangerous. Confused, the girl looks around. The scale of what is happening goes beyond protocol, making her heart beat faster with a sense of foreboding. Lord Damro himself is summoning them, the agent exclaims enthusiastically. Something grand is coming, since the great leader has decided to personally intervene in the course of current events. For the sake of the General Assembly, defenders from all districts are leaving their posts. Anxiety is mounting, and if the shadows have begun to move, then the world will never be the same again. The young operative could not contain her jubilation. The news of the arrival of shadows from other districts made her heart flutter. At the same time, her partner, lost in deep thought, barely listened to the enthusiastic speeches. While the girl was speculating, he sensed that something far more serious lay behind this gathering. The senior agent's order cut short the chatter. Now was not the time for idle talk. They all needed to focus on the mission. The scale of the Lord's summons shocked the group, hinting at the imminence of an event of extraordinary importance. The connection makes itself known, filling the air with a sharp static crackle. The leader urges the squad to stay fully focused, for the Lord's voice can be heard on the other end. The voice of the legend cuts through the static. One of the women is overcome with fanatical excitement, her cries of joy contrasting with the general tension. On the other end, a man analyzes the technical glitches. He realizes that since the signal is stable, the interference must be caused by problems with the communicator. Lord Damro himself calmly checks the connection on his end. His imperturbable demeanor and slight embarrassment at the hiccup only underscore his immense power. The female operative completely loses her head with adoration, while her partner flies into a rage. He demands silence, fully aware of the danger of the situation. Continuing to exult, the girl fails to notice her colleague's anxiety. While she is floating on cloud 9, the other agents freeze, awaiting fateful orders. A mysterious voice over the communication system breaks the silence. It calms the operatives, saying that there is nothing spectacular, but reconnaissance is required. Holding her breath, the operative catches every word. The Lord tries to downplay the importance of the report, but the experienced agent sees that something monumental is hidden behind this facade. The city glows with lights at night, hiding its dirty secrets beneath the neon glow. Right here, in the very heart of Korea, a storm is brewing. A barely perceptible, triumphant smirk plays across the stranger's face. He listens intently to the report through his earpiece, realizing that everything is unfolding according to his cunning plan. Meanwhile, Gyojin was intently pondering everything that had happened, but he does not yet know that the phantom killers have discovered traces of forbidden demonic arts. A majestic building of glass and steel towers over the avenue. Here, decisions are made that determine the fates of millions of ordinary people. The leader of the 7th team, Jung-ho, was visible at the security checkpoint. This man was accustomed to responsibility. The numbers on the elevator display flicker, counting down the journey into the unknown. The metallic chime signaling arrival on the floor sounds like a signal to begin a dangerous and unpredictable game. An employee politely greets the executive heading to the 15th floor. The routine courtesy contrasts with the tension hanging in the air. The elevator comes to a halt at the right floor. The doors are about to open, letting him into the epicenter of events. A figure dressed in an impeccable business suit stood frozen before the massive doors, like a statue, waiting for them to swing open. The man adjusted his tie. The gesture was calm, yet it conveyed a hidden resolve. A heavy fist fell confidently onto the wooden surface of the door. A clear, rhythmic knock broke the silence, like a challenge thrown down to fate. Jung-ho's bows were deep and full of deference. He expressed his respect by following ancient traditions, though his eyes betrayed wariness and readiness for any turn of events. Seated, immersed in studying documents, his reading was interrupted by a question. The man looked up from the papers, waiting to hear what had brought the guest to him. Guilt and fear mingled on the face of the 7th squad leader. He was about to report a failure, to admit that the mission he had led had failed. The chief's glasses glinted in the light of the office lamps. "Go on," he said, and that brief command, spoken from his lips, made his subordinate flinch. The silence in the office became unbearable, oppressive. Each of them understood that this conversation would change everything, but no one dared to take the first step. Chun-ho's gaze was fixed on the bookshelves. He remained silent. He needed time to process the information, to find a way out of the impasse. As he reported to his boss about the man his team had encountered, he recalled his predatory smile. A fire burned in his eyes, and in his hands he clenched a power, ready to burst forth. Looking extremely tense, cold sweat trickles down the face of the 7th squad leader as he struggles to find the right words for the grim report. Clutching his fist tightly, the man suppresses a tremor. Only this gesture betrays his inner turmoil, filled with hidden rage and helplessness in the face of the approaching storm. The speaker's voice sounds hollow as he describes the fateful encounter with a demon, which turned into a veritable bloodbath for the 7th Squad during a routine sweep. The horrific consequences flash before the boss's eyes. Their fighters are out of commission for months, and man has lost an arm. The cost of the clash proved too high. Carefully studying the documents, the boss adjusts his glasses. His calmness is more frightening than a scream. He realizes that the squad is no longer capable of carrying out its missions. Frozen with fear, the subordinate catches the icy glare. He feels the atmosphere in the office thickening, foreshadowing serious trouble for the group's leadership. Sighing heavily, the boss rubs the bridge of his nose. He is irritated by the incompetence and strange behavior of his subordinate, who is acting extremely absurdly today. Puzzled, the man in glasses looks at the speaker. He demands an explanation as to why professionals made such mistakes in a situation that did not foreshadow trouble. The main complaint has been voiced. The team leader abandoned his people. Violations of the chain of command and the organization's charter are punished more severely than mission failure. The boss's gaze flashes through his glasses. The reminder of company rules sounds like a death sentence. There is nowhere to retreat now. The hour has come. Frozen in shock, the subordinate is unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Before him stood a man whose mere presence crushed his will and made his heart beat faster. A heavy silence hung in the luxurious office. The man coldly suggested covering up the incident, calling the tragedy a trifle that must not harm the firm's reputation. Swallowing a lump of fear, the head of the 7th Squad realized he was becoming an accomplice to a lie, but he saw no other way. Orders from top management were not up for discussion. The heavy folder containing the report thudded against the desk. The lie was already written on the paper. Chun-Ho looked at his boss with silent horror. The boss's cold calculation frightened him more than the disaster itself. The gaze through the lenses of his glasses turned icy. The group leader's voice sounded like a verdict, demanding that they forget about morality and bury the truth for the sake of maintaining the general peace. Standing with his back turned, the man clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The bitter realization of reality burned from within. This place had never known justice. Only cynicism reigned here. To the system, they were not people, but merely replaceable parts in a massive factory. A broken component is discarded without a second thought for its value or the life it had lived. The subordinate continued to stand motionless, lost in his thoughts, ignoring the growing irritation of his arrogant boss. The boss's patience snapped. With a sharp gesture, he pointed to the door, demanding that he leave immediately. Humbly bowing his head to demonstrate loyalty, Jong-ho was acutely aware of his place in the hierarchy, where personal opinion had long held no weight. A cold sweat broke out on the face of the 7th Squad leader. His inner tension grew as he tried to grasp the consequences of his actions. The boss spoke in a smooth, insinuating tone, but behind that calmness lay a deadly threat. Every word weighed on his psyche, forcing the man to freeze. The question of protocol violations sounded like a death sentence. The mistaken disposing of the body had become a fatal blunder that the boss had no intention of forgiving. Frozen in place, feeling the heavy, probing gaze upon him, Jong-ho understood that the slightest excuse would only hasten the inevitable end of his career, or his life. The Golden Formation was not merely a technique, but a sacred rule of the shadows. Violating this standard was considered an unforgivable crime. Special tools and talismans were required to create the barrier, but on that fateful occasion, the operative had neglected the protection, putting the entire group's secrecy at risk. Neglecting basic security measures seemed unthinkable for an experienced agent. The boss looked at him as if he were a faulty mechanism in need of replacement. Suddenly, the man in glasses shifted to an ironic tone, as if toying with his victim. This feigned kindness frightened the subordinate far more. That look revealed a complete lack of compassion for those who had made a mistake. Noticing the nervousness of the leader of the 7th Squad, the boss asked mockingly why he looked so alarmed. Ignoring his subordinate's discomfort, the man adjusted his tie and continued the interrogation, trying to find out what else had happened. The leader of the 7th Squad froze, feeling the icy stare upon him, trying to hide his mounting panic. Jung-ho's pupils narrowed with the creeping terror. He realized he was backed into a corner, and his incoherent mumbling only underscored his complete helplessness before the leader. The man in glasses rudely cuts off any attempts at justification. His cold indifference is more frightening than open rage or direct threats. Patting his victim condescendingly on the shoulder, The boss begins his psychological game, playing on his ambitions by reminding him of his prolonged service in the lowest ranks of the staff. Mercilessly, the boss strikes at the most vulnerable points, finances and family, sarcastically noting that it will be extremely difficult to pay for the children's education abroad in the future on his current salary. Mockingly emphasizing his superiority, the boss mentions that he has no children of his own. His cynicism creates a heavy atmosphere. The boss argues for the need for rapid career advancement. He suggests that only through complete submission can the leader of the seventh group rise up. Emphasizing the caste difference, the man reminds him that he comes from a prestigious family. To him, people without connections are merely tools, not deserving of a shred of compassion. With a sardonic smirk, the boss utters cruel words. His voice is laced with venom as he advises his subordinate not to take the bitter truth of life to heart. Suddenly, the man's gaze turns icy and commanding. He demands absolute silence from his opponent for the current quarter, crushing his will with his authority. The tension in the office reaches a peak. The team leader stands in the shadows, unable to object, the heavy silence underscoring the chasm between him and management. Stepping out onto the roof, Cheon-ho tries to take a breath of fresh air. The massive corporate building behind him feels like a cage. Nervously adjusting his tie, the man feels suffocated by the office environment. Clutching his pack of cigarettes, seeking in familiar rituals a way to quell his growing anxiety. There is one last cigarette left in the pack. This empty case symbolizes his inner emptiness after a difficult and humiliating conversation. His face is contorted with fatigue and deep sorrow. He realizes that he has become nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game, and this realization weighs on him more heavily than his work. Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror, and a red haze clouds his mind. The past bursts into reality, forcing his heart to beat in a frantic rhythm of fear. The leader of the seventh squad jumps to his feet in a dark alley, disoriented and frightened, not understanding how he ended up in this filthy place dressed in mercenary gear. Flashbacks of chains and night battles torment his mind. He clutches his temples frantically, trying to figure out what is real and what is just a nightmare. Amid the gray walls of the alley, a tragedy unfolds. The mercenary freezes in shock, watching as his comrade bends over a wounded comrade in an attempt to save his life. His gaze falls on the blood-soaked bandages. A quiet whisper escapes his lips as the realization of the severity of the wound pierces his mind with the icy chill of inevitable loss. The commander desperately calls out to Yusun, demanding an explanation. His hands tremble as he tries to keep life in Mahong's body, whose breathing grows weaker and weaker. Cries for help echo through the alleyway. The order to call for medics sounds like a last hope, but time slips inexorably through their fingers, staining everything crimson. Overcome with grief, the girl whispers her friend's name. She begs him not to give up, while darkness slowly takes the fighter, leaving only emptiness and the weight of the bulletproof vest on his chest. Anger and panic mingle in Jong-ho's shout. He cannot accept defeat and demands immediate action, not noticing how strangely one of his subordinates has frozen. The tension reaches its peak. While some fight for their lives, others try to grasp the scale of the disaster. In the silence, only heavy sighs and broken speech can be heard. A shocking proposal to keep quiet about Park Jong-nam's student forces the leader to turn around. Secrets from the past begin to surface. The commander stares intently at the mercenary's face, sensing something amiss. The atmosphere grows tense, and old secrets threaten to shatter what little composure remains. Recalling the moment he recruited this girl, the leader realizes her exceptional nature. But now this knowledge only intensifies the chaos reigning in his terror-stricken mind. Unable to hold back her tears, Yusun realized the scale of the tragedy. Her intuition was the team's only chance of survival in this nightmare. Gazing gloomily at his comrade, Jung-ho understands that it was her intuition that allowed them to survive this slaughter when the logic and experience of the senior officers suddenly failed them. Frozen in place, the man stares into the darkness with a heavy heart. The question of whether the others are still breathing hangs in the air, making him doubt every decision he has made. The girl confirms the bitter truth. There are survivors, but their condition is critical. Sobs break the silence as hope for a happy ending fades. Making a resolute decision, the commander orders the wounded to be sent immediately to a trusted healer. Now is not the time for questions, as the lives of his comrades hang in the balance. A cold night descends upon the city. Under the cover of darkness, the fighters try to come to terms with what has happened. while the moonlight silently illuminates the site of their recent failure. A wall of silence grows between the fighters. The leader tries to get Yu Xiong to speak, hoping to find answers. The weight of guilt presses down on the commander's shoulders. He blames himself for trusting false calculations and sending the team into the inferno. The man admits his incompetence. Underestimating the abilities of Park Jong-nam's apprentice proved to be a fatal mistake. The tension reaches its peak as Jong-ho looks at the girl, hoping for answers. Dejected, Yusun sits with her head bowed, in her gaze the emptiness and weight of her first losses. On the steps in the cold silence, a bitter greeting is heard. This gift is merely a feeble attempt to restore humanity to a place where now only fear and death reign. Time has passed. Now the leader of the 7th Squad smokes, hiding old scars behind the smoke. In his hands is a scrap of paper that preserves the memory of those times. The man looks at an old photo. His friends' faces have almost faded under the bright light, but the pain of the memories is still sharp. The past relentlessly pulls him back to that very point. The commander's gaze is full of weariness and cynicism. He knows the price of life in this world, but behind his harshness lies deep disappointment. The photographs fly away in the wind like shreds of hope. A philosophical phrase about the value of life seems like a mockery against the backdrop of the chaos into which their reality has turned. Lost in thought, Jong-ho touches his chin. Behind his outward calm lies a frantic search for justifications for his decisions. The pool of blood at his feet stands as a silent witness to the collapse. This is the end of the road, where every mistake has been paid for with another's life. A blood-soaked photograph, the result of his command. The happy faces from the past are now mere ghosts, a reminder of the fatal trust placed in false, deadly calculations. Gyojin lies motionless on the roof, gazing into the endless blue of the sky. At this moment, the world seems vast and peaceful, concealing the shadow of impending chaos. The heavenly demon's crimson eyes are filled with a strange gleam. It is not mere fatigue, but a premonition of change. He appears calm, but inside, determination is already brewing. The quest pop-up window glows with an ominous light. The 80% progress terrifies the air. Events are unfolding too rapidly. A sudden noise makes him jump. Someone has forcefully flung open the door to the roof, interrupting his dialogue with the system. The teacher calls out his name from below, showing his usual concern. He does not yet know that his student is no longer the same ordinary boy, and that their world stands on the brink of bloody madness. Jumping to his feet, Gyojin tries to hide his confusion. The ordinary argument will soon give way to cries of despair. Looking exhausted, Park Jong-nam grumbles at the boy for being late, suspecting he's gotten himself into trouble again, and keeps a close watch on him. With only an awkward laugh in response, bloody images of yesterday's battle flash before the heir's eyes, but he tries to appear like a carefree student. The tension mounts. The teacher senses that the boy is holding something back, while the boy hurries to change the subject before his secrets come to light at the worst possible moment. Suddenly, the young man changes his tone and begins to ask the teacher about strange things. His movements are abrupt, and his gaze becomes more serious and frighteningly aware. Gyojin asks about the existence of assassins in these parts. His eyes glow with a strange red fire, betraying the inner turmoil he so futilely tries to hide. Unaware of the gravity of the question, the teacher launches into an explanation, telling him about secret government agents whom the people call shadows. Putting the facts together, the young man realizes that the fighter he met yesterday was some kind of elite police officer. He sinks into his thoughts, analyzing this new power. Instead of fear, the boy displays a frightening curiosity, asking where to find new enemies. The teacher is shocked by such audacity and doesn't understand the reasons for his interest. Sensing something is amiss, Park Jong-nam has no idea that a real killer is already hot on the heels of the heavenly demon, ready to strike. The teacher is in a panic. He is frightened by his student's state and shouts, trying to find out if the boy was injured in the recent skirmish. While the mentor demands an explanation, the young man ignores the commotion. He stands frozen in deep thought, staring at the strange system window before his eyes. Carefully studying the pink interface, the heir's gaze is fixed on the progress bar, which has frozen at 80%, hinting at hidden growth. The heavenly demon's gaze grows tense. He is completely transfixed by the scroll, completely ignoring the teacher's presence. Images of yesterday's opponents flash through the boy's mind. He begins to realize that those fighters were merely the beginning of something much larger. Instead of fear, A sinister smile appears on Gyojin's face. He is overcome by a terrifying thrill and curiosity about the power hidden beyond the boundaries of the ordinary. Analyzing his abilities, he sinks into an internal monologue. The young man is certain that new enemies are already close, and he is ready to face them personally. Legends of the highest ranks of martial arts surface in his memory. He compares the facts, trying to calculate the level of those hunting him. The young man's thoughts are cut short by the realization of the stranger's presence. He understands that even masters of demonic arts cannot hide their chi from him. Leaping abruptly from his spot and pulling back the heavy cloth, Gyojin demonstrates incredible agility. His movements are full of audacity, which leaves the teacher speechless. Gazing mockingly at his pursuers, the boy relishes the battle. He does not yet know that the true killer has already raised his deadly blade above him. Looking down on the uninvited guest, the heavenly demon appears disappointed. The teacher runs after him in terror, unable to fathom his student's state of mind. Hovering over the abyss, the boy notices something strange beneath him. The pursuer's face contorts in shock. He clearly did not expect to be exposed so soon. A ridiculous stranger appears before the boy's eyes. This uninvited guest hides his appearance, unwittingly throwing the heir's plans into disarray. Freezing, Gyojin stares into his opponent's face. Only one thought pulses through his mind. These people are nothing like the assassins who were tracking him last night. Park Jong-nam freezes in a silent scream. The chaos of the situation completely throws the experienced mentor off balance. Meanwhile, a girl walks down the long corridor of the high-rise building, completely absorbed in her phone, unaware of the turmoil raging beyond these railings. The smartphone screen glows with missed calls. The beauty tries unsuccessfully to reach her leader, feeling a cold, clammy anxiety building inside her. The situation in the team is critical. Answer, she thinks as Yusun types a message with trembling fingers, her gaze full of sorrow. Footsteps echo through the empty floor. The girl takes out her key, intending to enter the apartment. For a second, the beauty freezes in front of the door, distracted by a message that has arrived on her phone. Her anxiety eases when Yusun sees the reply. A short message from the leader of the 7th Squad on her phone offers hope, while twilight deepens outside the window. A heavy sigh of relief escapes her lips. The young lady does not yet know that this moment of calm is merely the calm before the storm. The girl closes her eyes, rejoicing at the news, and takes a step toward the door. She believes the worst is behind her. A hand trembling with tension brings the key to the keyhole. An inner voice, like a warning, makes her freeze for a moment. A fleeting memory flashes through her mind. The man sitting on the steps looks tired. He asks her not to text him, but to call. Yusun forces a smile as she says goodbye to him. Terror grips the brunette's heart. Her pupils constrict, and cold sweat trickles down her face. The girl frantically presses the phone to her ear, trying to reach her loved ones. Every moment of waiting feels like an eternity, filled with a foreboding sense of dread. Throwing the door open, the beauty freezes on the threshold. A strange melody hangs in the air. Her gaze, full of undisguised despair, is fixed on the void. Her heart is pounding wildly. Shouting at the top of her lungs, Yusun calls out the children's names. In this cry lies all the pain and fear of a sister who is afraid of being too late and failing to protect those who are infinitely dear to her. Suddenly, joyful children's voices ring out from the depths of the room. A brother and sister run out to meet her. The children hug their older sister, delighted by her early return. She holds them close, trying to make sure they're all right, but fear still won't let go of her soul. The little girl cheerfully talks about a friend who came to visit with a bunch of sweets. The girl glances into the depths of the room, where a mysterious guest sits in the shadows. Hiding her growing panic, Yusun gently suggests that the children go get some ice cream. She needs to get them out of the house at any cost before irreparable harm occurs. The little ones run away, and the older sister watches them go with a long, heavy gaze. Now she is left alone with the one who hides his true nature behind the mask of a guest. With horror, the girl stares into the shadows. Her gaze is filled with panic and fear. Something sinister lurks where a certain friend is sitting, portending nothing good. Turning toward the kitchen, the beauty freezes. A man is sitting in the doorway, watching her intently. Yusun's gaze is filled with horror and panic. She stares into the shadows, trying to make out the sinister presence lurking there, and senses impending danger. A man sits in the kitchen doorway, hidden by the shadows. His sinister gaze is fixed directly on the girl, portending nothing good. Turning around, the 7th Squad member freezes. The stranger at the kitchen table is watching her intently, filling her with fear and anxiety. Instinctively, Yusun reaches for the scabbard of her sword. She realizes that danger is near and she must be ready for battle. An explosion shakes the room. The girl rushes toward the exit, trying to escape. A powerful gust of wind knocks her off her feet, forcing the beauty to defend herself. She barely manages to keep her balance as a mysterious force presses down on her from all sides. Gritting her teeth, the heroine lunges forward through the smoke. Her movements are sharp, and her gaze is full of determination. She feels that she is being hunted, and there is no time to waste. Panic grips her mind. Thoughts of the Dark Division give her no peace. Could they have tracked her down so quickly? Cold sweat beads on her forehead at the realization of her peril. The fear of exposure paralyzes her. The girl agonizingly recalls her lies and the leader's strange message. Every second of delay could cost her life. Giant hands emerge from the void, trapping her in a snare. It is the ancient spell of the golden chain, from which it is practically impossible to escape. The magical barrier flares with a bright light, blocking all paths of retreat. She finds herself at the center of a powerful formation, unaware of who created it. A blinding flash engulfs the space. The golden glow burns away the darkness, turning her surroundings into a trap. The power of the formation reaches its peak. In horror, Yusun realizes that there were neither talismans nor weapons nearby for such a ritual. The magic appeared out of nowhere, confirming that the enemy is incredibly powerful. The girl realizes with horror that she is trapped. The magical array, flaring with bright light, blocks all escape routes, and she has no weapon to defend herself. Turning back to search for the source of the spell, the beauty realizes she has nowhere to run now. A voice rings out from nowhere. Someone's eyes, radiating cold arrogance, pierce the blinding glow, foreshadowing an inevitable clash. The sound of footsteps on the slabs, shrouded in a magical mist, draws nearer. The invisible adversary seems to be relishing his victim's fear. Though the stranger claims he only wants to talk, this does nothing to reassure Yusun. The silhouette of the mysterious man emerges from the shadows. With feigned politeness, he informs her that he works for the 3rd Squad of the Dark Division. The stranger's eyes burn with an ominous crimson fire, and his skin is tinged with a violet aura. A smirk distorts his face, revealing fangs as sharp as razors. The girl is in shock. The commander of such an elite unit has come personally to deal with her. The scale of this danger exceeds all expectations. Twisting a sinister, curved blade between his fingers, the smirk never leaves the man's face. He begins his game, and every word sounds like a threat. No one can leave or enter, so Juho's icy gaze is as cold and relentless as the barrier itself, leaving no hope of escape. The commander of the 3rd Squad has come in person. The girl is completely frozen in shock. He wishes to discuss what happened the previous evening. According to the documents, the mercenary's younger brother lost his arm and his mind in the fall and was left crippled. Yusun's eyes widened in horror. The realization that man is a relative of the 3rd Squad's leader leaves her frozen in shock. A sharp swing of the blade breaks the silence. Blood spatters onto her clothes, confirming the seriousness of So Juho's intentions. Looking down from above, the new acquaintance clenches the bloodied knife. There is no turning back. In his cold gaze, there is not a shred of pity, only an unrelenting thirst for retribution. With blood on his cheek, the man reminds her that such events cannot be hidden from the Dark Division, and he craves the details of the incident. The girl's eyes are filled with tears of despair. She admits that time is running out, leaving her no hope of salvation. So Juho's gaze flares with crimson fire. He recalls that fateful day and wants to know every last detail, but suddenly their conversation is interrupted by unfamiliar voices. A mercenary with a knife looms over his trembling victim. The cold blade glints in his hand as he studies the fear in the eyes of the woman whose life is now entirely in his power. The sudden appearance of people in the corridor interrupted the exchange of information. The young man, with a maniacal grin, unceremoniously dragged the captive away, declaring that he had long sought his target. The killer's gaze remained icy as Yusun choked on her tears. She understood there would be no mercy. Pointing his finger point blank at the beauty, the heir ordered her to follow him. His red eyes glowed with triumph. He feared no one. The sun slowly sets over the residential district, painting the sky in blood-red hues. Assessing the situation, the sky demon ignores the captive's pleas to let him go. He has arrived at the right place, and now nothing will prevent his act of vengeance from being carried out. Suddenly, a magical trap closed in on the travelers, a golden chain with 8 locks. Space warped, preventing the group from passing. The captured agent froze in horror. With trembling lips, he asked about the trap, hoping he had misheard, fear completely paralyzing him from within. Gyojin merely narrowed his eyes shrewdly, gazing at the invisible boundaries of the barrier. With a slight smirk, he noted the mastery of the technique's execution. In a state of utter shock, the agent knew that even the greatest masters would be unable to detect the formation. His mind refused to accept such a bitter truth. Feverishly, the captive reasoned that even Lord Damro would not have been able to sense such a lock. He did not understand how an ordinary youngster could so easily unravel the mystery of their elite defense. The hostage's eyes widened as he realized the scale of what was happening. The situation spiraled out of control the moment the boy touched the barrier. Space began to crack at the seams under the pressure of the heavenly demon's monstrous power. It seemed reality itself could not withstand his will. The agent's face contorted in a mad scream. It was one thing to create a legendary barrier, and quite another to see someone about to destroy it with their bare hands right here. The golden barrier was covered with a web of deep cracks, blinding everyone around with a bright light. The boy's powerful blow was aimed right at the heart of the prison's magical structure. With admiration, the heir noted that those who hid behind a mask of purity, he knew their true, filthy insides and had no intention of showing even a shred of mercy. A furious snarl froze on the apprentice's face as he concentrated all his energy into his fist. The last line of defense crumbled, clearing the way. Dragging the captive down the stairs, the young man confidently urged him to keep moving, ignoring his panicked pleas to turn back. Though the agent insisted on returning, Gyojin remained unfazed by the shouts of "Close it!" and the panic behind him. The goal was already close, and he certainly had no intention of retreating. A stranger was visible in the hallway. The guy froze, sizing up the pitiful opponent. His eyes betrayed only cold calculation and a readiness to eliminate this obstacle. Terrified, the girl stared at the uninvited guest, unable to comprehend how he had managed to get past security. Her trembling voice betrayed her fear. With a smile, the young man grabs Yusun by the hand, ignoring the stranger. His politeness is deceptive, for behind his gentle invitation to leave lies a thirst for answers. The sky demon watches the girl with concern. She stops abruptly, clutching her leg, her face contorted with pain. Withering in pain, the beauty presses her hand against her leg. A deep wound appears on her pant leg where she's holding it. She shivers and tears roll down her face. But the young man doesn't understand her pain. He rudely orders her to stop whining, assuring her that the wound isn't fatal, and urges her to keep going. Suddenly, the idyll is interrupted by a man who grabs Yusun sharply by the arm, squeezing with all his might. He didn't want to let his victim go so easily. The pursuer, enraged, caught up with the fugitives. His voice trembled with anger as he demanded to know how they had managed to sneak into this heavily guarded area. Frozen in place, as if he hadn't noticed the stranger until that moment, Gyojin looked at him with contempt. Completely bewildered, the man was absolutely certain that there was no one in this sector, but reality turned out to be different. Puzzled, the villain stared at his fingers. A strange tingling sensation wouldn't leave him alone, while the pair tried to seize the moment and slip out of sight. Roughly dragging his companion along behind him, urging her to move faster, the guy didn't notice her suffering, focused only on getting out of this dead end as quickly as possible. A sharp sound cut through the silence, and so Juho suddenly realized that something had gone wrong, turning an ordinary chase into a real bloody drama. As the young man and the girl hurried away from their pursuer, he called after them that the man was behaving like a real boor, and the young man's thoughts froze in bewilderment. Suddenly, the heir casts a sidelong glance back. Behind him, he hears an insistent whisper, an indistinct muttering that begins to seriously irritate and anger him. The heavenly demon drags Yusun past the motionless hulk. The pursuer at the doorway stops them with an icy question, forcing the boy to turn around abruptly. As he explains the situation, the man's cold, threatening tone and predatory profile bode absolutely no good. He won't let them go that easily. The cold blade of a knife pressed against his throat makes the student freeze. The threat has become deadly, and any path to retreat is now completely cut off. The boy and the girl freeze as the pursuer, who has caught them, demands respect in an icy tone. The gaze of the young man with scarlet eyes pinned against the wall is full of cold calculation. He is ready to fend off the attack. In horror, the beauty watches what is happening, while her companion tries to grasp just how serious the threat hanging over them both is. Raising his hands in a defensive gesture, trying to remain calm, Gyojin pretends to be ready to yield, hiding his true plan behind a mask of submission. The pursuer merely smirks arrogantly. His cold, confident gaze leaves no doubt that he is in complete control of the situation. Taking a step forward, the villain's eyes narrow. Every word sounds like a verdict, robbing the young people of their last hope for a peaceful outcome. The man demands honest answers about what happened to his younger brother. The atmosphere grows tense, transforming an ordinary corridor into the scene of a future, brutal massacre. Freezing in place, the beauty feels an icy stare upon her. She realizes that any mistake or lie at this moment could be their last. Memories rush through Yusun's mind. She remembers everything, but she cannot betray the young man to his pursuer. His mad smile and thirst for revenge make him look like a monster. Her fists clench until they turn white so as not to say anything unnecessary. She admits only that the information was false and that they had been lured into a trap. Lowering her head, the beauty dared not raise her eyes to the leader of the third squad. The oppressive silence weighed heavily on her shoulders as she spoke words full of despair and guilt. A shiver ran through the girl's body, her hands instinctively clenched in front of her. Before her eyes stood that evening, the excitement, the cards, the mahjong. So Juho listens intently to the report. A heavy tension hangs in the air as the conversation turns to the 7th group's failure yesterday. Standing before him, unable to hide her fear, Yusun reports on the sudden attack that put the lives of all the unit's operatives at risk. At that moment, while the girl was reporting the information, the Sky Demon was clearly bored listening to it all. He didn't care about a thing. The attackers' identities remained a mystery, hidden behind masks. The unknown is what frightens the most, leaving behind only a trail of blood and the bitter taste of defeat. The beauty bowed her head guiltily, and so Juho unexpectedly asks her if she knows the main rule that all recruits should be taught. A sudden blow to the stomach catches her off guard. The mentor's brutal teaching method is etched into her memory forever, becoming a painful reminder of reality. Pain pierces her body, and a stern command rings in her ears. Always remain vigilant. A moment's weakness here is tantamount to death. Clutching a sharp blade tightly in his hands, the scoundrel says she must always be on guard. The cold gaze of the third squad leader pierces right through her. His voice sounds like a verdict, leaving no room for excuses. Blood spatters obscure her vision as the man reminds the beauty of her partner's betrayal. Reality crumbles, leaving only pain and emptiness. Unable to hold back a cry of despair, Yusun collapses. Her body shakes and scarlet blood floods the floor. Clutching the knife unwaveringly in his hand, cold power radiates from every movement of Sojun. He orders the wounded woman to control her breathing, which sounds like a mockery of her utter weakness. Tears roll down her cheeks, mixing with the blood on the floor. Fear paralyzes her mind, robbing her of the ability to flee. The girl sees only darkness in the scoundrel's eyes, devoid of any pity. The man's gaze was full of contempt for her weakness. Don't tremble so nervously. Every word stings worse than a whip. A stranger's terrified scream shatters the silence of the corridor. The killer freezes in anticipation, his question hanging in the air like a heavy burden. The attacker abruptly shifted his gaze to the witnesses, who stood bewildered, watching the violence unfold. But a sharp voice cut in, telling him he was looking at the wrong people. The unbearable pressure of the aura made her heart race. Who is it? The silent question froze in the attacker's eyes. The footsteps of the teacher who came to the girl's aid echoed hollowly down the hallway. The trap had snapped shut, and there was no turning back. In rage, So Juho couldn't fathom how anyone dared to intervene. He clenched his teeth, realizing his perfect plan was crumbling before his eyes. Chanam's best sword takes a step forward. Old vows he made to himself when he left the walls of his native martial arts school forever come to mind. The opponent is angry at himself for letting some upstart distract him and losing sight of the true threat. Once the teacher had firmly decided that the world of martial arts would have no place in his life anymore. But fate had other plans, forcing him to confront the world he despised once again. The Skywolf's gaze grows icy and focused. There is no fear in those eyes, only cold determination to protect those who are weaker. Showing complete contempt for the enemy, The teacher's calmness is far more terrifying than any open aggression or fighting stance. Suddenly realizing who stands before him, a deadly blade begins to spin in the assassin's hand as he recognizes the signature of that very master about whom legends were told. Recalling the formation of the golden chain, the scoundrel concluded that the teacher had done it and realized that before him stood one capable of shattering any formation to pieces. Casually, the master takes the weapon from the defeated girl. Now this is his fight, and he has no intention of showing mercy to those who dared to disturb the peace of the civilians. Looking at him with hope and terror, the victim realizes that the savior is not so simple, and his true power goes far beyond the bounds of ordinary human understanding. With a sharp movement, the master takes the blade. His gestures are full of their former grace, yet his thoughts are filled only with bitter irony at the fact that old fighting habits are impossible to forget. In despair, Yusun sheds tears, realizing who stands before her. The name of the former mightiest sword of Chanam echoes in her mind, instilling a sacred awe and terror. Gazing at his enemy with undisguised contempt, the teacher's gaze grows heavy, and his words of deserved punishment sound like a death sentence to those who seek a fight. The man's face contorts with rage. He no longer hides his true nature, preparing to unleash his full power upon his insolent opponent. The tension in the corridor reaches its peak. The master stands confidently with his drawn sword, while his opponent takes a fighting stance, unwilling to back down. The defeated girl collapses helplessly to the ground at her savior's feet. She is crushed not only physically, but also by the realization of the colossal difference in their abilities. The man casts a cold, appraising glance to the side and sighs heavily. The former sternness of a warrior shows through his features. Pressing his hand to his chest, the master feels his heart pounding wildly. The adrenaline from his awakened thirst for blood makes his body tremble. A bitter realization is evident in his eyes. Chunam's days as a master swordsman are long gone. He is now merely a Korean language teacher at a school, but fate has decided otherwise. Frightened, Gyojin calls out to his mentor, trying to bring him back to reality and find out what is happening. But the master, already focused on the coming battle, does not answer him. In a panic, the student points out his mentor's erratic breathing. The master stands frozen with his sword, his breathing heavy, betraying the storm raging within. The warrior's gaze is clouded by the past. He realizes that his former glory has faded, and his inner world is crumbling. The silhouette of the great master in the shadows of the gateway looks ominous. He towers over his heir, realizing that he is no longer the man he once was. However, the man believes there is no need to worry about him. His hand grips the blade tighter as he accepts his new fate. A cold smirk distorts the warrior's face. Darkness takes hold, and reason gives way to primal instinct. He is ready to snap, for the former shackles of morality no longer hold him back. Park Jong-nam's face, twisted into a sinister grin and illuminated by a mysterious energy, leaves no doubt about his cruel intentions. He has not yet forgotten what a sword is. With a lightning-fast, unpredictable movement, the swordsman catches his opponent off guard. Surprise and fear are evident on the face of the man, who tries to defend himself by raising his fists. A decisive swing of the blade creates a blinding arc, forcing the opponent to recoil from the danger. The enemy blocks the deadly blow, but his face expresses shock at the attacker's incredible strength. The battle flares up with renewed intensity as the sword clashes with the dagger, sending sparks flying and metal screeching all around. The glowing sword seems to move of its own accord, leaving trails of light and energy in its wake. A strange, cold gleam in Soju Ho's eyes suggests that this power is not entirely ordinary, but rather otherworldly. But the third squad leader's opponent has no intention of giving up, confident in his own strength and his ability to defeat this mighty foe. Park Jong-nam's speed continues to increase, becoming more terrifying and impossible to perceive with every passing moment. A massive cloud of thick dust and sparks engulfed the battlefield after a powerful collision. Onlookers froze in anticipation, unsure which of the two had survived the chaos. In horror, Yusun realizes the fighter's cunning plan. He had deliberately slowed his movements, creating a false illusion of weakness, only to deliver one decisive blow in the end. A swift lunge with the sword cuts through the air, confirming his status as the strongest warrior. His technique is flawless, and the blade's power makes the enemy tremble at the inevitability of his doom. The opponent in the formal suit can barely stay on his feet under the enemy's onslaught. The dust hasn't settled yet, but it's already clear that his defense has been breached. The situation spirals out of control, becoming critical. The original plan to simply subdue the teacher has failed. The tension reaches its peak as a sinister energy bursts from the shadows. He realizes that if he doesn't end this now, he will have no chance of survival. The onlookers watch the outcome of the battle in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Could this seemingly ordinary-looking guy really have defeated such a dangerous and powerful enemy? Suddenly, Gyojin realizes that things aren't so simple. His opponent's calmness frightens him, for behind that mask lies something far darker. A cluster of blue energy flares in the sky, signaling the start of a new attack. The scoundrel lunges forward sharply, trying to use the element of surprise. The blades clash with a clang, sending sparks flying. The fighters are locked in a furious clinch, and in that moment, time seems to stand still. So Juho's gaze is fixed, filled with determination and cold calculation. He waits for the perfect moment to strike. The scoundrel activates the Nightflower's deception technique. The glowing blade cuts through the air, leaving a ghostly trail in its wake. The teacher doesn't realize what has changed. In shock, Park Jong-nam freezes, realizing that his target has vanished right under his nose, turning the battlefield into a deadly trap. A series of lightning-fast lunges pierces the air. The atmosphere fills with crimson spatter as invisible blades find their mark, leaving no chance for defense. The deadly dance continues behind the teacher's back. Blood blurs his vision, and cold steel glides right past him, foreshadowing the inevitable end. Another lunge merges into a single blue line. A sharp pain pierces the teacher's body as the attacker, with icy calm, finishes his devastating combination. Against a backdrop of blood spatter, the young man remains completely indifferent. Witnesses to the fight freeze in horror, unable to comprehend the ease with which blood has been spilled. Screaming at the realization of the danger, the girl watches the fight intently, but the boy beside her merely squints skeptically, as if everything happening were just a boring game. Paying no attention to what is happening, the heavenly demon casually asks the beauty about the captain's whereabouts. Frozen in silent shock at her young man's audacity, his words sound like a challenge to fate itself, making her doubt who the real monster here actually is. Authoritatively interrupting Yusun's thoughts, the heir's cold gaze is fixed on her as he demands she forget the trivialities and reveal the captain's whereabouts. Hyojin leans closer. In the silence, only a single direct question about the target's whereabouts rings out, brooking no objections or foolish excuses. A flash of furious combat turns the scene crimson. The teacher chokes on a scream as the blade catches up to him, leaving behind only a spray of blood. Suddenly, the girl realizes the scale of the threat posed by the finest sword. She freezes, struck by a sudden realization. Without ceremony, the young man grabs the mercenary from the 7th squad by the cheek, forcing her to look at him. He is annoyed that she is once again distracted by the enemy, ignoring his question. The girl's inner monologue is filled with indignation and fear. She can't believe that this rude young man dares to treat his own master with such disrespect. The boy's supernatural intuition is frightening. He easily reads her secret malice, forcing the poor girl to make excuses and tremble under his piercing gaze. Asserting confidently that defeat is out of the question, the heavenly demon's voice rings firm, and he says that the master will never lose to a nobody standing in their way. Confused, Yusun tries to understand the origins of his absolute faith. In response, the young man begins to explain the ancient foundations of the supreme art of combat. There are 4 secrets to the art of the sword: weight, speed, dullness, and illusion. The fundamental principles of the world's greatest power. Dullness is the art of the slow sword. The young man explains that this technique allows one to completely dominate the space, controlling every moment of the battle. Weight symbolizes heaviness. It is the ability to imbue the blade with crushing weight, turning every swing into a fatal blow, capable of shattering any enemy's defense. Next, the embodiment of absolute speed, a swift and direct thrust that leaves the opponent no chance to even realize the moment of his inevitable demise. Confused, So Juho shifted his hips to dodge his master's strike, completely unaware of the treacherous trap. And finally, the art of illusion and feints. It deceives the target's perception, concealing the sword's true trajectory to instantly strike at the most vulnerable opening. Usually, mastery of even one of these principles is enough to be considered a formidable warrior, but true strength lies in understanding all the fundamentals at once. If the one called the best swordsman of Yeonam has not grasped even one of these pillars, then he does not deserve this title and cannot be considered a true warrior. The young man's eyes shine with confidence. He knows that the one they seek stands above these rules, his faith unshakable, for he sees the true essence of mastery. Urging the beauty to look only at him, the apprentice closes the distance. The girl freezes, struck by his commanding tone and the power emanating from every word. Yusin is confused, but her heart beats faster. Looking into his eyes, she begins to believe that if this man is by her side, victory over the nobodies is a foregone conclusion. In helpless rage, realizing her insignificant position as a low-ranking fighter, she clenched her fist, powerless to change the orders coming from above. The boy was looking for the captain, but the ordinary soldiers, unaware of the plans, could only wait humbly and carry out the will of their superiors. While the young people watched the fighters' confrontation, the girl admitted that the lower ranks were not supposed to know. But he, as the leader of the top team, possessed all the information. Falling into a rage, realizing that precious time had been lost, the heavenly demon scolded the beauty for her silence, while she justified her slowness. Pointing at the enemy, the heir realizes that this fighter's status grants access to the captain's secrets. The girl merely timidly confirms his guess, acknowledging the hierarchy of power. A predatory, sinister smile spreads across the young man's face. The puzzle has come together, and now he knows who to hunt to extract the truth and reach the top. Park Jong-nam breathes heavily, choking on his own blood. The wounds are too deep, and every breath comes with difficulty. With his last ounce of strength, the teacher stays on his feet. He has accomplished the impossible. He survived and escaped, but his body treacherously refuses to obey him. Cold-bloodedly, the attacker stares at the blade of his sword, savoring the moment. His sword dance has proven fatal, and he is surprised that his victim is still breathing. Watching his opponent's staggering figure, Soju-ho is confident of his victory. The assassin begins his fatal dance, leaving Cheon-nam's finest sword not a single chance of salvation. The wounded fighter cries out in pain but refuses to retreat. Even realizing his predicament, he furiously launches an attack, defending what remains of his pride. The master's face is contorted with a grimace of rage and pain. He realizes that losing to a brat would be an indelible disgrace for him, and he risks his last spark of life. Witnesses to the battle freeze in horror, losing sight of the celestial demon sitting beside them, as dust and chaos obscure the movements. With an incredible burst of speed, the heir interrupts the fight between the two combatants, accomplishing the impossible and turning the entire situation on its head. Stunned by the youngster's audacity, the teacher did not expect a third party to intervene in their fight. The mercenary couldn't fathom what had prompted this insolent boy to feel it necessary to intervene in his fight with the teacher. With a sly smile, Gyojin reminds him of the value of time. His movements are swift, and his eyes betray a thirst for immediate retribution against his enemy. Frozen in complete shock by the sudden turn of events in this skirmish, the teacher doesn't understand what has happened. With a sly smirk, the boy swings his fist, radiating energy. His movements are lightning fast, and he is ready to do anything to find out about the captain, even knocking the teacher out. Choking on his scream, Park Jong-nam realized his helplessness. Primal terror at the inevitable retribution froze in his eyes. A furious blow hurls him back like a rag doll. The space shudders from the force, and the air fills with the crackling of magical discharges. The dust settles, revealing the ruins and the defeated teacher. He is crushed both physically and mentally, no longer able to resist this power. A shining weapon materializes among the debris. The boy summons the artifact, whose rotation cuts through the very air, heralding the end of this battle. Witnesses to the battle stand frozen in silent shock. The mercenary and those around him cannot believe their eyes. The youth's power has surpassed even the wildest and most dangerous expectations. Confidently, the heavenly demon intercepts the blades, assuming a fighting stance. His entire demeanor radiates a cold determination to see this through to the very end. Casting an icy glance over his shoulder, one that makes the blood run cold, there is no pity in the heir's gaze, only calculation and a thirst for swift justice. A sly smirk plays on the young man's lips. He anticipates the moment when the enemy will break and poses a question that cannot be evaded. A mushroom cloud of fire blooms over the city, marking the triumph of power. Buildings tremble, and the sky is painted in the colors of rage and destruction. The tension reaches its peak. The student stands before his opponent, whose betrayal has become clear. Now is the time to answer for every word. A sinister smirk twists the young man's face as he mockingly asks why they came together, yet are not partners. Consumed by treachery, he craves to break his enemy's spirit. In a furious leap, So Ju-ho swings his knife to strike, while his opponent, flouting all norms, laughs carelessly in his face. Deftly intercepting the knife-wielding hand, Gyojin's smirk grows even more treacherous. He forces his opponent to realize that evading the blow will be impossible. Clenching his jaw in rage, the scoundrel raises his blade, preparing for the decisive clash. The enemy's eyes are narrowed in frenzied rage, his breath catches, and his gaze, full of fury and contempt, promises nothing good for his tormentor. Unexpectedly, the young man confesses to Yusun, who is trembling with weakness, that he felt better after all those pills she gave him in the alley. Suddenly, the girl remembers that she had indeed given him the entire box of pills back then. Frozen in utter shock, the mercenary from Squad 7 couldn't believe her eyes. The shock was etched on her face as she realized that something utterly extraordinary had happened. The girl's gaze fell on the empty container. She realized with horror that the mysterious stranger had indeed swallowed the entire contents in one go. Gripping the hilt of his sword confidently, the heavenly demon's strength returns, and he declares that these rare pills were barely enough for him to simply warm up. With a mad grin on his face, the heir enters the fray. His movements have become lightning fast, and every swing of his blade now carries devastating power. A powerful blow catches the opponent off guard. He cries out in sharp pain, unable to withstand the sudden surge of strength from the ordinary guy. Falling to his knees, the enemy is defeated and broken. The young man towers over him, assessing the result of his sudden victory with a cold gaze. With a mocking smile, the young man slings his sword over his shoulder. Now it is his turn to dictate the terms and extract the truth from those who attacked him. The defeated So Ju-ho coughs up blood, realizing that he is facing not just a man, not an ordinary student, but someone far more dangerous and insane. Gyojin's gaze flared with a crimson flame as he asked the fateful question about the Dark Division. In that look lay a death sentence for his attackers. Grabbing his enemy in a death grip, the young man forced him to double over in pain, demanding he reveal the leader's identity while the opponent's blood slowly dripped onto the cold floor tiles. Desperately trying to break free, the mercenary pleaded in panic to be released, but the grip was like a steel vice, leaving not the slightest chance of escape. The heavenly demon burst into sinister laughter, demonstrating his complete superiority over his pitiful victim. With a sharp movement, the heir knocked the enemy's knife away, leaving him defenseless. The young man's aura suddenly changed, becoming heavy and suffocating. So Ju-ho felt an icy chill bind his movements. Gyojin's voice sounded frighteningly calm as he admitted that his enemy's tone was getting on his nerves. A premonition of an inevitable and brutal outcome hung in the air. The witnesses froze in shock, watching the boy's terrifying transformation. Even they could not recognize in this monster the person they had seen just a few minutes ago. The frightened girl watched the events unfold with wide-open eyes filled with genuine horror. With a proud air and a sword slung over his shoulder, the young man declared that he would never bow down to scum. He had definitively seized the initiative, crushing his enemy's will with force. Yusun watched the scene unfold in horror. Her eyes wide with fear, she froze in place, afraid to move. The tension between the buildings was mounting. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the empty streets, foreshadowing an inevitable clash. The masked agents were confused. They couldn't understand where their leader had gone or why his weapon and uniform were still there. They decided to act. One of the mercenaries from the third squad gave the order to call for reinforcements, realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control. The agent's eyes filled with anger and determination. He realized there was nowhere to retreat and that he would have to fight for his life. Battered, So Ju-ho watched the student closely. His former confidence had evaporated, and he realized something was wrong. Preparing for battle, the young man stood in a defensive stance with his sword in hand, ready for any attack. Gyojin was wounded, but the blood on his hands only fueled his rage, and he had no intention of giving up. With a knife stained with blood, the mercenary also continued to fight. He knew that every second counted. The heavenly demon's fury was unstoppable. He fought with incredible strength, crushing everything in his path, but the scoundrel still considered him nothing more than a novice. Enveloped in a mystical glow, Sojuho realizes the true essence of the blade. In that moment, boundaries dissolve, and now he and his trusty steel are one indivisible whole. Reaching the pinnacle of concentration, the young man awakens the technique of unity between mind and sword. The air around him vibrates with colossal inner power. With a defiant smirk on his face, the young man challenges his opponent. He is eager to test whether the enemy has truly reached his peak or if his strength is merely empty words. Falling into a battle trance, the mercenary demonstrates absolute fusion with his weapon. A dark aura of self-object envelops him, foreshadowing a brutal and bloody clash. Terrified, the witnesses to the battle freeze. Struck by the incredible pressure, they have never encountered such a thirst for blood or such a blinding battle aura. The heir's gaze grows cold and piercing. He is ready to deliver the decisive blow to determine once and for all which of them is worthy of the title of Master of the Spear. The tension reaches its peak. The opponent snarls in rage, realizing there is nowhere to retreat, and only a clash lies ahead. Launching into the attack with a mad cry, Sojuho promises the heavenly demon bitter regret. His movements are steeped in venom and a thirst for immediate retribution. He calmly accepts the challenge, for everything is going exactly as the apprentice had foreseen. Changing his stance, the young man prepares to lunge. His eyes blaze with crimson fire, and every movement is filled with crushing energy, ready to burst forth. A mad smile distorts the young man's face. He is possessed by a thirst for blood and anticipates a brutal reckoning with his enemy. The opponent arrogantly dictates the terms, promising to answer questions only in the event of his own death. He is absolutely certain of his superiority and victory. Enraged by the enemy's absurd conditions, Gyojin is outraged by the delay in the fight and demands immediate answers, losing his patience. Coldly, the scoundrel states that the young man does not grasp the full gravity of the situation. He delivers a death sentence, promising that the youth will certainly perish today. The fighter's hand grips the hilt of his blade tighter. The tension reaches its peak as the metal prepares to pierce flesh, and his will transforms into a deadly weapon. Leaping forward, the scoundrel closes the distance in a swift lunge. The air around them trembles with power, foreshadowing the imminent clash of two forces. Steel meets steel in a furious clinch, sparks flying in all directions as the enemies search for a weak spot in each other's defense in this dangerous dance. Under the intense pressure, the blades begin to creak. The opponent grimaces, trying to crush the young man's will with brute force and the weight of his weapon. The fighters separate after the clash, preparing for a new round of battle. Dust and energy fill the space as each waits for the moment to strike. Charging forward again, the enemy swings for a decisive attack. His movements are swift, and his gaze is clouded by a thirst to end this fight as quickly as possible. In mid-leap, the heir brings his sword down from above, but the opponent reacts instantly, delivering a powerful counterattack from below. The heir shakes from the collision. Watching every move intently, Sojuho's eyes are filled with determination and cold calculation. The blades clash in a frenzied rhythm, striking sparks. The young man barely manages to block the rapid attacks, feeling the pace of this dangerous battle intensify. With a mad grin on his face, he lunges forward sharply. Gyojin is ready to risk everything for victory, ignoring the danger and trusting his instincts completely. As the opponent lunges sharply with a dagger, seeking to close the distance, the young man closely tracks the trajectory, preparing to counterattack at the very last moment. The exchange of blows grows increasingly fierce. Every lunge carries immense power, forcing the fighters to give it their all. Deftly intercepting the dagger, the enemy prepares a feint. His movements are honed to perfection, and every step is aimed at breaking the young man's defense. He dodges the blow with an acrobatic leap. The Sky Demon barely misses the blade, but his opponent gives him no respite, continuing his aggressive assault. A powerful burst of energy illuminates the battlefield as their forces clash once more. Space warps under the strain, foreshadowing the battle's imminent climax. Pausing for a moment, the fighters breathe heavily and assess their wounds. The young man's gaze grows heavy as he prepares to unleash his full power in the next surge. With a trail of blood on his cheek, the heir grins menacingly. His eyes flare with crimson fire as he spots a breach in the scoundrel's defense. Enraged, the opponent concentrates magical energy around his hands. He announces the activation of the Nightflower's secret technique, seeking to crush his opponent's will. The tension reaches its peak. The opponent utters the fateful words, activating his battle form, the air around him vibrating with an excess of power. A powerful explosion occurs, and shards of something material fly in all directions. The light blinds the fighters, and the shock wave shakes everything. Confident in his superiority, So Juho lunges forward sharply, shouting of his inevitable victory, believing the boy has made a foolish and fatal mistake. Suddenly, the heavenly demon's blade snaps. His face contorts with shock and tension as debris continues to swirl around him. Through the haze of dust, the boy sees the approaching threat. His pupils constrict with fear and surprise as the enemy strikes. Pink flashes of energy slice through the air, suddenly altering the aura of the battle. Baring his teeth in a defiant snarl, Gyojin vows to show the enemy something special in response to his aggression, maneuvering through streams of magical flame. Darkness envelops the battlefield, swallowing the light. The villain realizes with horror the scale of the young man's power, which foretells the enemy's imminent demise. Violet flashes slice through the air, carrying the might of pure darkness. The energy seems ethereal, weightless, yet its strike promises to be fatal to the enemy. Crimson blood drips slowly onto the floor, marking the beginning of the end of this battle. In silent shock, the witnesses freeze, unable to comprehend the ferocity of the attack. Their eyes are filled with horror, for they have just witnessed something beyond comprehension. Breathing heavily, So Juho tries to comprehend how his perfect defense was breached. He realizes he has faced a force whose magnitude was impossible to measure. The villain's gaze is fixed on the broken blade. He put his whole soul into that single thrust, but the result was negligible. Standing unshakable, the young man barely touched by his opponent's attack. Only a thin trickle of blood on his face serves as a reminder that the enemy had tried to harm him. In a rage, the leader of the third team shouts insults, calling the youth's technique nothing but an empty show, trying to provoke him. A defiant grin plays on the heavenly demon's lips. He admits that he has been holding back all this time and points at his opponent. A sudden wound tears through the opponent's flesh right in the center of his chest. The shocked enemy cannot fathom when exactly his body was struck by the invisible blade. Falling to his knees, So Juho coughs up blood and frantically searches for answers, while the young man coldly advises him not to worry, for the outcome of this battle has long been decided. A system window pops up before the young man's eyes, indicating that Guchon's hidden power has been activated. A maniacal grin twists the heir's face. Splattered with blood, he pronounces a death sentence on the scoundrel, relishing the moment. The student's gaze grows icy and piercing. A thirst for blood flares in his eyes, foreshadowing a swift and brutal execution of the cornered enemy. Breathing heavily, the opponent realizes his powerlessness as the young man towers over him like an executioner, urging him to open his mouth before finally ending his life. The wounded, So Juho grits his teeth, trying to preserve what remains of his pride. He understands that he has fallen into a deadly trap, and his time is coming to an end. A sudden flash of light blinds the witnesses. The magical formation of golden chains begins to crumble, unable to withstand the pressure of the colossal energy bursting outward. Surrounded, the young man freezes under the threat of blades. But the enemy's numerical superiority no longer frightens him. He is merely waiting for the moment to counterattack. With contempt, Gyojin looks down on his attackers. He is not concerned with their steel, for he feels something far more dangerous and primal awakening within him. The young man is baffled as to how the enemy dares to play the victim. He sees right through the fake moans and realizes he is facing a dangerous manipulator. With his last ounce of strength, the scoundrel tries to put on a show, using his wounds as a cover. He calls himself the victim of a madman, hoping to deceive the guards who have rushed to the rescue. A bloody veil clouds the heavenly demon's gaze. He no longer feels pain, only wild primal rage. Frozen in silent shock, the onlookers see before them not just a wounded teenager, but an unpredictable beast whose thirst for revenge terrifies them. Peering closely at the student's face, Doyon remembered that they had met once before. The defender in the suit hesitates, looking at the moaning victim in the distance. Just as he suspected, along with the boy, he has discovered his mentor. The blade's steel freezes against the youth's chest. The swordsman demands an explanation, unaware that he is protecting a monster from the one person who dared to tear off his mask. The silence is shattered by a deafening scream, a verdict for all present, for the false victim, and for the blind defenders who stood in the way of true justice. One of the ghostly assassins speaks up, saying that the young men have broken the law of Murim by recklessly using martial arts. But the young man interrupts the man in the suit. He has heard this speech before and has no intention of listening to it all again, shocking the members of the Alliance. Confused, the two Murim shields do not know how to react to the heavenly demon's words. Suddenly, a loud shout breaks the silence. Anyone who has gone against the Alliance's rules will be arrested. The verdict is nothing but empty words. The head of the punitive squad doesn't realize that he is the main target, and the judge in the suit is merely his puppet. The pathetic defender believes his own lies, but his victim is a monster in sheep's clothing. The word alliance evokes nothing but revulsion. A true avenger will not go to trial. If he does not leave voluntarily, he will force his way out. The mask is torn off. Instead of fear in the victim's eyes, there is madness and a thirst for blood. The squad leader realizes his mistake, but it is already too late. In that very moment, the ghostly assassin realizes who stands before him. He had heard of the heir before. Confidently, Doyon urges the young man to look back. This time, everything is different. But he is not afraid of their threats and will not submit to their false accusations against him. Enraged by his defiance, the agents press a sword to the boy's throat, demanding obedience. 5 elite agents loyal to the Alliance surround the unarmed youth. Their swords are aimed at him, but he stands motionless, showing not a shred of fear. Panic reigned among the surrounding enemies. The power emanating from the young man was suffocating. They, professionals, felt like helpless children before a god. With icy composure, Doyon asks the fateful question. His gaze pierces right through them. The ruthless, ghostly assassins suppress any resistance. For them, the law is simple, and disobedience is punishable by death. Those around him are stunned by the realization of what is happening. The air in the corridor grows heavy, and the world they knew crumbles. The footsteps of fate grow louder. No one can escape retribution when the higher-ups get involved. His words sound like a verdict. With an icy smirk, he corners his victim, leaving no chance for justification, his gaze piercing right through, demanding acknowledgement of the obvious. Frozen in horror, the captain's name slips from Yusun's lips in a quiet whisper, while the realization of a fatal mistake paralyzes his body. There is no turning back. Damro's shadow looms over the young man. His final question sounds like a mockery, putting an end to this game. The Lord's appearance comes as a shock. Those present freeze in stupor, unable to believe their eyes. With only a mysterious smile, the man confirms his return from China. His calmness is more frightening than open rage. The Lord's gaze grows heavy. He calls what is happening a surprise, and an undisguised threat seeps through his words, instantly heating up the atmosphere. Damro mockingly praises the scale of the event. Those who considered themselves masters of the situation now look like pitiful pawns in the hands of a true master of intrigue and power. The order to follow him is given. The mention of Pak Shunam makes everyone flinch. The image of the legendary first sword comes to mind. The realization of who exactly lies before them only raises more questions. Confusion grows. The agents try to reconcile this man's appearance with the warrior's former greatness. Towering over the others, Damro, like a judge, radiates absolute confidence, and the silence around him only underscores the hopelessness of the situation for his enemies. The bloody gleam in the apprentice's eyes and the victim's frenzied snarl only confirm that the point of no return has been passed. The thirst for revenge and pain is driving out the last remnants of reason in this confrontation. A cold light illuminates the Lord's face. He savors the moment of his triumph, watching his opponent's hopes crumble. The gloomy student, suspected of murder, presents his terms to the detective. He is willing to cooperate, but for only 1 hour, not a minute more. The surprised, ghostly killer quickly nods, accepting the young man's strange conditions. It is critically important for him to learn the details of the case, even in such a short time. During the interrogation, the young man described in detail the fateful moment when the attack took place. Witnesses in a panic, a frightened girl and a trembling fat man, try to grasp the scale of the disaster. During the interrogation, the man cannot suppress his trembling. He sighs convulsively, recalling his encounter with the monster, and every word comes with difficulty. Perplexed, the investigator listens to the report. The information that an experienced criminal was so easily captured by the mysterious Gojin seems completely absurd to him. In a rage and terror, the witness insists he is telling the truth. He swears he barely survived and demands that his words be believed. The Alliance member is deeply perplexed. He finds it hard to accept that a grown, strong man was on the brink of death because of an ordinary student. Making a conscious effort, the detective brings his emotions under control. He realizes that to solve this case, he must listen to even the most unbelievable version of events. Realizing he won't get anything out of this suspect, the investigator decides to let him go. Silence hung in the interrogation room. The ghostly killer shifts his gaze to the young man, shocked by the mention of the Dark Division and unable to believe it. Staring intently at the face of the Alliance member, the heavenly demon is full of suspicion. He wants to know who dared to challenge him. Emotionally proving his innocence, Gyojin gesticulates wildly, insisting that he and his master were the main victims of the attack. The heir recounts his teacher's instructions in detail. He appears sincere as he recalls the prohibitions on using martial arts. The student breaks into a shout as he describes the moment of the attempt on his master's life. His outrage seems genuine, and the detective begins to doubt his conclusions. Analyzing the young man's behavior, the investigator notes that the story about the fainting spell matches the facts, and this makes him seriously reconsider. A frightening thought takes root in the detective's mind. Could someone really have tried to kill Park Jung-nam? He begins to view the situation from a different angle. Faking tears, Gyojin tries to look as pitiful and defenseless as possible. He complains about the attacker's brutality, playing the role of a fragile victim. The officer closely monitors the young man's breathing. The rhythm is calm and steady, which is a professional sign that the suspect is telling the truth. A heavy silence hangs in the interrogation room behind the glass. Only indistinct sounds can be heard as the detective gathers his strength to continue this strange dialogue. Muro ponders the connection between the crime and the Shadow Division, while Damro wonders if the mysterious demonic cult is behind it. After carefully examining the details of the case, the Lord, trying to find any clues, realizes that if the cult is involved, the trail must lead to something big. Through the glass of the interrogation room, the detective watches the suspect. The young man sits motionless, but a strange, almost palpable sense of tension hangs in the air. The boy's gaze suddenly fixes directly on the mirror. The detective shudders in shock. Could this seemingly ordinary kid really see him through the special glass? The agitated chief tries to maintain his composure, while the student turns away and looks in another direction. In the silence of the hallway, only heavy thoughts can be heard. At the same time, in another interrogation room, the very same teacher who was injured in the fight is talking to another ghostly killer. The officer in black sharply demands that he stop pretending. He is certain the man is only feigning weakness, and orders him to open his eyes and speak honestly. Slowly opening his eyelids, the suspect casts a brief, barely perceptible glance, assessing the situation. Suddenly, the teacher's expression changes, and he lets out a nervous laugh. He starts talking about mass surrenders, trying to throw the Alliance member off balance. Doyen watches the teacher's every expression intently. The atmosphere grows tense as the suspect prepares to play the victim card. Interrogating the man harshly, the investigator accuses him of seeking personal revenge against the Jeonnam sect. In turn, the man, feigning confusion, stalls for time, and the tension in the room rises. For a fleeting moment, the ghostly killer is transported back to his childhood, when he was a desperate boy watching his mentor walk away. Once he watched the man's back with tears in his eyes, but now his gaze pierces the investigator right through. He wants to know if the teacher wishes to return to the world of martial arts. Maintaining a cold silence, Park Jung-nam accepts the other man's hatred as a given. Old wounds and unspoken words make the moment heavy. With bitterness, the mentor recalls the lessons in Jung-nam, reason and composure, which are what he failed to teach the Alliance member. The teacher directly suggested to the detective that the sect had put him under surveillance through the Dark Division. He realized the gravity of the situation. Frowning, the ghostly assassin listens to the report. He promises that the student will track down the target, but the situation has spiraled out of control. The detained teacher was exhausted but not broken. He reminded them that the Shadow Envoys were part of the Alliance and demanded an investigation into collusion within the department. The atmosphere in the interrogation room had reached a boiling point. Doyen jumped to his feet, realizing that something was amiss in the building, and contacted the Lord via radio. The connection cuts out amid a screech of static. The detective clutches the radio frantically, shouting Damro's name and trying to find out what is happening outside the interrogation room. A calm voice comes through the static. The chief assures him that everything is under control and adds that the student they've taken in was part of the demon cult. Watching the fight through the glass, the Lord adds that the heir is in a rage and has taken Hoyan hostage. The agent's faces contort with shock. A sharp cry is drowned out by the static on the radio, and the realization of the scale of the disaster causes the detective to literally fly into a rage. Anger overwhelmed the investigator. He blames this scoundrel for everything. Clutching the radio, the man tries to regain control of a situation that has completely spiraled out of control. A cold stare and an attempt to suppress his emotions. He needs to assess the situation soberly before panic engulfs the department, but strange premonitions already give him no peace. The teacher's mind couldn't cope with the overload. A silent question froze in his eyes. As everything around him crumbled, he frantically tried to grasp how quickly it had all turned to ruin. Guchon was the strongest warrior of the demon cult. He was considered the true reincarnation of the heavenly demon, whose power knew no bounds and inspired only awe. The one who once single-handedly dominated Merim suddenly faced an unknown force. His spirit was torn from his familiar world and cast into the unknown. The once great master found himself trapped in the body of an ordinary teenager from the modern world. Now, instead of swords and magic, he is surrounded by a concrete jungle and unfamiliar rules. A mysterious scroll states that he must complete the final mission, and the reward will be a return to his original body at any moment he chooses. Now Guchon is forced to fight in a new reality, every move steeped in blood and determination. In a battle for survival in the city's narrow alleys, the heavenly demon uses all his instincts to overcome enemies who physically outmatch him. With an icy smile on his face, the young man gradually grows accustomed to this strange world. His demonic nature takes over, transforming the weak boy into a dangerous predator. Rage spills out as time runs short. Realizing that the 1-hour limit is nearly up, Gyojin demands to be released immediately. Chaos escalates as the heir subdues yet another opponent. They are already being watched, and the situation heats up, drawing the attention of those in power. The defeated rival, in a rage, demands to be released. He does not yet realize that he has encountered not a mere schoolboy, but a monster from ancient legends. The enraged young man firmly grabs Hoyan by the arm. His gaze is filled with fury, and his words sound like a stern ultimatum regarding honor and the word given by an official. Pinned to the ground, the agent desperately tries to resist, shouting threats, unwilling to admit defeat to someone he had considered just an ordinary child. Lying on his back, the Alliance member realizes with horror that his body is completely paralyzed and won't obey him. The teenager's leg mercilessly presses him against the cold floor. Bursting into the interrogation room, the teacher and the Lord are met with a shocking sight. The young man has easily subdued the experienced agent, holding him down on the floor. Stammering and begging Gyojin to resolve everything peacefully, the teacher is horrified by what is happening and hopes for a calm conversation. Issuing a defiant challenge, the heavenly demon harshly reminds them of the deadline, causing the detective and the teacher to shudder at the looming threat. The detective makes a stern demand of the young man. Either he releases the agent or he will take action. The tension in the interrogation room reaches a peak. Doyen's gaze turns icy and his voice sounds like a death sentence. He no longer intends to negotiate and presents the heir with a fait accompli. There will be no mercy this time. While Park Jong-nam frantically tries to smooth things over, the ghostly killer begins his terrifying countdown. The air in the room heats up to the breaking point, and on the count of 2, the young man's eyes flare with crimson fire. His rage bursts forth. The verdict has already been handed down, and the time for lengthy discussions is officially over. But the cold and unyielding leader stops his subordinate. He wants to resolve everything peacefully. Gyojin furiously pins the guard to the floor. The detectives watch in horror at their subordinate's brutality, realizing the situation has completely spiraled out of control. But the young man ignores attempts to stop the conflict. He calls the detective's actions barking like a dog behind the boss's back, provoking further aggression. Enraged by the heir's insults, Doyon has no intention of tolerating such insolence from a pathetic scoundrel and is ready to respond with immediate, brutal force. The heavenly demon's gaze flashes predatory, and in response to the challenge, the rage in his eyes flares into a crimson flame, promising a true merciless slaughter. Having completely lost his mind over the young man's behavior, Park Jong-nam is utterly bewildered. His gaze is vacant, and he has absolutely no idea where he is. A sharp, ringing clap breaks the tense silence, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Continuing to clap his hands, Damro asks for the fight to stop and promises to return the detainee home if the agent is released. But there is no trust. The apprentice furiously pins the phantom assassin to the floor, raising his fist to strike, shouting that every word he speaks is a brazen lie that cannot be believed. Gazing coldly at the attacker, the Lord demands that his partner be released immediately. His calmness seems menacing against the backdrop of the brawl. In a rage, the heir still pins the enemy to the floor. He raises his fist above his defeated opponent, but the chief grabs his arm, preventing him from landing the blow. Continuing the psychological pressure, the detective declares that aggression is merely a sign of fear. He is trying to manipulate his enemy's emotions to save his colleague. The young man bares his teeth, barely holding back a growl. Every word from the detective only stokes the fire of hatred within him and his desire to end this right here and now. The young man clenches his jaw. The tension has reached its peak. One wrong move, and the situation will turn into a bloody tragedy. Finally giving in and accepting his fate, Gyojin pulls his hand out of the Lord's firm grip. Turning to Doyeon, the leader seizes the initiative. His voice sounds confident, while in the background another agent stands frozen, awaiting orders. Immediately helping his friend to his feet, the Alliance member keeps his eyes fixed on the enemy. He recalls the Lord's words, and a new wave of cold distrust flares up in his soul. The rage in the cultist's eyes reaches its peak. He warns that the detective will have to answer personally for every lie spoken in this room. Maintaining a frightening calm, Damro assures him that he is dead serious about his promises, and his gentle smile only underscores his self-assurance. Surveying the ransacked room, the cult leader believes this chaos hinders constructive dialogue between the parties, but now suggests they discuss everything quickly. Attention shifts to Chanam's frightened right-hand man. The detective insists that he follow them as well, not giving the man a chance to simply disappear. The Lord greets the teacher warmly, noting how long it has been since they last saw each other. The teacher looks flustered and nervously smooths his hair under the Lord's intense gaze. The man laughs awkwardly, confirming that 10 years have passed since their last meeting. The atmosphere is thick with false nostalgia and hidden anxiety. Park Jong-nam and his old acquaintance exchange glances. One maintains a mask of friendliness, while the other tries to hide his growing fear and panic behind a smile. Abruptly cutting short their pleasantries, the heavenly demon demands in a rage that they save the nostalgia for later, unwilling to waste time on these useless conversations. The two detainees react coldly, feeling obvious hostility and unwilling to engage, while Damro tries to wrap up the interrogation as quickly as possible. As the situation in the interrogation room heats up, the surveillance camera in the corner captures the slightest changes in the scene, and its lens suddenly focuses on the table. With a confident smile, the man leans sharply toward the detainees, stating his true purpose directly and without preamble. Maintaining outward composure, the Lord demonstrated a complete understanding of the situation, as evidenced by his direct and firm gaze. In a completely different interrogation, in another room, a flustered agent sat questioning the girl, insistently demanding that she tell only the truth. The detective presents himself and his team as ghostly killers, guardians of order and discipline, all the while maintaining a cold and calm demeanor. Confidently, the Alliance member states that Lord Damro personally guarantees the safety of the detainees in exchange for their cooperation. Promising that they will handle everything quietly, the girl says that the detainee will face no problems if she cooperates. Smiling, the Lord confirms that the people Gyojin and the teacher encountered were members of the dark division of the Jeonnam sect. Recalling the incident of their encounter, the heavenly demon thinks that the sect, which claims purity, is actually even filthier, while the teacher completely fails to grasp the essence of the conversation. A cheerful Damro explains that the golden chain was originally intended to hold prisoners, but the dark division altered it to lock themselves and their objectives inside. This allows them to operate in an isolated space without interfering with the outside world. However, this modified formation has recently been disrupting order and discipline. The detective states that they haven't found a solution to this problem yet, and even the detainee probably won't be able to help. In desperation, the Lord wonders how the young man managed to break the formation in the first place, while Park Jong-nam urges his old acquaintance to hurry up. Angry that he hasn't been released yet, Gyojin realizes that the Lord wants to know how he managed to destroy the Golden Chain Formation. In the interrogation room, the detective and the young man have a tense conversation, touching on the topic of martial arts training and the impossibility of passing on innate talent. The heavenly demon's face twists into a malicious smirk, his eyes burning as he declares that this gift can only be obtained at birth. In response, Damro admits with disappointment that he didn't expect much from this interrogation from the start. The young man's face looks calm. He merely watches the proceedings in silence, waiting for the conversation to continue. Stunned by the heavenly demon's insight, the detective stares intently at the young man's face. Raising his hand mockingly, the heir derisively dismisses the pathetic excuses of the police who are unable to overcome the magical barrier. Continuing to rub salt in the wound, the young man openly laughs at the detective's weakness, asserting that their current power isn't even enough to simply open the entrance. His words grow harsher, and the young man is certain that if the police possessed power on the level of Muram, they would have crushed their enemies to dust long ago, rather than sitting here engaged in this pointless conversation. Suddenly, the Lord's expression changes, and his eyes flash with a frightening blue light. Casting aside his mask of calm, he asks the young man directly if he is ready to make a deal. A sinister smile plays on Gyojin's lips. He savors the moment of his triumph, seeing how the experienced investigator has finally set aside his pride and is asking for help. Skeptically, the heir spreads his arms, mocking the Lord's trite offer. He doesn't believe that freedom in exchange for work is a fair deal for him. Stepping in close, the young man boldly asserts his superiority. He is certain that the bars cannot hold him and that he is capable of escaping at any moment. Tension builds in the room. The young man literally dominates the space, causing those around him to tremble at his terrifying confidence and mad gaze. Peering into the student's eyes, Damro tries to find even a shred of reason. In a cold tone, he demands an immediate answer before the situation spirals completely out of control. The young man dictates his own rules and demands complete non-interference in his affairs. The witnesses realize with horror that this is not merely a request, but the beginning of a dangerous and unpredictable game. With burning eyes, the boy puts forth a second condition, a bloody reprisal against Doan. His face is contorted by a thirst for vengeance that leaves no room for mercy. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Everyone present realizes they have gone too far, and now the price of their mistake could be fatal. As he asks the final question, Gyojin stares straight into their souls. A system message reflects in his pupil, relentlessly counting down the seconds until a fateful decision is made. A magical contract flashes before his eyes, a quest to find the cult of demons. Time is running out. Either accept the mission or face instant and inevitable death. In desperation, Damro clutches his head. The seconds melt away before his eyes, forcing him to choose between his pride and his life in this mad, ever-changing world. Dictating his own rules, the heavenly demon rejects the terms. His resolve is unshakable, and his gaze is fixed on the goal as the timer begins its first merciless countdown. Gritting his teeth in a predatory grin, the young man realizes there is no time left, and the Lord promises to accept the terms if he does not touch any of the ghostly assassins. "Let's give it a try," sounds the fateful challenge. A flash of light marks the acceptance of a mission that will forever change the balance of power in this dangerous game. A deceptively peaceful sky stretches over the city. Skyscrapers of glass and concrete conceal conspiracies that are about to burst onto the sun-drenched streets. Meanwhile, the unit commander hurries to the epicenter of events. The elevator stops on the 20th floor, and the sound of his footsteps echoes through the deserted corridor. As he approaches the office, the assistant senses his boss's anger. In a rage, the boss hurls a heavy object at the man in glasses, accusing him of failure. Blood drips onto the pristine marble floor as the enraged boss rants that phantom assassins are hot on their trail. Bleeding profusely, the assistant hears that the boss has even stolen the clan's secret documents and created a new structure for the unit. In a fit of rage, the boss pounds his fist on the table with all his might, terrifying his subordinate. Maintaining his composure despite the pain, the assistant also reports to the boss that traces of the golden chain construction technique have been detected. But also, the entire situation with the phantom assassins and So Juho is currently being investigated by top-tier fighters from the Dark Squad. Demanding an answer from his subordinate, the boss asks in a raised voice how Detective Damro is in Korea and why he hasn't received a report on this yet. The humiliated assistant apologizes, but the boss is furious. He sees that his employees are completely failing to handle their tasks. The boss orders the immediate elimination of the person responsible for tailing the Lord, to which the assistant agrees to carry out the order. The voice from the chair sounded like an icy command. The boss warned the assistant that something big was brewing, so everything must be done quietly, and ordered everyone to be eliminated. Freezing in place, the man in glasses realizes the gravity of the situation and what must be done. The boss's face contorts into a merciless grimace, also warning them not to distinguish between enemy and ally on the mission, and to eliminate absolutely everyone. The bloodied subordinate merely adjusts his glasses and coldly replies that they will clean up all the mess. As always, a bloody purge is coming. Finally free, the guys walk down the street, breathing in the fresh air. Their minds were in a jumble after the police interrogation. It seemed that the heavenly demon didn't share this melancholy mood at all. With the most unflappable expression, he picked his nose, pondering his next move. Trying to stay calm, the teacher listened to the guy's optimistic exclamations that everything had ended well. But deep down, he knew their troubles had only just begun. Suddenly, the rescued girl caught up with them. She sincerely thanked the boys for their help, acknowledging that without their intervention, she and her loved ones would have been in serious trouble. Hearing her words of gratitude, the men froze. An awkward silence reigned for a moment, and they merely exchanged bewildered glances. Noticing the blood on the girl's clothes, Park Jong-nam cried out in alarm. He immediately rushed to find out how serious Yu Shong's injuries were. Pointing to the heiress explained that it was he who had helped her in the heat of the fight. This admission took the teacher by surprise, causing him to freeze in embarrassment. Gyojin's reaction to the teacher's disbelief was immediate. He exploded with indignation and shock, his cries of outrage echoing through the street. Replacing his anger with kindness, the man began playfully hugging the student, congratulating him on his success and urging him not to be modest. Watching this comical scene, the little companion smiled contentedly. He was enjoying the moment of calm, genuinely happy. High up on the wires against the backdrop of the fading sunset, a black bird sat motionless, its intense gaze fixed on the boys, as if it knew something. The raven's crimson eyes flashed ominously, mirroring the cold gaze of the man below. This silent standoff hinted that the boys were being secretly watched. Sitting alone on the roof, the Alliance agent tried to make sense of everything that had happened in the interrogation room, lost in deep thought. Having witnessed the unusual interrogation, the ghostly assassins froze in shock, unable to believe what they had heard from their leader. Meanwhile, in the room, Damro remained calm, insisting that the team must carry out the order until they dealt with the Dark Division. One of the agents couldn't take it anymore and tried to challenge the Lord's decision, expressing his doubts and dissatisfaction with the situation. Supporting his comrade, Doyen voiced his concerns about working alongside former detainees. But Damro, ignoring the objections, continued to insist on his position, assuring his subordinates that he would personally keep an eye on Gyojin. Shocking the team, the Lord emphasized that, as their leader, he was taking full responsibility despite his already packed schedule. A mysterious, barely perceptible smile lit up the chief's face as he reminded everyone present of their secret organization's primary mission. Extending his hand, Damro reminded them that they existed to uphold justice and balance. These words silenced all the agents. The man declared that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and there was no need for further words. His confidence left no room for further debate. The leader's eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson light as he coldly stated that they simply needed to find a way to open it. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Frozen in place, the agents were paralyzed by their master's sudden display of power. Their eyes betrayed fear and absolute submission to Damro's might. One by one, the subordinates acknowledged the leader's will. Even those who had doubted now merely obediently confirmed their understanding of the new, dangerous mission. Concluding the briefing, the Lord raised his hand to his face and mysteriously added that operations would be conducted strictly in pairs, assigning roles in the coming game. The Raven's gaze fixed on Chanam's former first sword, who was walking ahead. Doyan was to work with him. The bird also watched Yu Seon and another member of the 7th group, Hasyun, to whom Suyan would be assigned as an assistant. But Hoyun was the unluckiest of all. He was to work with the crazy boy, Park Cheon-nam's apprentice. A cold gleam flashed in the boy's eyes. He realized that this moment was perfect and that it was time to nip the problem in the bud. Twilight was already gathering over the city. The old tiled roof of the house stood still against the evening's blue sky, preserving silence and peace while everyday life unfolded below. Leaning impatiently against the wall, the girl in the blue hoodie couldn't take her eyes off her phone. She was clearly waiting for someone, constantly checking her messages in the dim light of the screen. A sudden sound of footsteps made the beauty start. She listened warily, peering into the darkness of the alley, from which came the steady rhythm of the guest's approach. Gaijin slowly emerged from the shadows. His calm, almost indifferent gaze and relaxed gait suggested that he had finally reached his destination. Kim Min-jong's face instantly lit up with joy. Forgetting the long wait, she broke into a broad smile and called out the boy's name in a clear voice, catching his attention. Her joy quickly turned to playful anger. The classmate pounced on the boy with questions, indignant at his tardiness and demanding an explanation for missing their dinner together. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, the heavenly demon struggled to find the right words. He tried to make excuses for the delay, feeling guilty toward his girlfriend for making her wait so long. As soon as the heir mentioned helping the teacher, the girl's anger gave way to understanding. She grabbed his hand and dragged him into the house. Joyful exclamations and invitations to the table drifted from inside the house. An atmosphere of warmth and coziness enveloped the yard, promising a peaceful evening surrounded by loved ones. A serious argument broke out behind the door. An older man was scolding the young man for his manners, while the latter merely made excuses, creating a lively and truly family-like commotion. The peaceful scene suddenly came to an abrupt end. A powerful flash of lightning split the sky, foreshadowing a storm that threatened to disrupt the established calm. Guards stood frozen at the ward door. An ominous silence reigned in the corridor of the elite clinic, while a nighttime downpour raged outside the window, foreshadowing imminent disaster. Amid the monotonous beeping of medical devices, the wounded man lay in an empty ward. The storm outside the window only underscored his utter loneliness and vulnerability. Heavy handcuffs bind the patient's wrists, securing him tightly to the metal bed. The path to escape is cut off, and time is rapidly running out. The man's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Consciousness returns to him at the worst possible moment, when death is already at the door. A masked killer suddenly emerged from the shadows. The cold blade of the sword touched the victim's throat, while words of a long and agonizing wait filled the air. The executioner gripped the sword's hilt tighter, raising it for the decisive blow. The order to eliminate him had come from above, and now the sentence must be carried out. Facing death, the captive remains ice cold. He asked the killer for one last favor, to deliver his message to those behind all this. Enraged, the mercenary shouts at the victim. He is certain that no words will change the outcome now, and he is furious at the enemy's reckless audacity. The killer's eyes flash with rage beneath his mask. He is struck by the recklessness of the dying man, who even in the final seconds of his life tries to play his dangerous game. The doomed man looks death straight in the eye. He firmly declares that his murder will not solve the problem, but will only tighten the knot of fateful events. The scoundrel's sharp gaze narrowed. Surprise mingled with fury when he realized that his victim was not afraid of death, and the words stuck in his throat. Rain continued to pour down furiously from the dark sky. Cold drops washed over the hospital walls, hiding behind them the traces of the tragedy that had unfolded in the ward. The ward was flooded with blinding light. A powerful surge of magic swept through the space, leaving behind only shattered equipment and a ringing silence. The young girl left the hospital, bathed in sunlight. Her face was pale, and her heart was in turmoil, for her brother's words had deeply wounded her. Doubts overwhelmed the mercenary from the 7th team. Her heavy gaze dropped downward, and her heart ached with fear for her friends, who were keeping such a dangerous secret. Suddenly, a man blocked her path on the crowded street. His dark silhouette loomed before Yusin like a shadow, causing her heart to skip a beat in surprise. Crying out, unable to believe her eyes, the girl looked at Chong-hun with anxiety and hope, frantically trying to understand if her brother had truly come to his senses. Gripping her friend's hands tightly, the beautiful girl checked to see if this was a dream. Words of concern tumbled from her lips as she searched his face for signs of his former kindness and warmth. For a moment, Yu-sung felt immense relief. A smile touched her face, and she decided to ask how he had managed to find her here, in this noisy place. But her joy quickly turned to fear. Jong-hoon was acting strangely, and her partner froze, feeling an icy chill run across her skin from his sudden movement. Her teammate's gaze became frightening and alien, and his eyes flashed with a crimson light. The atmosphere around them instantly thickened, turning into something ominous and heavy. Trying to hide her trembling, the girl changed the subject to a mutual acquaintance. Her voice sounded uncertain as she stared at that cold, inscrutable face. Yusin kept talking, hoping to reach him through casual questions. But the longer she looked at Jong-hoon, the stronger her inner fear grew. Interrupting the beautiful girl mid-sentence, her friend asked a chilling question. His hand rested on his chest, and his voice sounded as if he knew some terrible, dark truth about her. The man's final words sounded like a verdict. The girl froze in shock, realizing that the person standing before her was no longer the man she had loved and protected so dearly. Yusin's pupils narrowed in the face of the approaching horror. Her friend's single, short words struck her harder than a slap, causing her to gasp for breath under the weight of a heavy, suffocating foreboding of disaster. Jong-hoon continued to speak in a cold, monotonous voice, mentioning details he shouldn't have known. Every word pierced the beauty with an icy chill. Looming over his former teammate, the guy wanted to know what she had actually been up to all this time. After their failed operation, Yusin's face contorted into a terrifying grimace, and her voice broke into an angry demand for an answer. The world around her faded away, leaving her alone with this furious shadow. With a trembling voice, the girl tried to justify herself, babbling about the help of some phantom assassins, which only provoked her friend's anger. But Yusin didn't stop there. She also mentioned Park Jong-nam's apprentice, making the young man's blood boil and awakening a frenzied, dark thirst for revenge in his soul. A bitter smile escapes through his teeth. The leader's promises of help and protection seemed to him nothing more than a pathetic attempt to hide his true, treacherous motives. His fist clenched until his knuckles turned white. He had pushed thoughts of betrayal to the back of his mind until the very end, hoping that all of this was just a nightmare or a ridiculous twist of fate. The hospital building looks like a silent witness to the collapse. The terrible verdict echoes in his head that the leader of the 7th team, John Ho and Yu Xiong, have committed a vile betrayal. A heavy silence hangs in the hospital room. The young man cannot believe what he has heard, desperately clinging to the hope that this is merely someone's malicious misunderstanding. His gaze grows resolute and cold. Jong-hoon must look them in the eye himself to find answers and understand what drove his loyal comrades to do this. Whispering words of faith that grow ever fainter, his confidence in the loyalty of his loved ones melts away. For no one knows what demons are truly tormenting their souls. Anger distorts his features. The memory of how the team trusted one another and shared their burdens now burns in his heart more fiercely than any physical battle wound. A frightened woman's gaze follows her brother's every movement. She sees hope dying within him and realizes that the world as she knew it has collapsed, leaving only ashes and rage. Meanwhile, from above, a hidden lens watches them intently. Every gesture, every word the young people utter is now recorded by agents. From the roof, a ghostly killer watches the group of people below through binoculars. "It's chilling," she whispers, feeling an inexplicable anxiety. A man in camouflage pants and boots walking across the roof suddenly stops, noticing the agent at the edge, while she wonders who this man is, standing there with Yuseon for so long. Out of the corner of her eye, Suya notices that she is no longer alone on the roof. A group of people in black clothing with their faces covered, armed with bats and knives, are silently lining up behind her. Realizing she has been exposed, the Alliance agent tries to maintain her composure, with a smile full of nervous tension and a bead of sweat on her face. A heavy blade fell with a dull clang at Yuseon's feet. She froze, staring at the cold steel as fear paralyzed her body, robbing her of the ability to run or scream. Jong-hoon's icy command sounded like a death sentence. He demanded the impossible, stripping her of choice and hope. The man's gaze, blinded by rage, showed no compassion. Surrounded by a dark aura of vengeance, he held out the weapon, inviting his former comrade to end her own life. The luxurious interior and traditional style is striking in its details. Every line in the room underscores the high status and wealth of the owner of this ancient estate. The old master pours tea, reproaching the guest for his long absence. He believes that upon returning to the country, the first thing one should do is pay respects to the teacher. A thin stream of hot water fills the bowl, The guest humbly asks the old man to turn his anger into mercy, trying to maintain a calm atmosphere at this table. Apologizing to his mentor for a multitude of urgent matters, yet his relaxed posture suggests that the young man feels no guilt at all. A light sip of tea interrupts the conversation. Damro watches his former teacher's reaction closely. Understanding everything, the Lord chooses his words for the next more serious and important question. The man's gaze grows cold and piercing. He asks the master directly why there is still so much unnecessary foreign noise in this sacred place. The master freezes, admitting that at his age, memories of the past often cloud his clear vision. In a fit of nostalgia, the mentor recalls that when his protege left him to join the martial arts union, it hurt him deeply. The elderly master pauses, letting go of a hidden anxiety. He admits that with age, the memories of the past that once clouded his clear vision have faded. Recalling the day when his best student left his side, deciding to join the alliance, the old man now acknowledges Damro's mastery. The mentor's eyes soften as he looks at the mature man before him. He says he no longer feels bitterness, only sincere pride. A faint half-smile appears on the guest's face. He politely thanks the old man for his kind words, but his mind is preoccupied with something else. Standing frozen in anticipation, Damro lowered his eyes. The phone on the table in front of him was vibrating, but he was afraid to break the silence and pick it up. The younger man had to excuse himself to answer the call. The old man smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal, and asked him not to rush. The guest stepped outside, but the conversation didn't go well. He realized it wasn't urgent and wanted to wrap it up so as not to keep the teacher waiting. Left alone, the teacher sipped his fragrant tea with relish. He looked calm and content, seemingly untroubled by anything. The door to the hospital room is ajar, and there is no one inside, only medical equipment and curtains fluttering in the breeze from the window. Lord is informed of So Juho's disappearance. The two men look at each other, but there is neither understanding nor sympathy in their eyes. It seems they are bound by some shared secret or enmity. A slight smirk plays on the former teacher's face. He looks satisfied and confident in his abilities, knowing that no one can stop him. The opposing team delivers a powerful strike, but the boy in the blue uniform doesn't give up. He's ready to fight to the end to defend his honor. With all his might, Hoyan throws the ball and it flies whistling toward the opponent. This shot should decide the outcome of the game and bring them victory, but the air catches it. Unable to hold back a cry of rage, Gyojin sends the ball back at the opponent. He has no intention of giving up so easily. The player in the blue uniform makes a desperate leap to catch the ball. His face is contorted with tension, and every movement is imbued with the will to win. With a defiant smirk, the ghostly killer challenges his opponent. Mockery is written in his eyes, while his rival can only grit out curses through clenched teeth and fury. The crowd in the stands erupts with excitement. Spectators jump to their feet, unable to believe their eyes. Something truly insane is happening on the field. Folding his arms, Doyen struggles to grasp the absurdity of the situation. He can't believe what his friend is doing, as his confidence slowly melts away. Gathering all his strength, the attacker raises his hand for the final blow. A fiery trail trailing the ball heralds a devastating attack, ready to sweep everything away. The air is pierced by the magical glow of the ancient Eight Gates technique of the golden chain formation. A violet aura envelops the ball, activating a barrier. Stretching his arms forward, the heavenly demon tries to stop the flying projectile. Behind him, his partner waits in fear for the outcome of this clash. The air's gaze shifts. His eyes flare with crimson flame. At that moment, the true power hidden until now awakens within him. A massive burst of energy engulfs the hall. A bright dome of light illuminates the arena, enveloping the entire space in a pulsating violet glow. The spectators are shocked by the sudden change. The light fades, plunging the stadium into darkness, and the panicked crowd doesn't understand what has happened on the field. Unexpected darkness envelops the arena. The boy, bewildered, realizes that the enemy has deployed the legendary Golden Chain Array, cutting them off from the world they know. Anxiety brews among the spectators in the stands. Teenagers look around, complaining about the strange dimming of the lights, unaware that this is the beginning of an attack. Doyon and his partner jump to their feet, preparing for battle. They realize that enemy agents have launched an offensive using a secret technique. The tension mounts. The Alliance agent stares intently into the shadows, realizing they've been lured into a trap from which it's nearly impossible to escape alive. The crowd's attention is riveted on the basketball hoop. An unknown figure stands frozen atop it, sparking a storm of emotions and calls to film the scene. The ghostly assassin's face is contorted with alarm. He feels the enemy's powerful aura beginning to overwhelm everything around him. Shadows of the past emerge from the violet mist. A trio of dangerous mercenaries, armed to the teeth, grin in anticipation of a swift and bloody execution of their target. Panic grips the hall. The students discover in horror that their smartphones have instantly shut down, severing all connection to the outside world. Freezing in place, Dion feels the space around him begin to vibrate. The air grows heavy, and a violet haze envelops his legs, robbing him of his footing. Strength leaves the people. Spectators and staff collapse unconscious as the magical field drains their energy, preparing the ground for the enemy's final strike. A suffocating fog suddenly appeared in the hall, and it smelled like gas, the boy thought in panic. As people began to lose consciousness, it became clear that this was no ordinary sedative. Watching the events unfold with horror, Hoyan realized the treacherous plan. Those bastards had deliberately left them alive, he whispered, clenching his teeth. The young girl, fighting the wave of weakness, tried with her last ounce of strength to comprehend what was happening. Her consciousness grew hazy, and her legs refused to obey her. Rushing to his friend as she lost consciousness, Gyojin caught her and gazed anxiously at her pale face. The people's faces expressed utter despair. Life seemed to fade away as if in slow motion, and panic gave way to an oppressive silence. Outside, a teacher hurried into the hall, deeply concerned for all the students and their well-being. Out of the darkness, like a ghost, a mysterious old man appeared. His sly smile and violet aura did not bode well. Feeling the space around him begin to vibrate, the air grow heavy, and a violet haze envelop his legs, robbing him of his footing. Park Jong-nam froze. The elderly teacher, with a gentle smile, offers the guest tea. His gesture is hospitable, but his gaze reveals a hidden persistence that would not tolerate a quick refusal of the meal. Looking into the cup, where he sees his reflection, the guest feels awkwardness and inner conflict, realizing that the time has come to cut the meeting short and leave to attend to his business. The old man humbly accepts Damro's explanation of the urgent matter. He politely expresses regret over the brief meeting, maintaining a mask of goodwill and complete calm. As soon as the door closes behind the Lord, the former teacher's face changes. Excitement flashes in his eyes, and a sinister smirk betrays his true thoughts about the coming outcome of events. Freezing in place upon sensing a familiar energy, a bitter recognition resonates in his voice. Gojin had hoped until the very last moment that this man would not stand in his way again. A figure in dark clothing emerges from the thick fog. The stranger grips his blade, his movements lifeless, his face hidden in shadow. The mysterious warrior stands frozen, ready to carry out an order. He seems merely a shell, a faithful tool in the puppeteer's hands. The sinister teacher manipulates the threads of dark energy. His mad grin confirms that he has complete control over his captive's mind and body. A strange glow hangs over the battlefield. The sky is veiled in a violet haze, and the barrier of honeycombs erected by the puppeteer cuts off any path for the heroes. An elderly master stands at the center of the seal. His appearance is distorted by magic, and his presence here signals the beginning of a great and dangerous transformation. With horror, the teacher realizes the scale of the trap. He understands that the old man is the creator of the golden chain, and the situation becomes deadly. The possessed master grins in a sinister smile, uttering only one word. His mind is finally consumed by the technique, transforming the wise teacher into a fearsome weapon. With an ominous laugh, the old man recalls the past. He recounts how 10 years ago he was expelled from the Chanam sect, after which he became a dangerous mercenary. Maintaining an icy composure under the enemy's piercing gaze, the younger man firmly replies that he is not at all surprised by the encounter, for the traitor's nature remains unchanged. Mockingly, the scoundrel lists all his vices, drinking, gambling, and money, and derisively calls this way of life freedom. The old man's face contorts as he stares intently at the man. Through a magical glow, he notices that profound changes have taken place in his old acquaintance. With irony, the enemy asks about Park Jong-nam's new role as a mentor. He mockingly inquires what it's like to teach and whether he can handle such a burden. Pondering his answer, the teacher recalls his student, who furiously bursts into battle, his eyes burning with a violet flame. But the old man grumbles discontentedly. He finds it laughable that the young man is trying to teach anyone, since he couldn't even handle a single student. Smiling bitterly in response to the taunts, the young man reminds him that this is precisely why the master was expelled from the clan. Bursting into loud, maniacal laughter, the situation seems absurd to him. The fallen master and his insolent apprentice appear to him as a pitiful parody. Suddenly, the scoundrel falls silent, acknowledging the truth of his opponent's words. A shadow of seriousness flickers in his gaze, hidden behind a mask of ironic calm. The atmosphere grows tense when the conversation turns to the mysterious woman from the past. This memory strikes a raw nerve. Shrouded in a magical aura, the man prepares to strike. The space warps with tension, foreshadowing the start of a merciless battle. The old man's gaze turns icy and piercing. He gives the order to draw the sword, moving from empty words to the language of steel and deadly magic. Making his choice, the mercenary recalls his mentor's duty. He realizes that now is not the time for excuses. He must act for the sake of his student's future. Descending to the ground, the scoundrel is also ready to fulfill his duty. Battle is inevitable, and now only strength will decide which of them will emerge from this circle alive. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Park Jong-nam prepares for a decisive lunge. His gaze is focused, and the aura around him begins to vibrate with hidden power. The old man continues his psychological attack, reminding his opponent of his departure from the sect. He tries to test the waters and find a weak spot in his soul. With a mocking smirk, the enemy draws his blade, illuminated by a crimson glow. He openly doubts whether the master can withstand his true power. The master responds to the provocation with icy calm. He is tired of empty talk and ready to prove through action that his skills have not faded over the years. The space explodes with a blinding purple flash. The first blow has been struck, and now only steel will determine which of them deserves the right to victory. Surveying the hall, the guys realize there is no safe place to evacuate. Unconscious people lie everywhere, and the atmosphere in the room grows increasingly oppressive. Giving the guy clear instructions, Hoyeon says they need to find Park Jong-nam immediately. A sense of foreboding grows because something is amiss outside as well. The tension reaches its peak. The attackers aren't just thugs, but professional assassins. The young man realizes the scale of the threat as he looks into his friend's eyes, filled with alarm. The determined, ghostly assassin asks his friend not to worry about him and to be extremely careful, knowing that a deadly ordeal awaits them. Pointing to the sky demon at the back of the hall, they decide to split up to take control of the situation and protect the others. Suddenly, perched on the backboard like a bird of prey, a mysterious, masked villain lurks, watching every move the Alliance members make. Swift silhouettes in dark clothing dart past the sports equipment. The enemies realize that going up against these ghostly assassins could be very dangerous. The masked assassin freezes, hiding his face behind a high collar. His cold gaze pierces the silence. In shock, the mighty fighter cannot believe that his opponents are the shields of Murim. It seems his arrogance is giving way to genuine terror. The mercenary realizes that the high pay for this job was no accident. The enormous risk is justified by the enemy's strength, but deciding to deal with everything later, the giant prepares to attack. Realizing that big money always comes at a high price, hunting down shadow agents is a deadly risk the mercenaries weren't prepared for. Mockingly watching the hustle and bustle of the crowd, the scoundrel notices that one of his opponents has just left the hall, leaving his comrades trapped. The young man stares intently into the void. He realizes he is now alone with the enemy, and there is no room for error in this battle. The mysterious masked assassin merely squints slyly, anticipating an easy victory, but he is curious about what the old man is thinking, for the assassin's true plan is only just coming into effect. Finding himself face to face with a mighty giant chained in iron, a shadow looms over the heavenly demon. At that very moment, the air begins to fill with acrid gas. The giant is enraged, for his captive has not succumbed to the gas. The boy is merely breathing heavily, muttering something. Grabbing the boy by the hair, trying to break his will, the brute orders the youth to surrender and just lie down while he's still asking nicely. In response, only a terrifying silence. The air freezes, unresponsive to the threats, while the enemy's heavy hand continues to squeeze his head. The giant's anger boils over. A red glint of fury flares in his eye. He loses his patience, unable to understand why this little man is ignoring his orders. Since the apprentice doesn't understand his words, the villain will put him to sleep himself. The giant growls, shrouded in a dark aura, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to end this farce. Watching it all from the sidelines, Hyo-yeon freezes in horror. He sees something strange. The victim isn't afraid at all, and a grin begins to spread across the face of the boy pinned to the ground. Confused, the thug doesn't understand why this weakling is smiling. His eyes widen with suspicion as he senses the situation spiraling out of control. Mad laughter cuts through the air. The boy's red eyes flare in the darkness. He thanks his enemy for setting the perfect stage for the finale. Perplexed, the giant demands an explanation, but Gyojin merely smirks. It seems the hunter and the prey have switched places at this moment. A voice from the depths of his consciousness heralds a return. The one who was once the strongest is trapped in a weak body, but now he is ready to reclaim his throne. The celestial demon seizes the giant's arm. His eyes burn with a mad flame, and an ominous smirk plays on his lips. The villain is in shock. He cannot move his arm. The boy's strength seems superhuman, forcing the seasoned fighter to grit his teeth. The masked observer screams in panic, warning the giant of the danger. He was the first to realize that they were no longer facing a helpless apprentice, but something else entirely. The air around the air vibrates with colossal energy. He swings for a counterattack, transforming into a swift shadow bearing inevitable doom. The giant's face contorts with horror. A second ago, he was in control, but now he realizes he has made a fatal mistake by awakening the true monster within this body. A powerful blow shakes the air. The young man blocks the enemy's lunge with incredible speed, seizing the initiative in this furious clash of forces. Through the slit in his hood, the killer's cold gaze is visible. He believes that actions speak far louder than empty words, crushing the enemy's will. The observer in the white mask freezes in a cold sweat. His eternal smirk no longer seems confident as he sees how easily the Titan's attack was stopped. With a muffled groan of pain, the thug's fist is clenched tightly in Gyojin's palm, and an ominous crimson energy begins to surge through his hands, foreshadowing imminent retribution. Grinning savagely, the Sky Demon mocks his opponent, declaring that letting one's guard down in a fight against someone like him is a fatal mistake. A powerful surge of energy hurls the giant backward. A bright flash and crimson sparks envelop the fighters as the monster's true nature finally bursts forth. The faces of the remaining enemies contort with horror. They realize that their true target today is not a weak agent at all, but someone whose power transcends all reason. The young man's eyes flare red. A maniacal grin leaves no doubt. He relishes the fear of enemies who foolishly chose to challenge him. The youth's silhouette vanishes into thick smoke and dust. He stands unshakable, urging his stunned opponents to cut the boring pleasantries and start the fight. Scarlet energy coils around the air as he takes a confident step forward. His snarl promises only one thing: none of those who have come here will leave alive today. His eyes flash with a demonic scarlet light. A maniacal grin heralds the start of a bloodbath, and his thirst for battle engulfs the entire space. A system window pops up before his eyes with the mission: destroy a group of assassins. At stake are tickets to hidden worlds, but the price of failure is certain death. A high-level opponent descends from above onto the teacher. His swift attack is filled with violet energy, leaving no time for hesitation. The screech of metal echoes through the arena. The man blocks the deadly blade with his sword, gritting his teeth against the colossal pressure. The force of the blow is so great that the ground gives way beneath his feet. The man barely holds back the master's onslaught, realizing that this battle will be a true test for him. In a rage, Park Jong-nam grips his weapon. The enemy mocks him, asking how he intends to save his student if he cannot even defend himself. Looking down on him, the old man issues a defiant challenge. He questions his opponent's title, asking if he still believes he is the best swordsman in Yeongnam. The warrior grits his teeth in helplessness and rage. Every word from the enemy strikes a raw nerve, causing him to choke on his own fury and doubts. Standing in the middle of an empty road, the teacher breathes heavily. His opponent reminds him of his old vow never to have anything to do with the world of martial arts again. The scoundrel's cold gaze pierces right through him. He recalls how confident and proud this swordsman used to be, and how pitiful he looks at this moment. Trying to maintain his dignity despite his wounds, the enemy calls the man an arrogant fool, but immediately softens his tone upon seeing his despair. Sighing heavily, the old man closes his eyes. This gesture betrays his disappointment. He didn't want it to come to this, but he has no choice left. The time for mercy has passed. Taking a decisive step, The scoundrel declares that his former leniency and old friendship no longer hold any power. The air fills with violet energy. The mercenary draws his blade and delivers a death sentence. Today, the swordsman will surely perish by his merciless hand. In horror, the teacher screams, unwilling to believe what is happening. He is furious at the old man's drunken ramblings, realizing that a battle to the death is about to begin. Disappointed, the scoundrel clicks his tongue, looking at his enemy. His face is twisted with contempt, and he calls what is happening boring. Meanwhile, a group of colorful mercenaries surrounds the young man. A massive fighter with a kettlebell, a girl with a sword, and a stealthy assassin, all ready to attack. Shocked, the assassin recognizes his target. The burly warrior with red eyes and his masked partner can't believe this young man is their serious target. The scarred mercenary listens to the warning. He is cautioned about the consequences of carelessness, while the shadows of other fighters flicker in the background. With an ominous snarl, the giant warns that if the sky demon shows carelessness again and dies, his soul will find no rest even in the afterlife. 3 dangerous mercenaries surround Gyojin. Each possesses a unique fighting style, and their gazes promise nothing good. The masked assassin draws his blade and calls for battle. His cold gaze and confident movements speak of immense experience. Leaping forward, the opponents attack simultaneously from different sides, and the heir finds himself in the center of a deadly whirlwind of steel and chains. The swordswoman in red launches a swift lunge. Her blade moves faster than the eye can follow, slicing through the air as she aims to deliver a decisive blow in an instant. The agile ninja attacks from above, using his incredible speed. The young man barely has time to react to the shadows flickering in the dim light. A magical technique comes into play. A mysterious symbol flares up in the attacker's hands, creating a powerful energy pulse. At the critical moment, the young man's eyes blaze with a crimson flame. A hidden power awakens, enveloping his body in a powerful aura, and the balance of power begins to shift rapidly. The masked assassin swings his sword for the final blow, but is met with the victim's icy composure. Now the predator and the prey have finally switched places. The clash of raw power and technique produces a blinding flash. The young man blocks the attack with his bare hands, demonstrating his overwhelming superiority to his enemies. Seeing a gap in his defense, the swordswoman makes her final move, but she doesn't realize it's a trap set by someone who no longer fears death. Gojin's gaze becomes terrifying. He sees right through his opponent. The swordswoman freezes in horror, realizing that the initiative has completely shifted to the enemy. A phantom fist of pure energy rushes forward, sweeping away everything in its path. The giant screams a warning in panic, trying to save his ally from the blow. The scarred mercenary breathes heavily. His confidence has wavered, and he realizes that they are facing not just a boy, but a monster whose strength they have underestimated. A bloody aura envelops the sky demon, causing the shadows of the fighters to tremble with fear. The enemies realize that this opponent is far stronger than they could have imagined. Deciding on a desperate attack, the burly man with chains brings his weight down from above. This is his last chance to stop this madness before it's too late. The heir's aura flared like a crimson supernova, crushing the chained warrior in the concrete beneath him, while his ally recoiled in fear. The heavenly demon's incredible power blasted the floor, scattering the enemies in all directions. The Shadow Master attempted a stealthy strike, but the young man, shrouded in crimson energy, halted his lunge with a single glance. Deftly dodging the flurry of attacks, Gyojin seized the initiative, forcing the Shadow Leader to act cautiously. Shrouded in frenzied power, the young man clashed head-on with the Shadow Assassin, easily piercing his defenses. Outnumbered, the enemies surrounded the heir, unaware that their army of shadows would soon fall before his true might. Mocking the heavenly demon, the assassin thought he had fallen into a trap, but his impassive expression hinted at something terrifying. Too late, the young man paused for a moment before unleashing a crushing wave of crimson aura. Suddenly, Hoyan intervened in the battle. He stepped in to protect his disciple, his energy of blue light marking the unleashing of true power, crushing everything in its path. With horror, the villain realized that his attack had been in vain, and that his victim stood unflinching in the blue glow, exuding unimaginable power. Amidst the chaos, an azure flame flared up. The Alliance member felt an ancient power awaken in his hands, causing the air to vibrate with its might. Gyojin froze in bewilderment as right out of the void, a blade began to materialize in the phantom assassin's hands, radiating a blinding, celestial light. The villain's face contorted with primal terror. He recognized that glow, and the legendary energy of which myths were woven had become reality. With a single confident movement, the man seized the shining spear. Now he was once again the owner of the artifact capable of crushing mountains. The shining treasure appeared before his eyes, a sacred object of incredible value. Time stood still as the true gift revealed its form. Legend has it that the secret technique and the creation of the ultimate weapon were accessible only to the leader of the Alliance and the descendants of the great blacksmith Gwaja, who forged it in secret from all. The final stage of selection into the Phantom Assassins was a trial. Only those chosen by the shining treasure could pass it. The tension reached its peak. The trial was harsh, and those not chosen by this mystical blade would forever lose the right to call themselves the Shield of Muram. In terror, the bruiser screamed, urging his accomplices to get out immediately. The ancient power had spiraled out of control, threatening to destroy all life in the hall. A lightning-fast attack pierced the air. The force was so great that the ordinary warriors didn't even have time to realize how their dreams of becoming assassins had turned to dust. The masked opponent was stunned by the young man's incredible skill. How dare this insolent upstart so easily dispatch the elite fighters of the Secret Order? Rage consumed Hoyon. He would not tolerate disrespect for his path. Deadly energy surged through his body, preparing to crash down upon his enemies. The wounded assassins watched in helpless rage as their superiority crumbled. This guy turned out to be a true monster whose strength knew no bounds. A cold voice rang out like a death sentence. From now on, anyone who dared to violate the unshakable laws of Muram would be mercilessly wiped from the face of the earth. With a maniacal grin, the young man unleashed his true power. The energy of Muram filled the air, heralding the dawn of a new era where only the strongest would rule. A sharp blade plunged into the ground, spattered with the blood of the fallen. The heavy atmosphere of battle thickened, foreshadowing the end of this grueling and brutal confrontation. Wounded but unbroken, the man gripped the hilt of his sword with his last ounce of strength. His gaze betrayed an unshakable determination to see this dangerous undertaking through to the very end. The old master burst into an ominous laugh. He acknowledged his student's skill, noting that the young man had finally begun to recall the true essence of his destiny. Proudly, the teacher declared that even without inner energy, a true follower must possess such strength. Only then could one earn the right to be called a student. Shaken by his mentor's words, the man froze. The realization of his true path pierced his mind, while drops of sweat and blood trickled down his face. His thoughts drifted to the past. The mentor's blow struck suddenly, a sharp pain piercing the student's head, causing him to cry out in surprise. Rubbing the bruised spot, the young man looks at his teacher in indignation. He doesn't understand why he was punished, since he was only trying to follow the old teachings. The student's gaze is full of bewilderment. He sincerely believes he is doing everything right and searches for a catch in the master's words, not yet realizing the depth of his past mistakes. Grasping him roughly by the hair, the mentor forces him to look straight ahead. The master's stern voice shatters the silence, heralding the start of an important lesson on strength. The old man explains that the foundation of mastery is the base. Without a solid foundation, any ambition crumbles to dust, and technique becomes nothing more than a set of movements. The elder's face is stern. He speaks of how every swordsman develops habits, and even experienced fighters sometimes fail to notice how their style becomes their own weakness. Only true masters who have reached the pinnacle are capable of transforming their flaws into a unique style. But for a novice, any deviation is a path to swift defeat. The wind rustles the leaves as the teacher continues his lecture. He insists that until the student has reached the peak, he must unquestioningly follow the canons of the martial art. One must completely erase old habits and reinstill the fundamentals into one's body and mind. Only a pure mind is capable of grasping the true essence of the great sword. Training continues amid the mentor's shouts. He demands that the student correct his stance and grip the sword tighter. The student, overcoming his fatigue, tries to carry out every command. Realizing how greatly he had misjudged his own strength, Park Jong-nam grips the sword hilt. He wonders why the enemy decided to grant him such a valuable lesson. Despite the opponent's status, the warrior cannot deny the value of the knowledge he has gained. He carefully analyzes every word, searching for a way to survive this battle. The old man merely grins mockingly. He is certain that even a moment of insight will not save the youngster, and he is amused by the very thought that such a clumsy fool calls himself a warrior. With mockery, the master says he could not bear the shame if someone with such technique called himself his disciple. These words cut deeper than any sword. Breathing heavily, the man realizes the bitter truth. He recalls the reputation of his mentor, a troublemaker whom even the great Chanam school could not subdue. This master was a legend. His mastery of the sword was unmatched, and the fame of the brilliant teacher who had raised heroes resounded throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. The student hung on every word, hoping to grasp the truth. He believed that this lesson would be the key to the unprecedented power he had long dreamed of. But the mentor merely watched the young man's attempts coldly. There was no pride in his gaze, only disappointment in the abilities of the one standing before him. The air rang with the power of true technique. Doyun struck with such speed that the naked eye could not follow it, demonstrating the gulf in their strength. The old man merely smirked, watching the futile efforts. To him, this fight was nothing but a game, a boring spectacle unworthy of a true warrior's attention. With a sneer on his face, he prepared to utter the words that would forever change the young man's life. His cruel laughter foreshadowed a swift and painful end. The lone figure beneath the willow looked pitiful. Here in the silence of nature, the young man had often indulged in dreams of recognition, which had now crumbled to dust. Tears of despair rolled down his cheeks. Every word from his teacher, full of contempt, left deep scars on his heart that would not heal for a very long time. The mentor's heavy footsteps drew nearer. He was not coming to comfort, but to finally trample the last remnants of hope in the soul of his weak student. Broken and humiliated, the boy curled up into a ball. He felt insignificant, incapable of living up to the expectations of the one he considered his only idol. A familiar voice made the young man start. His older comrade leaned over him curiously, interrupting his bitter musings with his sudden appearance. The man peered intently at the boy's tear-stained face. His simple question concealed a sincere concern for the unfortunate youth's fate. Meanwhile, the master continued his cruel game. Clicking his tongue, he mocked the weakness of others, reveling in his own superiority. A momentary look of astonishment flashed in Do-yun's eyes. He hadn't expected anyone to have the speed and willpower to react to his deadly lunge. A powerful wave of energy shook the air. The clash of the two techniques produced a blinding flash, marking the beginning of a fierce battle. With a mysterious smile, the old man emerges from the violet mist. His calmness is unsettling, and the light swing of his sword speaks of years of mastery and strength. The young warrior froze in astonishment. In his hands shone a legendary treasure, whose power bathed everything around in golden light, demanding resolve. The villain's face twisted into a sinister grin. He recognized his opponent and mocked the fact that Chanam's former disciple had traded his clan for the path of a phantom assassin. The tension mounts, but the old man continues to taunt, comparing the fighter's fury to puberty. His humor is sharp and strikes at his opponent's pride. Stroking his beard, the master decides to test the skills of Keonam's best swordsman. He is eager to see what the new generation is capable of in real combat. In a rage, Doyun clenches his teeth. The insulting words have struck a nerve, and he concentrates all his inner energy into a single devastating strike. With a swift lunge, the young man becomes a blur as he strikes from above, while the old man remains motionless, waiting for the moment to strike. The swords clash with a deafening clang. Sparks fly in all directions, and the opponent's faces are mere centimeters apart in the heat of battle. The old man merely shakes his head, seeing the undisguised malice in the young man's eyes. He is disappointed by how venomous and full of hatred the young man's heart has become. Sighing, the master says that his opponent was once a sweet child. These words are the last straw, provoking him into a decisive, deadly lunge. With a lightning-fast circular strike, the villain unleashes a wave of crimson-violet energy that fills the entire space around him. The young man's eyes, blazing with demonic red fire, flash in the shadows, betraying his thirst for blood and his deepest contempt for his opponent. Using the treasure as a living shield, Doyun breaks through the lingering, magical veil, stepping out of the line of the new attack. The old man meets his opponent fully armed, parrying a straight thrusting attack. Despite the fierce battle, a light, serene smile plays on his face. The fight escalates into a frenzied melee. The men's swords clash, generating cascades of golden and violet sparks at high speed. The opponents freeze in tension as the enemy prepares a swift lunge. The air crackles with the thirst for swift retribution. A powerful burst of energy blinds the eye. The old man delivers a crushing blow from above, seeking to crush his opponent with sheer force, the ground trembling under the pressure of this furious attack. Avoiding a head-on collision, the young man maneuvers through the air. His movements are swift and chaotic, and his eyes betray a determination to survive at any cost. Bursting into a malicious laugh, the villain sees in the boy's audacity only a repetition of the mistakes of the ghostly assassin's master. Insults fly true to their mark. A bright flash cuts through the air. The golden glow of the sword collides with a violet haze, the energy resonance reaching its peak. I freeze in shock. The man can't believe his eyes. The warrior's weapon has literally dissolved into thin air right in the middle of his swing, and that split second of confusion changes the course of the battle. A blinding beam pierces the arena. The old man barely has time to realize what has happened as his pupils constrict in fear. The unexpected technique has caught him off guard. Frozen in silent horror, the witness's face reflects the shock of the power he has witnessed. He realizes that a new chapter is unfolding before his very eyes. The villain rapidly closes the distance, moving behind the enemy's back. His cloak flutters in the wind, and steel glints in his hands once more, ready to strike. The surprised old man breathes heavily, acknowledging that the phantom assassin has indeed managed to surpass his mentor. The enemy admits he has never seen such a way of using the treasure, while Doyon is disappointed that he only caught the hair. Staring intently at his opponent, the villain makes no secret of his admiration. The hero's technique truly impresses him. Breathing heavily, the young man grips the gleaming blade. It is clear that wielding such immense power demands a colossal toll and is literally tearing his body apart from within. Ban Shong mockingly calls out to his opponent, demonstrating his superiority. He is confident that the unattainable rank of the transformation realm will become an insurmountable wall for his enemies. Making a swift lunge, the master easily reads the young man's intentions. He sees right through all the tricks and realizes they are trying to lure him into a carefully laid trap. The tension reached its peak. The scoundrel's icy gaze pierced the young man right through, every movement predicted in advance. With nothing but a contemptuous smirk, the scoundrel watched the younger men's indecision. A heavy silence hung in the air, and a terrifying suspicion about his plans flashed through his mind. With icy contempt, the old man gazed at his opponent. To him, affection was nothing but a burden, turning a great warrior into a pitiful semblance of a master. Bleeding profusely, Park Jong-nam was at the end of his strength. The master's gaze was fixed on him like the tip of a sword, ready to deliver the final fatal blow. In the heat of a brutal battle, where every second decided everything, the man suddenly realized that the ghostly assassin was risking his own life for him. The teacher is only dragging Doyon down. The bitter thought echoed in his soul. He felt like an unbearable burden, one that might cause his teacher to die today. Breathing with difficulty, the teacher begged his former student not to worry about him and to use his power to the fullest. But in response, the man heard words that forever changed his understanding of the true bond between people. He had already taught the phantom assassin everything there was to know. Before his eyes flashed the days of their peaceful past under the old willow tree. There in the silence of the fields, bonds had been forged that could never be broken. The little boy sobbed, choking on his apologies. At that time, he did not yet know that his weakness and sincerity had become the meaning of life for the master, and not merely a burden. Calmly, the mentor said that men do not cry over a single defeat. He saw in the loss not a disgrace, but a lesson that would make his students strong. Sobbing, the child tried to justify himself. He blamed his emotions and impetuosity, believing he had disgraced the name of the Canaan school. His heart was full of bitterness. Smiling gently at his frantic gestures, the teacher knew that true wisdom comes not through victories, but through understanding one's own mistakes. A warm hand rested on the student's head. This simple gesture meant more than any words. The teacher urged him not to hide his tears, but to draw valuable experience from this pain. In any situation, always control your emotions. This precept was to become the foundation. The master taught Doyon that anger and fear are the worst advisors in battle. The young man's gaze flashed with determination. From that moment on, he always controlled himself and never lost his composure. Like a true phantom assassin, his calmness is his sharpest weapon, capable of piercing any darkness. and he is ready to fight for his former mentor. A golden glow enveloped the young man. He is always ready to stand in defense of those dear to him. The young man knows that protecting others does not mean being weak. His struggle means being Muram's shield to bring justice, punish evil, and safeguard the world. It is precisely to bring justice that the phantom assassins were created. This is their sacred duty. With a venomous smirk, the old master mocks his opponent's weakness. He is certain the young assassin will fall. The tiger's golden aura envelops the warrior, and while he acknowledges his lack of strength, this is not defeat, but merely the realization of how long a path of self-improvement lies ahead. The exhausted teacher was pleasantly surprised by his student's efforts, while the student realizes that if he loses now, the innocence behind him will perish. The student's face fills with pride. He is ready to fight to the end and will not back down before some pathetic old man. Meanwhile, in another hall, a magical dome covered the space. The trap they had created themselves snapped shut on the villains. The tension in the hall reached its peak. The enemies surrounded the two young men, preparing for the decisive blow. The white-haired companion, panicking, suggests they flee. Seeing the overwhelming power of their supposed victims, fear paralyzes her. Agreeing with the girl, the bruiser orders one of the mercenaries to do something immediately. The masked fighter displays a rare artifact. In his hands glows the capsule of the Great Soul, a dangerous treasure capable of changing the outcome of any battle. Frozen in shock, the scoundrels see the legendary object. They cannot believe their eyes, and the villains' faces are contorted with genuine horror at the artifact's power. Enormous energy pulses through the air. The pill grants incredible power, but the price is high. Any mistake will lead to a devastating deviation of chi energy. Cornered, the mercenary decides on a desperate move. With an apologetic smile, he brings the pill to his mouth, realizing there is no other path to salvation. Gritting his teeth, the man swallows the magical sphere. He has nowhere to retreat, and he is ready to risk his own life for victory. A powerful flash of light illuminates the hall. The assassin's body is engulfed in an uncontrollable flame of magical power, shocking everyone present. In horror, the witnesses scream, realizing the madness of this act. The one they considered a weakling has just absorbed energy capable of tearing him to pieces. An incredible inner strength bursts forth, transforming the fighter. His aura becomes ominous, and his eyes flare with a thirst for blood. Seeing triumph, the mercenaries decide they have nothing left to lose. The fear of death gives way to greed, and they take out their own forbidden pills. The white-haired warrior, casting aside her last doubts, also swallows the artifact. Now a thirst for destruction takes hold of them all. With alarm, Hoyan watches the unfolding events, gripping his glowing spear tightly. He realizes that the situation has finally spiraled out of his control. Completely transformed, the villains have turned into ruthless monsters with burning eyes. Surrounding their target, they freeze in anticipation of the order for the final attack. The assassin's eyes flashed crimson as he unleashed his true power. His chilling words left no doubt that the youth should expect no mercy. The assassin pounced on his target like a violet bolt of lightning. The student barely had time to dodge, feeling death itself fly past him. At the decisive moment, the young man intercepted the enemy's blade. His fist, engulfed in crimson flame, clashed with the villain's power in a fierce and violent confrontation. Frozen in shock, Hoyan realized the colossal gap in speed. His eyes could barely follow the trajectory of this superhuman opponent's movements. Rage overwhelmed the young man, and his gaze filled with determination. Through clenched teeth, he vowed that this fight would be the assassin's last, whatever the cost. The mercenary's face contorted into a frenzied snarl, and the veins on his skin bulged with an excess of dark mana. He was ready to deliver his final blow. A gigantic energy dome hung over the academy building. Now everyone was trapped, cut off from the rest of the world. The two assassins began their deadly dance. Their blades crossed in the air, creating an impenetrable wall of steel and magical sparks. The fight shifted into a phase of rapid lunges. Crimson trails from the swords sliced through the air as the young man desperately tried to find a breach in the two shadows' defense. The Sky Demon found himself at the center of a magical vortex. The scoundrels circled around him, preparing a coordinated attack from both sides. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Not only were the enemies before him incredibly strong, but Gyojin sensed something even more terrifying and vast nearby. In the distance, a mysterious silhouette appeared, shrouded in a powerful purple aura. Its fighting spirit was so overwhelming that it could be felt even through the academy's barrier. Mockingly, the opponent remarked that the heir had too many distracting thoughts. Seizing the moment, the assassin appeared right behind him. A flash of pure rage and despair reflected in the young man's eyes. He realized there was no time to think. The enemy had already struck a blow that was impossible to block. A powerful surge of energy sliced through the hall, leaving a violet trail in its wake. The speed of the attack was beyond measure, turning the battlefield into chaos. With confidence, the enemy launched a swift lunge. The swords clashed in a furious clinch, striking sparks and forcing the boy to give it his all. Under immense pressure, the young man realizes with horror that the scoundrel's technique and speed have risen to a level previously beyond reach. A single missed strike turns into a catastrophe. Blood splatters the floor, and a sharp pain pierces his body, robbing him of the ability to breathe properly. Finding himself on the brink, the wounded boy calls out to a mysterious stranger. Hoping that at least this time the scroll will help, the student realizes that without otherworldly power, this fight will be his last. Weakness paralyzes his muscles. There is no longer any hope for a miracle or healing herbs. Only sheer willpower keeps his consciousness anchored in this exhausted body. Space warps, revealing a phantom scroll. Instead of salvation, the system sends only a basic weapon, as if mocking his fate. Looking at the ordinary sword, the young man barely contains his rage. Is this really all he can count on in the face of imminent and swift death? His vision blurs with red and his senses sharpen. He sees the true power of the enemy, who stands frozen before him like an indestructible rock. His gaze fixes on every movement of the shadow. This is a stranger of the highest order, the threshold beyond which an ordinary man becomes the living embodiment of death. But the heavenly demon understands that this is not merely a limit. Standing before him was someone whose very presence overwhelms reality itself, erasing any chance of victory. Reaching divine heights, the enemy's aura glowed with ancient knowledge far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The air seethed with golden radiance. The opponent was preparing a technique capable of crushing mountains and tearing the fabric of space with a single swing of his blade. The highest form of art is unleashed. The legendary technique envelops the battlefield in blinding light, leaving no room for escape. Through the pain and din of battle, he turns once more to the scroll. There is no longer any room for doubt. It is time to awaken the hidden power in order to survive. The ancient warrior's hand, shrouded in violet mana, reaches forward, preparing to unleash a devastating, long-forgotten, legendary technique. Gyojin watches the unfolding events with horror. A warning about the enemy's true power echoes in his mind. The swordmaster, hidden behind an energy mask, prepares to deliver the decisive blow. His dark aura overshadows everything around him except for the violet glow of the blade. From above, one can see the legendary barrier with a hexagonal pattern enveloping the mountain, leaving the warrior below no chance of escaping the trap. A blinding violet beam from the sword cuts through the battlefield, while the warrior below desperately dodges, realizing that his barrier was only a temporary measure. His face contorted in a scream of agony, he accepts the inevitability of defeat as the violet light finally engulfs his silhouette. In shock, Park Jong-nam screams in despair, his eyes blindingly reflecting the divine light of his enemy. A bloodied hand grips the sword hilt, and the enemy's voice rings out like a verdict, declaring that it was pride that led the young man to this end. The wounded old man, shrouded in the last sparks of his mana, pays tribute to the fortitude of the opponent standing before him. Standing over the defeated phantom assassin, Ban Chan's thoughts are filled with a grim certainty that this battle is finally over. Blinded by rage, the teacher unleashes a devastating attack on his enemy. Fury boils within him, ready to wipe the offender from the face of the earth. The opponent barely has time to react, and his deadly blade reaches its target. The blow proves fatal, leaving no chance of survival. Gojin's bloodied hand grips the sword's hilt. He realizes that if the scroll had wanted to help, it would have done so already. Victory will not come easily, but the heavenly demon cannot afford to let his guard down. He has already begun to figure out what is going on, and now wishes to catch the master outside the dome. With his sword drawn, the heir is ready to catch up to those who dared to challenge him. His eyes burn with determination and a thirst for revenge. Thinking his opponents are already defeated, Ban Chan is about to leave when a voice calls out from behind him. Turning around, the villain coldly watches Doyen's agony. His face shows not a shred of pity only satisfaction at what he has done. Overcome by panic and fear, the survivor realizes his life hangs by a thread. Death is already near. Unexpectedly caught off guard, the old man in his confusion strikes the young man with all his might, but the latter remains standing, a feat worthy of praise. The heavenly demon's gaze is fixed on his opponent. He wants to get to the main target, and the pawns are merely getting in the way. Frozen in utter confusion by the apprentice's bold words, the scoundrel doesn't understand why the boy accuses him of being intrusive, even as the battle is just gaining momentum. His hand grips the sword hilt tightly as the details of the conspiracy surface in his mind. He realizes that before him stands the true culprit of all misfortunes, who must be punished immediately. A furious lunge is accompanied by a flash of violet energy. The attacker shouts about his victim's ignorance as he delivers a crushing blow. The boy's blood-red eyes glow with a thirst for battle through the crossed blades. He stares into his opponent's face, trying to grasp the magnitude of the lie. The name of the night flower's deceptive technique echoes through the air. This is the decisive moment of the battle, when the sword's magical aura begins to warp the very space around them. Paralyzed with horror, the young man freezes, unable to believe what he has heard. His face is contorted with shock, and only one question pulses in his mind: the meaning of these terrifying revelations. With a cold, empty gaze and a terrifying confession, he asserts that the ghostly assassins had nothing to do with it, hinting at a much closer and more dangerous enemy. Horrifying memories of the traitor's maniacal laughter flash before his eyes. It turns out that Park Jong-nam's disciple was behind all the suffering. A wild cry of rage bursts from Sojuho's chest. Consumed by a dark flame, all his pain and hatred are concentrated in a single surge. The final blow is accompanied by an accusation regarding his brother's ruined fate. Hatred clouds his vision as he unleashes the full power of his magic upon the traitor's head. Memories transport him back to childhood, where bullies are tormenting orphans. The older brother shields little Juho with his body, while the bullies shout vicious threats. The older brother's kind gaze and warm smile inspire hope. He gently strokes the crying child's head and vows to always protect him. In reality, the battle reaches its peak. Purple flashes of energy slice through the air, and the warrior asks the enemy mockingly if he has finally remembered everything. In a rage, the young man shouts out to his brother, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He no longer intends to stand on the sidelines and is ready to deal with the offender himself. A shadow falls across the man's face. His voice sounds frighteningly calm and authoritative as he reminds them of the strict prohibition on any Dark Division activity in this sector. Burning with magical power, the masked attacker crushed his enemies. His eyes blazed with hatred, and the scent of blood and death hung in the air. Once on his knees, Sojuho humbly pleaded, agreeing to all conditions. His voice trembled and his eyes betrayed both despair and hope for salvation. Confidently and resolutely, he asked to have his brother accepted into the 7th Squad. The man promises that he, too, will do his best for the good of the organization. The leader of the 3rd team watched closely, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Realizing that Sojuho had come too late, and now his gaze expressed only despair and pain, he had lost everything, and there was no longer any room for joy in his life. Gritting his teeth and holding back his tears, the man's eyes blazed with a magical light, filled with regret and hatred. He swore to take revenge for everything. In a furious battle, the scoundrel's magic, like a hurricane, crashed down on his opponents, crushing their will. He was invincible, and his power was unmatched. But the mercenary's attack was repelled, and the assailant, using the fog and darkness, began to retreat, leaving behind only fear and chaos. In a panic, unable to protect his brother, Sojuho attacked unsuccessfully, but the heir noticed him, and fear of the unknown crept into his heart. With hatred in his eyes, the villain, shrouded in darkness, swore to avenge all the humiliations, and his revenge would be terrible. He shouldn't have let his younger brother go unsupervised. A sinister smile twisted the killer's face when he realized that what stood before him was merely a phantom. It was a clever ruse that had caused him to lose his vigilance for a moment. The shocked warrior could not believe his eyes, for he was certain his blade had pierced the enemy's flesh. But instead of blood, only a ghostly purple smoke lingered in the air. A chilling whisper behind him made him shudder with horror. A white mask with a hollow smile appeared out of nowhere, warning of an inevitable, brutal retribution. A sudden flash of magical energy blinded Zojuho just as he delivered his decisive strike. His mind went blank, and his instincts screamed of mortal danger right beside him. With a single sharp movement, the invisible opponent severed the attacker's arm, tearing reality itself apart. Blood and shadows mingled in chaos. In the world of martial arts, everyone has their own destiny. Behind every sword lies a story full of pain, and Gyojin knows this firsthand. Every step a warrior takes leaves a mark on history. The heavy footsteps on the blood-soaked ground mark the beginning of a path where there is no room for doubt, only forward movement. Memories of past battles flash before his eyes. The masters of the past staked their lives, fighting to their last breath for great goals and ambitions. A furious cry shatters the silence. This is not merely a battle, but a desperate quest to prove one's rightness, when the only argument left is the sharp edge of a sword. With a look full of pain and shock, the opponent realizes he has encountered a force that cannot be ignored, and this truth shines through the blood on his face. Shrouded in a crimson aura, the disciple offers no empty consolation to his enemy. His gift is the highest form of recognition one master can bestow upon another in combat. True respect is demonstrated in an honorable duel. The time for words has passed, and now is the moment for the final chord, where steel must confirm the warrior's steadfast spirit. A swift lunge cuts through the air. The two fighters clash in a deadly dance, where sparks and blood merge into the single rhythm of a decisive confrontation. The heavenly demon's gaze grows cold and focused. He finally chooses his destiny, casting aside all that is superfluous. The opponent's sword is crystal clear. Every minute of grueling training is visible in it. This sincerity in battle speaks more about a person than any promises. Gyojin confidently attests to years of perseverance. The opponent trained day after day, repeating the same movements, transforming his body into perfection. And therein lies the weakness. Ordinary techniques no longer work when the opponent reads every move. Old methods only shackle the warrior, preventing him from reaching his peak. True strength demands freedom. The young man awakens the true potential of his art to show the world a power that knows no boundaries or old rigid rules. The body remembers every blow, but straightforward honesty loses to cunning. A deadly lunge always prevails over those who believe too much in the fairness of combat. So Juho's world crumbles in an instant. He cannot believe that his perfect defense was shattered so easily, and that reality turned out to be far harsher. The air's movements are incredibly fast. His attacks slice through the air, leaving behind only blood-red trails and flashes of deadly energy. The hooded opponent finds himself trapped. Bright lines of cuts entangle his body, foreshadowing an inevitable end. Delivering the decisive blow, Gyojin uses the Nightflower's deceptive technique. The space around him warps from the sheer power, and the enemy finally loses the initiative. A scream of pain rings out. The enemy's body bursts into a fountain of blood under the weight of the perfect technique, the force of the strike leaving no chance of survival. The mercenary's gaze clouds over. Images swim before his eyes, and his consciousness fades, plunging the young man into an abyss of past memories and bitter tears. A bright moment surfaces in Juho's memory, where he is with his brother, a promise of protection and warmth. In reality, the heavenly demon gazes with a cold, detached stare at the defeated enemy. Blood has frozen on his face, and his eyes are empty. Those around him stand frozen in silent shock. Witnesses to the battle cannot believe what is happening. Reality seems like a nightmare to them. A furious scream breaks the silence. In a rage, the brute searches for the culprit of the chaos, his face contorted with anger. The quiet sound of drops falling to the floor. Blood slowly trickles down, leaving crimson stains on the wood. The battle is over, leaving behind only an echo of pain. Breathing heavily, Gyojin wipes the blood from his face. He realizes he put too much force into the blow, but his thoughts are occupied by someone else. Suddenly, an insinuating voice sounds from behind him. A mysterious stranger with a burning gaze notes the young man's rare skill, causing him to flinch in fear. Purple lightning flashes across the arena. Incredible energy pierces the air as the fighters struggle to withstand the onslaught of a new, formidable force. Blood-red streaks once again entangle the battlefield. A deadly net closes in around the target, turning the hall into a trap. The gray-haired old man smiles contentedly as he watches the finale. With a hint of relief, he notes that the long standoff has finally come to an end. Plunging rapidly from above, the main villain's face is contorted into a mad grin, and his thirst for battle turns an ordinary attack into a terrifying spectacle. Mocking his opponent and letting out a strange laugh, the villain acknowledges the young man's talent, though his skills seem to him like a mere toy in his hands. Confused, the wounded youth realizes that the enemy had been watching him all along from the shadows of the hall, and he hadn't noticed the surveillance. The martial arts master is genuinely impressed by how quickly the young man copies complex techniques. He thoughtfully strokes his beard, savoring the moment. In shock, the heavenly demon realizes that his opponent has studied his every move. Standing nearby is a partner with a glowing staff, ready for a final and dangerous lunge forward. Rage boils in the heir's heart. He cannot forgive the enemy for such arrogance and calls him by name, the tension in the air reaching its peak. The old man smiles ominously, answering the question about the assassin's fate. His cold gaze and calm tone leave no room for hope. In a rage, Hoyon grips his weapon, witnessing his ally's demise, while the young man freezes, realizing that a true monster in human form stands before them. Flaunting his bloodied hand and mockingly praising the loser for a decent fight, this is the highest degree of contempt, which wounds deeper than a blade. Letting out a scream, the ghostly assassin can no longer bear the insults. He is ready to launch a suicidal attack, just to silence the monster forever. Taking a deep breath, the young man tries to rein in his anger. He orders himself to stay calm and set aside his personal feelings so as not to make a fatal mistake in battle. The young man's gaze flashes with a bright neon light. He focuses entirely on the upcoming battle, cutting off extraneous thoughts to prepare for the strike. Turning to his loyal partner by name, Hoyon hears the resolve in his voice, which makes him forget his rage and pain for a moment. But the wounded swordsman firmly declares, "Let's win first." His eyes filled with grim confidence, and his comrade's reply confirms their shared desire. The two warriors stand shoulder to shoulder, surrounded by auras of blue and red flame. They are ready for the decisive battle, joining forces against a common and mighty enemy. With a sword in hand, the old man steps forward. His henchmen remain in the shadows, while he merely clicks his tongue mockingly as he looks at the enemies. The leader is clearly confident in his imminent victory. His henchmen are in a panic. The huge brute and the swordswoman scream that the situation is out of control, for their masked ally has fallen, and they are terrified by the young opponent's strength. Ordering his men to step back, the leader admits that the boy is stronger than he seems at first glance, but forbids the gang from helping him. Making a swift leap upward, the air trembles with his thirst for blood. Ban Chan shouts at his fighters to watch his technique and triumph closely. The old man's face is contorted into a maniacal grin. He sternly warns his subordinates one last time not to interfere under any circumstances. This battle belongs to him alone. The heir's gaze is intensely focused. The enemy rushing toward him is reflected in his eyes, and he is ready to strike back and end this battle in an instant. A powerful clash of energies erupts. The old man's violet aura meets the young man's blue flame, and the ground beneath the fighter's feet cracks under the immense pressure. The swords clash with a ringing sound. Gyojin deftly parries the lunges, and his movements are faster than lightning. The old man begins to realize that he faces a formidable enemy. In a rage, the burly henchman grits his teeth. He is furious at his boss's stubbornness, who risks his life for the sake of pride by forbidding them from entering the fight. An incredible dance of blades begins. Sparks fly in all directions, and the fighters move at the limit of their abilities. Every move they make carries the threat of death. Smiling, the old man blocks yet another lunge. He is disappointed by his opponent's strength and demands more. Launching a furious assault, the mercenary leader's strikes grow faster, shouting in the heat of battle for the other to show him his true power. Realizing that ordinary attacks are useless against this madman, the sky demon needs one decisive, deadly move. The young man is at a loss. His hidden power is too dangerous for those around him, and the enemy won't let him strike without provocation. The risk of harming innocent bystanders paralyzes his movements and thoughts. Noticing the hero's hesitation, the enemy attacks with renewed ferocity, shouting that he's thinking too much. The young man urgently needs a quick move to pierce the villain. Suddenly, Hoyon attacks the villain from behind, wielding a weapon shrouded in azure flames. The elderly master barely has time to react to the threat. A powerful blow shakes the air, causing a bright flash. The young warrior gives free rein to his fury, unleashing all his destructive power upon the enemy. The young warrior's face is contorted with rage. His eyes burn with golden fire, and every word is steeped in the determination to end this protracted battle. Smiling as he parries the lunge, Banchan sees a gap in the youth's defense and warns that such a reckless attack will backfire on him. The master watches his enemy's movements closely. Noticing a familiar technique in a strange accent, he begins to guess the fighter's true origins. In the heat of battle, the secret is revealed. The ghostly assassin masters Shaolin techniques. The old man is surprised, for encountering such a master in these parts is a great rarity. The warrior acknowledges his past but declares that he is now a member of the Alliance. His former ties to the sects have been severed for the sake of a new dark goal. The old man bursts into enthusiastic laughter. The chaos and unpredictability of the Murim shields ignite his excitement, turning the deadly clash into a game. Mocking the Korean fighters, Banchan calls them predictable. The appearance of such an unusual opponent gives him the long-awaited thrill of battle. A wounded youth with a bloodied face and crimson eyes interrupts the torrent of words. He thirsts for blood and suggests they finish their conversation in a grave. Jojin urges his ally to focus on their common enemy. In the heat of battle, they decide to join forces to first defeat the Mad Master. Making an unexpected proposal, the ghostly assassin offers the young man the use of his power. The youth is confused, not understanding his partner's true goal. The confrontation reaches its peak. Three powerful auras, azure, blood red, and violet, collide in the center of the arena, shaking everything around them. The elderly master declares the respite over. With a chilling grin, he prepares to put everything the boys have prepared for him to the test. The old man's body bursts into a bright violet flame. He unleashes his true power, transforming into the living embodiment of destructive, dark energy. The mad swordsman unleashes a powerful strike on the young man, seeking to reopen the bloody arena. The air shudders with fury. Pushing himself to the limits of human capability, the master of the blade weaves his attacks into a deadly dance. The young man can barely keep up with the flashes of steel. The warrior's spear flashes with azure light, parrying yet another lunge. Sparks fly in all directions as the figures freeze in this fragile standoff. The elderly adversary smirks, noting his opponent's incredible resilience. He acknowledges the power of the diamond body, but it only fuels his thirst for battle even more. Banchan's eyes burn with excitement, anticipating a serious test of strength. He yearns to see the true limits of his enemy's power. The blade clashes with the spear in a frenzied rhythm. The opponent bursts into laughter, savoring every moment of the skirmish, and demands even more fun from Hoyon. In horror, the ghostly assassin realizes he has encountered a true madman. His strength is running out, and the lunatic's onslaught grows ever more unpredictable. The pink arc of the sword slices through the air once more, forcing the young man to give his all. Every millimeter of defense comes at the cost of agony. Through clenched teeth, the young man tries to withstand the overwhelming pressure. His mind grows hazy, but he orders himself to stand his ground until the very end, no matter the cost. The warrior concentrates his remaining inner energy, strengthening his invisible armor, a rasping gasp escaping his chest as he fights desperately for the right to live. Blood spatters in all directions as the young man's defenses finally crumble under the enemy's onslaught. The mad swordsman merely coldly notes the tragic end. With wild delight and burning eyes, the villain stares at his victim. He rejoices, seeing that his opponent's will has been broken. Coughing up blood, Hoyon can barely stay on his feet from the unbearable pain. His body is ravaged, but his mind continues to feverishly search for a way out of the trap. Despite his severe wounds and the crimson stains on his face, the young man's gaze becomes frighteningly focused. He realizes that perfection is now unattainable. Amid the chaos of battle, a sudden flash of insight strikes the phantom assassin. He seizes the initiative, grasping the very essence of his enemy's technique. Suddenly, someone grabs the young man, cutting him off mid-sentence. He screams in terror, not understanding what is happening. A flash of blue light blinds everyone around. A system message pops up on the magic screen stating that the hidden power has been activated, the moment of true awakening. From the shadows emerges a warrior bathed in a red glow, capable of piercing any enemy. His deadly technique is ready for battle. Even the most experienced master could not dodge this strike. Having let his guard down, the invisible blade is already upon its target, and death breathes right in his face. The approaching red blade is reflected in Gyoji's eyes. Time seems to stand still, freezing the moment before the strike. The heavenly demon moves like lightning, delivering a series of precise strikes. The frames flash by, showcasing his absolute superiority in technique. The climax of the confrontation arrives. The warrior swings for the final blow, pouring all his energy into it. The air's rage spirals out of control. A powerful aura envelops him, and his eyes burn with madness. The enemy senses mortal danger, but it is already too late. Releasing a devastating beam of pure energy, a blinding light engulfs the space, and a furious cry of "Die!" echoes across the battlefield in an instant. Witnesses to the battle freeze in silent shock. They cannot believe their eyes at the scale of the destruction, and fear and awe are written on everyone's faces. A powerful explosion shakes the ground, sending up columns of thick dust. The shockwave hurls the enemy far backward, depriving him of any chance to counterattack. Covered in wounds and blood, Gyojin can barely stand. The mere thought of his treacherous opponent reignites the flame of pure rage in his heart. A terrible tension grips the young man's body, and his mind clouds over. His gaze turns wild, fixating on every movement of the enemy as the system reports a critical failure. Dozens of red windows labeled "Error" flash before his eyes. An unknown force overloads his consciousness, causing panic and chaos. The mercenaries watch in horror as the battle unfolds. Banchan is wounded, but his opponent is also at the end of his strength. Everyone understands that a single misstep will lead to death. Spotting a gap in the enemy's defense, their hearts race, adrenaline surges, and the scoundrels realize this is their only chance to deliver the decisive blow. Frozen in horror, the partners recall their master's stern command not to intervene, no matter what happens. But watching this slaughter becomes unbearable. The heavenly demon grits his teeth in rage. The old man turned out to be far tougher than he seemed. But after such a devastating strike, the opponent is still standing. The blade pierces the flesh. Spatters of blood stain the battlefield. The brutal exchange of blows reaches its peak. Neither intends to back down. The price of this battle is life itself. Overcoming excruciating pain, the young man lets out a furious roar. His body is ravaged, but his will is unshakable. He is ready to go all the way. Spitting out blood, Banchan acknowledges the youngster's strength, but declares that the game is now over and there will be no more mercy. An aura of madness envelops the master. He vows to tear his opponent to shreds. The air vibrates with the thirst for blood emanating from this monster in human form. The spectators panic. The master decides on a desperate measure, drawing his legendary third sword, a sign of swift and inevitable death. The blade bursts from its sheath, shrouded in dark energy. Ancient power awakens, heralding the end. With a final cry of hatred, Gyojin lunges forward, his eyes burn with nothing but determination. He stakes everything on this moment, hoping to slay the bastard at any cost. Descending into madness and shouting a death sentence, the old master is certain that his third sword leaves no survivors. A devastating explosion of energy occurs. The dark flame of the blade meets desperate resistance, and the earth trembles. The smoke gradually dissipates, revealing the aftermath of the clash. Amid the chaos, Banchan freezes, breathing heavily. The old man is perplexed. A mysterious sword has appeared out of nowhere before him. The master senses the danger emanating from the weapon and does not understand whose will summoned it to this battle. Gripping the hilt of the new blade resolutely, despite his wounds, the scoundrel is ready to continue the dance of death. His grip is firm. The old master realizes with horror that the weapon seems to have grown into the ground. He pulls with all his might, but the blade does not yield, causing the warrior to tremble with helplessness. A sudden flash of violet aura knocks the old man's hand away. Destructive power concentrates at a single point, preventing the stranger from even touching the ancient steel. The stunned swordsman retreats, staring at his palms. Genuine fear of the unknown power is evident in his eyes. Thick smoke and flashes of magical flame envelop the arena. In the center of this chaos, the true form of the artifact begins to awaken. The opponent's gazes meet through the veil of dust, one filled with the realization of defeat, the other with resolve. The calm before the storm becomes almost palpable to both. The system's magical scroll unfurls in the void, revealing to the world the name Sword of the Wanderer. The weapon's unknown rank hints at a legendary and dangerous past. Ancient writings state that the blade's first effect grants its owner absolute control over inner energy, transforming every strike into a crushing torrent of the god's power. His wounded hand clenches resolutely around the hilt. Despite the pain and the weight, he makes his choice, taking upon himself the burden and power of the mysterious conduit. As he grips the sword, bolts of violet lightning course through the young man's body. The enemy freezes in shock, realizing that a different opponent now stands before him. Opening his eyes, Guchong did not understand where he had ended up. The surroundings had changed, and there was no one around him. Jerking back sharply, the face of the warrior in red robes contorted into a grimace of horror. In his confusion, he wondered if he was once again teetering on the brink of death. In a fit of furious helplessness, the man clutched his head, cursing his weak, untrained body, realizing that in the past he would have crushed his opponent with a single blow. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, the heavenly demon interrupts his angry thoughts. He freezes in surprise, unable to react to this lightning-fast, brazen move. Spinning around sharply, the heir assumes a fighting stance, preparing to attack. His shout echoes through the surroundings, demanding that the uninvited guest immediately reveal his identity. A massive figure in a dark hooded cloak looms before the young man. The stranger grips the hilt of his sword tightly, hanging over his opponent like a menacing shadow. Gungan's frenzied gaze betrays his fury. He has clamped his dead grip onto the mysterious opponent's collar, unwilling to let go of his prey for even a moment. A powerful blow shakes the ground, sending up pillars of dust and bright flashes of energy. The force of the collision is so great that reality begins to crack. In a rage, the heavenly demon shouts, demanding an explanation. His face is filled with fury, and his thirst for vengeance against the insolent enemy becomes almost palpable. Sudden confusion replaces his anger. The air freezes, realizing that the situation is spiraling out of control. The hooded figure begins to flicker and dissolve into digital static. Glitches distort space, turning the target into an unstable stream of data. Puzzled, the warrior doesn't understand where the enemy has vanished to or what strange words he was uttering before his sudden disappearance. Space finally collapses into a surreal vortex. Reality warps, dragging the remnants of the battle into a psychedelic whirlpool of chaos and color. Amid the violet mist stands a young man, wounded but unshaken. He clutches a phantom blade that radiates a powerful magical aura of the ancients. Gyojin's crimson eyes convey an icy resolve. There is no fear in this gaze, only cold calculation and a readiness to see the task through to the very end. In the reflection of his pupil, the end is visible. A bloodied warrior raises his sword for the final blow. Banshin stares in amazement at his palm. He is stunned that the legendary blade refuses to obey his will. The master's face contorts into a comical yet sincere look of offense. He openly declares that he is ready to repay, with mutual hatred, anyone who dares to show him disrespect. Confidently, the young man in the blood-stained t-shirt grips the blazing purple sword. He feels that this weapon suits him perfectly. Surrounded by a powerful aura, the martial arts master takes a stance. He craves a direct clash of blades, challenging his enemy to face him head-on. Gripping the sword's hilt and eyeing his opponent with clear suspicion, the heir tries to unravel the enemy's true intentions and understand the nature of his new weapon. The sword's glowing purple aura illuminates the space. Ominous symbols surround the master, whose mind seems clouded by an unknown force. An unexpected glow envelops the sword. The young man realizes this weapon is the key to unlocking his full potential. Resolve is etched on the heavenly demon's face. Memories of the old man's treachery burn like fire, and now with the sword in his hand, his first target is clear and inescapable. Like a poisonous blade, the order to kill rings out, piercing the young man's mind. A crimson fire ignites in his eyes and he launches into a frenzied attack. Stunned, the old man watches the sudden, swift attack in horror. Panic fills his eyes, for now he seems to be cornered. The young man's power is staggering. It seemed impossible to be on par with Ban Chong, but faced with this incredible force, the villain is forced to admit that his opponent has reached the pinnacle of mastery. The sword strike, like a flash of lightning, cuts through the air. A crimson glow fills the space, heralding the peak of power. Terror grips the old man. Despair fills his eyes as he realizes his opponent has reached heights previously thought impossible. Perhaps even beyond those limits. The young man's power defies imagination. The sword's radiant aura engulfs the old man, and his future seems sealed. The battlefield descends into chaos. Yojin moves like a shadow. His violet blades slice through the air, leaving his enemies no chance at all. The scoundrel's eyes burn with cold fury. He realizes that the power of each of his strikes now equals that of secret techniques capable of crushing even the most resilient masters. In a rage, Banchong issues a warning. Any attempt to interfere with this dance of death will result in total annihilation. He will spare no one. The blades clash in a blinding flash, sparks flying in all directions as two incredible forces collide in a head-on attack. The speed of the battle defies human perception. The young man and his enemy exchange blows faster than lightning, leaving behind brilliant streaks of energy. The swords clash as if in a dance, and the opponent's gazes are as sharp as their blades. Bleeding profusely, the Sky Demon makes a desperate, powerful lunge, concentrating all his remaining mana into the tip of his violet sword. A colossal explosion of energy erupts in the center of the hall. The two opponents clash in a deadly duel, creating a wave of light. The enraged mercenary, unable to contain his emotions, clenches the chains in his hands furiously and shouts curses at the mad monsters who have caused this chaos. As if by magic, a protective sphere, the treasure shield appears around the ghostly assassin and his comrades. This barrier must save them from certain death. Despite his desperate resistance, Banchong loses the duel as his opponent with the purple sword delivers a crushing blow. Like a wild beast, the heir prepares for a decisive attack. His eyes gleam with fury, and the master's maniacal laughter echoes through the room. In a panic, the mercenary watches as the dome collapses. He realizes with horror that this battle is on the brink of defeat. Even the legendary Golden Chain Formation is powerless to withstand the assault, and the bruiser realizes just how dangerous this is. Struggling to steady the tremor in his hands, the old man looks at his blood-stained sword. He is in turmoil. His trusty weapon has failed to harm the young man. An unexpected turn of events. Gyo Jin, gravely wounded, clutches the hilt of his sword with his last ounce of strength, struggling to suppress a cough as a trickle of blood flows from his mouth. The master looks at the young man with doubt. He wonders if this boy is strong enough to harness the colossal power hidden within his body. Suddenly, the old man breaks into an anticipatory, sinister smile. Despite his wounds, his eyes gleam with the excitement of a true master who has found a worthy opponent. The mercenary sincerely admits that he craves a new battle. He wants to see the heir at the peak of his form and fight him again, using every ounce of his energy. The shocked bruiser watches the scene unfold, calling his opponent a mad old man, while the latter confidently declares that soon the boy will become the one who can surpass him. Frozen in genuine astonishment, the giant stares intently at the scene, asking himself only one question. Could this child really be that strong? Recognizing that the youngster's triumph is possible only in the future, Banchong says that right now he is weak and time is running out inexorably. The cruel truth cuts deeper than a blade in this battle. A smirk freezes on the opponent's face. He is confident in his superiority, throwing down a defiant challenge that the other won't be able to reach him. The gulf in strength seems insurmountable, but the master's fury flares like a crimson flame. The spirit of the serpent awakens behind him, and his eyes betray a verdict, a promise of death here and now. The decision is made and there is no turning back. The young man's gaze shifts, filling with icy resolve, every drop of blood on his face only confirming his readiness to go all the way. The clash of two legendary techniques shakes reality. Banchong uses the Heavenly Companion's secret-hearted sword technique, and the snakes intertwine in a deadly dance. Gripping the sword more firmly in his hands, Gyojin declares his difference from mere mortals. His nature is different, born in the flames of trials and ancient secrets. In pursuit of absolute power, the heavenly demon has cast aside all doubt. Every movement is imbued with the will to win, and he is ready to pay any price. Energy bursts forth, filling the entire space around him. There is no longer any room for fear. A rebirth begins, transforming yesterday's apprentice into a true god. The final surge cuts through space with bright flashes. Incredible power crashes down upon the enemy, proving that the limits of what is possible exist only for the weak of spirit. To seize his power, the heavenly demon never hesitated. His faith is his strength. His goal is to kill and steal. The darkness within him thickens, transforming into an unyielding will. Now he has become the embodiment of retribution and chaos. Despair drives the heir to unimaginable deeds. Every decision is steeped in blood and pain, and madness slowly takes hold of his mind. Gyojin has never relied on luck. His strength is the result of relentless training and an unbreakable spirit. He forges his own destiny, regardless of the obstacles. The villain realizes that this guy is unlike the others. His strength is both terrifying and awe-inspiring. He cannot be reasoned with. He cannot be stopped. He is a force of nature. Ban Chong's gaze loses its focus. He cannot concentrate on his victim. Risking everything for victory, the young man puts his life on the line. He makes one final charge, realizing there is simply no other path to salvation and triumph over this powerful enemy. A clash of energies. A powerful flash tears through the space. Two streams of power collide in the center of the hall, blinding those present with a furious light. Creating a protective barrier to shield his comrades, the swordsman releases a stream of azure energy. With his last ounce of strength, he holds back the effects of the devastating explosion around him. Anger and disbelief. The bruiser stares in shock at the madness unfolding before his eyes. He cannot fathom how the enemy could have resolved to take such a dangerous and desperate action. A winning blow. A silhouette breaks through the smoke and ash. It seems one of the warriors has achieved his goal, dealing a decisive blow to the enemy in the protracted bloodbath. The wounded youth drops his sword and falls to the ground. The old man towers over him, surrounded by smoke, celebrating the end of this grueling confrontation. A cry of triumph. The villain is overcome with the ecstasy of victory. He shouts of his triumph, urging his comrade to finish off the survivors. A sudden turn of events. Joy gives way to a rasping gasp. Blood spatters from the victor's mouth. A hidden wound or betrayal has overtaken him at the very moment of his supposed triumph over the enemy. Frozen in horror, Ban Cheon-woo covers his bloodied mouth. He doesn't understand what has happened and realizes with dread that the situation has spiraled out of his control. With one last breath, the heavenly demon lies motionless on the floor, his face covered in blood. It seems the battle has drained all his strength, leaving only a silent body. Park Jong-nam and his students stand frozen on the roof, while the ghostly assassins inquire about the construction of the golden chain of the 8 gates, which blocks any passage. This is ancient knowledge. The young master explains that this Chego clan technique is an extremely complex trap capable of completely isolating an opponent within 8 sectors. But it turns out that the Cheonam clan had stolen the secret manual and adapted it to their own style, using forbidden methods to strengthen the barrier. In desperation, the teacher clutches his head, frantically trying to figure out how to destroy or remove this distorted magical seal. The conditions for breaking the seal are that the caster must either lose consciousness or cancel it himself. No one else can enter or exit. The master and his companion are baffled. A mysterious enemy has breached their most powerful defense. While the man was devising an escape plan, one of his companions realized that the key to getting out lay in defeating the creator of the formation. Calmly, Hoyen explains to his companion that this golden sealing formation is not a simple spell. It is sustained by hidden artifacts that have been charged, can change shape, and hide themselves. Having learned the secret of the seal, the man reflects on recent battles. But in the latest skirmishes, he notices that the opponents did not seem to have prepared these artifacts. Continuing to ponder the mystery, Doyen says that hiding the artifacts would be difficult, as their accidental discovery could jeopardize the entire formation. Recalling how difficult it would be to hide the sealing artifacts, the teacher and his companion come to the only logical conclusion. The artifacts must be in someone's possession. Peering intently at the scene, someone is carrying them. Gyojin's ominous but only plausible guess foreshadows a dramatic revelation. Unexpectedly for the villains, a loud explosion rings out, shards grazing the frightened girl's ear. At the same time, the thug realizes that things aren't going according to plan and that their opponents have likely found the hidden device. Meanwhile, the hulking man, driven mad by pain and rage, writhes and screams at his allies to kill the boy. For the ghostly assassins are already closing in. A bright flash blinds the enemies. While the opponents look up at the sky in confusion, Demro prepares to deliver the decisive blow from the air, ending this battle. With a confident stride, the Lord enters a new phase of the battle. The dust has not yet settled, and he is already uttering icy words, looking the enemy straight in the eye. Keeping his cool amid the chaos, ignoring the blood and enemies, the commander gives a clear order. First and foremost, check on the civilians. The defeated master realizes his defeat with horror. Watching the young man walk away, he bitterly admits that he was simply used and shamefully led around by the nose. The wounded Hoyan can hardly believe he has been saved. The commander's arrival changes everything, and his brief nod of approval is the highest reward for his steadfastness. The captain's gaze is filled with anxiety and tension. He stares intently at the wounded soldier's face, trying to grasp the scale of the tragedy. The blood-covered old man can barely stand, leaning on his trusty sword. With his last ounce of strength, he confirms that he is alive, eliciting a timid sigh of relief from those around him. Damro's voice sounds eerily calm as he issues a fateful warning. One wrong move, and the fragile thread of this warrior's life will snap. The words of impending death hang heavy in the air. The squad leader realizes the situation is critical, and there is no room for error. Operatives in sharp suits quickly report the situation. The perimeter is under control, and most importantly, no casualties have been found among the civilian population. However, the joy of saving civilians is overshadowed by bitter news. The reporter announces the names of those who took the brunt of the attack and paid with their lives. News arrives that Park Jong-nam and Do-yeon are hanging between life and death. Upon hearing this, the captain's expression darkens, realizing the high price that had to be paid. A pensive gaze sweeps across the room. Surprisingly, the attacker showed a strange mercy. He deliberately struck the masters, but did not touch the people. Looking at the stretchers carrying the wounded, the Lord wonders what it was: a glimmer of conscience from the killer, or the cold calculation of someone who sees no point in unnecessary casualties. Enraged that things didn't go according to their plan, the scoundrels blamed everything on Ban Cheon-woo, for it was only because of him that they had gotten involved in such a disadvantageous venture. Captured and immobilized, yet even in chains the enemy retains a frightening composure. A cynical remark slips from his lips that the bloody show has come to an end. The captain stands motionless, but his fists are clenched white. Rage boils inside him, and what is merely a game for the enemy is, for him, tragedy and pain. The criminal is led away under guard, but he continues his psychological game. His cryptic words hint that far more complex motives lay behind the attack. Merely smirking in response to the guard's harsh orders, the old man ironically mentions a generous reward, turning a serious arrest into a ridiculous farce. The Lord's gaze grows cold and heavy. He utters the name Ban Cheon-woo, as if delivering a final verdict on the man who has ruined the lives of so many. Damro stares at his defeated enemy with cold contempt. The old man merely smirks, for his vile nature has not changed one bit over the years. An alarmed assistant rushes into the room, shouting that Su-yeon has vanished without a trace. The atmosphere instantly becomes tense, and the captain freezes in anticipation. The phone in the man's hands begins to vibrate. While his subordinate panics, he maintains a frightening calm, never taking his eyes off the screen. The call is answered with a torrent of indistinct curses and noise. Damro presses the receiver to his ear, trying to make out a single word amid this chaos of sounds. The anger of an old acquaintance on the other end of the line forces the Lord to push the phone away. Loud shouts echo throughout the room, irritating him. A slightly disheveled Hoyan approaches the newcomer, placing a hand on his shoulder, and explains that he still knows too little about the rules and power of their organization. His gaze falls on the blood-stained weapon lying on the floor, a silent witness to the brutal battle that had just ended here. Damro listens intently to the report. His face remains inscrutable as the situation slowly becomes clear, and with a barely perceptible smile, he praises the man on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, a self-satisfied Su-yeon stood among the defeated enemies, clutching a massive axe in her hands, confirming her status as the strongest fighter in the group. Damro ordered a sweep and a check of the survivors, but a sudden cry made everyone turn around. Something strange was happening behind them. Suddenly, space warped, and everyone's attention turned to a mysterious figure in the center of the hall, whose powerful red aura pulsed, drawing all eyes to it. The bloodied young man froze in utter bewilderment. He didn't understand what was happening and watched with alarm as crimson energy swirled around him. A desperate scream rang out, and the ghostly assassins rushed to his aid in panic. While Gyojin struggled to stay on his feet under the onslaught of an unknown and terrifying force. Falling to his knees, Hoyan let out an agonized groan. A sharp pain pierced his body, and bloody flashes of energy tightened around him like living chains. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable agony, the boy realizes something terrible. His gaze is filled with pain, for the old wound has suddenly begun to throb and burn with fire. The heavenly demon is shrouded in a crimson aura, his mind clouded, and his friend's cries drown in the roar of growing power. But the apprentice assures him that everything is going according to plan. In a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable, Hoyan clutches the wound, but hopes to reach the heir's consciousness before the darkness consumes him completely. A sudden movement, and Damro pushes his subordinate away in a chaotic outburst. The tension has reached its limit, the air around them literally vibrating with an excess of magic. Agitated, the Lord begs him to let go of his hand. This cry is full of pain and hope, the fair-haired boy ready to take the blow himself, just to keep his comrade from falling into the abyss. Gojin's eyes are filled with horror and confusion. He tries to make sense of what is happening and explain that he doesn't need help. It was all planned. Determination in every glance. The ghostly assassin understands that if they don't maintain their connection now, the consequences will be catastrophic, and he isn't ready to lose anyone else. Resistance is futile. A powerful surge of energy hurls everything living aside. The air screams to be let go, feeling control over his own body slipping away. A flash of blinding light tears through space. Darkness and flame merge in a single burst, transforming the battlefield into the epicenter of a furious magical storm. The energy dome expands, crushing everything in its path. Witnesses freeze in horror as they watch their comrade transform into a source of pure destruction. An explosion of unimaginable power shakes reality. Human figures vanish into a crimson haze, leaving behind only the echo of a fading scream. The dust settles, revealing the survivors. The friends are stunned by the force of the explosion, unable to comprehend where their comrade has vanished in the chaos. Their eyes betrayed utter shock. The name Damro hung in the air as a silent question, and their eyes conveyed the realization of an irreparable loss. Suddenly, the sky demon found himself in a majestic underground temple. Rows of columns with lanterns stretched deep into the cave, shrouded in mystical mist and silence. A panorama of the ancient structure beneath the rock arches. Drops of water fall steadily from the stalactites, disturbing the peace of this place forgotten by gods and men. A quiet splash of water beneath the young man's boot. The sound of footsteps echoes through the empty temple. He has returned from oblivion to this ghostly world. In shock, the heir stares at the interface. His face is contorted with anxiety, and a single question fills his mind. Could all this really be happening in reality? And what will become of this risk? Suddenly, the detective appears. His mind is confused, reality blurs before his eyes, and he doesn't understand where he has ended up. The worried lord rushes over to Gyojin. The sight of the young man's blood-stained clothes horrifies him, and he desperately tries to find out if he is wounded or unharmed. With a heavy sigh, the heavenly demon covers his eyes with his hand. Fatigue has settled on him like a leaden weight. He has no time for idle chatter now. His body craves only rest. A few seconds earlier, the young man regains consciousness on the floor of the hall after a grueling battle. Suddenly, a bright display appears before his eyes. The system mercilessly announces the completion of the mission. The system insistently demands that he press continue since the main objective has been completed. Irritation overcomes his exhaustion. Gojin angrily tells the system to go away, roughly pressing the button, wanting only one thing: to be left alone. Blue scrolls unfold one after another. The system persistently offers a reward for his work, and he faces a fateful choice. His finger touches the glowing screen. The choice is made, and the entrance to the secret hideout is unlocked. Now, only new uncertainty lies ahead. Changing color to an ominous crimson, a system message states that entry to the demon's lair has been activated. Suddenly, a countdown begins. In a panic, Gyojin realizes that the teleportation process can no longer be stopped. The numbers relentlessly bring the moment of transfer closer. Time is running out, and the young man desperately shouts at the system to stop. But magic has already enveloped his body. A flash engulfs reality, leaving only fear. A moment later, the men find themselves before the massive gates of an ancient temple. His partner's trembling hand touches the cold stone, trying to grasp where they are. Looking around in complete bewilderment, the feel of the stone beneath Damro's fingers is too real to be an illusion, and he realizes that teleportation has occurred. The detective glances suspiciously at Gyojin. The tension rises as the man tries to figure out what strange, hellish business is going on here. The sky demon freezes, his gaze full of tension, sweat beading on his face. His blood-stained t-shirt and the strange gleam in his eyes betray his shock. Suddenly, the Lord shouts out an absurd question, asking if the air possesses the technique of compressing the earth. The boy is completely stunned, reality around him cracking at the seams. The man carefully studies the boy's reaction. Seeing genuine bewilderment on Gyojin's face, he realizes that the boy himself doesn't understand how he ended up here. To test the reality of what is happening, the blond man unceremoniously grabs the apprentice by the cheeks and begins to pull them apart forcefully, ignoring his protests and pain. In a rage, the air clenches his teeth as his face is mercilessly squeezed. He is furious at the insolent detective, but is forced to endure this strange tactile interrogation. A sharp flash of pain and the realization of reality make the boy cry out. This is definitely not a dream, and the consequences of what has happened begin to terrify him. Unexpectedly, Damro changes his tone and urges him to finish cleaning up quickly. He acts as if the bloody carnage all around is just a routine little job. A sharp turn of the head and a sudden silence. They both freeze, sensing something strange, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. The detective stands frozen in anticipation, watching Gyojin's bizarre posture. The silence drags on, and it seems that the next moment will decide their fate. With an unnatural smirk spreading across his face, it seems the heavenly demon is fully aware of the absurdity of his situation, ominously confirming his companion's suspicions. The smug young man waits for a reaction, while the detective's words, that everything is going according to his plan, float through his mind. An angry shout rains down on the apprentice, demanding he return immediately, but the boy only mumbles in confusion that there is no way back. While they try to bring him back to reality, the heavenly demon is fixated on a single thought. He must go back, for there is no end to the tasks at hand. Gyojin's furious gaze, his eyes flashing with crimson flames, as distorted, jumbled words surface in his mind, an ominous silence hangs in the air. The detective's gaze is full of anxiety. He looks at the young man, whose back is drenched in blood. The tension rises, foreshadowing the start of a fateful clash in the temple. A loud shout cuts through the silence. The air stands frozen before the massive gates, while an angry question rings out behind him. The situation is tense to the breaking point. The cool-headed reply sounds like a verdict. The young man utters a short phrase calling for a swift retreat, his gaze resolute and grim. Shock is written on the ally's face. He stands frozen in indecision, trying to grasp the scale of the madness unfolding. A mystical light emanates from his palms as the gates begin to yield. The ancient seal crumbles, opening access to a forbidden power. A blue flame engulfs the space. The heavenly demon gives a sharp order for the Lord to follow him, while phantom warriors awaken from their slumber. The first chapter of the summoning trial has begun. Meanwhile, the man falls into despair, realizing that the scale of the threat has become unimaginable. A terrifying number pierces the darkness. 9,999 Zhangshi have been summoned, legendary monsters ready for the harvest. The glowing portal is open. The detective recalls his promise as he steps into the blinding light, his figure full of dignity, and the battle for survival begins to reach its climax. Golden energy concentrates in his hands, a well-deserved reward for his superhuman efforts in battle. Magic streams through his fingers, signaling triumph. Damro's gaze is fixed on infinity. He grips the hilt of his sword, his mind overflowing with thoughts of the debts he must repay. The golden blade unleashes incredible power. He delivers a crushing blow, and magical flashes cut through the darkness. This is his answer to fate and all the debts of the past. The gates of the demon's lair swing open. In the blinding blue light of ancient symbols, Gyoji prepares a new attack. His resolve is unshakable here. A sinister smile lights up the bloodstained young man's face. His anticipation of battle is terrifying, and he is ready to destroy anything that stands in his way. A frenzied whirlwind of attacks, wind blades slicing through the air as the monster, baring its teeth, lunges forward. Its fury obliterates everything in its path. Dozens of monsters rushed into battle the moment uninvited guests set foot on their territory. A fierce battle erupted. Blades clashed, sparks flew in all directions, warriors exchanged rapid blows, and the rumble of clashing weapons echoed across the battlefield. In the heat of battle, the Lord crushed everything in his path. His golden blade, radiating an unearthly glow, pierced the darkness, and everything froze in its light. The detective moved resolutely toward his goal, the glow of his blade illuminating his path, promising a swift victory. While the army of monsters, like an unstoppable torrent, surged toward the enemy, the leader of the phantom assassins, remaining in the shadows, watched the course of the battle intently. A powerful whirlwind, caused by an explosion of unknown force, swept across the battlefield. Shards of weapons flew through the air, and nothing could be seen through the billowing dust. Suddenly, the whirlwind in the form of Gyojin, which had engulfed the battlefield like a giant tentacle, lifted the monster into the air. The boy was completely helpless in its embrace. Smiling menacingly, the heavenly demon watched everything unfold. He reveled in the sight of the chaos and destruction he himself had caused. Landing in the center of the enemy army, the apprentice crushed everyone. Violet sparks flashed through the air like lightning, clearing a path to his salvation. The heir's gaze flared with crimson madness. His snarl foreshadowed inevitable retribution, and a thirst for blood completely consumed his mind. A furious swing of the sword traced a violet arc through the air. Devastating energy crashed down upon the enemies, sweeping away everything in its path with a powerful magical surge. Frozen in shock, Damro's face contorted with disbelief and confusion as he realized the true power of the boy standing right before him. Giant monsters with icy eyes loomed over the battlefield. Their monstrous aura crushed the warrior's will, causing even the bravest to tremble with terror. The decisive battle began. The man deftly dodged the monster's massive blows, searching for the slightest opening in its defense. Enraged, the opponent clearly remembered inflicting fatal wounds on him, but standing before him was a man on whom not a single trace of the previous battle remained. A golden blade sliced through the air, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. The man moved with incredible speed, crushing the ranks of his enemies. Glancing back at the bloody carnage, Gelden froze in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes, how a single man had managed to turn the battlefield into a graveyard in an instant. While his enemies choked on their screams, the young man remained ice-cold and calm. His gaze was empty, and his mind was already calculating the next move in this endless slaughter. A mad grin lit up the heavenly demon's face. He reveled in the chaos, and his movements grew ever wilder. It seemed as though death itself was guiding his blade in a dance. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of the fallen. The boy stood in the center of the destruction, towering over his defeated enemies, while silence slowly swallowed the echoes of the battle. Horror gripped the Lord. He realized the terrifying truth. Their opponent possessed abnormal regeneration. Every wound on his body was healing right before their eyes. A living nightmare. Even the severed body parts of the enemies continued to twitch. Whether magic or a curse, it gave them no rest, forcing them to rise again and again. Gripping the hilt of his shining sword tightly, a flame of determination burned in Damro's eyes. This weapon was the only thing that could put an end to this madness. The Lord's focused gaze in the silence a second before his lunge. He realized that the true battle was only just beginning, and there would be no mercy for anyone. A moment later, the enemy caught up to the young man from behind, raising his blade to strike, but he didn't even turn around, feeling every movement of the cold metal against his skin. A sharp lunge and the blue blade pierces the attacker through and through. The sky demon acts on instinct, turning defense into a deadly counterattack. The heir's gaze grows cold and appraising. He notices that his opponents have begun to move faster, as if the battlefield itself is fueling them. The deadly dance continues. The boy dodges magical flashes, barely touching the ground, every movement precise and fearless. Gripping the violet sword tighter, Gyojin feels a dark energy coursing through his hands. This weapon is his last chance in the battle against the immortals. The enemy attacks ferociously, but his limb flies off to the side. The monster, with chilling blue eyes and a snarl, is ready to tear apart anyone who stands in his way. Magical energy flares up in a bright blaze. A powerful strike literally incinerates the space around them, leaving the enemy not a single chance of survival. A mad grin plays across the heir's face. Splattered with blood, with a burning red eye, he revels in the chaos of battle. A powerful explosion shakes the ground, sending pillars of dust skyward. He charges forward through the fire, sweeping away all life in his path with incredible force. In confusion, the man shields himself from the flying sand, but his movements seem slow. The air around him trembles with tension before the warriors clash. Wounds heal if they are not fatal. Finally, Damro realizes the terrible truth. Regeneration works, but it does not relieve the suffering brought by every blow. His consciousness is clouded by unbearable pain coursing through his nerves. The dark silhouette of the heavenly demon, bathed in poisonous green spatters of blood, looks terrifying. The legion of the undead freezes in shock. The ghostly warriors with empty, glowing eyes sense the overwhelming aura emanating from their opponent. The man's gaze is filled with icy terror and the acknowledgement of defeat as he looks death in the eye. 2 hours have passed. Battle-weary allies stand back to back amid the ruins. The fight is over, swords lowered, and the sky above them begins to clear. A system notification pops up before his eyes. The grand hunt for 9,999 Zhangshi is officially complete, marking the end of a long battle. Standing among the fallen enemies, breathing heavily, the boy looks at the screen, confirming his triumph after 2 hours of non-stop slaughter. The system announces the receipt of a reward, internal energy equivalent to a full 30 years of grueling training and meditation. Mad ecstasy overwhelms Gyoji. Feeling a surge of colossal power in his hands, he realizes just how powerful he has become after this trial. But there is no time to rest on his laurels. A new system message states that he must complete the final hunt, and the most dangerous mission lies ahead. The heir's gaze froze in horror as the word "final" reflected in his pupil, foreshadowing the end of the path he had so desperately tried to alter until the very end. Fierce azure energy flared beneath the warrior's feet. The earth trembled from the power of the awakening artifact, ready to devour all living things. A pillar of scarlet flame shot into the heavens, slicing through space. A powerful explosion scattered the shadows, leaving behind only the smell of burning and the echoes of battle magic. Two fighters pushed to their limits, charged toward the enemy. Their movements merged into a single torrent of fury. A true monster emerged from the smoke and flames. Its gigantic form inspired primal fear, and the heavy chains on its arms foreshadowed doom. The beast took a deep breath, drawing in the remnants of magic and the dust of destruction. Its mighty back tensed as the enemy began to prepare for an attack. A fiery vortex swirled around the epicenter of the battle. From a bird's-eye view, the battlefield resembled the mouth of a volcano where the fate of the world was being decided. Gritting his teeth and gripping his blade, the young man focused on his target. Violet lightning wrapped around his body as he vowed to take down the monster at any cost. The thought flashed through Gyoji's mind that he was truly returning home. With that realization, he burst through space, leaving a bright trail of teleportation in his wake. The final clash bathed everything around them in a flash of neon light. Steel met the monster's flesh, and the loud clang of the impact marked the beginning of the battle. Caught off guard, the Sky Demon was taken aback when his crushing blow struck an invisible barrier, the monster's diamond-hard body. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man activated the artifact, and a blinding, powerful beam of light burst forth, piercing the very darkness of the dungeon. A monstrous, deafening explosion shook the very foundations of this cursed place, leaving behind only clouds of dust, and it became clear that this was a different level of power. Through the veil of smoke, the warrior's furious, haggard face emerged. His eyes burned with determination, and a single angry, hate-filled curse escaped his lips. Their gazes met through the remaining sparks of light, and in that silent standoff, each of them understood that the battle was only just beginning. The giant beast in chains unleashes all its fury upon the exhausted air. The air trembles from the force of the blow. The young fighter can barely stay on his feet. His body is covered in blood and scrapes, but his gaze remains resolute as he prepares to take the next powerful strike. Gojin's gaze is clouded by pain, but a spark of desperation flares in the depths of his pupils. He sees approaching death in a blinding glow. The blood-stained fabric of his clothes flutters in the wind like the flag of a lost battle. Every shred serves as a reminder of the brutality of the fight that has nearly broken his spirit. The beast makes a devastating leap, swinging its bound arms. Rings of golden flame surround it, and its target seems utterly defenseless. With a deafening roar, the monster demands blood. A magical blade glints in its hands, ready to put an end to the protracted confrontation. Exhausted, Gyojin falls to his knees, unable to continue the fight. His internal injuries are taking their toll, and his magical regeneration cannot keep up with the damage. Despite his outward healing, the warrior's life force is running out. At this critical moment, an ally appears. His calm and confident gaze contrasts with the chaos of the battle. With an unexpected proposal, Demro addresses the heir. He is ready to join the fray and take on the monster, giving the wounded warrior a chance to catch his breath. The enraged monster lunges at its new target, filling the air with a furious roar. It does not yet know that it faces an opponent of a different caliber. The fiery monster in chains lets out a deafening roar, looming over the two figures. The detective shields the wounded young man, who remains shockingly silent. The battered young man, splattered with blood, leans heavily on the hilt of his purple sword. Exhaustion is evident on his face as he fights through the pain. The man's face expresses deep understanding. He looks at the wounded youth with compassion, sharing his own pain and experience. Not long ago, the Lord stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by fallen enemies, clutching a sword in his hand, feeling the same sense of hopelessness. Repeating his question, the leader of the ghostly assassins knows that the wounded man has also faced something unbearable and offers his help. Kneeling, Damro was acutely aware of the weight of his past mistakes. He sincerely begged fate to grant him just one chance to atone for his guilt. A strange fire flared in the heir's eyes, reflecting both resolve and hidden pain. This gaze belonged to a man who had already walked through hell and was ready to enter it again. The terrifying spawn of darkness bared its teeth, revealing fangs as sharp as razors. Searing flames burst from its maw, and its eyes thirsted only for blood and destruction. Despite the mortal danger, a defiant smirk appeared on the boy's face. He looked down at the detective as if the situation were nothing more than an amusing warm-up. Maintaining an icy composure, the Lord watched the scene intently, realizing that behind the boy's venomous words lay nothing but fear. Their gazes locked in a silent duel of wills. One expressed weariness and contempt, the other cold calculation. The calm before the storm became almost physically palpable. Falling helplessly onto the hot sand and telling his comrade to do as he pleased, it seemed that Gojin had finally given up, deciding to entrust his fate to someone else. The air around his hand trembled as golden energy flared. The ancient seal awoke, concentrating incredible power for a single precise strike. From the blinding glow emerged the legendary blade, its edge ablaze with sacred fire, ready to cut through the monster's very flesh and bring an end to it all. Darting forward, Damro vowed to show the monster true strength, making a swift lunge as a golden trail of energy sliced through space in a powerful strike. The warrior's figure made a swift lunge. His sword blazed with golden fire, energy surging through his entire body, ready to tear any enemy apart. The enormous beast roared with fury, blood flooding its paw, and a primal thirst for vengeance burning in its eyes. The battle was only just beginning. Though the warrior looked calm, his gaze was fixed on the distance. He understood that this battle would be decisive, and his strength must be at its limit. Light and darkness clashed at the center of the battlefield. Every blow was accompanied by powerful explosions, shaking the ground and causing the air to vibrate with the force. The monster's eyes burned with hellfire. Golden chains of energy bound the beast, but it struggled with all its might. A heavy step leaves a mark on the scorching sand. The man moves forward confidently, despite the mud and blood on his clothes. A flash of furious light cuts through space. A precise and deadly strike catches up with the enemy, demonstrating the true power and technique of the shadow assassin. The enormous beast lets out a deafening scream, trying to overwhelm his opponent with his aura, but the man stands unshakable, preparing for the decisive strike. Golden threads of energy pierce the darkness, sealing the monster. Damro has ended the battle, remaining calm at the center of a raging vortex of magical and physical power. The battle is over. A light, almost carefree smile lights up the Lord's face as he turns to his companion, suggesting they return. For the first chapter of their long journey is complete. System notifications flash before his eyes. The final hunt has come to an end. The first chapter has been completed, and a generous reward already awaits its rightful owner. Space warps, forming a passage into the unknown. The system generates a door to the second chapter, opening the way to more dangerous trials. The blue glow of the magic scroll confirms the transition. The boys officially enter a new phase of their adventure. A bloodied warrior stands behind a bewildered Gyojin. The heavy atmosphere of battle still hangs in the air as the system screen flickers. In the pitch-black darkness, Only whispers of disappointment can be heard. The hope of returning home has crumbled, and someone's piercing gaze from the shadows promises only new trouble. The boys froze in the void, their hearts gripped by fear, and with only one question in their minds. Will they ever be able to return home? The darkness around them seemed endless. Suddenly, the boy bursts into curses. He begs the system to tell him what to do, for nothing happens in the void. A detective watches the boy's agony. He is calm and pensive. Despite the screams behind him, his blood-stained figure inspires an icy dread. The man's gaze pierces the silence. His eyes betray calculation and a hidden plan. He studies the situation intently, waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. The time has come. His hand shoots upward, preparing a powerful spell. The brief command "Open Sesame" is set to change the rules of the game once and for all. The boys hover in the void, one bewildered, the other lost in thought. The silence is oppressive, and the space around them seems endless and devoid of meaning. In a sudden burst of determination, Damro shouts the ridiculous abracadabra, desperately trying to use magic or a joke to break through this strange reality. The magic didn't work. The absurd gestures only cause awkwardness. The attempt to change the situation has failed, leaving behind only a bitter aftertaste. A grimace of irritation twists the teenager's face. He realizes that his companion is far from normal, and this only adds to their troubles. Staring into the void, his profile betrays weariness and resignation. The Lord tries to figure out where they went wrong and how to escape this labyrinth. The weary travelers have been wandering through the water for over an hour now. Monotonous steps, splashes, and complete uncertainty. The path seems pointless. Asking himself a question, Damro wants to understand what this place wants. Fatigue takes its toll, and his thoughts become tangled. Every step is a struggle, but there are still no answers to his questions. Through the ripples on the water comes the realization that perhaps this nightmare will not end until the right answer is found. But what is the question? As if in a trance, Yojin freezes upon seeing something strange. A looming figure or a sudden obstacle forces him to stop in indecision. The man calls out to the air, hoping for a reaction. His voice carries a note of alarm and a glimmer of hope. In this strange world, only their presence together offers a chance of salvation. In his confusion, the Lord turns his gaze to his companion. The silence around them becomes unbearable, and a sense of something inevitable grows. The darkness suddenly parts before a bright flame. Primal terror and bewilderment are reflected in the heavenly demon's eyes, and the world around them begins to change rapidly. Chaos bursts into reality. Unknown pursuers catch up to the air, knocking him off his feet, and the illusion of a peaceful path shatters completely. Gojin's gaze freezes and his pupils flare with a terrifying amber light. In that moment, something alien awakens within him, responding to the external threat. The attackers gloat, pinning the boy to the ground. Angry shouts and accusations shake the air. It seems the trap has snapped shut. The furious crowd surrounds the child, accusing him of the terrible fire. Angry shouts drown out everything around them. Sincere horror and despair are frozen in the boy's eyes. He barely whispers words of defense as tears roll down his face, but the enraged people refuse to hear his truth. A cruel echo of a death sentence reverberates over the water. The unfortunate boy is beaten half to death, while the young man silently watches this massacre from the shadows. The enraged people are convinced that this is how the boy repaid their kindness. Another blow rings out. The victim's face turns into a bloody mess, and his consciousness slowly fades. The crowd's rage knows no bounds, and the name Gachan becomes a curse. The mob beating continues in an ominous void where there is no room for either pity or justice. It is all over. The battered body lies lifeless on the dark surface of the water. Gijin still stares motionlessly at the past, shrouded in cold. In the silence, only quiet sobs can be heard. Even half alive, the outcast continues to whisper his truth, which no one needs anymore, as his world plunges into darkness. Two sides of the same pain. The victim's blood-stained gaze meets the observer's cold stare. "It wasn't me," the last words hang in the air as a heavy reminder. The space fills with bloody inscriptions screaming of innocence. Madness and fury intertwine in a final curse directed at the perpetrators. Turning away and leaving behind the sparks of a dying life and the tragedy, the heavenly demon walks away, bearing on his clothes the stains of a truth hidden by the darkness. The bright flame of the torch greedily devoured the night air, scattering golden sparks around. The fire flickered in the wind, becoming the only source of light in the void. A group of young people cheerfully called out to the frozen youth. "What are you standing there for?" shouted the guy with the torch, while the others watched his hesitation with smiles. The older youth smiled broadly and carefree, beckoning his friend to follow him. His eyes shone with excitement. Gojin's pupils narrowed in shock, reflecting the bright glow. In that frozen moment, a sudden realization of something frightening was evident. The smiles of acquaintances from a past life shine brightly. They don't understand their friend's hesitation, for it is long past time for them to go. Frozen in stupor, covered in mud and soot, the heavenly demon looks around in horror, unable to comprehend how he ended up at the center of this chaos. Amid the ashes and sparks, a stately figure rises before him from behind. The man's long gray hair and majestic bearing inspire an involuntary tremor. Turning around, the old man, with a wise yet stern gaze, asks only one question. His voice sounds calm, piercing the silence. "Where have you been all this time?" The heir's gaze freezes. His pupils constrict in shock as a terrifying realization pierces his mind. Standing before him is the legendary and dangerous leader of the cult himself. Reality around him begins to warp. A strange glow envelops his body as he desperately tries to grasp the gravity of his situation. Space tore apart, swallowing the young man. His silhouette dissolved into golden sparks, transporting him from a world of ruin to a completely different, peaceful place. In an instant, Gunhong saw a sun-drenched street in an ancient city. Peace reigned all around. People were going about their business, and an old man was already waiting for him in a cozy shop. Fresh tea steams on the table. The aroma of the drink and the peaceful atmosphere contrast with the recent nightmare, and the old man softly utters Gushan's name. The young man in red clothes looks up in bewilderment. His scarlet eyes are full of questions, for he does not yet understand anything. Sitting at the table, the two begin a quiet conversation. Past and present intertwine in this room, where, over a cup of tea, the fates of two different worlds are decided. The elderly master looks at his apprentice with concern, offering him a rest after a long hunt, but the young man hastily refuses, not wanting to interrupt this meeting. The face of the heavenly demon trembles in the reflection of the teacup. The cult leader gently insists on rest, showing a warmth unexpected for his status. Sunlight floods the terrace where the two converse over a leisurely tea. The surrounding tranquility seems almost unreal after recent events. Suddenly, the heir admits that he wants to stay longer. His gaze, fixed on the man, expresses sincere affection and trust. The cult leader freezes, his gaze fills with genuine bewilderment. Such a direct request from his disciple catches the wise warrior off guard. In his anger, the old man suspects the young man of new mischief, but the latter merely denies it fearfully, trying to hide the truth behind absurd excuses. The leader's cheerful laughter echoes through the room as the young man wipes the sweat from his forehead with relief. It seems another storm has passed, and tension has given way to jest. Anticipating a wild night full of adventure and fun, the heavenly demon's face radiates excitement, and his mind is free of worries, filled only with the desire to start the fun as soon as possible. A moment of calm is suddenly disrupted by a strange feeling. He freezes, trying to catch a fleeting thought of something important that he might have forgotten in the heat of the coming night. Over a cup of tea in a cozy room, the two engage in a leisurely conversation. The surrounding idyll lulls their vigilance, making them forget their troubles. A faint smile plays on the young man's lips as he takes a sip. At that moment, the world seems perfect, and all his worries are nothing more than a distant echo, incapable of disturbing the peace. A sudden plunge into the cold abyss of memories changes everything. As his consciousness sinks into the dark waters of the past, he realizes he has forgotten something. But it doesn't matter. Gyojin's body slowly sinks into the depths as air bubbles swirl around him. He falls into the darkness of his own mind, realizing he has forgotten something important. In a dark ancient room, two men are engrossed in conversation, while a silent observer stands behind them. No one dares to disturb them. A mysterious silhouette in the dim light of the luxurious hall pronounces a harsh verdict. The enormous losses and serious consequences of the incident force a sudden awakening. The old man in the suit raises his hand, as if in a gesture of despair. The man before him is frightening, even though Gyojin and the Lord are gone. The man smiles eerily. His raised hand holding a cup draws the eye. He believes there are many advantages to this situation. A black silhouette with burning red eyes, the very embodiment of darkness, radiates an ominous energy that makes one freeze in terror. In his rage, the stranger uses a mysterious violet energy, squeezing the guard's throat. The guard's face is contorted with fear and bewilderment. The mysterious stranger is furious. They did not gather today to discuss the pros and cons, and besides, he is not sure that Damro and his apprentice have disappeared. The elder looks at his subordinate with doubt. He had never seen the seizing of the void before. It had seemed to him nothing more than a legend. The atmosphere in the hall grows tense. The leader demands confirmation of the words, unwilling to believe that anyone is capable of vanishing so completely into the shadows of the night. The tense silence drags on. The master's gaze pierces right through him, making the man tremble in the face of his master's inevitable wrath. Humbly, the old man from the special unit bows his head, assuring them of the report's truthfulness. He is ready to stake his good name on these facts. The enigmatic master, his eyes ablaze, listens intently. His icy calm is more terrifying than the open threats from the dark leaders. A sudden burst of power crashes down upon the witness. The powerful technique forces him to collapse to his knees, gasping for breath from the pain and the invisible pressure of Kai. Trying to comprehend the scale of what has happened, the poor man writhes on the floor. His opponent's disappearance now seems to him like something beyond the bounds of common sense. Cold sweat clouds his eyes. The reality of what is happening blurs with a nightmare, and the incident takes a truly bizarre and dangerous turn. Deciding to change the subject, the old man assigns the special unit to conduct surveillance. A far more important goal is now on the agenda: the legendary secret treasure of Chonam. The dark silhouette nods, accepting the challenge, and a discussion begins on the details of the plan, which is meant to shed light on the mysteries of the past and the battles to come. The cunning master with amber eyes smiles mockingly, proposing to start a game that could cost many their lives. Gazing at the endless sea of lights of the nighttime metropolis, a lone figure sits on the edge of a rooftop. The wind ruffles his scarf as the young man is lost in his dark thoughts. Turning away from the dazzling city, the man stares into the endless darkness of the night sky, his soul weighed down by memories and secrets of the past. A sudden voice breaks the silence. A mysterious figure in a cloak stands behind him, asking why he is giving in to despondency in such a secluded place. Turning around, a familiar, confident smirk appears on the young man's face. He recognizes the stranger, realizing that their meeting was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the stranger tosses an object to the young man. He catches it easily. His movements are swift. It's time to go. Someone important has been searching for him for a long time. With a sly smirk on his face, the pursuer draws his prey along behind him, hinting that a recent incident was a fatal mistake that changed everything. Shrouded in a mystical glow, the warrior makes an incredible leap. His silhouette freezes against the night sky, and his eyes betray unwavering resolve. From a bird's-eye view, a panorama of the city aglow with lights unfolds. The man looks down, realizing the scale of the coming changes in this vast world. The young man's gaze grows cold and piercing. He vows that his tormentors will pay for everything, and his revenge will be quiet but extremely brutal. Rage fills the young man's heart. In the silence of the night, a sinister promise echoes to turn his enemies' lives into a living hell from which they will never escape. Meanwhile, in the bustling tavern, life is in full swing. Patrons are actively discussing the latest rumors, completely unaware of the storm approaching them. The revelry reaches its peak. The gang leader slams his cup down on the table, demanding the feast continue, confident in his complete impunity. Drunken shouts and laughter fill the room. The scoundrel urges the servants on, wanting to drown any doubts in wine, and an atmosphere of false triumph and chaos hangs in the air. Suddenly, the server's hand falters. His drunken face contorts in bewilderment. The wine has run out just as unexpectedly as their peace of mind will soon vanish. The enraged lackey notices his master's empty cup. He shouts harshly, accusing the servants of unacceptable negligence and demanding immediate action. In a rage, the man yells at the trembling servants, demanding more wine and food. He waves his hand, unwilling to listen to excuses, while the sect leader remains hungry. Pale with fear, a maid explains that porters from the neighboring town are supposed to bring food, but for some reason are delayed. While the porters are delayed, the hulking figure seated at the table clenches his fist. His patience is running out. Surrounded by an ominous blue aura, the Lord flies into a rage. He refuses to believe that the food and wine have run out. With a bow, a maid presents the guest with an exquisite vessel. Apologizing for the delay, she informs him that they managed to procure a single bottle of the legendary Yuhan liqueur. At the sight of the offering, the eyes of those present widen. The precious vessel glows, confirming its rarity. The massive, gold-adorned businessman is overcome with indescribable delight. He can't believe his luck, anticipating the taste of this elite liquor. In the center of the luxurious hall, the coveted bottles stand on the table. The maid assures them that this gift was obtained with great difficulty, specifically for such distinguished guests. Meanwhile, a grim, bare-chested man is rapidly approaching the table. His heavy footsteps and determined expression do not bode well. At the table, the guests demand that their cups be filled immediately. The atmosphere grows tense, all eyes fixed on the maid as she prepares to pour the precious liquid, drop by drop. In anticipation, the hulking man licks his lips. As the maid tilts the jug with trembling hands, he calls this moment a true treasure. Suddenly, a dark silhouette looms over the table. The stranger declares in a cold voice that he has found his missing drink, which, as it turns out, had been hidden here. Pale with terror, the girl tries to justify herself to her master. She stammers that they have already served nearly 20 bottles. Without letting the woman finish, the mysterious guest snatches the precious vessel right from her hands with a sharp, lightning-fast movement, interrupting the meal. In one gulp, the stranger drinks the contents of the jug right before the stunned crowd's eyes. He ignores everyone around him, savoring every drop of the expensive alcohol. The wealthy men froze in silent shock, staring at the audacious man, unable to believe that someone dared to steal their long-awaited and precious treasure. With a satisfied laugh, Guchon slams the empty vessel down on the table. He exclaims that the wine is damn good, and his face glows with genuine delight. Tears of rage and despair well up in the fat merchant's eyes. He realizes that his only bottle of the priceless Yuhan drink has vanished down a stranger's throat. Exploding with rage, the giant smashes everything in his path. In a furious scream, he curses the madman who dared so brazenly to deprive him of his greatest pleasure. The sect leader, towering above everyone, issues a brutal order to destroy the insolent enemy. His subordinates stand ready for battle. A young warrior stands still in anticipation. His face betrays determination and even a slight excitement at what lies ahead. The sect's majestic building, bathed in the soft light of lanterns, sleeps peacefully. Snowflakes swirl gently through the air, when suddenly the silence is broken by a voice. The innkeeper, who has arrived with a wine delivery, freezes in the doorway. A horrifying scene unfolds before him. Bloodied bodies lie on the floor, and a large man stands nearby. In a panic, the frightened delivery man surveys the scene before him, hesitating to step inside. With burning eyes, the massive man covered in blood looms over the stranger, growling and asking if he knows who he is. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon seems completely unconcerned by what is happening. He sits imposingly in the room, sipping wine from a luxurious vase. Suddenly, the room is illuminated by a bright flash. The clang of swords and screams can be heard. It is the swordsman, who has instantly dispatched his opponent. The bloodied body of Gyum Suchin, the head of the Kasigan outpost, lay on the floor. The swordsman had easily defeated him, leaving behind only a corpse and a few glowing orbs. Standing over his enemy's corpse, the heir declared that this scum had betrayed the demon cult. A fire of vengeance burned in his eyes, and now he was ready to continue on his path. In horror, the crowd parts as they see Guchon emerging from the gate. People whisper that he is covered in blood and ask their children not to look at this terrifying sight. The young man's face is splattered with blood, but his gaze is empty and cold. The townspeople, shocked by the day's carnage, are afraid to even meet his eyes. Despite the recent bloodbath, the swordsman laughs merrily, clutching jugs of wine. He has clearly had one too many and, staggering, is about to head home. The heir's gaze falls on a group of people beating a stranger, but the man fights back, demanding to be let go. The irritated attacker demands silence, realizing that everyone around is staring at him. The Heavenly One's drunken bravado gives way to anger at the scene before him. Guchon is about to leave when the brawl in the quiet alley flares up with renewed intensity. The stranger tries to escape, but his path is blocked, and only angry shouts and the noise of the struggle can be heard. Desperately resisting, the young man tries to break free from the men's tenacious grip. A muffled groan escapes his lips when one of the attackers lands a powerful blow to his torso. The thugs cheer upon discovering a rare wine in the young man's bag. The gangster's eyes burn with greed. Such a haul promises them a fortune if sold on the black market. Unable to stand any longer, the poor fellow looks at his enemies with horror and the realization of his powerlessness. The whole world around him falls silent in this bitter moment. The robbers greedily examine the elegant bottle. They anticipate either imminent wealth or a drunken evening, completely unconcerned with their victim's fate. Realizing he is losing what is most precious to him, the boy with his last ounce of strength shouts after them, begging them to stop, for without this burden, his life will turn into a nightmare. A furious kick cuts off his pleas. The thugs know no mercy. To them, he is merely an obstacle. The boy falls onto the cold stones, gasping for breath from pain and despair. Blows rain down one after another, preventing him from getting up. The robbers mock his helplessness, cruelly punishing him for trying to protect his property. Covering his head with his hands, the poor fellow whispers words of despair. He knows that if he doesn't deliver this cargo on time, he's doomed. But his enemies have already taken everything. Mocking glances and contemptuous laughter. That is all they leave the young man with in the end. The scoundrels walk away, satisfied with their easy loot, leaving him to die in the mud. A sudden shadow falls over the bandits. A mysterious stranger appears behind them, his clothes soaked in blood, his gaze hidden in the shadows. While the thugs are distracted by the strange visitor, the beaten young man tries to crawl away. He breathes heavily, realizing that this moment is his only chance to survive. Frozen in shock, the thugs stare at the terrifying warrior. The blood on his body is clearly not his own, and his powerful torso speaks of incredible strength. The stranger calmly picks up the precious wine vessel from the ground. His voice sounds chilling and commanding as he claims ownership of the object. In terror, one of the bandits' eyes widen. Sweat rolls down his face as he realizes who he has encountered. A single question fills his mind. Why has death come now? Holding out the painted vessel to the scoundrels, the heavenly demon's eye flashed in the darkness, and the quiet question, "Do you want it?" sounded like a death sentence. Trembling with terror, cold sweat trickled down the unlucky robber's face. He screamed in fear and hurried to apologize, begging only for this nightmare to end. In a panic, the robbers scattered, abandoning their belongings, while Guchong merely watched them indifferently, clenching a jug of wine in his hands, unable to comprehend the cause of their fear. Squatting down by the sack, the heir opened one of the vessels. The child, knocked to the ground, stammered that the goods were headed for that very inn nearby. Tilting his head back, the man greedily drank the wine straight from the bottle. His back was drenched in blood, and the accidental witness could only watch this gruesome scene in horror. With a satisfied sigh, he wiped his lips, but the witness froze. This drink was not meant for humans, and mortals were forbidden to drink it. A pile of blue vessels with gold patterns lay in the sack. The heir casually tossed one aside, causing those around him to hold their breath at the sharp sound of the movement. Finally, the heavenly demon ordered the child to say that he had personally delivered the wine to the man in red. Frightened, the boy merely nodded, not daring to argue. The shaken boy watched the warrior leave with a blank stare. A drop of sweat froze on his cheek, and the words about the dangerous wine delivery man echoed in his head. The blood-stained figure with the huge sack slowly vanished into the falling snow. The survivor could only whisper a quiet word of thanks after the departing figure. Suddenly, Guchen stopped and turned around. His gaze softened as he called out to the trembling youth. This voice no longer frightened him, but compelled him to listen. With irony, the man asked if there was even a drop of spirit left in him. His crimson eyes pierced right through him, while the boy merely asked back in confusion, not understanding where he was going with this. Looking at the dejected youth, the heavenly demon said he should fight for his life. His words about needing to at least try to do something hung in the frosty air. He should have called for help, bitten back, done anything. But the child's face reflected deep sorrow and the realization of his own weakness in the face of a cruel world. Finally, Gucheng warned him that if he remained passive, apathy would become a habit. Silence would consume him, turning his life into an endless acceptance of any injustice. At the end of the road, when his strength is running out, he realizes that defeat is becoming part of his very essence. Giving up now is not simply a choice, but a destructive habit. Like a madman, the boy froze in the shadow of his fears. The voice of fate sounded cold and merciless, compelling him to take that final step. Shouting for the young man to stop putting on a show, to get up and fight, this cry pierces the silence. Standing before him is one who tolerates no weakness and demands a struggle despite the body's unbearable pain. This sight inspires only awe. A harsh verdict is delivered. In the onlooker's eyes there is no pity, only cold contempt for the one who dared to lower his hands. With a heavy sigh, the stranger turns away, leaving the teenager alone with his fate. "Well, do as you please," he says, walking off into the snowy distance without looking back. Words sting worse than a whip. After all, it is his life, and only he can decide whether to rot in this filth or try to rise. The choice is left to the weak. But what's the point? What will change if the boy decides to resist? He asks the void. There is no fire in his voice, only the ashes of hope and endless weariness. The question hangs in the frosty air. The boy can barely find the strength to look up, trying to grasp the magnitude of his own fall from grace. If the boy enters this battle, will his worthless and pitiful life become even a little better? This question marks the beginning of his long and agonizing rebirth. Guchan froze upon hearing this question, full of despair. A shadow of surprise flashed across his cold gaze. He hadn't expected to encounter such deep and honest pain. Born into poverty at the very bottom of this world, the young man looks at his trembling hands. He has never held a sword and has never known a mentor who could show him the way. How can a man, deprived of honor and knowledge, challenge fate? His voice trembled at the realization of his own worthlessness in the face of powerful masters of combat. Tears streamed down his face like a hailstorm, bearing his wounded soul. In this cry, centuries-old resentment, fear, and the last spark of hope mingled. The warrior's calls to battle sounded to him like a death sentence. He understood that for someone like him, any attempt at resistance would only hasten the end. Kneeling before the air, the child begged him for an answer, for a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. The grim heavenly demon stood frozen in the pouring rain. His cold gaze and the drops of blood on his face spoke of the end of a brutal and grueling battle. Merciless words tore from his lips, putting an end to the young man's life. The icy verdict, simply die, sounded like the final curtain for the defeated fighter. The majestic ancient temple shone under the bright sun, its light flooding the intricate architecture and mountain peaks. The young man looked disheveled and pale. He could barely stand. Instead of the fervor of battle, his face was contorted by a grimace of intense nausea. A severe hangover proved more terrifying than any sword. The warrior's eyes were watering, and the look on his exhausted face confirmed that yesterday's celebration had clearly been a success. Memories of weeping and moans of despair surface. The boy, bowing low, takes his master's words too literally and trembles with sheer terror. He wants to live. On his knees, the poor wretch begs for mercy, but the stern master has ordered him to end his life right here and now. After waking, his foggy mind tries to figure out why this memory flashed before his eyes and triggered such a violent and strange reaction. Chaos breaks out in the courtyard. Perched on the servants' shoulders, the heavenly demon urges them on. They're moving too slowly, and the young man has a lot to do. With a book in his hands, the master massages his temples against a growing headache. He appeals to Guchan's conscience, begging him to leave his unfortunate older brothers alone. Suddenly, the young man displays incredible agility. He performs a series of acrobatic leaps, landing right in front of his stunned mentor. Wincing at the sharp smell of alcohol emanating from the air, the older man asks in bewilderment just how much alcohol was consumed during yesterday's binge. Slumped on the table and drooling, the young man lazily estimates the amount. Somewhere around 100 bottles of Yuhan liquor they drank the night before. A loud scream echoes across the courtyard. Dozens of students and the master himself are in shock. Such a dose seems unthinkable for a human being, and they call him a madman. Guchan doesn't even think to make excuses, peacefully falling asleep right on top of his books, asking if his older brother wasn't supposed to accompany the cult leader on an important errand today. Ignoring the man's nervousness, the heir mocks the fact that a loyal comrade in arms was ultimately kicked out, wounding his pride. Unwilling to forgive the insolence, the master flies into a rage, but the young man merely brushes it off, maintaining a cheerful and carefree mood. Cheering up, the heavenly demon enjoys the weather and the company of his older brother, while the latter asks him to be more serious. Suddenly, the heavy gates swing open, and a bright light floods the entrance, causing everyone to grow alert. A majestic figure appears in the doorway, and whispers spread that the head of the demon cult himself has arrived. The elder greets everyone gathered, while behind him, stern warriors in dark robes stand frozen in anticipation. Humbly, Guchan bows, stealing glances at the one who strikes fear into the hearts of all around. The cult leader strides confidently inside, followed by two self-assured men who do not lag a step behind. Crossing the threshold, the stranger recalls how many years it has been since he was here, in the place where it all once began. Images of the past surface in the guests' minds. A time of long-standing power struggles and competition for the position of cult leader. The elder graciously invites the guest to visit more often, for the former rivalry over the leadership has been left far behind. In response, an ominous, booming laugh rings out, instantly shattering the feigned calm and friendliness of the moment. A heavy blade crashes into the ground with a thunderous clang, demonstrating the true power and hidden threat emanating from the uninvited guest. With irony, the guest remarks that in the old days such a meeting might have been appropriate, but now everything has changed radically. Baring his teeth in a menacing smile, the man declares that the current situation causes him nothing but irritation and discomfort. Gazing piercingly into the distance, the sage senses an incredible power. His experienced gaze fixes on every movement of the guest, whose aura overwhelms everything. Humbly, the young heir folds his hands in greeting, yet his eyes betray his true nature, cold, calculating, and deadly. Those around them shuddered at the stranger's mere glance. The air grew heavy, and their instincts screamed of the danger emanating from the mysterious youth. Influential masters discuss the cult leader's prophecy. They realize that before them stands the very child the leader had warned them about. A man with a gray beard smiles contentedly, confirming his ally's suspicions. He sees in the boy a great power capable of changing the world. An ominous smirk lit up the guest's face. He licked his lips like a predator before the hunt, whispering that the youth was his true and long-awaited reflection. The host politely invites his old acquaintances to enter the abode. The fearsome warrior with the enormous sword freezes for a moment, lost in his dark thoughts. A caravan of porters slowly moves through the gates, heavy crates weigh down on the workers' backs, while warriors vigilantly watch their every step along the way. A sudden shout made everyone turn around. One of the porters lost his balance, and the fragile cargo nearly touched the ground, causing panic among the crowd. Unable to stay on his feet, the boy collapsed, scattering the valuables. Precious vessels crashed onto the stones, and horror and shock froze in the poor boy's eyes. Enraged, the senior servant shouts at his subordinate, demanding an explanation. The culprit of the accident merely stammers fearfully that his legs suddenly gave way. The poor child is pinned to the ground by the weight of the box and the realization of his mistake. Fragments of the priceless gift lie scattered around him, and the murmur of the crowd portends disaster. Frozen in shock, staring at the shattered object, the boy realizes that a simple carelessness could cost him his life. The price of this mistake is high. An ominous shadow of the enraged master looms over the clumsy laborer. His eyes flash with fury, and his voice trembles with rage over the ruined gift intended for the cult leader. Dark energy literally oozes from the warrior looming over the porter. The terrified father begs for his son's mercy, tearfully repenting for his haste. Unwilling to hear excuses, the master grabs the grief-stricken servant by the throat. Screams pierce the silence, foreshadowing a brutal outcome. The cruel master cold-bloodedly strangles the man. As his victim breathes his last, terror flares in his bottomless eyes. The cold and merciless warrior looks down on the scene from above. His azure eyes radiate icy fury. Amid the estate's opulence, a guest's polite voice offers the cult leader the first seat, while the others stand frozen in indecision. Tears stream down the poor man's face and foam clings to his lips. In the final moments of his life, he gasps out what is to come. In panic and despair, the young man covers his mouth in horror. His eyes, wide with fear, beg for mercy, and a quiet plea for help escapes his lips. To the very end, the child hopes that a miracle will happen and his father will be saved from the clutches of death. Reflected in the boy's eyes is the silhouette of the villain raising his hand for the final blow. An ominous prophecy echoes from the darkness, promising that silence will become the norm for those who do nothing, warning that inaction leads to ruin. A rasp escapes the young man's throat as he, choking on tears, realizes the loss of what is most precious. His voice is gone. In a silent scream, The boy opens his mouth wide, tears of helplessness rolling down his cheeks, while the realization of his muteness suffocates him from within. Darkness swallows the last remnants of hope, leaving only desperate pleas drowning in the void. A powerful figure of a warrior flashes into his memory, towering over the broken boy and commanding him to fight. A growl full of hatred and pain bursts through his tightly clenched teeth. The child longs to utter even a single word, while hot tears burn his face. The boy's voice, pleading for mercy, merges into a single roar in the palace square. He bows down before the cruel lord, hoping for a shred of mercy. The young man, desperate to save his father, raises his sword and declares that he is ready to sacrifice himself. Facing the lord's indifferent face, the boy cries out in despair and supplication that he is to blame for everything. His tear-filled eyes meet a cold stare. Despair turns to agonizing grief. The young man bites his lip until it bleeds, stifling his sobs while large tears roll down his cheeks. The cruel adversary, unmoved by the pleas, smirks, raising a hand to his chin as he looks with contempt at the suffering child. Watching the boy crawling at his feet, the scoundrel mocks him. The villain merely dismisses the pleas for mercy with a dry remark. Losing patience, the opponent places his hand on the hilt of his sword. He tells the child to blame only his weak father, and the sound of the blade being drawn from its sheath foreshadows tragedy. As the master unsheathes his sword, his eyes blaze with a demonic fire, and a mad smile plays across his face. Frozen in terror, the boy watches as the opponent raises his sword to strike and realizes this is the end. With a maniacal cackle, the opponent raises his hand above the boy's head. "Goodbye," he says, savoring the moment of triumph as he grabs the unfortunate boy by the throat, preparing to kill him. A crimson trail of blood cuts through the air. The villain's hand flies aside, his face contorted with horror and confusion, while his captive falls to the ground. Amidst the spatter of blood, the warrior in red robes rushes toward the child, who has frozen in terror on his knees at the sight of the deadly blade approaching. The witnesses' faces are contorted with shock. The old man and the warriors watch the bloody massacre in astonishment, unable to believe the cruelty of what is happening. In a daze, the boy stares ahead, his eyes filled with a silent question and horror. Why is this man here? The thought races through his mind amid the drops of crimson blood. Guchon's mighty figure stands in the rays of light, his face hidden in shadow, his clothes covered in bloodstains. He grips the hilt in his hand, exuding menace and power. The child's eyes are filled with realization and sudden shock. A silent cry is frozen in his gaze as the truth of the stranger's identity becomes clear to him. The heavenly demon acknowledges that the boy fought well for a coward whose back is bent under the weight of his burden. In this praise, there is respect for one who has overcome his fear. Choking on a furious scream, the crippled scoundrel's body is shrouded in an ominous aura. Pain and humiliation drive him to a mad act. Casting an icy glance over his shoulder, the air reminds the insolent man of the rules of decorum. His calmness is more frightening than any threat directed at the audacious guest. The enraged opponent cannot contain his fury upon hearing the mockery of his master. Saliva flies from his mouth, and his eyes burn with a thirst for revenge. But Guchon stands unshakable, gripping the hilt of his trusty sword. His entire demeanor radiates an authoritative silence, foreshadowing swift retribution for foolish audacity. A powerful wave of violet energy tears through the space around the heavenly demon. Those nearby freeze in terror, sensing the grandeur and ancient power of the cult. The enemy's face contorts into a grimace of sheer terror in the face of imminent doom. He realizes he has made a fatal mistake by challenging one of higher rank. A swift sword thrust cuts through the air. Their fates collide in a dance past and present, merging in this strike that decides the outcome of a long battle. Flashbacks transport him to a time when everything around him seemed like a lie. Amid snow-covered rooftops and the hustle and bustle, a story began that changed the world. Memories of the fall and the hardships of his former life surface in the young man's mind. Back then, he was just a frightened child, unaware of the power slumbering within his soul. The boy froze in shock when a rough porter shoved him to the ground. In that moment, he was utterly helpless and could not fight back. The blood on the asphalt and his vacant gaze served as a reminder of the proximity of death he had felt. It was the moment of truth when his old life came to an end. Two shadows on the snow symbolized the encounter that changed his fate. The cult leader extended a helping hand to the one abandoned by all, offering a chance at a different future. The warrior's gaze meets the child's eyes, and in them he finds the answer. Perhaps in this little person, he saw a reflection of his own path. In this boy, the heir recognized his former self, a lonely wanderer on the threshold of greatness. Falling into indescribable terror, the enemy sees the approaching power. His face is contorted by a scream of despair as he realizes he has encountered a monster in the flesh. The sky is obscured by an endless rain of ghostly violet blades. The heavenly demon stands at the center of this storm, wielding thousands of swords. With icy composure, Guchong delivers a death sentence. His gaze is hidden by darkness, and his hand is focused with destructive energy, ready to end the enemy's life. Dozens of magical swords pierce the enemy's silhouette. A flash of fury and blood marks the end of the battle, where there is no room for pity for those who dare to challenge him. The final blow strikes its target, utterly crushing the will of the self-obsessed scoundrel. The ground beneath the warrior's feet is drenched in the blood of the fallen. Every step through this carnage serves as a reminder of the price of victory and that the path to vengeance is always paved with corpses. He sinks into his thoughts, feeling the weight of a long separation. His heart is gripped by a longing for the home he left behind for the sake of this endless war. Frightened, the cult leader and the second guest run toward the scene of the massacre. The heir realizes that this is not yet the end, that past ties still guide him through the darkness of events. Resolutely, the man casts aside the sweet illusions of a peaceful life. He turns his back on the ghosts of the past to continue his harsh path. His gaze meets the frightened eyes of a child. Guchon asks a harsh question about the meaning of the struggle, forcing him to realize that survival always demands sacrifices. The boy's voice, full of weariness, speaks to the young man. In eyes clouded by tears, the silhouette of a warrior is reflected. Covered in scrapes and dirt, the youth looks up, a weary smile on his face as he finally admits that he too is utterly exhausted from this flight. Suddenly, the world around them splits apart. Blinding lightning pierces the celestial temple, unleashing powerful sound waves. Lost in his own thoughts, the man turns at the roar. He draws his sword, his face contorted with rage, water bubbles swirling around him. Amid the chaos and destruction, the figure of an old man appears. He stands amidst the ruins, his eyes hidden in shadow, his face white as that of a faceless mannequin. The heavenly demon's gaze is full of secret intent and awareness, and his words about the moment foreshadow the beginning of something monumental. A powerful wave of energy tears through space. Guchong freezes in a fighting stance with his sword as stone slabs shatter into pieces around him. The heir's silhouette gradually dissolves into a glowing mist, leaving behind only ripples on the water and the echo of battle. He vanishes, concluding this important stage of the journey. The magic scroll flares with azure flame. A system message announces the completion of the second chapter. This is the end of the trial and the transition to a new dangerous objective. On the roof of a skyscraper, amidst the gray concrete jungle, a secret operation begins, hidden from the eyes of the public. Agents in suits swiftly infiltrate the building. While one runs down the corridor, others lie in wait in the shadows, biding their time for the right moment to strike. The team of operatives has taken up positions in the ventilation shafts. A clear report comes over the radio stating that Building A of the Dark Division has been captured and the infiltration was successful. Moving quickly through the utility floors, Hoyon is focused and ready for any resistance. Through a narrow utility opening, the operatives keep watch. A report comes in that Building B of the Dark Division is also under the control of the Phantom Assassins. Touching his earpiece, the team leader confirms that Building C has been breached. The infiltration is complete, all units are in position, and the trap for the enemy has snapped shut. During the covert operation, the rookies are nervous, but the guy orders them to keep quiet, while his partner apologizes fearfully for his loud voice in the danger zone. The young agents doubt whether they can handle such a large-scale mission. They have little experience using the treasures, and the risk of failure is too high. Explaining that there is no choice due to a shortage of personnel, the commander urges them to view this mission as a baptism by fire and to immediately press forward. Listening to the scolding, Su-yun tries to stifle a loud laugh. She covers her mouth with her hand, realizing that any mistake could give away their location. After a sharp remark, the rookie apologizes and takes the blame. The brief moment of candor is interrupted by an order to stop the chatter and focus. The gloomy corridor led the group to their destination. The tension grew with every step. The squad leader, who was walking in front, turned to his companions and quietly announced that they had arrived. Hyun nodded decisively, confirming his readiness, while his companion froze, his gaze fixed on the closed door behind which the unknown awaited. One of the group members peered into the darkness, clutching an ancient scroll covered in hieroglyphs, feeling the ancient magic emanating from it. Suddenly, a vision pierced her mind. Sinister silhouettes of enemies flashed before her eyes in the mysterious room. Everyone they were looking for was there. The girl screamed silently, clutching the scroll even tighter. Reacting instantly, the group leader ordered everyone to take up combat positions, and they all prepared for the attack. Magical energy began to concentrate in the air, taking the form of glowing blades. The air crackled with tension, heralding the start of the battle. In unison, the agents activated their treasures. One summoned a flaming double-bladed axe, another icy spikes. Surrounded by an aura of blue flame, Hoyun swung his gleaming spear, wishing everyone luck. His voice rang out like a battle cry. Blue energy, obeying the leader's will, enveloped his arm, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. With a crash and a blinding flash, the mysterious door swung open. The path was clear. Under a blood-red sky illuminated by the full moon, silent warriors stood motionless on the roof, watching every movement in the courtyard intently. Ordering his men to lie low, the squad commander raised his hand. His commanding voice echoed through the night's silence. The view from above revealed a panoramic vista of a luxurious traditional garden with a pond and bridges. The silence of this place was deceptive, for assassins were already lurking in the shadows. The face of the attacker's leader was hidden by a dark mask. Only his cold, piercing eyes were visible, and his gaze revealed a determination to see this through to the end. With contempt, the mysterious man thought that the leader of the Cheonam sect would once again become an obstacle. This incompetent fool had once again stood in his way. Tension hung in the air. Time was running out, and the boss announced a change of plan. The time for negotiations had expired, and the death sentence must be carried out today. The cold, unquestionable order sounded like a thunderclap out of the blue. The entire combat power of the Dark Division was on full alert, awaiting only the final signal. The loyal assistant is in turmoil. Without the support of the Special Operations Unit, the chances of success are negligible, and he tries to appeal to the older man's logic. But the old man merely smiles ominously in response to his fears. With feigned fatherly warmth, he calls his subordinates his own limbs, assuring them that he would never send them to certain death. In the silence of the office, the main secret is revealed. The location of the legendary secret treasure of Cheonam has finally been found, and this changes the rules of the game. Upon hearing of the discovery, the assistant freezes in shock. Can this be true? One reads in his eyes. This news is more staggering than an order for an immediate attack. The leader's grim gaze is fixed on the past. For many years, they lived only for Cheonam, serving faithfully in the bloody shadows. But that era has come to an end. The time has come to step out of the shadows and make themselves known to the whole world. Possessed by a thirst for change, they are ready to reveal themselves to the light. A cruel truth. The leader knew this treasure was already close at hand. Today they would make history for his people. Without hesitation, the man ordered his men to act. A bloody massacre began. Deadly shadows with crimson eyes stormed the estate like mad demons. The silence weighed heavily on his temples. The attackers were surprised that the estate was so quiet and offered no resistance. It seemed the enemy hadn't expected a sudden visit at all. The leader of the Dark Division is enraged. The enemy's carelessness makes his blood boil. He tolerates no weakness and is ready to punish those who dare to let their guard down. A long era of peace has blinded the defenders. The leader makes a devastating leap, realizing that the safety of this place is nothing but an illusion. Staggering carelessness, rage clouds the warrior's vision, for he is accustomed to fierce battles. To witness such negligence is, to him, a personal insult. The target is close. The entrance to the dungeon on the second floor is the only door leading to the very heart of the inner hall. The attackers know exactly where to find their prey. The spy burst into the estate, dreaming of only one thing: to get his hands on the legendary treasure hidden behind those doors. A loud explosion shattered the silence as a powerful trap went off right in front of the uninvited guest, blinding him with a bright flash. Thrown backward by the shockwave, the man realized in horror that they had been expected. This was not just security, but a premeditated ambush. A new opponent descended upon him from above. An experienced defender in blue robes attacked with lightning speed, giving him not a second to catch his breath. The swords clashed with a ringing sound, striking sparks. The spy barely managed to parry the blows, wondering how the enemies had learned of their secret plan. The enemy's massive blades sliced through the air, forcing the thief to retreat to the foot of the temple beneath the blood-red sky of the coming battle. The commander's thunderous order rang out over the estate. Everyone take their positions. The trap for the uninvited guests had finally snapped shut. Hiding his face behind a mask, the spy frantically tried to figure out who could have betrayed them and leaked information about the attack to this powerful family. His comrades fell one after another. Wounded fighters stained the ground with their blood under the onslaught of superior forces. Surrounded by enemies, the leader of the raiders looked at his fallen comrades, realizing that today their mission had turned into a bloody massacre. The trap had snapped shut. The man looked around in horror. His men were surrounded by a tight ring of enemies, and their hope of success was fading with every passing second. A man stepped out of the shadows. A majestic figure in light-colored robes illuminated the courtyard, and his voice rang out like a verdict that their plan had failed. Before them stood the head of security, surrounded by his loyal aides. His authority and power crushed the attacker's will. With a furious shout, the commander announced at the top of his lungs that the Dark Division had been exposed and demanded immediate surrender, leaving the spies no choice. The order to surrender immediately echoed across the estate. The defender's gaze burned with righteous fury, and his presence promised swift retribution. The surviving spies stood back to back, swords drawn, trapped under the crosshairs of dozens of the guards' blades. In the sky above the Chanam sect, crimson chaos erupted. The elder demanded answers from the traitors, while a mysterious figure hovered on a ghostly horse in the clouds. The rider on a jet-black steed with a fiery mane gazed curiously at the commotion below, wondering if the old man was indeed the leader of the great sect. Anticipating the start of the show, and noting that all the characters were present, the young man prepared to dramatically interrupt the gathering. Leaving his ghostly horse in the heavens, he plunged rapidly downward. With an ironic exclamation, the stranger lands, shattering the courtyard's paving stones. The powerful impact causes everyone to shudder at such force. The dust has not yet settled, and the masked warriors have already frozen in terror. Before them stands the one whose presence inspires primal fear and shatters all plans. The young man casually exhales smoke, displaying complete calm amidst a ring of enemies. His gaze is cold, and his face betrays only boredom at the weakness of his opponents. At the meeting, the leader had warned that a special ally would come to their aid. This wild card was meant to fill the void left by the absence of the Special Operations Unit. The bodies of the fallen lay everywhere, and those who remained alive realized that this was exactly the monster their leader had warned them about. Descending to the ground, the young man sniffed the strange scent of burning. He noticed that the smell of charred wood was much stronger down below than it had been in the lofty heights. Chief Chanam is in shock. The sect's elite had been defeated in the blink of an eye, and he cannot hide his fear and sweat. The young man folds his hands in a gesture of feigned respect, mockingly asking if he was supposed to do it exactly like that. His smirk leaves no doubt as to his intentions. Golden eyes gleam predatory as the guest calls the leader's name. There is not a shred of respect in his voice, only cold interest in the one standing before him. His expression shifting, Chang Chong realizes the stranger is from the Sacred Fireblood group, and he is only glad to recognize him, promising that now everything will end as quickly as possible. The young man's gaze becomes frighteningly serious as he gets down to business. Leaning closer, he asks a short but fateful question. In horror, the sect leader realizes that the secret information about the Azure Pill of Depth has fallen into the wrong hands. The realization of a fatal mistake is written in his eyes. The terrified loyal assistant begins a sentence full of anxiety and hope for salvation. She does not yet know that these words will be her last. A sudden death cuts her off mid-sentence. A merciless blow strikes the girl instantly, turning hope into a bloody nightmare. Splatters of blood obscure her vision. In this chaos and fury, the enemy leaves no chance of salvation, methodically destroying everyone. With mockery, the killer asks her to repeat her dying words. His icy calm against the backdrop of a mountain of corpses underscores the gulf in power between him and the fallen sect. All around are only mutilated bodies and the moans of the dying. The last survivors in agony beg for help, But in this blood-soaked courtyard, only death herself hears them. The sect leader's hands tremble with uncontrollable fear. He, accustomed to commanding thousands, now feels helpless. An inner voice is consuming Myung-woon from within. Is he truly so pitiful? The weight of guilt for his fallen comrades presses down harder than the enemy's aura. Standing amidst the ruins of his former glory, the man who was meant to be a shield for his people is now merely a silent witness to their collective demise. A final thought pierces his mind. How can a leader not be ashamed to remain alive? The unanswered question hangs in the air as he looks at the corpses of those he once led. The sect leader's trembling hand grips the hilt of his sword with all his might. Fear paralyzes him, while his son behind him presses himself against his mother in terror. Stepping over the corpses of his comrades, the scoundrel falsely promises safety. For the enemy protects Cheonim, he declares, hiding his treachery behind a mask of a smile. Suddenly, the sword in Chang Chong's hand flares with a golden glow. He carried the will of his predecessors, his words full of determination to carry out the cruel sentence. Swearing that he would destroy all threats, the young man merely looked on skeptically, smirking as he watched the other tremble with fear, calling himself the leader. In a fit of desperate rage, the cult leader lunges into the attack, vowing that he will definitely destroy them, swinging his sword in a mad attempt to defend what remains of his honor. Smiling coldly, the villain decides to personally clear the area. He utters a brief "fine," foreshadowing imminent retribution against everyone. The mad swordsman mows down the guards. He declares that he will kill everyone to find his target on his own, without relying on the help of his servants. The enraged fighter charges forward with a shout, directing all his fury at the royal guard, hoping to end this protracted battle in an instant. Blades clash in a furious dance of death. The warrior strives to fulfill his master's will, sparing no effort and paying no heed to his severe wounds. The air shudders from the force of the crossing blows. Sharp blades slice through the air, leaving only bright flashes and the hollow clang of steel. The defender stares in horror at the shard of his sword. He cannot believe that his weapon was destroyed with a single blow. The mysterious warrior delivers the final blow. While his opponent is still in shock from the defeat, the stranger dryly asks the identity of the man whose life is fading away. In a panic, Chang Chong gives an order to the master of the magical array. He senses the situation spiraling out of control and demands immediate intervention. The ancient yin-yang formation beneath the warrior's feet begins to glow. Immense energy concentrates at a single point, separating the combatants with a brilliant barrier of pure power. A powerful pillar of golden light pierces the crimson sky. The magical array is activated, and its colossal power erases the boundaries between human will and the power of the world itself. Enveloped in a powerful radiance of golden energy emanating from the earth itself, the villain stands at the center of the magic circle, preparing for his final throw. The warrior's piercing gaze expresses steely resolve and calm. He is completely focused on his target, ignoring the chaos of battle around him. The elderly master gently supports his wounded comrade. Dust swirls around them, and magical power settles, marking the end of the enemy's attack. Exhausted, Chang Chong struggles to lift his eyes, filled with hope. He whispers words of greeting to the one who came to his aid at the most critical moment of the battle. The stunned man cannot hold back a sigh as he realizes the magnitude of the power before him. His hand involuntarily reaches for his face, and a silent cry of astonishment freezes in his throat. A sudden, deafening sneeze shatters the air, raising clouds of dust and causing the walls of the ancient temple to tremble. Eyewitnesses freeze in silent stupor, their faces contorted by a mixture of fear and deep bewilderment at just how destructive a simple sound can be. With a defiant smirk, a stately foreigner in aviator sunglasses appears, his confident posture and modern appearance starkly contrasting with the austerity of the place. The captain cheerfully says "Konnichiwa," greeting and winking at those present. This strange American is clearly unafraid of the wrath of the powerful masters of the ancient sect. The elders of Chonan have gathered around a massive table to discuss the critical situation that has jeopardized the very future of their order. An old master, his voice tinged with bitterness, confirms the terrible truth. Their trusted disciple Myung-hoon has turned against his own, committing an unforgivable act of betrayal. The atmosphere in the hall reaches a fever pitch when one of the council members directly asks the leader what measures will be taken in response. All eyes are on the sect leader, who maintains a menacing silence as shadows gather in the corners of the room, foreshadowing an inevitable storm and retribution. Patience snaps, and a heavy hand slams down on the table with a crash. Chung Chong has no intention of tolerating foolish questions when the clan's honor has been defiled. The harsh verdict rings out like the strike of a sword. For treason, only immediate execution is to be expected. In this matter, there is no room for mercy or doubt. The elder delivers alarming news. Myung-hoon may have joined forces with the Sacred Fireblood Gang, a band of vile criminals who trade in human lives. Rumors have reached them that the gang recently changed leaders, and their former head has vanished without a trace. Contact with him has been lost, which only adds to the grim uncertainty. Enough, the sect leader cuts him off sharply, waving his hand. He has no concern for reshuffles and other gangs right now, for something far more important is at stake. The master's face contorts into a furious snarl. He is obsessed with a single thought. The traitor must face the harshest punishment. One of those present remarks that if the Alliance launches an investigation, all the internal conflicts and secret sins of the Dark Division will come to light. The enraged leader slams his fist down on the table with force. The loud thud echoes through the hall, making the wood creak and causing those present to flinch. In a fit of desperation, the man breaks into a scream, his face contorted with pleading and fear, desperately trying to stop the madness before the situation becomes fatal. Shanshan openly accuses the elder of greed, claiming the Dark Division's system was created solely to satisfy his bottomless greed. Warning of impending bloodshed, the leader insists that only the Alliance's intervention can save their people and minimize casualties. Tension in the room reaches a peak. One of the elders, in a cold tone, urges the leader to calm down, attempting to quell the growing rebellion with his authority. The elder takes a sip of tea. Maintaining an icy composure, he acknowledges the logic of the leader's words, but his gaze betrays a threat and a complete lack of sympathy. Taking the floor, the old man agrees to the Alliance's help. He cannot deny the correctness of the leader's decision. At the same time, the man places all responsibility for any potential damage on the leader, driving him into a dead end. Frozen in shock at what he has heard, the realization of the enemy's treacherous plan paralyzes him. Chung Chong understands that his honesty has turned against him in this game. The elder's voice echoes through the hall as he utters the final, terrifying truth. That Chanan, whom the leader cares for, has long since meant nothing to them. Overwhelmed by the elder's betrayal, the clan leader realizes that he has been defending nothing more than a shadow of former glory. A bloody drama has unfolded in the square before the palace. The bodies of fallen enemies litter the stones, and among the rubble stand those who changed the course of this battle. Suddenly, the gloomy silence is broken by a flippant greeting from the captain of the Shadow Assassins. His broad smile and gesture of peace stand in stark contrast to the recent carnage all around. His assistant hurriedly whispers something in her boss's ear. Judging by her serious expression, their dramatic appearance in this place was not entirely planned. The man instantly changes tactics and lavishes praise on the local cuisine. He is delighted with the Korean dishes, trying to win over those present with his chatter. Realizing he had come to the wrong country, the mysterious blonde man in glasses stood with a cheeky smirk, checking his connection, preparing for a dramatic entrance in front of his new friends. The people are in shock. Before them lies the Alliance's legendary technology, a device for instant translation that boggles the imagination of those accustomed only to ancient techniques. The assistant whispers instructions into the captain's ear again, while he maintains an impassive expression. Lowering his glasses, the man introduces himself as Kon Po, captain of the American branch of the Shadow Assassins. His manners seem strange, but behind his smile lies power. With a sweeping gesture and the phrase, "Pleased to meet you," the captain extends his hand. His informal manner of communication clearly leaves the masters at a loss. An awkward handshake takes place. The leader of the Chonan sect looks completely bewildered, unsure how to react to the guest's overly familiar behavior. The captain orders his men to escort the friends inside. The guests remain confused, trying to grasp the magnitude of what is happening. With excessive theatricality, Konpo urges them to treat the guests with care. He waves his arms, creating a commotion around the stunned leader. An outside observer notices the true essence of the situation. While the blonde man is clowning around, someone watches him suspiciously, trying to figure out what lies behind this gesture's mask. As they descend further, people smell a sharp, acrid odor. It's not just wood. The pungent smoke is meant to mask the scent of specific reagents for the dark summoning. Towering over the battlefield is the formation master Wudan, hired by the Alliance. His silhouette against the backdrop of the glowing yin-yang symbol inspires awe at the power of ancient magic. The brunette smiles slyly, suspecting a trick. Could the Chonin sect really have outmaneuvered them all by preparing this unexpected trump card up their sleeve? A bloody massacre has turned the temple courtyard into a graveyard. Amidst the corpses and chaos, an event unfolds that no one could have predicted at the start of this visit. Coldly surveying the fallen warriors through his glasses, the death of his allies leaves him unmoved. For Kong Po is certain that, strategically speaking, nothing has changed. Who is this mysterious captain of the American assassins, really? A shadow of doubt falls over his true motives as the battle enters its decisive phase. The blonde man in glasses smirks smugly, noticing that the target is inside. He doesn't even pay attention to the dozen assassins diving toward him from above. The leader of the attackers swings his blade in a rage. He is certain the enemy has made a fatal mistake by exposing his back. In a split second, the blonde man's expression changes. A chilling smile and a commanding gesture of his hand. He utters a short, "Enough," and the air around him begins to vibrate. The attackers suddenly freeze in midair. An invisible force binds their movements, turning the fearsome warriors into helpless puppets. The assassin freezes, realizing he has fallen into a trap. He stands at full height, unable to move even a finger, all his combat experience useless against this magic. The ground beneath his feet flares with blue flame. Ghostly threads stretch out of the void, digging themselves firmly into the victim's body. Hundreds of glowing hands appear out of nowhere, clinging to the killer's face and throat. He tries to scream, but the ghostly grip is too strong. Consciousness fades and the oxygen in his lungs runs out. Before his eyes is only the cold light of alien energy. He cannot breathe. That is all he can think about. The victim plunges into an abyss shrouded in a mystical glow. His final cry for help is drowned out by silence as the blue hands relentlessly pull his soul into the dark void. Phantom limbs weave themselves into a terrifying cocoon, finally engulfing the warrior. Above him lies only darkness and the cold gaze of the one he so rashly decided to attack. The mystical web of hands tightens, transforming into a continuous stream of energy. Space warps, finally isolating the victim from reality. The leader falls to his knees, clutching his throat. A cough rips through his chest and reality blurs. He cannot comprehend how the great master became such a pitiful prey. A single word shattered their will. The assassin gazes at the blonde man's triumphant face through a veil of tears and sweat. The difference in their strength proved fatal. The other fighters are defeated as well. The courtyard is littered with the bodies of those who, just a minute ago, thirsted for blood. A sense of helplessness paralyzes the elite squad. A final desperate cry gets stuck in his throat. A ghostly hand covers his face, plunging his mind into darkness. A self-assured blonde man in glasses whistles a tune. He feels in complete control of the situation. Those around him freeze in horror, realizing the monstrous gap in strength. The mysterious opponent is on a completely different level, beyond the reach of mere mortals. Trying to hide his nervousness behind a defiant smile, Kong Po compliments the enemy's eyes, hoping to diffuse the tension. A dark-haired youth with a terrifying grin appears before the captain. His icy composure and talisman earrings instill a primal fear in his opponent. The air shudders from a sudden burst of dark energy. Immense power tears through space, forcing the blonde man to realize the fatality of his mistake. The insolent man is stunned. His confidence vanishes in an instant when he sees the consequences of the attack. Reality warping under the pressure of the boy's will. A violet mist envelops the defeated allies. The blonde man realizes the games are over. He is now alone against a monster that knows no mercy in battle. An invisible grip tightens around Kong Po's throat. A violet glow paralyzes his body, not even letting him breathe. Death is right on his heels, robbing him of all hope. A sudden lunge, and the blonde barely manages to dodge. The ground cracks beneath his feet, and his mind frantically searches for a way out of this deadly trap. A thin mark from the blow remains on his neck, and a nervous smile plays on his face. Now he admits that this guy is damn dangerous. Loud footsteps echo throughout the area, and a low voice declares that they have violated the rules and order of the Martial Alliance. The entire space around them seems to contract, sharp energy bursting outward, while this mysterious old man assumes an unshakable fighting stance. A heavy, accusatory voice continues its oppressive speech, declaring that they have desecrated the sanctity of Murim. A blinding flash, and the blond man realizes his movements are blocked. The young man's face flashes past, delivering a lightning-fast strike. A lilac glow completely surrounds the captain of the American unit. He is completely frozen in place, a shiver running through his body. The man rapidly closes the distance. He is certain the boy is cornered, and that capturing him is only a matter of seconds. With a sharp lunge, the hunter throws his arm forward, intending to grab his target. A bright flash of energy pierces the air, heralding the end of the chase. Suddenly, the victim turns around. The boy's gaze is frighteningly calm, and a strange mask is frozen on his face, causing the enemy to hesitate for a moment. Through the lenses of his glasses, a chilling grin is visible. Kong Po's eyes flash an ominous green light as he realizes the initiative is lost. "Caught," echoes in the captain's mind as his fingers finally touch the enemy's clothing. He does not yet know what trap he has sprung upon himself. In the blink of an eye, everything changes. Instead of the boy, a completely different person is right there, the stranger's face contorted with wild terror. A powerful burst of crimson energy shatters the silence. The decoy's body detonates, turning into a deadly mass of magical fire. In shock, Kong Po retreats, shielding himself from the flying debris. His mind refuses to believe what he has seen. The man has simply blown to dust. Acidic purple smoke swirls everywhere. The man realizes the terrible truth. Any contact with this boy leads to certain death. His instinct for self-preservation screams of danger. Abandoning his attempts to capture him, the man decides to retreat immediately, before he himself becomes the next victim. The faces of the adversaries are frozen in dangerous proximity. The hunter sees only cold determination in the enemy's eyes, realizing that the distance has become fatal. The captain's gaze fills with primal terror. His pupils constrict as he realizes that what is happening now defies logic and common sense. A blinding crimson flash engulfs the entire space around them. A powerful wave of energy tears through the earth, turning the site of the clash into a blazing crater. The smoke clears, revealing the aftermath of the carnage. The survivors realize the bitter truth. This battle is being waged on the level of the gods, a realm beyond the reach of mere mortals. The masked warrior's face is contorted with helpless rage and fear. A heavy bead of sweat rolls down his forehead as he silently curses the day he got himself into this. With a fake smile, the leader of the Dark Division convinces his subordinate of his worth. He calls his loyal comrade his right-hand man, hiding the true lie. The leader swears he would never send his men to certain death. But in his office, a plan is brewing where the soldiers' lives are merely bargaining chips in the game. Reality turns out to be cruel. The battlefield is littered with bodies, dust and blood mingle, and the leader's promises turn to ashes along with the lives. A glance reveals the terrible truth. The group realizes they've simply been written off, and the leadership's betrayal stings worse than the enemy's sword. The shocked soldier grasps the essence of the leader's tactics. Sacrifice a small piece to capture a larger one. In this chess game, their pawns were sacrificed without a shred of mercy. The realization is bitter as poison. The old man taught them loyalty only to betray them cold-bloodedly later. The Dark Division has always lived by the law of force, forgetting honor and humanity. A life in chains like that of faithful dogs has reached its end. Surrounded by blood and enemies, the warriors realize that a mercenary's path always leads to a lonely end. A flame of rage flares in the warrior's eyes. He rejects his fate. Now he alone will decide how to meet death in this hell. Making his decision, rage in his eyes, the man rejects the imposed end. He will choose it himself. The man defies the past. With a blade in his hand and fire in his heart, he is ready to strike the final blow. Freedom of will is worth shedding all his blood for. A sharp crack rings out, shattering the silence. An ominous smirk plays on the killer's face, and drops of fresh blood stain his skin. Standing amid the bloody chaos, the warrior looks at his fallen enemies with cold contempt. "How pitiful," he says, realizing the futility of their senseless sacrifices. With mockery, the brunette delivers the traitor's final message. The words "good work" ring like a bitter taunt against those so easily abandoned to die in hell. A shadow looms over the scoundrel, a reminder of the cruel truth. A flash of rage and a crimson glow underscore the irreversibility of the moment. The battle has fallen silent, and the warriors have finally laid down their weapons. The smoke rising above the bodies confirms that there is no longer any reason to die. The battle is over. An aura of vengeance thickens over the battlefield. Kong Po grips his blade tightly, preparing to exact revenge on the enemy for every stolen moment and every innocent life cut short. A fierce flame engulfs the warrior, whose resolve is unshakable. He realizes that the enemy has encroached upon something greater than flesh and blood. He has attempted to break the very will of the people. The man's gaze pierces the darkness. As the weight of responsibility presses down on his shoulders, he asks his opponent if he feels the true weight of the lives that have become the price of his ambitions. Within the walls of headquarters, the long-awaited report is delivered. The sect leader learns that the surviving members of the Shonen are finally safe, but the price has been too high. Chung Chong is lost in heavy thought. Words of gratitude come with difficulty, for his heart is torn by the realization of the tragedy's scale. The man's mind is filled only with an endless list of losses. He understands that many worthy warriors will never return to the sect's halls. In the square strewn with the bodies of the fallen, the warriors stand frozen in anticipation. Their eyes betray a silent question and despair. Will they have enough strength? Doubts torment the souls of the survivors. Even trusting in the power of the Alliance sword, they hesitate. For to enter battle now means risking everything. The witnesses froze in horror. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as a primal thirst for blood, paralyzing movement, wafted in from behind the doors. A powerful wave of crimson energy surged forward. Those present shuddered in surprise, realizing that the level of threat was beyond the limits of their worst imaginings. Paling, the old man felt a chill run down his spine. The incredible fighting spirit emanating from the invisible enemy literally paralyzed him. Something catastrophic was brewing behind the closed doors. The scale of the raging power there made one wonder what kind of monster had awakened. With alarm, the girl stared into the void, unable to hide her trembling. Even experienced warriors could not find the words to describe this sudden surge of power. In the center of the bloody vortex, the captain appeared. His gaze radiated a fury capable of incinerating anyone who dared to stand in his way. The enemy merely closed his eyes serenely, displaying calm. It seemed the chaos around him did not affect him in the least, but merely amused him. With a slight smirk, the stranger met them. He looked like the embodiment of mockery toward death, standing at the very epicenter of the thirst for blood with absolute indifference. A massive blade, driven by pure fury, crashed down from above. The air rang with the weight of the blow, carrying a sentence for the one who dared to devalue another's life. Shouting words of vengeance, pouring all his pain into the lunge, Kang Po intends to make the enemy feel the true weight of existence on his own skin. In a fit of rage, the man lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His movements were filled with animal grace and crushing power. The scoundrel barely had time to notice the swift silhouette. True bewilderment at such speed was reflected on his opponent's face. Struck by the technique of the attack, the opponent realized that under the weight of this colossal thirst for blood, even the simplest movement becomes a deadly threat. A final flash of crimson energy erupted. The captain delivered a blow of such force that the air shuddered, carrying with it only one wish: not to perish. Grinning in a mad smile, despite the missed blow, the villain's eyes burned with excitement. The battle was only just beginning to reach its true intensity. The battle has reached its peak. The man grips the crimson blade as a bloody storm rages around him. Every breath is a struggle, but it is too late to retreat. His gaze is clouded behind his glasses, his face covered in blood. Kang Po realizes the true nature of his enemy. The moment of truth has arrived in the very center of the chaos. Leaping forward, the red sword slices through the air, leaving behind only a trail of fury. The target is close, the strike inevitable. Enemies clash in a deadly dance. Sparks and flashes of magic blind the eyes, and steel sings its mournful song. No one intends to yield in this battle. With only a mocking smile, the calmness of the member of the sacred Fireblood group is more frightening than any threat. He is clearly playing his own game, and the end is already near for everyone. Freezing in place, the captain senses something is wrong. His surroundings are changing. Reality is warping. Has he truly fallen into a trap from which there is no escape? A crimson flame surrounds the leader of the American unit on all sides. Shadowy figures whisper of the inevitable end. The battle turns into a living nightmare. Delivering the decisive blow, the enemy seeks to end this confrontation once and for all. Hope fades with every passing second. Despite his wounds, the captain raises his sword-wielding hand. Crimson energy pulses, preparing for a final surge. This is his last chance to change the outcome of this war. His bloodied palm grips the hilt tightly, his fingers tremble, but his grip is ironclad. He will not let go of the weapon as long as his heart continues to beat. At the decisive moment, Kang Po plunges the blade into the ground, unleashing his pent-up fury. The earth trembles and a crimson beam pierces the air, splitting the battlefield in two. Through the lenses of his glasses, cold calculation is visible. In the eyes of the ghostly assassin, there is no longer any doubt, only the determination to see it through to the end. A wave of incinerating flame engulfs everything around him. The man stands at the epicenter of the fiery tornado, turning the element itself into his weapon. The scoundrel thrashes in agony, trying to dodge the heat, but now the rules are dictated by the one who isn't afraid to burn. The dust hasn't settled yet, and the leader of the American unit is already delivering the next strike. His speed is beyond human capabilities. The enemy is stunned. The outcome of the battle will be decided in a split second. A powerful blow shakes the ground. At the center of the shockwave, two warriors clash in a deadly dance, destroying everything around them with their incredible strength. The dust hasn't settled yet, and the fury of the battle only intensifies. A clenched fist, shrouded in violet flame, is ready to deliver the next crushing blow. Out of the astral mist emerges a ghostly steed, shrouded in neon light. Rhythmic claps ring out. The young man immediately summons his horse from the heavens, eager to leave the battlefield at once. The enraged young rider hovers above the battlefield, gazing down at his astonished opponent from the heights of his majesty. With a smug smile, the member of the Sacred Fireblood group acknowledges his enemy's skill. No one has ever come so close to him so swiftly in all this time. In shock, the blond man in glasses freezes. He can't believe his eyes that the youngster has surrendered so easily in battle, despite possessing such powerful techniques. The villain's laughter chills him to the bone. He mocks the man's emotions, claiming that even in the heat of battle, he feels no thirst for blood from him. Kangpo couldn't believe his eyes. The thought that such a monster could show mercy seems impossible and terrifying to him. Putting a finger to his lips, the villain calls for silence. The dangerous proximity in this gesture leave him speechless, cutting off the argument at the most interesting moment. With a mysterious smile, the enemy declares that he has gotten everything he wanted. Today he will spare Chonin, having quenched his thirst for profit but leaving behind only anxiety. As a parting shot, the dark-haired man promises that he and the captain will meet again. His figure begins to fade into thin air, leaving the warrior in helpless rage. The darkness thickens, swallowing the silhouette of the retreating demon. The last echo of his voice sounds like a death sentence. Next time, there will be no mercy. The shaken warrior stares into the distance, trying to grasp the magnitude of what has happened. The enemy's words slip from his lips like a curse come true. In the silence of headquarters, a shocking truth rings out. Chonin's secret treasure could not be retrieved. It is still where it has been kept for centuries. The secret war has begun. A heavy tension hangs in the air. Figures exchange brief gestures, silently preparing for the start of an extremely dangerous and important operation. Ominously, a man smiles from the shadows. Before him lies the coveted casket that the Dark Special Forces unit managed to obtain during their daring raid. The casket rests in the villain's hands. It's hard to believe that the lives of the finest warriors were sacrificed for this little trinket. Leaning back nonchalantly in his chair, the gray-haired old man asks a provocative question, hinting at the senseless waste of resources spent on training the fallen fighters. The old man merely smirks in response to the accusations. To him, the death of an elite squad is a mere trifle, for the true goal is far grander. Folding his hands on the table, the man continued his chilling analogy. He clearly distinguishes between expendable resources and what is truly important to his ambitions. Against a backdrop of blood spatter, the image of a pulsating vessel emerges, a symbol of the true goal, the heart for which he would not hesitate to destroy all life in his path. His gaze is full of determination. Even aware of the enemy's insane cruelty, he is ready to go all the way, unafraid of losing limbs in the pursuit of truth. Meanwhile, the villain demonstrates his terrifying power. The sparkling energy in his hands hints at the sacred artifact he has found. The hall is shaken by maniacal, triumphant laughter. The villain makes no secret of his superiority, confident that now no one can stop him. Sinister silhouettes celebrate. The first fragment of the great artifact has finally been captured, opening the path to their terrifying and grand goal. In a fit of madness, the leader orders the ritual to begin. The sacred Fireblood group is ready to break the seals, awakening an ancient and dangerous power. The villain's grin becomes terrifying as he proclaims himself and his loyal followers to be the vanguard of hell, ready to bring only destruction and eternal darkness. The leader's eye flashes a blood-red light through the lens of his monocle. He calls for the gates of the underworld to be opened, marking the beginning of the end for this world. With a barely perceptible sly smile, the old man rejoices at the news. He has been accepted into the ranks of the sacred Fireblood group. Young fighters from the Martial Arts Association burst into the room. Their blades glow with magical energy, and their voices ring out firmly. The rules of the Alliance come before all else. The situation changes abruptly. Terrifying monsters with bared fangs burst out of the shadows. The leader of the swordsmen freezes in shock, realizing that he is facing no ordinary foe. The creatures descend upon the squad from above, sowing chaos and panic. The professional warriors barely have time to react to the monster's lightning-fast attack. The clang of steel against claws shatters the silence. The swordsman barely blocks the monster's furious lunge, and the powerful blow nearly knocks him off his feet, forcing him to retreat. Through clenched teeth, the fighter whispers words of terror. Looking into the empty eyes of the enemy, wrapped in bandages, he realizes the terrible truth. They are fighting something not at all human. Catching up to the warrior, the monster pins him to the floor. He desperately thrusts his glowing blade forward, trying to block the blow, while the corridor echoes with his scream of mortal terror. Hearing the desperate cry for help over the radio, Hoyon panicked, unable to believe that the situation had spiraled out of control so quickly. The radio lay silent on the cold floor, transmitting only silence and desperate orders from headquarters. The warrior no longer responded, and hope for rescue faded with every passing second. Gritting his teeth in helpless rage, the ghostly assassin feverishly realized he was completely alone, and in his thoughts prayed only that Do-yeon were on duty right now. Meanwhile, the patient lay motionless on the hospital bed, hooked up to machines and plunged into a deep unconsciousness. The shadow fighter's lightning-fast strike splits the enemy's body in two. Blood spurts like a fountain, and the upper half of the torso freezes in midair before its inevitable fall. The sole survivor crawls in panic across the blood-soaked floor, his hands trembling as he desperately tries to feel for his radio to report the route. Tears of terror roll down the soldier's face. He screams into the transmitter, begging for help and informing headquarters that they have been attacked by monsters who have turned the mop-up operation into a bloodbath. The defeated enemy lies motionless, but a strange glow emanates from his horrific wound. A terrifying roar bursts through the bandages, hinting at a power beyond the bounds of life. Overcome by despair, the soldier lets out a heart-wrenching scream. His plea for salvation is drowned out by the silence, while the situation remains extremely dangerous. The lifeless bodies of his comrades litter the floor, and the surviving agent, shuddering with sobs, calls out for anyone to help in the dead, cold silence of the hall. The shadow of a monster in blood-soaked bandages looms behind the victim. A guttural roar rises from its torn-open insides, heralding the inevitable slaughter. Leaping swiftly from the darkness, the monster is ready to deliver the final blow. A sudden flash of golden light pierces the darkness, throwing the creature back. A powerful surge of energy separates the executioner from the victim, granting the soldier a sliver of hope. A brilliant glow engulfs the space as an unknown force attacks. The darkness dissipates under the pressure of the light, transforming the battlefield into a chaos of sparks and pure energy. The soldier's gaze freezes in astonishment as the figure of a savior appears before him. A blue flash of energy dispels the remnants of darkness, forcing the monster to retreat into the shadows. The pupils of the frightened fighter reflect the silhouettes of those who have come to the rescue. For him, this moment becomes the fine line between certain doom and salvation. Heavy footsteps on the floor, lit by sparks, mark the end of the bloody hunt. The golden glow of the sword still flickers in the air, and the uninvited guests stride forward with confidence. The man picks up the radio from the floor. The defeated soldier stares in a daze at the one whose mere presence has changed everything. Bringing the radio to his face, Damro speaks words full of bitterness and calm. He admits that he is too late, as the echo of his voice carries through the devastated hall. On the other end of the line, the agents froze in shock, their hearts beating in unison with anxiety. The unexpected turn of events had paralyzed them, leaving them gasping for breath as a silent question hung in the air. Sobs choke the young man as he realizes the scale of the tragedy. His voice trembles, and tears of despair stream from his eyes. It seems that everything dear to him has crumbled. A heavenly demon has appeared over the battlefield. His calm amidst the chaos of death is terrifying, but standing before him is one who is ready to accept this challenge and defend his own. Amid the static on the radio, the agitated cries of his comrades break through. The commander's face remains impassive as he grips the device tightly, preparing to give the order. Turning to his loyal comrades, determination burns in the Lord's eyes, and his voice rings firm. It is time to cast aside panic and take control of the situation. Together with his companions, Damro faces the reanimated dead. With his flaming sword, he instantly recognizes them as Zhang and orders his allies to prepare for a brutal battle. Realizing that ordinary wounds won't stop these monsters, the ghostly assassins come to understand that the only way to defeat them is to aim for the neck. With a touch of irony, Gyojin notes the strange coincidence, the unit leader realizing that someone is definitely behind this. In a joking manner, the Lord takes credit for the successful outcome of the mission. His companion merely sighs resignedly, agreeing to play along with the leader. Meanwhile, Hoyan reports over the radio that Sector C has been completely cleared. Despite the mission's success, fatigue is evident on his face. Shocked by the very existence of the Zhang, the operative is tormented by an important question. How was Damro able to identify the ancient monsters so quickly and accurately? Examining the enemy's remains in search of clues, the Lord realizes that the situation demands serious discussion, as the scale of the threat has exceeded expectations. When he contacts headquarters to report the alarming news that another captain of the Ghost Assassins has arrived in Korea, the news forces the command to act much more quickly. Due to Damro's absence, the Alliance has requested support from the Jonin sect. To avoid wasting time, they had to urgently enlist American colleagues for a joint operation. Listening intently to the report on the American branch's activities, the Lord tries to analyze the current situation to anticipate the next move. The operative informs the leader that there is no fresh news from the front yet. The leader sinks into deep thought, realizing that silence can be the harbinger of a storm. Hearing the sincere thanks to the team for their resilience in the leader's absence, the young soldier is surprised by such unexpected praise from his commander. Officially declaring that from this moment on he assumes full responsibility, the leader is ready to personally answer for any, even the smallest problem in the sector. Damro orders all units to return to headquarters immediately. The soldiers are inspired by his return and ready to await their captain's new orders. Making his decision, the Lord summons Gyojin to him. While Gyojin fiddles with the monster's trophy hands, the leader informs him that it is Gyojin who will accompany him onward. In shock, the sky demon points at himself. Could they really have chosen him? He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Twilight descends over the ancient estate. A quiet, starry night envelops the pagoda's roofs, concealing the mounting tension below behind the aesthetics of Eastern architecture. Chaos has begun. Students frantically search the courtyard, shouting orders. Amid the ruin, cries for help can be heard. Someone is still breathing beneath the rubble, and time is running out. The captain's figure flashes among the fleeing crowd. He calmly observes the commotion, standing out sharply against the backdrop of the sect's traditional robes. The man stands motionless. His cold and confident demeanor inspires awe. He does not seem like a stranger in this world, yet he is the primary force here. Cursing under his breath, Kong Po surveys the scale of the problems. The situation has not gone according to plan, and now he will have to personally deal with these dangerous and grave consequences. Adjusting his glasses, the leader hides his fatigue. Despite his outward calm, his face reveals that this will be a long night, and the weight of responsibility presses down on his shoulders. Suddenly, someone hands him a can of drink. This unexpected gesture of kindness in the midst of the disaster causes the enigmatic leader to momentarily snap out of his reverie. With respect, the sect leader bows, thanking the sect head for his work. The stern man takes the can and sits down on the steps, allowing himself a brief rest. While Kangpo drinks, the old man reports that the children have been rescued and are safe. The main threat has passed, but a long and exhausting cleanup of the aftermath lies ahead. An ominous aura envelops everything around them. As Chang Chong continues to drink calmly, darkness thickens before them, foreshadowing the start of a new bloody battle. Puzzled, the elder looks around. Why is there no answer? The silence frightens him even more, and his premonition of doom becomes unbearably acute. Two warriors stand frozen before the closed doors. The air is charged with tension, and beyond the threshold, one can sense a powerful presence, ready to burst forth at any moment. A flash of fury, powerful blows collide in the air, releasing streams of energy. The battle has reached its peak. The captain's gaze remains cold even in the thick of battle. He delivers a swift strike while his opponent desperately tries to parry the attack amid a shower of sparks. A thirst for blood burns in the sky demon's eyes, and the blade cuts through the air at incredible speed. He pours all his hatred into this crushing blow. Boiling with rage, Kang Po assumes a fighting stance, mistaking the young man for one of those vile scoundrels he's used to fighting. The clang of steel and shouts fill the air. Gyojin has no intention of backing down, responding to his opponent's insolence with a retort of his own. The tension of the impending clash hangs heavy in the air. Stunned by his opponent's rudeness, the American leader shouts in fury, unable to believe that this fool dared to answer him so brazenly and disrespectfully. A sudden realization strikes the captain. His opponent's blade hasn't budged a millimeter. This man's strength and ferocity are beyond the ordinary. A dark aura thickens around the air. His appearance shifts, becoming frighteningly cold, and his opponent is finally convinced that he is facing a dangerous gang member. In the heat of the battle, Damro appears with a gleaming sword and a peaceful smile. His calm voice cuts through the silence, instantly dampening all the fighting fervor. Shock and awe. The warrior's eyes widen with horror and recognition. He stammers, unable to believe his eyes when the Lord calls Kong Po by name. A loud cry echoes over the ancient building in the dark night, scaring away flocks of birds. Anger gives way to submission. The captain and his men realize who stands before them. It turns out they have been fighting the sect leader himself and his companion all this time. With warmth, the elderly master takes the Lord by the hands. Paternal pride is evident in his gaze, foreseeing how much his student has matured is true happiness. Closing his eyes and sinking into a gentle melancholy, Damro realizes how fleeting time is, and this feeling fills his heart with a special, quiet sadness. The old man squeezes the leader of the ghostly assassin's hands tightly. Despite the passing years, the warmth of his hands remains the same, a reminder of the unbreakable bond between them. All the meeting participants gather in the majestic hall around a massive table. The tension has eased, and now the time has come for a serious, calm conversation. Listening to the tribute paid to him with dignity, the master sincerely thanks him for his incredible work, acknowledging all the hardships the young man has endured. The tension at the table has reached its peak. Damro remains silent as the news of the disappearance echoes through the room, causing everyone present to hold their breath. The rumors have been confirmed. The target vanished a month ago. The group struggles to grasp the scale of the disaster, realizing that time is working against them in this dangerous game. The allies' shocked faces express a silent question. They cannot believe that such a carefully guarded secret has been uncovered and destroyed by an unknown enemy. Bloody images of the recent battle flood their minds. Swords washed in crimson serve as a reminder of the price that had to be paid. The detective's gaze is full of determination and hidden pain. He analyzes every word, trying to find a clue in the web of lies that has engulfed them. Distrust poisons the atmosphere. One of the companions, in a panic, checks to see if the person standing next to him is merely a fake, created by magic or cunning deception. The tension rises as Damro confirms his identity. Even in this chaos, there remain those whose loyalty is unshakable, despite their suspicions. The bitter truth is spoken aloud. The great treasure of Chonin has been stolen. This news crashes down on those present like a death sentence for their ancient lineage. The broken leader admits defeat. His slumped figure speaks louder than words. The defenses have fallen, and now everything they hold dear is in the hands of a merciless enemy. The battlefield is littered with the fallen. Myung Moon has managed to destroy Cheonan, wiping out even the elite Dark Squad. As they try to fathom the enemy's motives, a heavy question hangs in the air. What treacherous plan is brewing in their opponents' minds? The mystery of the Azure Pill's theft gnaws at them. The vault's doors are wide open, yet the true purpose of the theft remains hidden in the darkness, leaving the allies to speculate. Gyojin views the legendary medicine with skepticism. To him, it is merely a healing remedy, incapable of comparing to the true treasures he knows of. A sudden outburst of anger interrupts the conversation. His words about the poor quality of the precious artifact shock those around him, shifting the course of the discussion. All eyes are fixed on the figure of the heavenly demon. The silence has become palpable, and his companions are stunned by the audacity and profound knowledge of the one they had considered merely a nuisance. Watching from the sidelines, the young man silently observes the guests. The tension rises as the warriors try to figure out who this strange child is and why he is behaving so boldly. A heavy silence hangs over the long table in the main hall. Representatives of various factions engage in a complex dialogue, while the leader tries to hide his irritation. The mention of the Azure Pill makes the boy freeze. He feverishly pieces together the facts, barely suppressing the tremor in his legs as a flood of old memories washes over him. Horrifying images from the past flood Gyojin's mind. The blood cult's attack and the merciless killings. His grim suspicion that an old enemy has returned is confirmed. Thoughts of treacherous plans give him no peace. The heir realizes that behind the outward calm lies a massive conspiracy threatening the entire world of martial arts. The leader of the Chonin sect looks dejected. He admits his weakness in the face of external threats, while a shadow assassin persistently offers his dubious assistance. Having been completely stripped of power by the elders, who have turned him into a puppet, Gyojin sees this injustice and feels righteous indignation boiling within him. Shanshom bows his head in shame. The atmosphere in the room becomes unbearable as everyone realizes just how low the once great Chonin school has fallen. His patience snaps. A loud fist slam on the table interrupts the prolonged mourning. The young man is no longer willing to listen to excuses or watch this pitiful spectacle. Terrified, his friends try to calm the enraged young man. He jumps to his feet, ready to voice everything he thinks about their cowardice and senseless political games. The tension gives way to a comical scene. The heavenly demon weeps ostentatiously, wiping his tears with a handkerchief, and theatrically laments the sect leader's tragic fate. Damro rubs his chin thoughtfully, pondering the political constraints that prevent the shadow assassins from openly interfering in the affairs of Muram and the Alliance. The lone figure of a warrior symbolizes division. Many great schools prefer to keep their distance, unwilling to bind themselves to the Alliance. The somber silhouettes of the elders are hidden in the darkness. Their hostility grows for a variety of reasons, creating an invisible web of intrigue and conspiracy against the current order. The chaos within Chonin served as a catalyst. Despite the destruction, it allowed the Alliance to spot a larger and more sinister threat brewing in the shadows just in time. Bowing his head in shame, the old man admits his weakness, while the heir watches the scene with irony, making no attempt to hide his obvious skepticism. An influential ally at the table remains completely calm. He confidently declares that this meeting itself is a huge step forward for their shared and complex cause. Delighted, the comrades enthusiastically applaud the actions of the leader of the Shadow Assassins, raising their thumbs. Sincere laughter and shouts of joy fill the gloomy room. A mysterious figure bursts into the hall. The tension mounts with every passing moment, and a brief phrase confirms that the long-awaited guest has arrived. The sound of footsteps echoes in the silence. The cult leader has fulfilled his role, and now a new phase begins. The stranger's voice informs everyone present that Chang Chang has performed his role perfectly. Frozen in shock, unable to believe his own eyes, the heavenly demon picks his nose, staring wide-eyed at the one who has just walked through the door. The expressions of everyone gathered at the table changed instantly. A respectful gesture of greeting united all the warriors, and the air was thick with deep respect for the guest's power. The three masters bowed in unison. The appearance of this figure compelled even the proudest warriors to show humility, and the meeting officially began. Before them stood the legendary Udan Formation Master. Her cold gaze and majestic bearing underscored her status as a true genius of the school. Frozen in anticipation, the sect leader felt the heavy stares of those present upon him. A tense silence hung in the air as the masters continued their greeting. Bowing deeply, the old man expressed his deepest gratitude. His voice trembled with sincere thanks for the help his allies had provided that day. Shan Shan acknowledged that without the support of the Phantom Assassins, His school might have met a tragic end. The leader remained in a bow, demonstrating complete humility before the guests. With a mixture of surprise and awkwardness, the allies watched the old man's actions. Even to them, such a degree of self-abasement from a leader seems excessive. Suddenly, a commanding order to raise his head rings out. Udan's eyes flash with a sky-blue light as she activates her technique. The spirit of the past rises above the young successor. The majestic shadow of the great master guides the will of the hero, whose eyes blaze with a bright, celestial flame of power. The humble disciple bows his head before his teacher. The heavy burden of guilt compels him to ask for forgiveness, for he considers himself unworthy of such high favor. Memories of fierce battles come alive in his heart. The old man acknowledges that his disciple was never the fastest, but always possessed incredible fortitude. The master's hand rests on the shoulder of his loyal comrade. He reminds him that a leader's true strength lies in the ability to choose the right path, despite the difficulties. The choice of a successor had always been a deliberate decision. The master knew that Myung-won was too blinded by ambition, while Chang-jung possessed a purity of thought. A shadow of greed and treachery lurks in the darkness. The thirst for power has blinded the other contender, turning him into a threat that the old leader had foreseen long ago. News of the elders' conspiracy shocks those present. The Jonan clan demands the immediate resignation of the leader, putting the entire future of the Great Alliance at risk. The alliance cannot resist the will of the sects for long. Despite his temporary refusal, the leader understands that internal pressure could destroy the fragile balance. The sword of the Phantom Assassins must protect the peace of the Korean Morum. This sacred calling demands decisive action and absolute loyalty to ancient martial ideals. A call to unite in the search for truth is sounded. The leader asks to prevent an unjust expulsion and to uncover the mystery of this sinister incident together. Despite the alliance's shortage of men, the men are full of resolve. The captain realizes the gravity of the situation, while his companion maintains a cool composure. During this speech, the Sky Demon casts a skeptical glance at everyone present. Battle is closer to his heart than empty words. The great spirit of the ancestor rises above the one who has dared to step forward. The powerful aura of the past guides the master, whose eyes glow with a bright, heavenly flame. Humbly accepting the order, Damro realizes the full weight of his responsibility. Kneeling, he swears to carry out the master's will and defend the honor of his school. A quiet night has fallen over the city, concealing the coming changes beneath the starry sky. The light of a lone lantern illuminates the path. Pausing at the entrance and folding his arms across his chest, Gyojin carefully surveyed the area, feeling a strange unease, but deciding nonetheless to continue on his way here. The heavy wooden gates of the ancient building looked menacing in the night. The sign with hieroglyphs above the entrance seemed to warn the uninvited guest of impending danger. Thoughtfully, the Sky Demon narrowed his eyes, trying to understand the cause of his sudden unease, his crimson eyes scanning the darkness. As he approached the entrance, the boy scratched the back of his head awkwardly, feeling very strange, as if he were doing something shameful just by entering this quiet courtyard. Quietly closing the door, the young man devised a plan to sneak into his room without making a sound, so as not to attract anyone's attention. Trying to move as quietly as possible, the heir carefully placed his feet on the cold asphalt. Each of his steps in the darkness was accompanied only by the faint rustle of his sneakers. Suddenly sensing movement behind him, Gyojin spun around sharply. A momentary panic gripped him, and his imagination immediately conjured the image of a terrifying ghost behind his shoulder. At that very moment, a heavy black frying pan shot up above the boy's head. An unknown assailant swung it with all his might, giving the boy no chance to dodge. With a ringing clang, the metal struck the poor fellow's head. The girl thought it was a thief, while the heavenly demon writhed in unbearable sharp pain. Clutching the bruised spot, the heir shouted questions in indignation, while the girl froze in shock, finally recognizing the culprit as an old acquaintance. Clutching the frying pan, Kim Min-jong's eyes burned with resentment as she angrily asked the young man if he had had a good time in faraway America, completely forgetting about her feelings. As she began listing the cities he might have visited, the girl fell into a full-blown hysterical fit, while the young man could only watch in shock as her mood shifted so rapidly. Resentment overwhelmed the girl. He had left without even saying goodbye to her, and 6 months of complete silence without a single phone call had turned her tender sadness into real rage. Suddenly, the beauty began flailing her arms and legs wildly, letting all her emotions spill out. He clutched his head in horror, not knowing how to calm this living whirlwind. After a violent outburst of anger, Kim Min-jong fell silent and puffed out her cheeks comically. Turning her face away, her expression conveyed the utmost dissatisfaction. Gaijin returns home, but instead of a warm welcome, he is met with grumbling. His family is unhappy. In a rage, the girl clings to the heavenly demon's clothes, screaming that she's hurt by the lack of gifts. Unconvinced by his excuses, the student is certain that in America, the heir did nothing but stuff himself with delicacies while she waited for him at home empty-handed. Furious at the injustice, Gyojin shouts that he barely ate and has grown so thin that his stomach sticks to his back, while his family thinks only of food. The girl's anger suddenly gives way to calm. She notices that her father will be back soon and suggests waiting for him so the whole family can have dinner together. Puzzled by the beauty's sudden change of mood, the heavenly demon doesn't have time to reply. A familiar silhouette appears on the horizon. The children freeze in awe. The head of the family has returned. Kim Min-jong joyfully runs to greet her father, forgetting their recent quarrel, while the heir freezes in awkwardness when he realizes the moment to settle their differences has passed. Greeting the young man, the man is genuinely glad to see Gaijin alive and well after a long trip, showing fatherly concern. Though the student looks tired and a little guilty, the elder asks the main question of the evening with a smile, whether he managed to eat after the long and tiring journey. The girl cheerfully announces that it's time for dinner. She's doing her best for her brother, shouting to her father that the young man is also hungry and eagerly awaiting the family meal. Agreeing, the man calls everyone into the house. The atmosphere seems peaceful, but the young man still feels out of place, trying to come to terms with the sudden change of scenery. While Kim Min-jong cheerfully sees her older brother to the door, the heir watches them with a pensive gaze. He can't shake a strange sense of unease that he can't explain. Suddenly, the heavenly demon's gaze falls on the hem of his father's garment. He notices dark, frightening stains that look suspiciously like fresh blood, and his heart stops in horror. The man gently sends him to wash up before dinner, promising to call him when everything is ready, but Gyojin stands motionless, unable to take his eyes off the terrifying evidence. Frozen in complete stupor as the reality around him began to change rapidly, the student barely had time to realize that his familiar life had just come to an end. Returning to his cramped room, the boy sighed heavily and headed to the bathroom to wash away this difficult day. Turning on the water, the cool streams touched his skin as Gyojin tried to gather his thoughts and simply rest a little. In the shower, the heir lost himself for a moment, letting the drops fall on his face. But even here, the premonition of coming changes would not leave him, causing his heart to beat faster and faster. Suddenly, a system window in the form of an ancient scroll appeared before his eyes. The magical text read, "Join forces with the phantom assassins to track down the demon cult." The heavenly demon's eyes flashed crimson when he heard a stranger's voice. Someone had addressed him by name, instantly shattering the illusion of solitude. Standing before him was a detective who clearly knew more about Gyojin than he should. His calm tone betrayed him as an experienced hunter. The young man's face contorted into a ridiculous grimace of surprise and irritation. The detective clearly had no intention of leaving, insisting that they had much to discuss. Promising to contact Damro later, he saw that the heir was currently unable to engage in conversation. A shadow of doubt fell across the young man's face, foreshadowing a dangerous turn of fate. As he left, the man left behind only a cloud of smoke and a host of questions. Gyojin watched him go, realizing that he was now officially part of someone's grand scheme. Suspiciously, the young man asked why he had been brought to this strange place. The other replied that his unique abilities might prove extremely useful to the cause. Frowning as he recalled their previous conversation about cooperation, the sky demon's gaze hardened, and the silence dragged on, creating a palpable tension in the air. Asking directly whether this invitation was related solely to his current situation, the two men stood facing each other, separated only by long black shadows. The Lord merely smiled enigmatically, noting that children with nowhere to go are very easy to manipulate. His words sounded like a cold and cynical admission. Reaching out his hand, the leader of the ghostly assassins emphasized that Gyojin's greatest value, his rare gift, was that he always saw the very essence of things. Smiling ominously, the detective is certain he is right and throws a remark at the boy that he surely did the same thing today. Stunned by what he heard, a cold sweat breaks out on him. The heavenly demon clearly did not expect to hear such words directed at him. As he leaves, the man remains completely calm. He promises to get in touch later, and the young man angrily calls him a despicable and slimy type in response. After finishing his shower, the young man tries to compose himself after the conversation. His hands tremble as he reaches for the faucet to wash away the sticky feeling of fear and anxiety. Standing in the shower, the heir closes his eyes, trying to banish the image of his enemy from his mind. But when he opens his crimson eyes, he realizes that his paranoia hasn't gone anywhere. After the absurd situations of the past, the young man now steps out into the room very cautiously so that no one catches him naked. Standing in front of the closet, Gijin tries to return to normal life. His thoughts are jumbled, and only one absurd question swirls in his head. What on earth should he wear? The silence is broken by a sharp thud. The door flies open from a powerful kick, and someone very loud bursts into the room, shouting the guy's name so the whole house can hear. It turns out to be Kim Min-jong. Paying no attention to the heir's nakedness, she stands in a combat stance and loudly announces that dinner's ready. Faced with such brazenness, the young man literally turns to stone with shame. All his recent drama crumbles under the onslaught of everyday life, leaving only awkward bewilderment. The girl's loud shout and the crash of the door make the house shake. Gijin screams back in horror, demanding that she not enter without asking while he is in an awkward position. The family finally gathers around the table. A cozy atmosphere reigns. The smell of home-cooked food fills the air, and Gyojin is asked what it's like to eat familiar food again after being apart. Sitting with his mouth full, the heir's face is contorted into a strange grimace, until the beautiful woman with the eye patch notices his state and asks ironically what's wrong with his expression again. An awkward pause hangs in the room. The children chew their food in unison, lost in their own thoughts. The boy is nervous, and the tension between them is palpable. Suddenly, the father of the family breaks the silence with an important question. He had heard from the teacher that Gyojin was being sent to study in America, and the boy freezes. When the man asks where the young man had been, he suddenly remembers how he had been taught to hide the truth on missions, so as not to reveal where he had actually been. A heavy silence hung over the table. The elder was glad of the heir's return, but sensed something was amiss. Meanwhile, the young man ate, trying not to look his family in the eye because of his lie. The girl notices her father's strange behavior. He has barely touched his dinner, even though he always loved home-cooked meals. She asked why Dad left his portion untouched. The bowl of rice remained almost full. The man had completely lost his appetite due to his suspicions and worries about his son, and the atmosphere at the table becomes oppressive. Rising abruptly in the middle of the meal, the children remain seated in complete bewilderment, watching their father leave with quiet glances. Dinner is ruined. Confused, the young people try to understand what has upset the head of the family so much. Outraged by this behavior, Kim Min-jong thinks that Dad has simply gorged himself on something delicious behind their backs, and is angry that she wasn't invited to this feast. While the beauty sulks over the elder's selfishness, the young man realizes the true depth of the problem. He understands that their relationship has cracked because of his unspoken words. The heavenly demon's sharp gaze, something has caught his attention or pricked his conscience. His eyes are full of determination to sort out the situation before it's too late. After briefly telling them to finish their meal slowly, the man leaves. He wants to be alone to reflect on the lies. Not understanding what has happened, the young people sit in silence after their father's departure. The tension in the room is palpable. Standing on the dark street under the light of a street lamp, the man tries to quell the trembling in his hands and gather his thoughts. The weight of the truth presses down on him. The man brings a cigarette to his lips. The flame flickers in the twilight, reflecting his inner turmoil. The only way to calm himself, even a little. Leaning against the wall, the head of the family stands and exhales thick smoke. In this solitude, he searches for answers to questions he is afraid to ask his son. A sudden noise breaks the silence. Screams echo from the depths of the neighboring street. Chaos reigned in the courtyard. Wounded fighters were carried out one after another, and the medic, in a panic, shouted at his assistants to hurry, for every second of life counted. Issuing strict orders, the master demands that they attend first to the martial artist, whose injuries appear to be the most critical. Amid the bloody commotion and moans, two figures appear on the balcony. The medic spots a young man in whom he recognizes a familiar face. Upon seeing the familiar face, the brunette freezes. His gaze grows sharp and suspicious as he tries to make out every detail. Relaxed, the heavenly demon clasped his hands behind his head. His serenity against the backdrop of corpses and blood looks strange, as if he had come here for a casual stroll. As the man tried to gather his thoughts, he realized that Park Jong-nam's words finally made sense. Gyojin is, in fact, a martial arts master. An assistant emerges from the building's doors. A man with a cigarette is waiting for him, his tense expression betraying the gravity of the situation and his anticipation of important news. As he asks about the children's fate, Jung-ho's voice trembles with anxiety, for safety is the top priority in this chaos. Calmly reporting that the 3 children's lives are out of danger, but their overall condition is extremely serious, the doctor removes his gloves, having finished the initial examination. It turns out that one girl was sent home because today is her birthday. Despite her healthy appearance, the man insists on a follow-up examination. Agreeing with the doctor's reasoning, the leader of Team 7 promises to tell the girl to come back later, and for a moment, relative calm settles in. He takes a drag on his cigarette, but the doctor asks the crucial question, what actually happened? He doesn't understand why so many people ended up in such a state. The shocking truth is revealed. There was a confrontation with Park Jong-nam's student. This news surprises everyone and leaves them frozen in surprise and alarm. Stunned, the man cannot believe that the very same Korean language teacher has a student, since the old man has long since retired and washed his hands of the matter. An argument breaks out between the two men. The doctor doubts the truth of the words, but Jung-ho is adamant. The facts speak for themselves, no matter how hard it is to believe. The leader of the 7th team's gaze turns icy. He realizes that now they must thoroughly investigate this case and find out who this mysterious student is. The old master politely declines the offer of a cigarette. He has firmly resolved to quit the harmful habit for the sake of his daughter, whose opinion matters more to him than anything else in the world. Bursting into laughter, the chief is struck by the irony of fate. The invincible Iron Fist, who strikes terror into his enemies, finds himself completely defenseless against his daughter's whims. The evening silence envelops the men standing at the entrance. The laughter dies down, giving way to solemnity. Taking a deep drag and gazing into the distance, Jung-ho's voice sounds cautionary as he asks his friend not to get involved in a dangerous venture. Indignant, the doctor jumps to his feet, unwilling to listen to a lecture. A spark of irritation flares between the old comrades, for requests for help always carry a risk. The man merely smiles sadly. Sensing his friend's state from the sound of his breathing, he realizes that the situation has gone too far and there is no turning back for them. In the shadows of conspiracies, the leadership of the Dark Division begins its hunt. They have caught the scent of a traitor from Cheonan, and now every misstep could be the leader's last. Bloody purges have swept through the organization. Bodies and brutal executions are everywhere. Amid this chaos, the informant realizes that his double-crossing is becoming deadly, trying to give final instructions in case of his death, but the master cuts him off mid-sentence. In a rage, he demands that Jung-ho simply quit this service. His gaze slides over the wounded young man. The master doesn't understand why one would risk one's life to save the Cheonan sect when the world around them is crumbling. With bitterness, Iron Fist poses a rhetorical question about trust. Those who once preached chivalry and honor are now mired in lies, reducing ideals to dust. Images of greedy elders, thinking only of profit, and a weak sect leader come to mind. Responsibility has become an unbearable burden for them in the shadow of their former glory. In his memories, the face of true evil emerges, a demonic scoundrel whose aura breathes darkness. This embodiment of treachery has become a true curse upon the entire world of Murim. The master's anger turns to despair. He sees no trace of the former righteousness in today's schools and believes he should have severed all ties long ago with those who betrayed the way of the sword. Plunged into a heavy silence, Cheon-ho takes a drag on his cigarette. His gaze betrays the weariness of a man who has witnessed too many betrayals in his lifetime. The man hesitated, trying to find the right words. His friend smoked in silence, listening intently, while the nighttime city stood still, awaiting their important decision. Admitting that he was ashamed to always be asking for help, Young-soo noticed a strange change in his behavior. The atmosphere between them suddenly became very heavy. Before, the healer had watched the master's battles, realizing his own insignificance. Righteous sects would not change, even if a man like him decided to risk his one and only life. Honestly, Iron Fist admitted he lacked talent, special powers, or even simple luck. He considered himself just an ordinary guy lost in the shadows of the great and powerful warriors. Gripping the hilt tightly, Jung-soo convinced himself to keep fighting for his beliefs, trusting that someday his loyalty to his principles would lead him to his cherished goal. Before, the healer had seen only the backs of those he always looked up to with admiration. He couldn't shake the thought that he would forever remain nothing more than a bystander. Iron Fist's greatest dream was to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrades. He sincerely hoped that the day would come when he would become their true equal. Ash fell slowly from his cigarette, and the man suddenly began to wonder if all of this was just self-deception. Perhaps he was simply intoxicated by his own illusions and hopes. Alarmed, the squad leader asked why his friend had spoken in such a gloomy tone, but the man had already made up his mind. His gaze grew cold, and his voice sounded frighteningly firm. Chon Ho uttered his final words, that the dark division must vanish forever. It was a verdict. He no longer had any doubts about what he must do. Even if the whole world turned away, someone had to stand in the way of evil. This was the true duty of the righteous sects that guarded their ancient secrets. Enraged, Jung-soo grabbed his comrade by the collar, unable to hold back a cry of despair. He demanded an answer. Could his friend really be prepared to walk to his death so easily? Iron Fist could not believe it or allow his best friend to perish, but the other merely smiled silently in response, accepting his fate with a frightening calm. The shock and realization of the inevitable forced him to unclench his fingers. The leader of the 7th Squad looked at the doctor standing before him, shrouded in shadows, ready to sacrifice himself for the cause. Sirens wailed, and ambulance lights cut through the night's darkness at the hospital entrance. Doctors rushed about, shouting orders for the immediate admission of critically ill patients. Panic reigned in the hospital. There were no beds, and ordinary doctors were powerless, for the strange poison was attacking people's energy centers. Only doctors with inner energy could help them. The situation is critical, but a sudden phone call makes them freeze. A mysterious voice on the other end of the line orders everyone to wait quietly. In the quiet sanctuary, the phone rings. At that moment, the master instantly puts a noisy patient to sleep with a precise strike to the sleep point, finally restoring order. The master cannot tolerate noise. With a single movement, he silences the guest's voice and immobilizes his body using secret points of silence. Now nothing prevents him from answering the important call. While the patient sleeps peacefully with needles in his back, Jung-soo picks up the receiver. His calm contrasts with the chaos currently unfolding at headquarters. The surgeon is on the line. He calls the man a legendary doctor and begs for support. The hospital needs his skills to cope with the flood of dying patients. Iron Fist immediately grasps the nature of the crisis. This is not a simple virus, but a modified mountain poison released as a fog. An ordinary person would not survive even an hour after inhaling the mixture. Confirming his fears, the man says they know how to treat this, but resources are running out. The hospital has simply run out of beds for the hundreds of people affected by this poison. An ambulance, sirens wailing, pulls into a narrow alley. Help has arrived at the master's house, and the city's nighttime silence is broken by the light of flashing beacons. In a hurry, the paramedics unload the stretcher. The master is ready to receive the victims, and the battle for the lives of those whom official medicine has already effectively buried begins. A group of people in uniform quickly carries the injured girl on a stretcher. A man in an orange bandana watches them in shock, frozen on the stairs in the shadows. The unconscious victim lies on the orange stretcher under a blue blanket. The atmosphere is thick with anxiety and urgency. In shock, the man stands frozen, staring wide-eyed at the scene. In his mind, only a silent question and the realization of the horror of the situation. Bursting into a scream, Iron Fist desperately shouts the girl's name. His face contorted with panic, he rushes after the stretcher, losing his composure. The paramedic's gaze is full of confusion, and the doctor can barely find the words amid the despair that has overtaken him. The man in the bandana looks around anxiously. He feels someone's heavy gaze upon him. Lying on the stretcher is a pale, unconscious Kim Min-jong. A sullen man stands nearby, and the atmosphere is thick with danger. Realizing that something was wrong, Iron Fist rushed to the patients. He was needed there more right now. In the silence of the house, they discuss the details of the deal. The chief physician confirms that the crisis has passed, but oddities surface in the list of names. Jung-soo's daughter's name is not there. After curtly ending a call on his cell phone, the man promises to call back later, unaware that a figure has appeared behind him. The agent was standing in the courtyard when the doctor suddenly appears behind him. Before he can finish his phone call, he feels the situation slipping out of his control. In a rage, Iron Fist grabs the assassin by the throat, cutting off his report. The blow catches the guy off guard, forcing him to gasp for air from the sharp pain. The tight grip cuts off his breath. The young man looks in horror at the one who attacked him with such force, the attacker's face contorted with a thirst for immediate revenge. The enraged father demands an answer from the ghostly killer. His voice trembles with pain for his child. He wants to know only one thing: what they have done to his own daughter. Mad rage boils in Jung-soo's eyes. He is ready to do anything to save his daughter. The young man finds himself trapped, facing the consequences of his own cruel deeds. The enraged man screams in the young man's face, demanding the truth. His eyes are filled with madness, and his fist is clenched tightly around the collar as he searches for his son in the chaos of the night. Gasping for air, the captive's face is contorted by a spasm from the lack of oxygen. Only one thought of death pulses in his head, while the attacker's grip grows ever tighter. Everything is going dark before his eyes, and consciousness is slowly leaving his body. The only thing the assassin hears through the ringing in his ears is the order to speak. Seconds are deciding the outcome of his life. A bloodied man suddenly appears in the doorway, ordering them to let the boy go. He can barely stand, but he is ready to explain everything to stop this violence. The man in the bandana freezes, slowly unclenching his fist. He looks at his palm in disbelief as the night silence in the courtyard swallows the last echoes of his rage. Exhausted and covered in wounds, Park Jong-nam's labored breathing betrays his critical condition. But he finds the strength to utter the name that will change everything. In a quiet room behind a screen, the wounded hero confesses to the master. He reveals the truth, but it seems the meaning of his words barely reaches his listener. Maintaining an icy silence, Iron Fist's face is stern as he lets the teacher's bitter confession wash over him. The man's mind is clouded by pain and shock. Fragments of names, the school, the killers, and Minjong flash through his head as reality crumbles under the weight of the truth. The biggest secret slips from his lips. The student of Jeonnam's best swordsman turns out to be Gyojin. This revelation puts everything the old man believed in, his efforts to save the children, at risk. The news of the student's existence causes genuine shock. A surprised look and a silent question confirm that this was a secret to everyone. The image of the smiling heavenly demon contrasts with the terrifying truth. No one could have imagined that this ordinary guy was a dangerous martial arts master. Horrifying images from the past surface. A mutilated body wrapped in bandages. The realization of who is to blame for this cruelty brings unbearable mental anguish. Rage and denial overwhelm Iron Fist. He grits his teeth in helplessness. For years, he has shielded his children from the brutal world of martial arts. A tragedy of shattered hopes. Jung-soo only wanted them to live a normal, peaceful life, but fate decreed otherwise, dragging them into a bloody cycle. A quiet moonlit night envelops the estate, but behind this serene landscape lies a storm of emotions and shocking revelations. His pupils constrict with indescribable horror. A single question reflects the complete collapse of reality as the truth about Gyojin deals a crushing blow to his mind. A shadow of shock distorted the master's face. The news that the heir had vanished paralyzed him, another piece of the puzzle coming together to form a terrifying picture. Sitting on the floor, the teacher was powerless to defend himself. Even if he had 10 mouths, he would not have found the words to explain this tragic failure. The master towers over his wounded friend, clenching his fists in helplessness. Park Jong-nam is barely holding on, his breathing ragged, his heart shattered by the realization of his heavy guilt. Cold sweat rolls down his face and his breathing falters. The teacher feels fear paralyzing his body, and only one question pulses in his ears. Is this the end? Quiet footsteps on the wooden floor sound like a funeral march. Bare feet step confidently and smoothly, approaching the inevitable. The body lay frozen in an unnatural position on the blood-stained carpet. The crimson liquid slowly soaked into the fabric, leaving only silence where life had been a moment ago. Standing over the wounded man, Jung-soo didn't know how to proceed, while the room was flooded with moonlight, emphasizing the scale of the tragedy. From the darkness, a piercing gaze stared back, devoid of even a shred of pity. This silhouette would be the last thing the man's fading consciousness would imprint. 34 long days have passed. The IV drip counts the seconds steadily while the father sits by the bed, never losing hope. Time has stood still in this sterile, quiet room. The hospital stands like an unshakable colossus under the clear sky. Behind these walls lies a personal tragedy, while outside the world carries on, oblivious to another's grief and pain. Leaning over his daughter, Iron Fist's gaze is filled with inexpressible sorrow. Every wrinkle on his face speaks of sleepless nights and the endless wait for a miracle. His hand gently rests on the sleeping girl's forehead. Jung-soo silently begs her to return, while knowledge of the energy centers that were supposed to help surfaces in his mind. Internal energy circulates through his body, connecting the lower and upper centers. The treatment was risky, but it was the only chance to save the fading spark of the beauty. A month has passed, but Kim Min-jung still hasn't woken up. Her father wonders why others have already regained consciousness, while his daughter remains trapped in an endless sleep. Heavy thoughts torment his soul. They say a doctor shouldn't operate on loved ones, but cold calculation fails him when his heart bleeds with fear for his family. Suddenly, the girl's fingers twitched. The sensor on her arm registered a barely perceptible movement, offering a faint glimmer of hope that the darkness was finally receding. The beauty's eyelids slowly parted, and a faint whisper escaped her lips. For her father, that sound was the most beautiful and long-awaited of all this time. Shock and bewilderment froze in her eyes. The student didn't understand why she was in a hospital room, while her father couldn't believe that the nightmare was over. After waking up, the girl felt extremely weak. Her consciousness returned in fits and starts, and there was only one question in her mind. Had the debilitating illness caught up with her again? Suddenly, her father's strong arms pull Kim Min-jung into an embrace. She is stunned and doesn't understand why her father is holding her so tightly, breaking his usual cold aloofness. Unable to hold back his trembling, the man's voice breaks as he frantically asks about Gyojin's whereabouts, while his daughter freezes in the face of his terrifying despair. In the empty hospital room, time seems to stand still. The Iron Fist weeps, burying his face in his daughter's shoulder, for the first time since that very day when he first held her as a baby. Memories flash before Jung-soo's eyes. The moment of his daughter's birth, when he swore to be her rock, but now his former sternness has vanished, leaving only a wounded soul. For years he had built a wall of indifference, believing that a father had no right to show weakness, but today that wall crumbled under the weight of unbearable pain and fear. Bitter tears streamed down his face, revealing the true feelings he had hidden for so long. He is no longer a great leader, but simply a man whose world has begun to crumble. The girl feels her father's hands trembling and hears his quiet whisper. She sees before her not a steely warrior, but a father who has finally succumbed to his emotions. Oppressive darkness engulfs his thoughts. In that moment, Jung-soo admits defeat, considering himself a weak parent who failed to protect what was most precious to him. 40 days of uncertainty and silence. Gyojin and Damro have vanished without a trace, and even the leader of the 7th Squad is powerless in the face of this emptiness, which robs him of all hope. The man stood for a long time in front of the box left behind by the missing man. He was afraid to open it, for he understood that its contents could forever change his perception of the truth. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, betraying his inner struggle and exhaustion. Summoning all his willpower, he decides to look inside, preparing himself for any revelation. Among other things, the box contained a pack of medicine and a bank book in the name of Jeon Song-min. These ordinary items looked frightening and strange under the current circumstances. The man carefully examines the pack of cigarettes in his hand. A strange yellow note is stuck to it, reading bribe, which clearly intrigues him. From the open chest, he also pulls out a mysterious dark polyhedron. The pack is still clenched in his other hand, but his attention is completely focused on the strange artifact. His musings are interrupted by a sudden voice from the street. The man whips around at the sound, still clutching his find. Someone has come to him at this late and quiet hour. Quickly hiding the artifact in the chest out of sight, Jung-soo must keep the secret, for uninvited guests could be dangerous or bring bad news with them. A young woman stands at the gate of the house. She looks agitated and hesitantly asks if the doctor's home. The nighttime scene underscores her loneliness and anxiety. The master of the house steps out onto the porch, illuminated by warm light from within. The young woman freezes upon seeing him, and an important conversation begins, one that will change their current fates. Admitting that she has come to ask for help, the guest's eyes betray her desperation. She hopes that only this mysterious doctor can solve her problem. Nervously, the beautiful woman clenches her hands, trying to suppress her trembling, and utters the fateful words that their leader has vanished without a trace, and now they have no one else to turn to. Coldly asking why Yusun turned to him specifically, he insists that Iron Fist is merely a guest and a simple doctor, unwilling to get involved in a dangerous search. Noticing a strange detail, the girl had only mentioned the leader. The doctor immediately understood who she was referring to. His penetrating gaze betrays a deep awareness. The man grows somber when the guest exposes his knowledge. The tension between them rises, and his face underscores the gravity of the moment and the mystery. She states outright that the doctor sees the beauty's visit as more than just a request for treatment. She is certain he knows his patients far better than he lets on. Jongsu abruptly interrupts her, calling such conclusions far-fetched. He tries to convince the guest that his questions were merely a formality, hiding his true thoughts. Hesitant, Yusun froze at the entrance, gathering her thoughts. She had come to ask for help, hoping to find at least some clue about the missing leader. The girl's voice trembled as she asked the main question. She was desperately searching for any items or parting words their commander might have left behind before disappearing. Receiving a curt and brief reply, the beautiful young woman merely bowed her head humbly. Her inner bitterness nearly betrayed her, but she forced herself to accept this bitter reality. Polite in her thanks to the host for his time, despite the cold reception, Yusun tried to maintain her dignity and observe all the rules of etiquette. The man looked down on her, displaying obvious skepticism. He did not understand her zeal and advised her to abandon this pointless endeavor as soon as possible. Cold Iron Fist added that the leader himself would hardly approve of her excessive concern. These words stung her deeply, causing her to lower her gaze for a moment. However, the beauty sharply objected, insisting that the search was her personal choice. After thanking him for his advice, the girl firmly resolved to follow her own heart's calling. Her footsteps on the stone pavement sounded confident. Despite the heaviness in her heart, the member of the 7th team walked away, leaving behind those who did not believe in the success of her important mission. A fire of true determination flared up within Yusun, leaving no room for fear. At that moment, she vowed to herself that she would definitely find her mentor. The man merely smiled after her, noting the striking similarity in their characters. He acknowledged that the missing Jong-ho had raised a worthy successor who remained true to herself. Suddenly, Iron Fist called out to her, admitting that he had, after all, received a strange package. The beauty froze in place, feeling her heart race with anticipation. Calmly, Jongsu added that during their last meeting, the leader had spoken like a man on the brink of death. These words made her shudder at the terrifying truth. Realizing that the man had lied to her from the start, Yusun flared with rage. She angrily demanded an explanation as to why he had concealed such vital information. The two went inside and the healer placed the mysterious object on the table. He explained that this cube was typically used in their circles for the most secretive transactions. Skeptically, the elder asked if she was capable of figuring out the mechanism. The girl confidently took the cube in her hands, for this was precisely what her mentor had once taught her. Examining the artifact, Yusun explains that to open the box, one must not only decipher the diagram, but also channel energy with precision, a task that is extremely difficult to accomplish. Jongsu suggests solving the problem by force and simply smashing the object, but the young woman stops him in horror. A mistake in the solution would lead to a powerful and dangerous explosion inside. Trying to sketch a diagram of the energy flows, reminiscent of a sword technique, the member of Team 7 concentrates, attempting to convey the very sensation of energy required for the lock to function. Unexpectedly, Iron Fist seizes the initiative. He stops her hand, confidently declaring that there is no need to draw any further. He has already grasped the essence of the process and is ready to act. Deciding to divide the responsibilities, the healer takes on the most difficult stage, controlling the internal energy, while his companion will be responsible for the mechanism's operation. Images from the past flash through his mind, a young apprentice during training. Even then, his skill amazed those around him, leaving them breathless at his incredible talent. The young man's movements were honed to the point of second nature, and every swing of his blade traced perfect arcs in the air. Those around him could only watch this martial arts genius. With a heavy sigh, the mentor watches the boy's progress. He realizes that this youngster has gone too far in his development, reaching heights never seen before. The teacher's face expresses a mixture of shock and admiration. He calls the student a madman, for he is capable of things that seem absolutely impossible to ordinary people. The box begins to glow with a blue flame. Had the teacher not shown him those basics in the past, this lock would now remain closed forever. The mechanism yields to his skill. Ancient seals flare with a bright azure light as streams of pure energy find their way to the very heart of the complex device. The estate's nighttime silence is broken. A group of people returns after a long absence, met at the threshold by gazes full of anticipation and hidden anxiety for the future. Dandelion seeds float slowly in the pre-dawn sky. This fleeting moment of calm symbolizes the fragility of hope and the beginning of a new phase in the life of the Murim clan. Jongsu sits deep in thought. His face bears the traces of recent upheavals. He looks exhausted, but his eyes reveal a determination to see what he has started through to the end. Rushing toward the man, the sect leader delivers the joyful news that all treatment procedures have been successfully completed and that they can now breathe a sigh of relief. The leader of Cheonan asks Iron Fist to rise. He bows his head, unable to contain his emotions, as mutual respect and the bitterness of the moment hang heavy in the air of this quiet courtyard. Quietly, the healer expresses his gratitude for the support. The old master sincerely praises him for his immense labor. This brief exchange is filled with hidden pain and acknowledgement. Chastising himself for his weakness, Chung Chong cannot understand how he allowed such an outcome to occur. The weight of responsibility for people's fates and the mistakes he has made is evident in his eyes. Standing by the wall, the men share a common sorrow. The leader is ashamed that he had to accept help, and the silence underscores the magnitude of the tragedy they have both had to endure. The moment of farewell has come. The old man looks at the departing warrior with hope and sadness. The question about his imminent departure sounds like a plea to stay, but the path is already predetermined. As he walks away, Iron Fist leaves the walls of the ancient monastery behind. His steps sound confident as he departs, knowing he has fulfilled his duty despite the burden. A vow lives in the doctor's heart. He promises himself he will surely repay his debt of honor. Thoughts of his comrades give him no rest, forcing him to move forward despite his fatigue. A lone figure stands frozen against the backdrop of a stormy sky. He is ready for the new trials that await him beyond these lands. Old chests and important scrolls come to mind. Jongsu takes a letter in his hands that will change everything, for every word here is worth its weight in gold. The pen glides across the paper, leaving sincere lines. The group's leader, Jong Ho, writes of duty and time. These words, the cry of a soul deprived of the luxury of choice. The man's gaze is clouded with anxiety. He realizes the gravity of the situation. The tension in his eyes suggests that peaceful days are now a thing of the past for everyone. The hunt for spies in the Dark Division has reached its peak. The time for extreme caution has come. Every wrong move could cost the lives of those who stand in defense of the truth. Realizing that there is no time to waste, the leader of the 7th Squad must deliver urgent news as soon as possible. An old chest on the shelf holds secrets that must be revealed now. Recently, Ma Young-won has been acting suspiciously. His latest actions raise many questions. The enemy's motives are hidden in the darkness, but he already foreshadows impending disaster. The enemy's plan is clear: to attack Jonan for the sake of ancient treasures. The pen swiftly commits the truth to paper. This information is the only chance to save the sect from total collapse. Lurking in the shadows is the Sacred Fireblood Group. This international criminal organization stands behind the Dark Division, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. To prevent the enemy from seizing power, Jung Ho studies the secret documents. Protecting the treasures of Jonan becomes his top priority. But as the saying goes, people are more important than gold. The main goal is to protect the weak and give young talents a chance, for it is in them that the future of the school lies. The master's gaze is stern. He knows that the path of righteous sex is, above all, the protection of those who cannot stand up for themselves. The honor of the order is paramount. The sect leader receives an important instruction: to protect the people of Chonan first, not the treasures. The life of every student is now worth its weight in gold. The letter contains sincere advice from the group's leader. He promises support and asks that these words be taken seriously, for the fate of the order hangs in the balance. The silence in the courtyard weighs heavily on his shoulders. The advice is accepted, but uncertainty lies ahead, and the master is left alone to bear the burden of responsibility for every living soul. Anger and determination clench his fists, a silent vow to stand firm. The tension in the air has reached its limit. There is no turning back now. The main question is written in Jongsu's eyes. Will his will be fulfilled? Will his descendants be able to continue on this path when the fog of war finally thickens? A shadow of guilt distorts the old man's face. He is truly ashamed of the matter involving Jong-ho. Admitting his past mistakes is harder for him than the battle that lies ahead. The secret treasure of Jeonan has been moved. By order of the leader, the artifact is now safely hidden in a remote and abandoned place, far from the greedy eyes of enemies. Alarmed by such a risky move, the assistant asks doubtfully if it is safe to expose the treasure to danger so openly. But Chung Chung merely smiles enigmatically. He admits that this plan is the advice of the most honest and straightforward young man, whom he trusts more than himself. Life is like a sprout. The master does not want the children of the new era to sacrifice themselves for the relics of the past. The future of humanity is more important than any ancient values. Resolve is etched on his face. The sect leader does not want anyone to sacrifice themselves. This is the firm decision of a leader ready to protect the living at any cost. The man bowed his head submissively before the iron fist. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of past battles. Jongsu's voice echoed from the past, reminding them of the will that had been passed down through the years, binding generations of warriors with a single thread of fate and shared duty. With bitterness and pride, the old master acknowledged that it was this very disciple who had become the shield that saved Cheonan from certain doom and complete oblivion in history. His gaze drifted across the peaceful sky, where a dandelion floated in the rays of the setting sun. It had fulfilled its purpose, leaving behind hope for a bright future. The mirage of the past dissipated, and the action suddenly shifted to harsh reality. In a cramped office under the light of a lamp, a completely different battle of wits began. The young man sat in a relaxed posture, his whole demeanor radiating indifference. His bored gaze and casual gesture suggested that the interrogation merely amused him. Folding his hands behind his back, Damro studied the sky demon intently. The tension in the room grew as the crucial question about the events of that fateful day was asked. A mysterious smile played on the man's lips. Behind that gentle expression lay a sharp mind, ready to fish the truth out of the deepest recesses of memory. The second stage of the trial had come to an end. The glowing scroll officially confirmed the completion of the chapter, opening the way for the exhausted young man to new, dangerous feats. Slowly, Gyojin made his way toward the blinding light of the gates. His clothes were drenched in the blood of his enemies, and ahead lay the unknown, hidden beyond the threshold of this ancient temple. The heavenly demon finds himself in a strange dimension, where the ground is strewn with countless blades. In the center of this graveyard of swords stands a detective, awaiting the start of the duel. Freezing in place, the Lord senses a foreign presence. Turning around, he utters a short phrase, steeped in coldness and obvious contempt for the guest. Suddenly, the opponent lunges forward, delivering a swift blow. The attacker's fist hurtles straight toward the young man's face, who seems completely defenseless in that moment. The blow reaches its target, but something incredible happens. The powerful strike freezes a centimeter from his skin, encountering an invisible and utterly impenetrable barrier in its path. The heir's eyes flare with a crimson flame of rage. He effortlessly catches Damro's fist, asking a question in an icy tone that sends a shiver down the opponent's spine. Frozen in utter horror, the attacker, unable to comprehend how the youngster managed to parry his attack, realizes he has fallen into a trap from which there is no easy escape. A blood-red gaze pierces right through, stripping away any will to resist. There is no compassion in this look, only cold determination to see the task through to the end. The space around them shudders from the released energy. A powerful surge of power illuminates the arena, marking the beginning of a true battle where there will be no mercy for any of them. The heir gazes coldly at the detective, puzzled as to why his opponent is asking such absurd questions. For true power is only just beginning to awaken. The heavenly demon's opponent freezes, realizing the truth. He claims he had no intention of locking anyone up, and this admission confuses the enemy. Fragments of recent memories surface. After defeating the dangerous Zhang Shi, the man wandered for a long time in impenetrable darkness, trying to find a way out. Suddenly, a cry of "Gyojin" pierces the silence. A hand reaches out to the young man's shoulder from the darkness, just as he least expects to encounter a living soul here in an instant. In that very second, a powerful formation activated around the Lord. Red system warning signs filled the air, instantly binding his movements and magic. Trapped in a strange world where endless rows of swords jutted from the ground, Damro was stuck here and had no idea how to escape this ominous place. Suddenly, an old acquaintance appeared before the detective, who was clutching a sharp katana in his hand. He gave the young man a cold look and asked him about his origins. It turned out that this man had sensed a faint demonic energy in Gyojin. He suspected that the young man was somehow connected to the dangerous and mysterious demon cult. The man recalled how he had destroyed the ferocious Zhang Shi in the past. That monster had radiated exactly the same sinister demonic aura that he now sensed from the air. Deciding that the young man was from the demon cult, and that this was reason enough for the apprentice to keep the detective trapped here until the matter was clarified, not knowing what to say, Gaijin remained silent, causing the man's irritation to grow. He demanded answers from the young man, holding back his anger and boring a hole through the boy with his gaze. Shouting, Damro demanded that the heavenly demon do something, anything, in response to his questions. His patience was already running out. For his part, the heir, showing no fear, merely tossed back a defiant retort, which was abruptly cut off mid-sentence. The boy's eyes filled with blood, and he hissed defiantly that he was under no obligation to do what the head of the ghost assassins ordered him to do, calling him an annoying type as well. Realizing he had gone too far, the man awkwardly ran a hand through his hair and offered a conciliatory apology, admitting that lately he had become too sensitive and rude. The tension in the trap of swords reached its limit, and Damro was the first to go on the offensive. He swung his katana sharply, aiming for a precise strike. Smiling predatorily, Gyojin easily dodged the Lord's attack. His body was enveloped in an ominous purple aura, ready for a devastating strike. Stunned by the young man's incredible speed, the man stared intently at his opponent, trying to anticipate his next move and find a weak spot. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, the apprentice delivered a powerful strike with his violet energy, causing the very ground to tremble and unleashing a massive shockwave. The sword trap had turned into a field of fierce battle, the young men exchanging lightning-fast attacks, each striving to gain the upper hand over the other. The tension reached its peak. Darkness thickened, heralding the beginning of the great clash both opponents had awaited for an eternity. The decisive moment was approaching. Time lost its meaning. Weeks of exhausting anticipation had passed before the blades met. Every touch of steel was a test of will and spirit. The air shudders at the clang of steel. The speed of the exchange of blows is beyond human perception. 4 million clashes have merged into an endless stream. The fighter's mind shuts down. There is no longer any point in counting moments or strikes. Only instinct remains, guiding the blade through the chaos and fury of the protracted battle. One false step could be the last. The enemy launches a swift overhead thrust, attempting to overwhelm with power and pierce the defiant opponent's defense. The young man's gaze is full of determination. Despite the blood and exhaustion, he sees every movement of the enemy, preparing for the maneuver that will decide the outcome of this duel. The fight turns into a dance of death. No unnecessary movements, only precision and cold calculation in every swing, as sparks illuminate the battlefield. His strength is running out, but his fury only grows. A powerful swing cuts through the air, forcing his opponent to cower to the ground under the weight of destructive energy. A secret technique awakens. The false flower of the night. A violet glow envelops the sword, concentrating all its power into a single, truly fatal strike. In the heat of battle, Damro demands answers. He is tormented by doubt. How did the student manage to break the Golden Castle formation, and what secret connects him to the Dark Division? Continuing his furious attack, the opponent is in no hurry to answer. His movements are full of hidden power, forcing his opponent to wonder aloud about the true nature of his enemy. A powerful shockwave tears through the air. The Lord lands a crushing blow that sends the opponent flying backward, barely maintaining his balance in this madness. A tense gaze through crossed steel, the main question hangs in the air. Who is this young man, really? A dangerous enemy or an ally? Stunned, the Sky Demon retreats, clutching his gleaming blade. He is outraged by the ambiguity of the moment, while the detective prepares to speak. In midair, the heir tries to grasp his new identity. His gaze is clouded, and the words echo in his head. Who is he, really? A deadly pirouette in the air. Gyojin plunges down from above, clutching a gleaming violet blade in his hands. The man barely manages to dodge. A powerful burst of energy shakes the ground. A bright flash blinds them, hurling the warriors in different directions. The battle reaches its climax. The detective emerges from the cloud of dust. His face is focused, and he is ready to accept the challenge despite his fatigue. Standing tall, the young man grips the blazing purple sword. His aura has changed. Now it is a power capable of shattering the heavens themselves. Staring intently at his enemy, realizing that if this had been a real trap, the leader of the Phantom Assassins would have perished long ago. The time for the truth has come. Amidst a field of frozen swords, Gyojin makes a declaration. He asserts that he is not the detective's enemy, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. The blades clash in a furious clinch. The heavenly demon looks his opponent straight in the eye, trying to discern his true intentions in this battle. The energy of the violet sword presses down on the ordinary steel. Sparks fly in all directions, and the first cracks begin to appear along the detective's blade. Final blow. Damro's blade shatters into pieces, sharp shards frozen in midair, while the violet tip comes to a halt mere inches from his face. At the same moment, Gyojin's sword creates a powerful violet energy shield, blocking the path even of the Lord himself. Gazing at his opponent with an icy, piercing stare, the heavenly demon's red, blazing eyes promise inevitable retribution for all that has been done. With incredible speed, the ghostly assassin breaks through the violet barrier. His sword, shrouded in dark energy, is ready to deliver a crushing blow. The man approaches his target. Now the young man has no way to retreat, and he is determined to find traces of the demon cult. But the heir is not ready to give up so easily. The detective is sent flying by the powerful blow, and he is terrified. Freezing in a fighting stance, surrounded by a golden glow, Damro sternly asked the young man why he was hunting for traces of the mysterious demon cult. Surging forward, the Lord turned into a blur of energy. His speed was so great that the air around him trembled from the power of this lunge. Soaring high into the sky, the warrior rained down a hail of golden blades. Below, the young man braced himself for the blow, gripping his sword, shrouded in violet flame, tightly. Golden flashes plunged into the ground, raising columns of dust. Gyojin barely managed to dodge the magical projectiles, frantically trying to figure out how to approach his enemy. The man made a lightning-fast lunge, raising his blade for the decisive strike, and remarked mockingly that his opponent thought too much during battle. The attacker's face remained impassive. He declared that this blow would be the last, and that he would receive the answer to his question only after he had completely subdued the young man. The blades clashed with a deafening clang. The air blocked the thrust, and at that moment, he finally decided to speak, overcoming the incredible pressure of the stranger's aura. Violet energy flared with renewed intensity, swallowing the light around them. The boy poured all his will into this confrontation, determined to see it through to the end no matter what. Damro's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a sudden surge of power. The young man no longer looked like a victim. His gaze had become resolute and terrifyingly dangerous. With a furious cry, the sky demon swung powerfully, parrying his opponent's sword. He roared that he would find them, and the violet flame finally engulfed the arena. A glowing scroll appeared before his eyes. The system notified him that the minimum requirements for achieving supreme mastery of the sword had been met, and the hidden mission had been unlocked. A powerful shockwave threw the Lord backward. The opponent watched in shock as the young man, whom he had considered weak, suddenly seized the initiative in the battle. The surrounding space warped as Gyojin and his blade merged into a single entity. The sword's aura became an extension of his own body, achieving perfect balance. A new reward appeared, a temporary boost to his hidden power. Now he could briefly harness the true power of Guchon, becoming virtually invincible. The golden pages of ancient knowledge began to scatter in sparks, transferring their energy to their owner. He reached out, feeling incredible power fill his veins. The warrior, possessed by darkness, offers an alliance. His eyes burn with a thirst for blood. The opponent is shocked by the sudden change in the enemy's demeanor, unsure how to react to this madness. A sudden flash of light blinds everyone around them. Gyojin's sword begins to act of its own accord, creating chaos and disrupting the battle's usual course. Lost in his thoughts and trying to grasp the magnitude of what is happening, Damro recalls every blow, wondering if this furious clash is merely a coincidence. The man's gaze is fixed on the blade, in which the truth is reflected. He realizes that the weapon holds something more than just steel. The sword's secret is almost revealed to him. Tension hangs in the air before the decisive strike. The opponents freeze, assessing their chances of victory. One wrong move could be the last in this long duel. Deciding to break the silence and lay his cards on the table, the Lord is ready to share his suspicions, realizing that the time for questions has passed and it is time to act boldly. He links the cult of blood to the mysterious sect of heavenly fiery blood. The enemy's goal is the azure pill of knowledge, whose healing power is critical to their dark plans. The grim shadow of a blood demon looms over the world. It seems an ancient evil is being brought back to life, and only the ancient scrolls can reveal how to stop the ritual. Gyojin recalls a strange incident in Cheonan that haunts him. That case was clearly abnormal and served only as the first link in a chain of coming events. Assessing the situation skeptically, the heir realizes that a single resurrection pill is not enough. There is something much larger behind this plan, hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. Continuing his reasoning, the heavenly demon asserts that the evidence found would be better used to strengthen the Zhongshi. His cold calculation both frightens and intrigues his ally. Stunned, Damro freezes, unable to believe his ears. The proposal seems insane to him, and he asks again, hoping it's just a bad joke from his comrade. A sinister smirk distorts the young man's face. The situation is getting truly interesting, and he longs to see the faces of those scoundrels from the sacred Fireblood group before they die. The sudden change in mood makes the man flinch. He hadn't expected such sudden aggression and tries to figure out what exactly triggered the rage. The young man's eyes fill with blood as he recalls the mysterious figure. Demonic energy bursts forth, foreshadowing a swift and brutal reckoning. The captain nervously adjusts his earpiece, feeling a strange vibration. He is bewildered by the sudden noise, unaware that the hunt for him has already begun. The stern man hears his apprentice demand that the insolent man be brought to him immediately. He senses that someone is spreading rumors about him and is ready to personally punish the offender for his audacious words. Adjusting his glasses and making no attempt to hide his irritation, Kong Po clearly did not expect to see the person sitting before him and barely restrains the urge to curse aloud. The man grumbles that he's been torn away from important business for a trifle. In the reflection of his glasses, his opponent is visible, remaining calm despite the outburst. His indignation grows. The captain bursts out shouting, pointing at the guy across from him, furious that he was summoned because of some petty scoundrel. Leaning back, the American declares that this whole situation is a bad joke. He turns to Damro, emphasizing that humor is completely out of place this time. The utterly unflappable young man sits motionless, his arms crossed over his chest. He was ready for any turn of events. Replacing his anger with icy arrogance, the blonde looks down on him and asks mockingly if the guy really doesn't understand where his place is in this world. The heavenly demon's patience snaps. Anger appears on his face. He no longer intends to listen to this nonsense and directly calls his opponent an idiot. The insult hits the mark. Both men lock eyes, literally sparking with rage, and the captain is stunned by the young man's audacity. While the two growl at each other, Damro tries to diffuse the tension. He asks everyone to calm down and reminds Kong Po of the important purpose of their meeting. The mention of the sacred heavenly blood sect instantly changes the blonde man's mood. He slams his hands on the table, forgetting the argument, and demands details about the evidence found. The image of a mysterious brunette with a sly smile flashes through Kang Po's mind. This man is clearly playing a devious game, staying one step ahead of his pursuers. Gritting his teeth in rage, the captain recalls his sworn enemy. He vows to track down this scoundrel at any cost and finish him off personally. Burning with impatience, the man leans over the table. He demands an immediate explanation of the evidence and to know whether they have finally managed to track down the criminal group's hideout. With a sly smile, the heavenly demon casually throws his hands behind his head. He informs him that the search is only just beginning and there are simply no ready answers yet. A deathly silence falls over the room. The man freezes in an awkward pose, unable to believe what he has heard, his entire fighting spirit shattered by the question. The guy with the red eyes boldly announces the start of the search. His smug smile clearly provokes those around him into a confrontation. Frozen in silent shock, what he has heard has enraged him so much that the captain can barely contain the fury ready to burst forth. Losing control, Kong Po tries to lunge at the insolent youth. His companion has to physically restrain the enraged leader, begging him to calm down. The man's anger does not subside. He vows at the top of his lungs to finish off the little shit right today, while his assistant desperately tries to calm him down. A heavy silence has settled over the interrogation room. All parties to the dispute have finally sat down at the table to discuss the details of the incident. Sitting at the table, Kong Po clenches his fists so hard they hurt. His jaws clenched, and his whole body is tense with the desire to end this conversation immediately. Unable to withstand the pressure, the man slams his fist down on the table with force. The sharp sound of the blow makes his colleague flinch in surprise. The assembled assassins move on to discussing the enemy's plans, the strengthening of the Zhongshi, and the resurrection of the blood demon. Kong Po considers all of this mere theory. Sighing heavily and adjusting his glasses, the captain tries to grasp the scale of the problems associated with the ancient evil and the boy's unclear goals. Staring intently at the sky demon, the American declares that he believes only in facts, not guesswork, making it clear that he won't take his eyes off him for a single moment. He sternly states that the current evidence is not conclusive. The man's gaze expresses extreme skepticism and distrust of the young man's words. Under pressure, Damro looks dejected. The leader asserts that under different circumstances, he would have handed them over to the Alliance long ago, without a second thought. Pondering everything, the boy sits with his head bowed and his arms crossed. The man harshly criticizes his actions, calling what is happening a meaningless fantasy. Turning to the Lord, Kong Po suspects that the Lord has a weakness that this young man is exploiting. The tension in the room reaches a boiling point. Tired of the arguments, Gyojin slams his hand down on the table, declaring that the detective is acting strangely. He doesn't recognize his comrade and demands honest explanations right here and now. With a cold gaze, the heavenly demon declares that he couldn't care less about others' opinions. His voice sounds firm, cutting off any attempts at justification. A heavy silence hangs in the cramped interrogation room. The three men freeze, facing each other, separated only by the light of the lamp and the table. Stunned by the unexpected audacity, the captain of the American division's face reflects bewilderment, turning into undisguised irritation at what he has heard. But the air remains unshaken. He abruptly cuts off his opponent, ordering him to be silent and simply play the role of a passive listener. The atmosphere reaches a boiling point. The young man emphasizes the insignificance of the man standing before him, acknowledging only one useful function in him. Barely containing his rage, the insult has struck a nerve, and the man is ready to snap, venting his anger on the insolent boy. The third participant in the meeting tries to defuse the tension. He smiles nervously, urging his colleagues to calm down before the situation spirals out of control. Turning to Go-jin and reminding him of the purpose of their visit, the Lord calls for order, trying to remind everyone why they have gathered here. But the rage is unstoppable now. Kong Po towers over the table, his gaze behind his glasses burning with a thirst for retribution and clear defiance. The situation reaches a point of no return. The conflict escalates into an open confrontation when authority is called into question over the defense of a young man. Smirking as he looks at the man, the heavenly demon asks pointed questions, accusing him of failing to stop him in time. The atmosphere grows tense. With a mad gleam in his red eyes, the air asserts his superiority. His mocking tone underscores the weakness of those who dared to challenge him. The tension in the room reaches its peak. The ceiling lamp begins to spark furiously, foreshadowing the imminent start of an inevitable and brutal battle. The stern captain hides his gaze behind dark glasses, uttering only one name. His voice sounds cold and resolute, leaving no room for unnecessary words. With an authoritative gesture, the leader gives the order to proceed immediately to the training hall. His aura is overwhelming, and the red glow behind him instills genuine terror. The gym is a hive of activity. The students are giving it their all, practicing their strikes, the air pierced by screams and the clang of steel as phantom assassins clash in sparring. Focusing and summoning his true power, a blue flame flares in Ho-Yan's hands, taking the form of a powerful phantom weapon. With a single sharp movement, the master shifts his stance. His steps across the hall are silent, but every lunge carries devastating energy. The embodiment of power, the warrior freezes in a fighting stance, surrounded by swirls of blue energy. His blades gleam, ready to slice through reality itself in this battle. With a swift dash, the shadow assassin becomes a blurred silhouette, leaving behind only a trail of electrical discharges as the battle enters its decisive phase. Hoyun's movements are like lightning. Blue discharges envelop his body as he makes a swift dash, leaving his enemies far behind in this race. A powerful vertical strike. The young man's phantom spear pierces the air, unleashing a colossal surge of energy that sweeps away everything in its path. The master executes a series of circular attacks, creating an impenetrable barrier of pure mana around himself. His movements are precise to the millimeter. In a final leap, the phantom assassin unleashes the full power of his weapon upon the target. Blue flames dance at the tip, heralding the inevitable conclusion of the duel. Breathing heavily, the young man freezes. The fight is over, but the price of victory is high. Steam escapes his mouth, and the warrior's gaze remains fixed on his target. Two comrades in the training hall discuss the incredible power of the new treasure, now accessible to only one of them. Meanwhile, the elder assassin, recalling his past, sinks into deep reflection on the duty of a protector. Hyuna is tormented by his conscience, wondering if he has fulfilled his destiny, if he has truly managed to protect anyone in this life. Horrific images from the past flood his mind, a brutal battle and the disappearance of a man right before his eyes. The tragedy that occurred in the past haunts him, replaying in his mind over and over as a silent reproach. A deep sense of guilt over the fact that the phantom killer was unable to save Gyojin in time torments the hero's soul with unbearable pain. Determined to become stronger so that the tragedy never repeats itself, the young man takes up arms and is ready to further hone his skills. Swearing to protect everyone he holds dear, no matter the cost, Hoyun begins grueling training. Pushing himself to the limit, the young man hones every strike, pouring all his will and determination into becoming an unbreakable shield. Every swing of the blade is a step toward his goal, toward the power that will allow him to fulfill his duty. Fury grips the shadow assassin. His eyes glow with a blue flame, and his body is shrouded in powerful energy. He grips his weapon tightly, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The bracelet on the warrior's wrist flashes brightly. The magical artifact is overloaded with colossal power, and a voice rings out in the air, declaring that he is too weak. In the center of the hall stood an agent with a golden axe slung over her shoulder, surrounded by defeated opponents who had succumbed to the pressure, watching her friend's actions. Suddenly, the loudspeaker on the wall emitted a sharp screech. The sound echoed throughout the room, interrupting the training. An order to leave the hall immediately blared from the speakers. The students looked at each other in confusion, not understanding the reasons for the sudden end of the session. One of the boys hurriedly runs out of the hall, dropping his training sword as he goes. Fear and panic drive him, forcing him to abandon everything and follow the strict order. The Lord watches the events from above, his cold gaze fixed downward on the emptying arena, concealing his true goals and intentions. With a towel around his neck, Hoyun turns to the elder. He is surprised by the sudden halt and asks the leader what strange things are going on. The young man looks at the arena in bewilderment, standing next to Damro. The situation seems suspicious to him, and the sudden appearance of the distinguished guest only heightens the tension. The young man's gaze falls on two warriors standing opposite each other in the empty hall. He recognizes one of them with horror and cries out, sensing impending doom. Watching the training ground, the ghostly assassin notices Gyojin's presence. He goes into shock and screams, while Gyojin remains calm. Focused on the arena, the detective earnestly asks Hoyun to secure the training hall. He believes the young man's presence poses a serious threat. The Lord repeats his request, but the young man is shocked by the leader's seriousness and the fact that he perceives a real threat. With terrifying speed, the warrior bursts through the corridor, a powerful aura enveloping him, foreshadowing an inevitable clash. Defensive mechanisms activate, sound waves spreading throughout the hall, creating a sonic barrier. Frowning in displeasure, the heir adjusts the sword on his shoulder. The new training uniform feels terribly uncomfortable to him, which clearly worsens his already foul mood. Stretching his stiff neck, the opponent prepares for battle. A loud crunch of bones echoes through the hall as he eyes the guy with the sword across from him appraisingly. The captain smirks sardonically, confident in his superiority. His gaze betrays mockery as he suggests his opponent make a shameful retreat right now. In response, a mad, terrifying laugh bursts from the heavenly demon's lips. He has clearly crossed the line of mere irritation, falling into a state of battle ecstasy. The young man's eyes flare crimson, and his body is enveloped in an ominous purple aura. His thirst for blood becomes palpable, causing the air around him to vibrate. Watching the unfolding madness from the sidelines, the power emanating from the young man causes the Lord to grow wary and freeze. The girl walks down the corridor, drawing the students' gazes. The appearance of this high-ranking figure interrupts their discussion of the captain's strange behavior. Bowing respectfully upon seeing their superiors, the ghostly assassins don't understand how the training session has become so serious. The atmosphere instantly grows tense. Frozen by the observation window, the three people silently look down at the arena, where the young man's aura continues to grow, promising a swift and brutal conclusion. Thoughtfully, the vice captain stares at the unfolding events. Anxiety reflects in her blue eyes as she realizes the situation has finally spiraled out of control. With a crash, the sword plunges into the floor, sending stone chips flying. The powerful blow shakes the hall, putting an end to the debate over whether the hero is ready to fight for real. The young man bends low, barely touching the floor, and a thick, dark mist envelops his body. He looks like a predator, ready for a swift and deadly lunge. Clenching his fists and assuming a fighting stance, the captain's face is serious as he begins to explain the ancient rules of respect that govern this temple. His gaze sweeps across the empty training hall, where the spirit of rivalry hangs in the air. His words about the Alliance's traditions carry weight, emphasizing the importance of fair combat. Adjusting his glasses, a cold gleam flashes in Kong Po's eyes as he bluntly declares that he does not consider his opponent an equal, allowing him to use any weapon. Possessed by a thirst for battle, Gyojin grins, anticipating the clash. He is overflowing with frenzied energy, his mind clouded by the thrill of the impending confrontation with the enemy. Shrouded in a dark aura, he freezes in a predatory stance. The air yearns to test the limits of his newfound strength and discover just how far his current body is capable of rising. Frozen in shock, the Lord watches the terrifying transformation. The opponent's power grows before his eyes, reaching unprecedented heights and causing witnesses to tremble with fear. Intently tracking every movement, the blond man hopes his instincts haven't failed him, and that this battle will be true proof of his righteousness and faith. The young man's face contorts into a sinister grin, and his eyes flare with red flames. Darkness and lightning surround him, signaling the start of a crushing and furious attack. The opponents stand frozen in the vast arena, facing each other, one shrouded in crimson flames, the other in a violet abyss, the tension between them reaching its peak. A sharp lunge cuts through the air. The fighter charges forward at tremendous speed, leaving behind only a trail of violet sparks and the thunderous sound of impact. A powerful lunge shakes the air, creating a gigantic shockwave. The captain also pours all his fury into the movement, striving to crush his opponent with a single blow. The opponents lock horns, clinging to each other in a frenzied snarl. This is a battle of wills and characters, where neither is willing to back down, staring death straight in the eye. A blinding flash of energy marks the clash of two titans. A blow of incredible force shakes the walls, turning the battlefield into an epicenter of total destruction. The tension explodes. A powerful counterattack shakes the air. Both fighters pour all their strength into this strike, striving to decide the outcome of the match in a single blow. Kong Po's eyes blaze with fury. Through his goggles, he sees his enemy already celebrating victory, which fuels his rage and thirst for revenge. Not backing down an inch, the Sky Demon freezes as the captain's tense muscles brace for the final lunge. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Gyojin does a backflip, an evasive maneuver, and miraculously avoids the fatal blow, landing on his hands. Seizing the moment, the blonde delivers a lightning-fast uppercut. The incredibly powerful blow from bottom to top catches the enemy off guard and sends him flying into the air. A powerful series of strikes rains down on the opponent. Flashes of energy accompany every movement, causing the air to vibrate from the incredible force and speed of the attacks. From the crushing blow, the air loses his balance and flies backward. His body races just above the ground as he desperately tries to regain control in his fall. Concentrating power in his fist, the American's gaze is hidden behind a glint, and his aura of confidence suggests that the next strike will be a fatal lesson for the enemy. With a sharp lunge of his leg, Gojin aims for the head, but the blonde dodges with filigree precision, letting the deadly blow pass mere millimeters from his face. A crimson streak of blood appears on the captain's cheek. He smiles almost imperceptibly, realizing that this guy is far more dangerous and interesting than he seemed at the very beginning. In response, a heavy straight punch flies, the fist hitting its mark, sending blood spattering and forcing his opponent's head to jerk back from the colossal physical pressure. Struggling to withstand the blow, the heavenly demon's face is contorted, and drops of blood fly from his mouth, but his stance still radiates a terrifying readiness to continue. The young man's gaze shifts, a mad red flame flares in his eye, and a savage grin heralds the onset of true madness, which he intends to unleash upon his enemy. Like lightning, a furious kick shoots upward from below. A green flash of energy cuts through the air, catching the blonde man off guard with this wild primal power. The distance between the opponents widens once more. Both warriors hover mid-leap, preparing for the next round of the clash, while the ground beneath them cracks from the intensity of their battle fury. With a maniacal grin, Gojin seizes the initiative. His strikes grow increasingly unpredictable and chaotic, forcing the American into a defensive stance. With an explosive punch, the madman breaks through his opponent's block. The stunning surge of energy throws the blonde man backward, causing him to stagger. The fight moves to the ground. The captain tries to counterattack with a powerful top-down strike, but the dark-haired fighter deftly dodges the trajectory and prepares a counter. At the last moment, the captain manages to put out his arm, blocking the deadly blow aimed straight at his face. Drops of blood fly in all directions from the force of the collision. Kong Po is stunned. He clutches his head, his pupils constrict in shock, and a barely audible "wait" escapes his lips as he realizes what a monster he's up against. A powerful purple flash illuminates the arena. The man lands a crushing blow to his enemy's jaw, giving him no chance at all. The energy literally tears through space. Glasses shatter into pieces as the fist hits its mark. The man is in shock. He clearly underestimated his opponent's speed, and his eyes reveal nothing but pure, primal terror. Through the haze of pain, the American comes to his senses. His gaze is filled with rage, and only one thought about his insolent opponent pulses in his head. He is consumed by a thirst for immediate revenge. A brutal knee flies straight into his torso, knocking the wind out of him. Attack follows attack, turning the fight into a one-sided beating, the sounds of blows echoing throughout the hall. From the terrible impact, the body flies backward, shattering concrete slabs. Dust and debris swirl into the air, obscuring the fighters, the distance between them rapidly increasing. Rising from the ruins, the blonde spits out blood. His arrogance has evaporated, and now he realizes that he is facing not just a braggart, but a truly dangerous predator. Gojin's face contorts into a frenzied grin. His eyes flash red, foreshadowing disaster. He finds this battle amusing and craves the continuation of the bloody game. A short word signals the start of the finale. The young man shifts his stance, preparing to unleash his hidden power. A slight movement of his foot across the tile, and the air around him begins to tremble. Darkness thickens behind him, taking on eerie shapes. A demonic aura suppresses the enemy's will. Now he is ready to show what true despair and death are. A powerful vortex of energy explodes at the center, sweeping away everything in its path. This is not just a fight, it is a natural disaster. A force beyond human comprehension triumphs. The man lunges forward sharply, his fist shrouded in a white stream of air, flies straight at the target, his crimson eyes frozen with an icy determination to destroy the enemy. Blood trickles down his cheek, but a mad smile is frozen on his face. The air is relishing every second of this battle. The monster within him has finally awakened for good. A powerful burst of energy tears the fighters apart. The arena shudders from the inhuman force. The enemy realizes with horror that his opponent's movements have become much cleaner and faster than before. Clenching his fist tightly, Gojin prepares for the decisive move. His muscles are tense to the limit, and the air around him literally crackles with static as the fight reaches a whole new peak. A deadly blow whizzes past just millimeters from Kong Po's head. He barely manages to dodge the crushing attack. The pace of the fight has become simply insane. Counterattacking, the captain delivers a powerful kick. Green energy flares up on contact, and the opponent is sent flying backward, unable to withstand the onslaught. The man's fist cuts through the air, aiming for its target, but the young man dodges at the last moment, feeling the whistle of the attack on his skin. Falling from a height and performing a somersault, the sky demon lands in a low stance, preparing to lunge. Blue sparks under his fingers speak to the fighter's superhuman speed. An explosion of power blinds the captain. He sees only the attacker's shadow through the blue flashes. Stones fly in all directions, and the air trembles from the density of the accumulated energy. The shadow looms over the battlefield. Gojin freezes in anticipation of the finale. The atmosphere grows tense, and every breath comes with difficulty under that heavy gaze. A quick sweep causes him to lose his balance. The captain barely manages to regain his footing. The movements are precise and lightning fast, like a strike of lightning itself. A crushing blow to the torso sends the sky demon flying. A red flash of pain illuminates his vision, and he loses control of the situation, letting his opponent's decisive lunge slip past. A foot in light shoes pushes off the floor sharply. White lines of speed emphasize the pace of the battle, every movement calibrated to the millimeter in this dance of death. The martial arts master strikes a graceful stance, his red belt fluttering in the wind. He gathers his strength for the final blow that will decide the outcome of the entire battle. Excitement burns in Kong Po's eyes. He manages to react to his opponent's maneuver just in time, a silent question hanging in the air. This is the end of his long journey. The young man's face is contorted with rage and tension. Beads of sweat and dust cover his skin, and a red fire of madness burns in his eyes. He clenches his teeth, preparing for the finale. From the blow, the heavenly demon falls backward, piercing through space itself. Blue energy, emphasizing the power of the fall, causes the entire world around him to crumble. Performing a somersault over his head, the young man touches the floor with his hands. Debris from the walls flies in all directions under the pressure of the force, the movement filled with incredible energy. Gyojin lands in a low stance, arms spread wide for balance. His gaze is fixed ahead, and debris swirls around him. He looks like a predator, frozen just before a leap. Without slowing down, the blonde man delivers a lightning-fast punch straight to his opponent's face, and the fighter is sent flying backward, unable to block the attack. Looming over his opponent, the air is charged with tension, and a thirst for battle is evident in the American's eyes. The air freezes, unable to look away from the threat. A mad grin lights up the fighter's face. His eyes flare with green fire, foreshadowing a crushing blow. The moment of the predator's triumph over his prey is near. A furious fist slams into the target, tearing through space. Splatters of blood and shadows mingle in chaos, the speed of the attack exceeding the limits of human reaction. A powerful shockwave shatters the concrete arena. The young man's body flies off to the side like a broken doll. Debris from the floor shoots upward, filling everything around with dust. Gyojin hovers helplessly in the air after the fatal blow. His consciousness fades, and drops of blood freeze in the frame. It seems the outcome of this battle is decided. Damro watches the fight from above. He is pensive and clearly disappointed by what he sees, thinking that perhaps his expectations for this fight were too high. The observer's gaze is fixed on the defeated fighter. The motionless body is reflected in his eyes. He sees not even a fraction of the potential he had so hoped for. The boy seemed dead. Gravity pulls him down through the debris, the silence of defeat weighing heavier than all the previous blows of this furious battle. The heavenly demon's eyes were closed, blood on his lips, a complete absence of signs of life. But fate loves to play with those who are ready to go all the way. A sudden jolt. The air snaps his eyes open and grins savagely. This is not the end, but the beginning of a true nightmare. The rules of the game are changing right at this moment. A shockwave of energy engulfs the arena. The captain freezes, stunned by the sudden surge of power. The air trembles and space itself fills with a blue glow. Pressing himself against the shattered floor, the boy holds back the onslaught. Shards of stone float around him as if weightless. The kid has a plan. Despite the crushing attack, Gyojin finds the strength to rise. Dust and sparks swirl in a frenzied dance, and his will grows stronger. Staring intently through the chaos of the battle, there is no longer any mockery in Kong Po's gaze, only wariness. he feels the situation spiraling out of control. A massive chunk of the arena shoots upward, blocking his view. Gravity seems to have gone mad at the epicenter of this battle, and the outcome of the fight promises to be unpredictable. Space is torn to shreds. A powerful burst of energy shatters barriers, reducing the surroundings to rubble, reality cracking under the pressure. The boy has vanished without a trace. The man looks around in confusion, trying to catch a glimpse of his opponent amid the whirlwind of violet sparks and flying rocks. A massive eye stares with cold excitement. A flash of rage foreshadows something terrible, and the thirst for battle turns what is happening into a mad game of death. A bloody whirlwind swirls into a deadly vortex. A red haze engulfs everything around, leaving only a tiny silhouette in the face of catastrophe. The blow catches him off guard. A powerful wave hurls the celestial demon backward as he tries to comprehend the nature of the sudden attack that has torn open the very sky above him. An ancient shadow rises behind the defender's back. A massive eye watches his every move as the warrior vows to stand his ground to the very end, whatever the cost. The sword fails him at the most crucial moment. The American stares in horror at his weapon, unable to understand why his trusty blade has suddenly ceased to obey him. Anger and confusion are written all over the young man's face. He screams in rage as he confronts an inexplicable force that disrupts the familiar course of this battle. A shocked smirk lights up Damro's face. As blood spills all around, he revels in the chaos, realizing that everything is now going according to plan, just as he had envisioned. The spectators in the box froze, as if in a trance. The crimson energy cut them off from the world, swallowing up all sound. On the floor, stunned and unarmed, sat the defeated captain. But his gaze was fixed not on the enemy, but on what had emerged from the shadows beside him. The spectators' faces stretched in astonishment. Crimson sparks flew everywhere, fear and confusion mingling in their eyes. The blond man couldn't tear his gaze away from the weapon. The pulsing crimson flame was reflected in his pupils, and he felt a connection. It was unbelievable. The crimson blade, shrouded in darkness, had appeared out of nowhere, as if answering the call of blood. The blade had come to him of its own accord. The sword's menacing aura thickens around the fighter. He is shocked that his own weapon has suddenly awakened, trying to protect its master from a powerful blow. Gazing spellbound at the blade, the man admits that the sword has shown its will for the first time and revealed its true nature in the heat of this incredibly grueling battle. Realizing he no longer needs his weapon's protection, the opponent's strength has forced his sword to acknowledge that its master has become a sufficiently mature and formidable warrior. A bright light of realization flashes in the fighter's eyes. His spiritual connection with the blade has reached its peak as he sees in the enemy's attack not merely a threat, but great mastery. A predatory yet satisfied smirk appears on the captain's face. He is impressed by his opponent's devastating lunge and how it forced him to push beyond his limits. As the dust settles, sitting amid the smoke and debris, a heavy silence hangs in the air, while Kong Po processes the outcome of the battle that has changed his perception of his sword. Wearily covering his face with his hand, the American tries to quell the trembling and comprehend what has happened. This was not just a fight, but a moment of true spiritual rebirth for him. Joyful laughter echoes through the arena. Despite his defeat, the captain sincerely shouts about his loss, feeling incredible relief and exhilaration from the fair fight. Reminding everyone present of the rules of the duel, the man acknowledges with dignity that he himself allowed his opponent to use a weapon, not expecting such power. Citing the Hagumchi Code, the warrior officially concedes defeat. The fact that he had to draw his sword in self-defense marked the end of this battle. Bursting into loud laughter, the blond man acknowledges his opponent's superiority. He is thrilled by Gyojin's strength and genuinely relishes the moment of his defeat. Slowly, the heavenly demon steps forward, ignoring the laughter. His footsteps are accompanied by a heavy aura, and he mutters something under his breath. The heir's gaze turns a frightening crimson. He coldly declares that he hasn't even begun to fight seriously yet and doesn't yet fully understand the limits of his new abilities. A powerful surge of energy concentrates in his hand. The young man prepares to unleash the devastating power that has long been hidden within him. Freezing in place with his sword in hand, shrouded in a flame of mana, the apprentice's voice sounds detached and commanding as he addresses his defeated opponent in the mist. Holding a combat stance, the young man's eyes burn with a terrifying red fire as he issues a short, defiant challenge to his opponent, demanding that he draw his sword immediately. From the upper floor, the leadership watched the proceedings sternly. The commander picks up a radio and, in a cold, commanding tone, orders Gojin to stop immediately. Hearing the order to cease the fight, the young man freezes in genuine bewilderment. He throws his head back, trying to understand why he is being forced to sheath his weapon. A defiant and mad grin appears on the heir's face. He openly declares his disobedience, resolutely refusing to obey the order and put an end to the fun. The tension in the hall reaches its peak. Damro on the tower pauses for a long moment, remains heavy-hearted in silence over the radio, and once again utters the name of the Sky Demon, trying to quell the rebellion. Standing in the middle of the vast hall, gripping the violet blade tightly, the heavenly demon is met with the Lord's piercing gaze, demanding that the dangerous weapon be sheathed immediately. The leader's gaze turns icy and piercing. He literally incinerates Gyojin with his eyes, repeating the order to sheathe the sword in a harsher, more threatening whisper over the radio. The spectators watching the conflict from the sidelines are truly horrified. Their faces are contorted with fear and shock at the open defiance and the heir's power. Deep madness and a thirst for blood are evident in the young man's eyes. He looks up from under his brows, breathing heavily, and it seems that at this moment he is finally losing control of himself. Disappointed, the young man slings his sword over his shoulder and grimaces in displeasure. He complains that the fight was just starting to get interesting, and the commander is ruining all the fun. The captain's sudden voice makes everyone freeze. He grips his blood-red sword, urging Damro to wait and not rush to end this thrilling battle. Resolutely, the captain declares that he will take responsibility. He personally asks the leadership to give them a chance, dropping into a fighting stance before his opponent. The air around the fighters begins to vibrate with a powerful dark aura. The captain proposes a deal, just 10 rounds to prove his strength and finish what they started. The fierce energy of the Crimson Blade fills the entire space. Kong Po is certain that this time will be enough to put an end to the confrontation and determine who is the strongest. With a mad gleam in his green eyes and a predatory grin, the American turns to Gyojin, mockingly asking why he is still hesitating and not preparing to attack. Frozen in place, Damro clutched the radio in his trembling hand. A heavy silence hung in the air, and his gaze was fixed on the hall, where something completely unimaginable was unfolding. A terrifying, predatory grin spread across the fighter's face. A fire of madness flared in his eyes, and his thirst for battle burst forth, along with a sharp, brief chuckle of triumph. A violet flame of a furious aura enveloped the heir's silhouette. He assumed a fighting stance, concentrating colossal energy for a single crushing and fatal move. Without flinching, the leader of the assassins responded with a powerful burst of crimson flame. In the center of the arena, two polar elements collided, heralding the beginning of a great and bloody duel. The witnesses froze in shock, unable to look away. Hoyon silently watched the chaos unfold, while his companion frantically tried to grasp the scale of this catastrophe. Shock paralyzed the newcomer, making his heart race. He couldn't believe that a routine sparring match had escalated into a deadly battle that defied every conceivable rule. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. The boy held his breath, afraid to move, while the air around them literally vibrated with an excess of magic and a thirst for mutual destruction. Two shadows collided in a swift lunge, leaving behind only bright streaks of energy. The arena shook from the first blow, sending clouds of gray dust into the air. The opponents' gazes met in the heat of battle, a violet glow against a scarlet flame. Both fighters consumed by the ecstasy of combat. A heavy bead of sweat rolled down the observer's forehead. The tension had reached its peak, and everyone in the hall could feel the nearness of this madness's conclusion in their bones. The building trembled from the power of the unleashed magic. Dust and sparks filled the space, while spectators in the stands tried to make out the silhouettes amid this chaos of energy. A furious cry echoes through the hall, urging the fighters to give it their all. At the epicenter of the explosion, two auras collide, generating a blinding flash ready to incinerate everything around it. Flashes of crimson and violet flame slice through the air. Every movement of the fighters leaves jagged wounds in the space. The men move faster than the human eye can follow, exchanging a series of devastating blows. A dark shadow looms over the warriors, symbolizing death itself, waiting for the loser. Clenching his fists, the Sky Demon prepares for a decisive lunge. His body is tense to the limit, and his gaze is focused on a single goal: to break through his opponent's defense. Frozen in astonishment, the heir's gaze is fixed on his opponent. A red glint in his eyes betrays his fury, and his opponent's sudden lunge forces him to act instantly. The second strike, the fighter makes a lightning-fast lunge, the violet flame of his blade slicing through space as the opponent tries to dodge the deadly thrust. The battle enters a phase of frenzied dance, the rivals exchanging blows at breakneck speed, leaving behind only flashes of energy and the dust of the shattered arena. The third strike shakes the ground. A powerful explosion of azure energy engulfs the warriors, turning the battlefield into ruins. The power of the strike knows no bounds. The spectators watch the clash in horror. They realize that everything that came before was merely a warm-up. Gojin's true level of mastery lies in another dimension. Baring his teeth, the captain prepares for a counterattack. His movements have grown sharper, and his thirst for blood more palpable. He has no intention of yielding in this battle, a fight to the death. The fourth strike comes crashing down from above. The blood-red trail of the blade looms over the boy, threatening to crush him with its crushing mass and primal power. The fifth strike, the Sky Demon raises his hand, unleashing a torrent of violet magic. The blade's energy reaches its peak, preparing to deal a decisive blow to his opponent's defenses. Fingers grip the hilt until it creaks. The dark sword, covered in ancient runes, begins to vibrate, responding to its master's will and his thirst for ultimate victory. The sixth and seventh strikes merge into one, the opponents entwined in a frenzied whirlwind of attacks, where the slightest mistake means immediate death for one of them. The eighth strike, the opponents clash in midair, weaving together violet and red flashes of energy. Each lunge becomes increasingly unpredictable and dangerous. A violet glow reflects in Kong Po's eyes. Sweat streams down his face as he tries to comprehend the superhuman speed of the attacks, which go beyond the limits of human strength. As he swings his massive crimson blade, a shadow falls across the American's face, and the bloody aura around the weapon begins to vibrate, foreshadowing devastating destruction. The man's frenzied grin bodes ill. His eyes burn with a red flame, and his thirst for battle escalates into a true madness, bordering on ecstasy. His hands grip the sword's ornate hilt tightly. Energy pulses, ready to burst forth and put an end to this bloody confrontation. A powerful sword strike, cleaving through space, creates gigantic, bright red arcs of energy, as if tearing reality itself apart before the eyes of everyone present. Ducking the attack, the Sky Demon soars into the air, where his trusty sword flares with an ominous purple light, ready for a swift counterattack. The blonde's attack was repelled, causing a powerful surge of magical energy that forced his opponent to retreat, while the observer's eyes widened in horror and despair. Fear flashes in Hoyan's eyes as he realizes that the boy is much stronger than he thought, and that this battle will be far more difficult than he expected. Watching the battle, the assassin feels fear and envy, realizing that his own strength is insignificant compared to the power of these two warriors fighting before his eyes. A gigantic pillar of energy soars into the sky, as if heralding the dawn of a new era in which strength and magic will rule the world. Refusing to give up despite the fact that his opponent is far stronger than Kong Po had initially anticipated, he continues to attack, confident in his victory. The captain's spirit remains unbroken. He continues to battle his fear, realizing that his life and fate depend on whether he can overcome his weaknesses. The man's rage is so great that he is ready to destroy his enemy, even if it costs him his life. With a shout, the head of the American branch unleashes a massive explosion that shakes the ground and causes everyone present to shudder in terror. In a panic, the ghostly assassin warns Damro of the immense danger posed by the shadow assassins, but Damro merely calmly interrupts his anxious speech. Casting a confident gaze at Hoyon, full of unshakable calm, the Lord orders him to step back, making it clear that the situation is under control. Freezing in the center of the hall, the leader concentrates his inner energy between his palms while his astonished companions watch him. A blinding flash of golden light tears through the air with a powerful explosion, manifesting the 10 swords technique, which crushes the fighters and illuminates everything around with a radiant glow. A spark of divine power flares in the depths of Damro's golden eyes, reflecting his iron will and readiness to go to the end for the sake of protection. A blinding flash of energy tears through the space between his palms, a powerful stream of magic ready to burst forth. Now the golden glow on his wrist confirms that the magical connection has been established, and the ancient power has been awakened for the decisive strike. From above, the scale of the destruction is visible. A huge ring of dust has surrounded the arena, where two warriors stand frozen in bewilderment at the power of their clash. Calmly, the leader of the Korean division observes the magical glow in his hands. His confident smile speaks of complete control over the situation. Falling into a frenzy, a crimson aura of rage envelops the heavenly demon's body, and his maddened gaze is fixed on a single goal: to destroy the enemy at any cost. With a defiant smirk, the blonde launches his attack, his passion and thirst for battle fueled by fiery energy. A devastating explosion illuminates the battlefield. A powerful wave of light and debris marks the climax of the battle. Walking slowly down the academy's long corridor, the echoing footsteps of Damro and the air reverberate beneath the arches of the building, immersed in the pre-dawn silence. Gyojin puts his hands behind his head as the master gently wipes the dust from his shoulder. The weariness in his eyes gives way to a slight surprise at the kindness shown. With a kind smile, the man hands a handkerchief to his exhausted student, praising him for his diligence, genuinely delighted by the young man's progress on this grueling day of training. Abruptly grabbing his mentor's hand, a look of bewilderment flashes across his face. The heir is unaccustomed to praise and does not understand what exactly the teacher means by hard work. Memories transport him to the past. Under a clear sky, two battered but happy warriors stand embracing. Back then, actions always spoke louder than any words. Turning to Gyojin with a hint of curiosity in his voice, the Lord wants to learn the truth that has long troubled him, watching his reaction intently. Unable to believe what he's heard, the young man freezes in shock. The phrase about times past sounds absurd, and an awkward pause sets in. Damro teases the young man in the hallway. The latter frantically tries to justify himself, but it looks extremely suspicious and ridiculous, and his friend merely laughs at his reaction. With a sharp creak, the door swings open. The leader of the ghostly assassins appears in the doorway, and behind him, the air cowers at the unpleasant creaking of the doors. Frozen in complete bewilderment, the heavenly demon doesn't understand why these two have come together and what strange commotion is unfolding right before his eyes. Smiling broadly, Kongpo waves his hand, loudly calling the guy his brother. Behind him stands the girl, maintaining her usual composure and watching the boisterous leader. Before the astonished Gyojin's eyes, the captain shamelessly lunges to hug him, beaming with happiness, and declares that he is now his most devoted fan. Noticing a crucial detail missing, the vice captain points to his ear. The blonde realizes he forgot to put on his translator, which is why he'd been acting so eccentrically. Quickly, the American adjusts the device on his ear, never ceasing to nod enthusiastically. Now he's ready to listen and continue their emotional dialogue. Squeezing the guy's hand, recalling their recent battle, Kongpo is certain that the clang of clashing blades has bound them forever with bonds stronger than any blood. While the blonde man continues to shout about brotherhood, the others are in shock. No one expected such a sudden shift from fierce combat to fanatical enthusiasm from the formidable fighter. The tension in the Sky Demon's eyes clashes with Damro's resolve. A silent duel of gazes brings the scene to a close. The men have gathered around the table for a serious conversation. The captain looks perplexed, constantly tilting his head. A surveillance camera captures the meeting participants in the room. Gyojin sat across from the captain, creating an atmosphere of interrogation. A sudden bright flash pierces the darkness of the room, accompanied by a sharp sound. The moment becomes a point of no return, completely changing the course of the current conversation. The heir abruptly jumps to his feet, looming over the table. His imposing figure now intimidates the captain, who recoils in confusion. Lancing his arm forward, the heavenly demon's palm is enveloped in a mysterious blue energy, signaling his readiness to use force. Making a sharp sidestep, the captain tries to dodge the mysterious blue glow, as loud and powerful bursts of air ring out around him. The blond man in glasses and his companion froze in tension as a magical stream poured down from above, the atmosphere growing tense. Sweat trickled down the face of the leader of the American assassins, and the bright azure energy reflected in the lenses of his glasses. He was shocked by the power that had suddenly appeared right before him. Suddenly, a spirit appears at the center of the glow, a well-fed white cat with a stern gaze and crossed paws. Before them stands the true manifestation of the mighty spirit of the beast. Completely bewildered, Kong Po stares at the creature hovering before him. His face contorts into a ridiculous smile, and only a gentle murmur of surprise escapes his lips. Analyzing the situation, he recalls that in his entire life, Damro had met only once a man capable of summoning such beast spirits so easily and confidently. Standing surrounded by magical sparks, his head bowed in deep thought, the heavenly demon begins to realize that the gift he has received may not be what he needs at all. The enraged young man shouted loudly, demanding something more impressive from fate. He is overcome with resentment at such a ridiculous and laughable appearance. After a hard day, Gyojin lay on the bed in his room, his hands behind his head, trying to make sense of everything that had happened and get used to his new reality. Staring intently at the ceiling with his crimson eyes, he took stock of the battle. The rewards for completing the stages turned out to be worthy, despite his beast's strange appearance. A golden scroll with a notification floated before his eyes. The conditions for the Path of the Sword had been unlocked, and as a reward, he had received an enhancement of the hidden power of the Great Sukun. The heavenly demon abruptly rises from the bed, realizing the scale of the changes. The reward didn't seem like anything grand at first glance. Closing his eyes tightly, the young man feels a new power growing within him. Everything he had received earlier was merely preparation, for the final reward turned out to be the most unexpected. The room was filled with chaos. A ghostly cat darted everywhere, driving its master mad. In a rage, the young man screamed, unable to tolerate the antics of this insolent little beast. An awkward pause hangs in the air as the beast's spirit freezes in the middle of the floor. Gyojin, a bead of sweat on his face, watches this strange creature warily, expecting another trick. The snow-white beast freezes in bewilderment, its eyes glowing with curiosity, while the protagonist frantically tries to make sense of what is happening. Suddenly, the fluffy creature's expression changes. Its sweet-faced appearance gives way to a furious snarl, and the first warning growl bursts from the creature's chest. A powerful roar shakes the room. The beast's enormous jaws snap open in a furious scream, causing the hunter to cower in terror under the pressure emanating from his pet. Strength leaves the air, and he collapses onto the bed in exhaustion. He closes his eyes, wishing that this noisy and frightening day would come to an end soon. Lying in a daze, the young man feels a heavy gaze upon him. The glowing beast does not leave, continuing to test his master's patience with its presence and noise. The hero's gaze grows cold and resolute. He studies the magical creature closely, deciding for himself whether it will become a loyal ally or a burden. A heavy silence hangs in the air. The beast's fate hangs by a thread. One wrong move and it will go from a valuable artifact to mere trash to be discarded. The beast breathes heavily, droplets of saliva dripping from its fangs. The tension reaches its peak as physical exhaustion begins to overcome its magical power. After the cat's appearance, the vice captain watches the scene from the sidelines, barely suppressing a tremor. His face is covered in sweat, and his voice breaks at the realization of the moment's danger. Finding itself trapped, the white glowing beast leaps directly at Kong Po, causing panic. The man screams, begging someone to get the beast away immediately. Gyojin merely watched the unfolding scene with indifference as the captain continued to shriek, while the animal began to make contented sounds. The heir's eyes flashed red, and his expression shifted from indifference to concentration as he decided to examine the strange beast's stats. A blue holographic scroll appeared in the air displaying its stats. Its health, strength, and energy were low, and its bond with the beast was in the negative. Lying on the bed studying the scroll that had appeared, the sky demon sighed deeply, realizing that his new pet was just an ordinary weak cat, despite the unusual description. Tapping the screen, Gyojin selects the Special Ability section. The Innate Sense skill activates in the interface, triggering a chain of irreversible consequences. A bright flash blinded the blond man. His pupils contracted in shock, and his head was filled with nothing but question marks at the power of the fluffy beast. Terrified, the captain of the American assassins froze, unable to understand why this magical creature had approached him or what kind of magic had been awakened. A mark in the shape of a cat's paw appears on the warrior's forehead. Sweat rolls down his face, and he can barely find the strength to speak. A massive blood-red blade materializes before his eyes. The blond man is stunned. Could this strange creature have revealed the true form of his secret sword? The heir sternly interrogates Kong Po about the previous battle with the enemy from the Sacred Fireblood sect. He is certain that Kong Po inflicted a serious wound, but the truth turns out to be far more complicated. The blonde man tries to justify himself, recalling how the enemy simply vanished like a mirage, leaving not a single trace behind. Sighing heavily, the captain turns away toward the wall. He is tormented by shame over his failure in battle. A tense silence hangs in the room, weighing heavily on his shoulders. But the man also remembers that he wounded his opponent. As he delves into memories of that fateful moment, he is certain that his steel touched the flesh of the mysterious adversary. The enemy smiled treacherously in the darkness. The American admits that the wound was insignificant, but it was precisely that wound that marked the beginning of his sinister and grand plan. In a rage, the leader of the Shadow Assassins screamed furiously, insisting that his strike had hit its mark. The curved crimson blade froze in the air like a predatory claw, an inexplicable aura swirling around it, while mysterious sounds filled the entire hall. Upon seeing the blade, the spirit animal was ready to defend its master, thinking it was a threat. The glowing spectral creature emitted massive pillars of blinding white light. Powerful magic pierced reality, leaving behind only bright sparks. A frenzied whirlwind of energy consumed everything around it, creating a blinding flash. The mysterious creature's gaze flared with a furious golden light. This magical gaze foreshadowed the awakening of an ancient power hidden within the little helper. The boys froze in utter bewilderment in the middle of the room. The captain suddenly froze. The tension in the air was palpable. A bright beam of pure energy pierced the space, forcing the enemy to recoil. The flash was blinding as the beast executed its sharp and incredibly swift maneuver. But Gyojin managed to intercept the glowing creature. Sensing that this small ball of energy would be the key to victory, a system notification window pops up before his eyes. The summoned creature has successfully tracked the target. The hunt begins, and now the enemy will certainly not be able to escape. The spirit beast furiously attacks the barrier, tearing reality itself apart with its claws. The loud sound of the impact echoes throughout the room. Gyojin tells the beast to calm down, trying to restrain the raging creature. He orders the others to get ready immediately. The moment of truth has arrived for everyone. With anxiety, the girl watches as the glowing tiger lunges into battle. It seems he could break free at any second, driven by his predatory instinct. Confidently, the fighters adjust their gloves and gear, preparing for the clash. The guys' faces are focused, and their movements are honed to perfection before the battle. A heavy boot takes the first decisive step forward across the cold floor, getting ready to start. The whole team is assembled and ready for the decisive move. The kid grins confidently, anticipating the chaos, while the rest maintain an icy calm. Now the squad is ready to kick their enemies' asses. Their resolve is unshakable, and the aura of power compels their allies to involuntarily brace for a fight. The agent casts a piercing glance to the side. His face expresses cold contempt, and his eyes reveal the plan he has already worked out. With a sneer, the Sky Demon shouts, rolling his shoulders. He is clearly relishing the moment and is not afraid of what awaits them behind the locked door of headquarters. A small beast with a spirited look leaps forward, radiating a powerful glow. The spirit is ready to clear the way for its masters, crushing any obstacles with its pure magic. In the night forest, the fighters led a swift pursuit, blue flashes of energy cutting through the thick darkness as they tried to catch up to their mysterious target. Using magic, the spirit animal creates a bright protective barrier for its warriors, making their path safe. Glowing with bright energy, the creature deftly weaves between the fighters, outpacing them every time, demonstrating its acrobatic wonders. Stunned, the captain watches the beast maneuvers. The creature's speed boggles his imagination. Everyone is in shock as the cat suddenly leaps right onto the flying magical blade. The weapon's owner completely baffled by how quickly the target had tamed his personal sword. With a smile, Damro acknowledges the creature's exceptional nature, while one fighter grumbles and another praises his partner for the success, rejoicing at such an unusual find. But one of the warriors is clearly dissatisfied with the outcome and his comrade's behavior. He lets out an irritated growl, hiding his frustration behind his anger. Reproaching his companion for his excessive enthusiasm, the Sky Demon is annoyed that everyone around him is admiring the creature's abilities. Gyojin reaches out to the exhausted little beast clinging to the sword. The little one is completely spent and can no longer run. In response to the attempt to approach, The spirit growls furiously, baring its fangs. It does not want to be seen as weak. Looking weary, the heir gives a thumbs up, approving the spirit's actions and encouraging it by acknowledging that it is the best, recognizing its strength. The squad resumes its movement, moving swiftly through the forest thicket. The fighters leap across trees and slopes, maintaining the incredibly high pace of the nighttime chase. The three pursuers have been running nonstop for 3 hours straight. For them, this marathon is turning into a real test of endurance, comparable to training. One of the fighters notes that this pace is familiar to him and Damro. They are used to protracted missions, but the situation demands their full commitment and concentration. The man's gaze becomes extremely serious and focused. Through his goggles, his glowing eyes are visible, intently tracking every movement. The Sky Demon races forward, feeling no fatigue. His partner encourages him, noting his incredible endurance and determination. Every step is filled with strength and speed. The young man plants his feet firmly on the ground, realizing that with their current team, they have every chance of achieving their goal. The group races through space, leaving behind bright flashes of energy. Their fighting spirit is high, and they are confident they will catch up to their enemies very soon. Meanwhile, silence has fallen in the richly decorated hall. A tiny insect slowly crawls across the carpet under the light of a massive lantern, unaware of the attention it is drawing. A mysterious man in dark clothes lazily watches the tiny creature. He props his head up with his hand, lost in thought. With a sudden movement, the man presses his finger against the surface, cutting off the ant's path. The sharp sound of the impact echoes through the room, underscoring his domineering nature. Staring intently at what remains of the insect, the scoundrel's golden eyes gleam coldly, reflecting an inner emptiness and a lack of compassion for the weak. Suddenly, a furious scream shatters the silence. The scoundrel can no longer endure his confinement in this foul place, venting all his indignation and rage outward. The guy is seriously considering destroying the Golden Castle's magical formation. The unbearable boredom torments him more than any chains or enemy shackles. Finally, exhausted by idleness, he lets his head fall limply to the floor. A muffled groan escapes his lips, and the wait for change becomes a true torment for him. His gaze grows hazy, and his will to live slowly fades. His apathetic eyes stare into the void as a violet haze envelops his weary face. A loud, drawn-out moan echoes throughout the hall, turning into an endless echo. The dark-haired man lies on the cold floor, no longer able to fight the boredom that has overtaken him. Thoughts of death give way to a thirst for revenge. The young man dreams of crushing the Golden Castle and the leader of the Dark Division, just to end this senseless and agonizing imprisonment. Rage boils within him, and in his fury, the scoundrel bares his sharp teeth. His mind is filled with a single word, repeating itself over and over like a mad mantra. A heavy silence is broken by a cold voice, drawing attention to his defiant words. The captive freezes as a shadow looms over him. A grim man with a predatory falcon on his shoulder, standing with his arms crossed, cut off the stranger's chatter in an icy tone, ordering the guy to shut up immediately. The young man lying on the floor was at first completely bewildered, not understanding what had happened. But then he looked up sharply, his eyes full of genuine surprise. The vast dark hall with its luxurious carpet was plunged into an oppressive silence, while the figures at opposite ends froze, exchanging silent glances. Enveloped in violet flames and the glow of binding magical symbols, the young man with bright amber eyes suddenly fell back to the floor. Struggling to his feet, the villain demonstrated incredible agility, dodging a deadly attack with a frantic somersault shrouded in violet energy and sparks. With a bored look, the brunette admitted that this fight was already starting to bore him, and he had expected much more interest from his opponent. Despite the mortal danger, the young man laughed in his enemy's face and defiantly asked if he wanted to play with him, clearly amused by the madness unfolding. The room instantly filled with thick smoke, and from above, like a harbinger of doom, a falcon descended, while a dark silhouette silently watched the chaos unfold. Cursing, the man quietly lamented that his charge had once again gotten out of control and caused trouble while he was away. With obvious irritation, the scoundrel listed all the endless hassles involved in keeping an eye on this madman, while the faithful falcon soared swiftly into the dark sky. The young man with amber eyes gazed thoughtfully into the distance, wondering why the boss had decided to entrust him with watching over this rowdy boy. Amid the smoke and fog stood a blond man in an open cloak, defiantly asking his opponent what exactly he was staring at so intently and persistently. Flashing his razor-sharp teeth, the guy with red triangle tattoos under his eyes broke into a frightening, predatory grin. Terrified out of his wits, the spirit beast clearly hadn't expected this turn of events and was thoroughly baffled. The magical creature waved its paw in fear, while behind it, in the dark forest, agents stood trying to figure out what mysterious symbol was shining in the sky. Confused, the little glowing creature looked around in the middle of the night forest, having clearly lost the right trail and not knowing which way to go next. Beginning to run chaotically across the clearing, the white fluff ball frantically sniffs the ground. Its movements grow increasingly nervous, and its attempts to find the path prove futile. In a rage, the sky demon yells at his pet, pointing a finger toward the bushes. He is extremely displeased that their guide decided to get distracted by his own needs. The young man's companions watch the scene in bewilderment. They begin to seriously doubt the magical beast's abilities and whether they are on the right path. Seeing the creature's confusion, one of the men shakes his head in disappointment. The situation seems deadlocked, and hope of finding the right path is rapidly fading. Realizing they might have come to the wrong place, the team freezes. The atmosphere grows tense, and everyone wonders if the initial lead was false. The companions' faces show complete bewilderment. They look at the young man and his pet, waiting for an explanation, while an oppressive silence descends on the night forest. Seeing the fighters' faces, Gyojin catches the struggling animal in his hands, trying to calm it down. At that moment, he suddenly senses a strange change in his surroundings and within himself. Freezing with a look of surprise, the air feels his senses sharpen. He begins to see what was previously hidden from the ordinary human eye. Right before his eyes, bright red tracks flare up on the grass. Now the apprentice knows exactly where the chase led, for his senses have reached a whole new level. The men are still bewildered. The captain in glasses is flustered. They see how the trail they were following suddenly ends, leaving no trace behind. Holding his breath, the sky demon listens intently to the silence of the forest. His instincts tell him that the enemy they are seeking is very close by. Smiling with his magical companion perched on his shoulder, the young man is now ready to attack. A blue light radiates from his body, poised to strike down anyone who dares to stand against him. The sounds of battle echo through the forest. The silence gives way to screams and the clang of weapons. The monster leader, watching the battle, smirks. He sees his soldiers advancing and is confident of their victory. The sound of footsteps echoes. The eerie man with red eyes freezes, listening for the approach of the uninvited guest. The head of the Dark Division steps out of the shadows. Folding his hands respectfully, he inquires with a sickly smile about the progress of their secret experiment. Baring sharp teeth and a sinister grin, the lab's master is pleased with the visit and informs the guest that he has chosen the most opportune moment to appear. Holding his breath in anticipation of details, the torchlight falls on his face, hiding his eyes in shadow, while Myung-woon listens to the news of the progress of their gruesome work. At the mention of progress, the boss chuckles with satisfaction. He praises the materials brought from Cheonan, which have caused the subject to grow by the hour rather than by the day. With a sharp wave of his hand, giving an order to an invisible being, the man demands that they show respect to the guest and reveal the result of their mad work. Dozens of mummies and bloody bandages burst out of the thick darkness. These are the little monsters of the blood group, an army of beasts ready to tear any enemy apart. The inventor proudly demonstrates the fruits of his labor. His assistant stands behind him, silently watching as the mad scientist revels in his power. In the center of the hall, illuminated by a bright light, the silhouette of a man appears. He kneels and folds his hands in a gesture of supplication before his creator. As he drew nearer, the leader of the Dark Division, spellbound by the sight, watched as the shadow of the new creation froze in a humble bow, while a mystical glow flared up in the dungeon. With care, Myung-woon drapes his jacket over the shadow, but this gesture conveys not concern, but a domineering desire to subjugate the new power born in the laboratory. The man's face is ecstatic. Gazing at the result of their gruesome labors, he whispers barely audibly about how damn terrifying this sight is. The mad boss weeps with delight. His eyes glow with a mystical blue flame as he shouts ecstatically about the incredible beauty of his creation. The villain bursts into demonic laughter while tears stream from his assistant's eyes. They call this reunion a true miracle they have waited so long for together. Trembling with ecstasy, the man goes mad at the thought that their shared dream has finally taken on flesh and blood in this dungeon. An army of the living dead, wrapped in dusty bandages, filled the entire space. Their fanged grins foreshadowed a swift and inevitable reckoning with their enemies. An ominous silence hung in the dark dungeon. The assistant froze in terror, watching as the massive and terrifying figure of the leader slowly emerged from the shadows. With alarm, Myung-won glanced at the second man, surrounded by magical sparks. The boss had changed beyond recognition, radiating a powerful and dark, otherworldly aura. The silence of the hall was shattered by a mad, demonic cackle. The inventor had finally lost his mind, reveling in his newfound power as his eyes burned with a crimson flame. A witness to this terrifying scene froze in shock. Adjusting his glasses, he realized with horror that the situation had completely spiraled out of control and disaster was imminent. Confidently, the heavenly demon gripped his golden sword. A defiant smile lit up his face as he prepared to face any danger and unleash his full might upon his enemies. A small, ghostly beast with a stern gaze suddenly appeared, staring at the enemies. Its resolute demeanor suggests that this little one is a formidable defender. A mysterious smirk played across Gyojin's face. He feels the support of his faithful spirit and knows that the plan will work exactly as he intended. Raising his fist triumphantly toward the sky, the air presses against the barrier. His magical companion hovers beside him, while his allies gaze at their leader with undisguised admiration. The villain let out a wild, frenzied scream. Upon seeing something terrifying, he cried out about the arrival of shadow assassins, which proved to be a fatal surprise for him. Fixing an icy, piercing gaze on the invisible wall, the young man's confidence is unshakable, and the faithful phantom tiger on his shoulder is ready to deliver the decisive blow in battle. A powerful magical barrier enveloped the forest. The crimson glow of the golden castle's hexagonal grid securely sealed off the space, leaving not a single chance. One of the fighters reaches out toward the pulsating energy. His fingers barely touch the barrier, probing for weak spots in the complex structure of this ancient formation. His companions freeze in amazement. Through the lenses of their glasses, they can see only the silhouette of the warrior who, defying logic, has found a breach in the defense once considered absolutely impenetrable. Surprised, the witnesses cry out. They doubt Gyojin's power. A single man is breaking into the golden castle, a feat only deities are capable of. Deep cracks spread across the barrier. The magical seal crumbles with a crash under the onslaught of the master's will, an incredible force causing reality itself to shudder. The defense has fallen, and the path to the Forbidden Lands is now clear. The heavenly demon celebrates his success with a predatory smile, gazing at the ruins of the formation. Having achieved his goal, the heir's plan now moves into its next phase, and no one will be able to stop him. Meanwhile, a terrifying silence reigns in the luxurious hall of the ancient estate. The architecture of the vaults underscores the grandeur of the master, whose peace is about to be shattered. With a snarl, the scoundrel anticipates the encounter. He senses the approach of uninvited guests, and his sinister laughter echoes through the castle's dark corridors. Slowly, the mansion's master pours tea into cups. The gesture of hospitality seems like a mockery, for now that the guests are here, it is time to begin this dangerous and bloody game. The last drop falls from the spout of the teapot. This is not merely a drink, but a silent timer, counting down the moments until the inevitable clash of two worlds. The villain's reflection in the cup is distorted by an ominous smile. His hospitality is merely a screen for the bloody massacre he is preparing for his dear guests. A group of warriors moves swiftly through the night forest. Every step is measured, and their senses are sharpened to the limit. They know the enemy is already waiting for them. Picking up the trail once more, the magical creature leads the hunters forward, pointing the way to the very heart of darkness, where the true master of these lands lies in wait. The trap has snapped shut. The warriors realize that every one of their moves was anticipated. It's checkmate. The game has reached a stage where any mistake will be their last. The warriors are stunned. The golden formation has fallen. They did not expect the barrier to be shattered so brutally and simply, without the use of complex secret keys or techniques. The group continued to race through the forest in pursuit of the glowing beast. Now the main puzzle is how to uncover the formation's structure itself, hidden somewhere in this gloomy thicket. The noise and shouts of his companions drive Gyojin mad. He furiously demands silence, for the extraneous sounds prevent him from focusing on something extremely important and elusive. The heavenly demon's gaze grows intensely serious. He can feel in his bones that the enemy or target is already very close. His thoughts are jumbled, but his intuition guides him forward. The young man tries to match the fragments of knowledge he has about the Golden Formation with what he sees with his own eyes at this very moment. Trying to recall the details of what he saw earlier, the heir concentrates all his strength. The slightest error in his calculations could cost them their lives in this mysterious place. In an outburst of emotion, driven to the limit of his patience, Gyojin lets out a deafening scream. His patience has snapped, and the tension inside him has reached a critical peak. His face contorts into a furious grimace. His inner power demands an outlet, and Myung-Win is ready to unleash all his wrath, ordering the Golden Castle formation to be closed immediately. The sky turns blood red. A crimson moon shines ominously over the forest, and the space around them begins to warp under the influence of powerful dark magic. Everything around them is flooded with a ghostly crimson light. Ancient seals awaken, heralding the start of the decisive battle. The technique is activated. Hands form an ancient seal, awakening the gates of Ran, as crimson energy thickens around them, marking the beginning of a dangerous ritual of transformation. In confusion, the ghostly assassins gaze at the sky. The blood-red moon and the sudden eclipse instill in their souls a primal fear of unknown power. Space trembles, revealing the names of ominous stages. The gate of shock and the gate of fear emerge from the darkness, crushing the will of anyone who dares to challenge them. Sensing a trick, Kong Po takes off his glasses and, with a suspicious smirk, tells his brothers that this place is steeped in lies and the situation smells extremely bad. With a change of gesture, the gate of rest springs into action. The deadly formation continues its rotation, dragging the boys into a vortex of irreversible mystical events. The heavenly demon's gaze shifted instantly as he realized the true nature of what was happening. The ancient chains restraining colossal power began to vibrate with tension, and a triumphant, sinister smirk played on the enemy's lips. The darkness thickened to its limit, transforming into a perfect sphere surrounded by a crimson glow. Within this void, something primal was born. A blood-red moon rose over the world, heralding the beginning of the end. A powerful surge of energy pierced the void, warping the very reality of the battle. Frozen in shock, Damro stared at the sudden eclipse. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, for the omen promised nothing but death. Turning to urge his companions on, the Lord found only emptiness. The silhouettes of those who had stood beside him a second ago had vanished without a trace into the ghostly mist. The forest path suddenly emptied, leaving behind only the echo of unspoken words. A suspicious silence and a pink haze filled the entire space. In the calm atmosphere, someone's hand confidently clasped the elegant tea bowl. The movement was imbued with the frightening composure of a man in complete control of the chaos. The old man slowly raised his gaze, and cold cruelty could be read in his eyes. He pronounced a verdict that brooked no objection, that this was the best punishment for his traitors. The silhouette of the doomed man was reflected in the dark surface of the drink. The old man looked at this distortion with indifference, preparing to deliver the decisive blow to Damro's fate. A guttural roar rang out from the thick undergrowth, making the blood run cold in one's veins. A huge black shadow loomed over the forest, causing the warrior in the coat to shudder with fear. A terrifying creature with a multitude of extra limbs, wrapped in dirty bandages, revealed itself to the world. It let out a wild scream, full of primal rage and suffering. Staring intently at the monster's silhouette, the Lord tried to grasp the scale of the tragedy. His hand involuntarily reached for his weapon, and panic pulsed through his mind. Staring at the monster, Damro wondered if it had truly turned into a Zhangshi. This thought haunted the witness to the metamorphosis until the terrifying creature froze in a ridiculous, contorted pose. The bandaged monster lets out a deafening scream, releasing a powerful aura. The enemy swings its forearms, preparing to tear the man apart. Maintaining complete composure, the leader of the ghostly assassins assesses the situation with a sad smirk, showing not a shred of fear in the face of mortal danger. With a single precise strike, the Lord severs the monster's head. The flaming blade cuts through the flesh, ending this brief battle in a matter of seconds. The monster's decapitated body crashes heavily to the ground as Damro walks past, not even glancing back at the defeated enemy, demonstrating his superiority. Sheathing his weapon, the swordsman casually brushes the dust from his shoulder. His gaze is empty and serious, and the battle seems to him merely an annoying obstacle on a long journey. The man sinks into thought about his next move, wondering where to go next, while silence reigns all around after the recent bloody battle. Meanwhile, the sky demon watches the ghostly cat. The little spirit looks troubled, sharing its master's heavy thoughts. A lone silhouette stands frozen in the midst of endless emptiness. Yojin reflects on the enemy's incredible power and wonders how soon he will be able to find the missing children again. Beginning to taunt his companion, the heir calls the ghostly cat a coward. He is puzzled as to why the spirit has frozen and refuses to descend into the dark water. An unexpected detail comes to light. The magical beast is trembling with terror. It turns out the fearsome spirit is afraid of water, which causes nothing but sincere astonishment in its master. With a smirk, the heavenly demon looks at his small, glowing spirit cat, disappointed by its uselessness. The cat growls furiously in response to his words. Soon, without saying a word, they both set off across the dark and desolate landscape to find something that might help them in their search. Suddenly, a bandaged monster attacks Gyojin underwater, emitting a deafening ultrasonic scream. Feeling an unbearable ringing in his ears, the sonic attack blocks the heir's inner energy, depriving him of the ability to concentrate and strike back. His attempts to kick the enemy prove futile. The dense water restricts his movements, making his strikes weak and slow. With horror, the sky demon could only watch as the monster dragged him to the bottom, clutching his leg with a death grip. Oxygen was running out and his lungs began to burn. The boy realized that without the ability to breathe or use mana, he was doomed to defeat in this abyss. Realizing that his prey was easy, the monster craved to feast on the air as soon as possible, dragging him to the bottom. The icy abyss restricted his movements. Surviving in this element was far more difficult than in any other of Gyoji's battles. Suddenly, a glowing blue cat emerges from the shadows. The ghostly familiar clings to the monster's leg, breaking its concentration with its intervention. Despite its frightened appearance, the spirit animal continues to distract the monster, giving its master a chance to escape. The small defender clings to the enemy's bandages with a death grip. This interference disrupts the rhythm of the sound wave that had previously paralyzed the protagonist's will. The ringing in his ears suddenly stops. Gyojin realizes with surprise that the enemy's sound magic has been dispelled, and his own powers are rapidly returning. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary confusion, the sky demon lunges forward. Now that energy is flowing through his veins once more, he is ready to deliver a crushing blow. The defeated enemy sinks to the bottom, leaving only bubbles in its wake, while the hero and his faithful spectral companion stand still in the water, having won a hard-fought victory in this battle. Realizing that an underwater battle is the worst-case scenario for the sky demon, he and his spirit animal decide to surface immediately. Enraged, the bandaged monster opens its jaws, preparing for a new attack. It has no intention of letting its prey escape and lets out a wild scream that shakes the depths of the water. Angry at the enemy's treachery, the heir realizes that this scoundrel has set a trap and tries to stay calm while his familiar covers his back. The pursuer rapidly closes the distance, moving underwater like a torpedo. The young man tries with all his might to escape the chase. The accursed creature strikes, causing Gyoji to curse and freeze for a few seconds. All the while, the spirit animal intently tracks the enemy's movements, preparing a new defensive maneuver. A massive energy beam pierces the water right in front of the boy's face. He barely has time to follow the powerful flash with his eyes. Unable to comprehend what technique this water monster had just used, the heavenly demon did not expect such an attack. The enemy moved incredibly fast. The boy still didn't understand how it managed to maneuver so easily in the heavy water element. Unable to hold back, the small companion lets out a furious roar, preparing to defend itself. The tension has reached its limit, and a decisive clash with the enemy lies ahead. With a sinister snarl, the sky demon accepted the challenge and was ready to show his true power. There was no fear in his eyes, only a thirst for battle. Gyojin looked confidently at his opponent. The little spirit on his shoulder was calm. They were ready to test what this enemy was capable of underwater. The city at night is shrouded in silence. The tiled roofs of the old houses stand still in the moonlight, and a sense of impending doom hangs in the air. Striding briskly toward the gate of the house, the girl cheerfully responds to the noise, unaware of the danger awaiting her beyond the threshold. Cautiously, the beauty pushes open the heavy door. She is frightened and bewildered upon seeing an unexpected guest on the threshold at this late hour. The atmosphere shifts abruptly. Red human eyes flash in the doorway, and the young lady's blood-chilling voice cries out for help. A mad gaze pierces right through her. The creature demands to be let in. There is no turning back. A heavy footstep echoed through the silence of the hallway. Shoes touched the cold floor, signaling the arrival of someone important. Lost in her thoughts, the young woman froze upon seeing a familiar silhouette ahead. The newcomer paused for a second, afraid to disturb the moment of solitude. A greeting was offered to the vice captain of the American branch, standing at attention before the cold and majestic commander in his formal vest. With only a slight nod, the beauty maintained her icy composure. Her piercing gaze cut right through him, leaving no room for unnecessary words or empty emotions. The apprentice watched his master with rapture. Today's demonstration of Hejamchi's power had left a deep impression on his soul, making his heart race. The fire in the phantom assassin's heart flared up again. The thought flashed through the young man's mind as he recalled the incredible power and grace he had witnessed. With enthusiasm, the young man declared that he too wanted to fight like that. But the icy master's reply was sharp and brief. "Hey, Guillaume-ji, it's not just about fighting." The young man froze in confusion. The apprentice could only manage to squeeze out an apology in response, not understanding the hidden meaning of the words. All his fighting spirit collided with an incomprehensible philosophical wall of silence. Slowly, the vice captain walked away across the empty hall. Her back seemed like an unreachable cliff. Now, the girl wondered if she could trust this man with her back. These words made the young man realize the true essence of the recent test of strength. Submissively, the ghostly assassin bowed before his mentor, asking for forgiveness for his past insolence. But the master responded with a heavy silence. Lowering her gaze to look at her bowed apprentice, the young woman thought that the young man lacked not only strength, but also inner discipline. Through dark lenses, the captain watched the scene with predatory eyes, concealing his face and intentions. Suddenly, the air grew thick as a dark portal began to slowly open, and the image of a man appeared before the frightened captain's eyes. In the center of the portal stood a terrifying figure in a long black cloak. This man covered his face with his hands, hiding his suffering. Under the blood-red moon, the mysterious stranger concealed his face. His sinister laughter echoed through the void, heralding the beginning of a fateful and dangerous encounter. The man froze upon sensing the stranger's presence. The silhouette in the distance seemed ghostly, and he tried to understand whether he had truly been followed all this time. Peering intently into the darkness, Kong Po analyzed the situation. Doubts tormented his mind. A mad gaze from beneath white gloves pierced right through him. The mask of calm had been cast aside, revealing the true nature of the one who had waited so long for this special moment. Standing with his back turned, the man maintained a cold silence while the adversary behind him began his speech. Suddenly, the enemy's tone shifted to one that was insinuating and almost tender. He sincerely thanked his guest, and a strange, unsettling note of gratitude could be heard in his voice. With a blush on his cheeks and a mad smile, the young man confessed his feelings. It turned out that this meeting was his most secret and long-awaited desire in life. For the sake of this moment, the scoundrel had taken a risk and disobeyed his boss's direct orders. His loyalty was directed not at all where everyone might have initially thought. A furious attack followed instantly. Clumps of red energy sliced through the air as one of the fighters lunged forward, determined to end this drawn-out conversation. The enemy was pleasantly surprised. He had long wanted this confrontation, his blood boiling with excitement. Bowing his head, the villain's voice sounded frighteningly calm. He admitted that he had planned a brutal massacre of everyone dear to his sworn enemy. The silhouette of his opponent was reflected in the scoundrel's golden eyes. The madman longed to feel his opponent's thirst for blood before finally destroying his body. The man could no longer contain the rage boiling inside him. His gaze turned icy, and his readiness for a decisive battle reached its peak. The enemy's face contorted in wild, frenzied ecstasy. He opened his eyes wide and screamed with delight, anticipating the start of the bloody dance that was about to begin. Space tore apart from the powerful collision of energies. The figures of the fighters merged in a swift lunge, leaving behind only bright flashes and the roar of a furious battle. Making a swift lunge, Kong Po slices through space. His attack is full of determination, and the air around him literally melts from the heat and frenzied energy. Surprised, the opponent raises his eyebrows. He barely manages to keep up as the distance closes, realizing that the balance of power in this fight has shifted. Noticing his enemy's movements, the scoundrel realized that his own movements had improved significantly. He was riding a wave of courage, reveling in the speed. A powerful blow shakes the ground. The opponent is sent flying backward, a crimson aura flaring around him, underscoring the destructive scale of the clash. A close-up of a focused gaze from behind his glasses. The captain carefully scans every movement of his enemy, waiting for the perfect moment for a decisive strike. Breaking into a satisfied, almost maniacal grin, the villain begins to clap, sincerely admiring the progress his opponent has shown. The sound of clapping echoes across the battlefield. The enemy's white gloves flash, creating an atmosphere of eerie calm amidst the chaos and fiery glow of battle. Suddenly, his gaze turns icy, and his eyes flash gold, voicing his suspicions that the other still doesn't want to kill him, saying this with clear provocation. But the American grips his crimson weapon even tighter. Despite his fatigue, he prepares for a new phase of the battle, realizing that the enemy has begun to play for real. Fire engulfs everything around them, leaving only an ominous tension that reaches its peak, foreshadowing the inevitable conclusion of this encounter. Smugly, the scoundrel smirks against the backdrop of raging fury, saying that he foresaw all of this, watching as his opponent wavers under the pressure of his aura. The words of the member of the Sacred Fire Blood sect echo across the battlefield. His mocking challenge pierces the silence, causing everything to freeze. Sweat trickles down the blond man's face, his shadow thickening with indecision. He stands frozen in tense silence, realizing that his fear has been noticed by his opponent. Seeing his confusion, the black-haired man continues to speak to the captain about his sword, as if the weapon itself senses its owner's uncertainty. Breathing heavily, the man grips the hilt of his sword against the backdrop of ominous, shadowy vines. The question posed to him, whether he is afraid to fight, hangs in the air, demanding a decisive answer. Freezing, unable to believe his ears, Kong Po wondered if they were really talking about him. The atmosphere around him thickened, foreshadowing imminent disaster. The scoundrel squints mockingly, seeing his opponent's confusion. Venomous words fly from his lips, striking their mark precisely and making the heart beat faster. A lone figure stands against a white background as a cruel verdict echoes through the air. The sword, limply lowered, symbolizes the collapse of all hope for protecting loved ones. The past bursts into reality in crimson flashes. The American sees the faces of those he could not save on that fateful day when death took everyone indiscriminately. As he approaches, shrouded in a crimson mist, the enemy's interest in the man's identity grows, turning the clash into a brutal psychological game. Grinning and baring his fangs, the villain mocks the weakness of the man who managed to rise to a high position without having the strength to back it up. Beads of sweat trickle down his face, hidden behind the lenses of his glasses. The insult burns him more fiercely than fire, exposing his inner brokenness and deep despair. The gloomy streets of the metropolis are plunged into thick shadow. The cold light of the street lamps barely dispels the darkness, in which the ghosts of the past and new deadly threats lurk. Breathing heavily, the child runs through the night. Fear drives him forward, forcing him to clench the pitiful remnants of food in his hands. Every second of delay could be his last. Fate has been merciless, casting the children out onto the cold cobblestones. Now the city is their prison, and survival is their sole goal in this hostile and gray world. The kids wandered through dark alleys. Fear gave strength to their legs, and they ran away, clutching their meager loot to their chests, until the echo of their footsteps was drowned out by the noise of the metropolis, and their pursuers were hot on their heels. One wrong step, and everything comes crashing down. The girl falls onto the cold asphalt amid the pursuers' furious shouts. Survival here depends not on will, but solely on instinct. Frozen in place, the boy presses himself against the wall, unable to move. Terror has paralyzed his body, and in his ears there is only the hollow pounding of his heart and the screams tearing through the night silence in the alley. Tragedy is reflected in his pupils, dilated with fear. Driven solely by the animal instinct for self-preservation, the child sees the collapse of his last hope. Homeless orphans fought desperately for their lives in the shadows of the city. Every day of theirs had turned into an endless chase for scraps of food and a faint hope for warmth. Fear gripped their hearts when a scream rang out. The boy, with his last ounce of strength, dragged his friend along behind him, urging the others to run away. One of the boys froze in terror, clutching his only loot to his chest. Sweat poured down his face as he watched the approaching threat. Loaves of bread scattered across the pavement. The chase was gaining momentum, and the children scattered in all directions, risking everything for a chance to survive in this cruel place. The enraged baker stumbled and crashed onto the cold stone. A discarded bread crust had caused his fall, giving the children a chance to escape. Turning around, the girl shouted commands to her friends. Determination was written all over her face. There was no time to hesitate, for every second could be fatal. Curses and threats of violence flew after the children as they ran through the dark streets, trying to hide among the high-rises until the enraged voice faded into the distance. Hiding in a dark alley, the kids divided their meager spoils. They had never known the word family before, but the harsh streets had taught them to always stick together. The cold penetrated to the bone, but the closeness of loyal companions warmed them better than any fire. Together they grew stronger, defying hunger and the darkness of night. Gradually, their world began to change. Images of a different kind of warmth, parental love, and a cozy home floated into their memories, and they began to dream of them more and more often. On that cold night, huddled together under an old blanket, they realized something important. The 5 orphans, abandoned by the world, had finally become a real, strong family. Survival demanded determination. The kids stepped out onto the bustling streets, ready to forge their own path. The first step wasn't easy. The boy in the cap, overcoming the trembling in his hands and the fear of being caught, committed his first theft, snatching a wallet from a random passerby. But the second time, everything went much more smoothly. Fear gave way to cold calculation, and the children's shadows began to slip unnoticed through the crowd, searching for new easy prey. Constant practice and hundreds of repetitions honed their skills. The pile of stolen watches and wallets grew, becoming a symbol of their new life. The children didn't even notice how the line between need and greed had blurred. Their hands reached habitually for others' wealth, turning a dangerous trade into a routine. Morality was a thing of the past. Now the glint of stolen money brought only triumphant smiles to their faces, for they had forgotten the concepts of good and evil forever. The group gathered in a gloomy hangar. One of the boys resolutely placed a heavy briefcase on the table, causing everyone present to hold their breath. The lid swung open, revealing neat stacks of bills. The golden glow of the money was blinding, seeming to promise a solution to all their problems. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Dollar signs danced in her pupils. The sight of such wealth instantly overshadowed any common sense or caution. In shock, the friends couldn't understand where such money had come from in their poor neighborhood. Suspicion and fear began to slowly replace their excitement. Trying to stay calm and fend off the barrage of questions from the guys, Robert mentioned that he had heard the word in dark alleyways, preparing to reveal the identity of the client. The name Credo sounded like a death sentence. A terrifying image of a man emerged from the shadows in their minds, and the friends froze, realizing what kind of game they had gotten themselves into. Realizing they had gangsters' money, the kids were terrified upon learning what they had gotten themselves into. Fear of the scoundrels made their hearts race. Trying to calm his frantic friends, Michael wanted to hear his comrade out, striving to preserve what little sanity remained in the group. And Robert continued, explaining further that the gangsters had a target, a dangerous fugitive hiding in the area, and that the gangsters had come to him themselves and offered a deal he couldn't refuse. Those $20,000 now seemed less like a stroke of luck and more like a dangerous mark tying them to the bloody world of crime. Robert also mentions the final sum, another $60,000 upon completion of the job, and the girl is completely swept away by greed, imagining a mountain of money. But not everyone was blinded by wealth. The guy looked at his friend with concern, realizing that such a huge sum meant only one thing, a risk to their lives. Trying to bring everyone back to reality, the red-haired girl insisted that their previous earnings were enough, and that getting involved with the dangerous Credo gang was pure madness. But the young man stood motionless. Before him lay a mountain of money that had become a bone of contention, and the tension in the hangar was palpable. Maintaining an icy silence, Robert weighed his friend's arguments. The heavy shadow over his eyes underscored the gravity of the choice that would forever change their lives. The guys were passionately discussing the terms of the dangerous deal. If they returned the stolen goods, the client promised to pay the rest of the sum. The stakes were incredibly high. The coveted figure was mentioned, $30,000. To the orphans, this windfall seemed like a ticket to a new, happy life they hadn't even dared to dream of before. Frozen in shock, the accomplices realized that to save that much money through honest labor, they would have to work their fingers to the bone for 3 years, without spending a single cent even on the bare necessities. Images of the past flash before their eyes. To escape poverty, they will once again have to get their hands dirty with menial work. Robert's eyes flash. Surviving in harsh conditions is what they've been accustomed to since childhood. There's no turning back, only forward. An oppressive silence reigns in the abandoned warehouse. Everyone present is aware of the risk, but the thirst for change outweighs the fear of possible death. Leaning over the case, the boy just wants peace and quiet, trying to drown out the voice of his conscience for the sake of a fleeting sense of well-being. In his dreams, he sees bright butterflies and the happy faces of his loved ones. He longs to live like a normal person, like a fully realized being, and not like a wild beast cornered into a corner. The girl tries to voice her doubts, but the boy cuts her off sharply. He is confident in their skills and talents, which have always saved the team in the most dire straits. Summing up, the leader says that this contract will be their main connection. If everything goes smoothly, wealthy clients will seek them out on their own. Turning to his loyal comrades, a tremor can be heard in Robert's voice. He realizes he is dragging them into something very dangerous, but he sees no other way. By asking them a single question, the young man forces each of them to look deep into their memories, and the tension in the old hangar mounts. The leader asks his friends to recall their shared past. Through the dust and darkness, images of days gone by emerge, when they were completely different people. He reminds them of that very first winter when fate brought them together, when the cold and hunger nearly destroyed them all, forcing them to fight for every worthless breath. It was Robert who united these different people into one family. It was he who reached out a helping hand in their darkest hour, when hope seemed nothing more than a foolish dream. The boys ran through the city at night and survived only thanks to their unity and that fateful day when he reached out to help them in their hour of need. The young man looks ahead with devotion. He sincerely believes in the man who forged their character and transformed a group of desperate fugitives into who they are today. With burning eyes, the boy declares his unwavering loyalty. His faith in the captain is the only light in their bleak world. The oppressive silence of the night city is broken only by the sound of rain. Towering buildings silently gaze down on the empty streets, where a bloody tragedy is about to unfold. Sudden shock freezes in his eyes as drops of blood splatter across his face. Reality shatters in an instant, leaving only cold horror. Paralyzed with terror, Robert cannot comprehend what is happening. The whole world around him fades away, and only one silent question pulses in his head, one to which there is no answer, nor ever will be. His friends watch in numb shock as their comrade falls to the cold ground. Their eyes betray disbelief that their unbreakable bond has been shattered so easily. His face contorts in a grimace of pain and realization. His gaze grows vacant as life slowly leaves his body, leaving only bloody traces on skin that was once alive. A trembling hand reaches out toward the lifeless body. Through a rasp and tears, the friend's name breaks through, but the only response is an ominous silence and a sticky pool of blood on the asphalt. A desperate scream pierces the street. Michael lies motionless on the ground in a pool of blood, while his friends stand frozen in silent shock at the horrific scene. Anger and tears mingle on his face. The boy shouts curses at the killer, unable to contain the pain of losing his loyal friend. The stranger under the umbrella remains ice cold, mockingly remarking that their employer seemed to be in a desperate situation. Continuing to taunt the boys, the killer calls them snot-nosed brats. The teenagers stare in horror at the man who robbed them of their future in a single second. Holding the bloodied body close, Robert chokes on his sobs. His desperate plea for his friend not to die is drowned out by the sound of the rain and the indifference of the night. The boy's gaze is clouded by pain and the realization of the irreversible. His eyes shine in the shadow of his cap, while a single heavy agonizing thought pounds in his head. Bitter regret poisons his soul. If not for his foolish stubbornness, Michael would be alive and breathing beside him right now. Memories flash back to the past, when they were happy, smiles, laughter, and the strong shoulder of his friend now seemed like nothing more than a distant, unattainable, and bright dream. The tragedy might never have happened if their paths had never crossed. The helping hand once extended in a dark alleyway became for Michael the beginning of the end in his death sentence. Rage and despair mingle in a blood-red haze. The image of the enemy distorts, turning into a demonic silhouette, thirsting only for revenge. Under the pouring rain, hidden by an umbrella, stands the one who holds the threads of their fates. He coldly watches the grief of others, feeling not a shred of pity for the fallen victims. The puppeteer's eyes pierce the darkness. To him, the children are merely pawns who were once quite useful. Cold calculation outweighs the lives of those who trusted him to the very end. The dry click of a revolver's cylinder rings out. The killer coolly checks the bullets. Death is just a job, and the next bullet is already waiting for its moment in the holster. The muzzle of the pistol is pointed point blank. The child freezes in terror, realizing that the end is near. The past no longer matters when the finger is already on the trigger. In a desperate attempt to save herself, she shouts out information about a valuable item, but her words about Wine Street are drowned out by the sound of the rain. The traitor's sentence has already been sealed. The killer in the hat merely flashed his red eye coldly, having taken in the information. Now he knew that the target was hidden in a trash can in that very ill-fated alley by the wine bar. Frozen in place, the girl couldn't believe her ears. This simple, mundane question sounded more terrifying than any sentence, rendering everything else said meaningless. Adjusting his umbrella to shelter from the downpour, the mercenary mentioned the capricious old man who had commissioned the job, whose whims had caused this bloodbath in the quiet night city. The rain continued to wash away the traces while the survivors tried to grasp the scale of the disaster. The killer reminded them that what they sought could only be found by being in close proximity. Looking at the grief-stricken people, he spoke the cruel truth. These three were nothing but a burden, and if they had acted as a pair, the outcome of this night would have been entirely different. The wounded young man stands in the cold rain, blood streaming down his face while a cold voice pronounces the verdict on their failed attempt to escape. A trembling hand drenched in crimson blood reaches forward. Gritting his teeth, Robert points the revolver at his own head. This is his last desperate argument. He is ready for anything, just to beg for freedom for the frightened little children. The man in the hat towers over him like death itself. The sinister stranger merely smirks, calling them pathetic fools. The boy's eyes blaze with furious fire. He screams in helpless rage, offering his life in exchange for a peaceful future, hoping to break this endless cycle. In the shadows, the villain merely chuckles quietly, savoring the moment of complete triumph. He sees the fear hidden behind the bravado and feels his absolute power over his broken victim. The young man's body shakes violently as the gun's muzzle is pressed against his temple. His tormentor mocks him, noting how difficult it is to negotiate when life hangs by a thread. In the distance, figures of children can be seen, frozen in terror. The stranger pauses, considering a tempting offer, but his mercy comes at a very high price. His gaze is filled with madness and determination. Robert is ready to pull the trigger if it will save his friends, but the enemy's icy words shatter his last hope. The shadow draws near, and the killer's gaze turns ruthless. He realizes the danger this guy poses and decides to eliminate any future risk entirely. Suddenly, the stranger draws his revolver. His movements are lightning fast and precise, and his icy voice announces that the last obstacle has just been eliminated. The bullet whizzes past his face by mere millimeters, leaving only a bloody trail on his cheek. His eyes widen in shock, for the scoundrel did not expect such a fierce resistance. Freezing in place, the enemies stare each other in the eyes. The air is thick with the thirst for blood and the acrid smell of gunpowder, and the tension reaches its peak. A loud scream echoes across the pavement, drowned out by the roar of the endless downpour. The sounds from the street convey the full depth of the fighting men's despair and fury. Aiming the pistol's muzzle once more, the scoundrel hides his face in the shadow of his hat's brim. His sinister grin leaves no doubt as to his intentions. The captain of the elite Shadow Assassin Squad appears in all his grim grandeur, his cloak billowing in the wind as he prepares to deliver the decisive blow. The dim light of a solitary lamp illuminates the cold walls of the interrogation room from the darkness. The atmosphere is thick with heavy anticipation and a foreboding of something terrifying. In the corner, a frightened girl weeps, unable to contain her emotions. The other children stand frozen in deathly silence, overwhelmed by horror and the bloody events. A dark-haired boy sat motionless, his fingers clenched around the edge of the table. His empty, detached gaze reveals only deep despair. A fair-haired boy has lowered his head, hiding his face in the shadows. He seems very small and defenseless in the face of the law and the darkness they have endured. Through a one-way mirror, investigators observe the detainees. The chasm between the adult world and the shattered lives of these children seems insurmountable. Studying the reports, the woman tells her colleague that the children have suffered almost no physical harm, but their mental state raises serious concerns. Particular attention is focused on Robert. His pale face is covered in sweat, his breathing is ragged, and his body is shaking violently. Clear signs of acute stress disorder. Upon learning of the boy's severe hemophobia, the detective frowns, considering that the child was literally drenched in someone else's blood. His condition borders on complete madness. It turns out that these children, elusive street pickpockets despite their young age, are professionals who have managed to evade the city police for years. The investigator tried to understand the boy's motives. He asked himself the main question: what is known about the children's families and how are they connected to one another? The boy's solitary figure in the cone of light underscores his complete isolation. These children have no one in this world. They are orphans. Thoughtfully, the detective gazes at his reflection in the glass, piecing together the facts. His face expresses deep weariness from the endless string of tragedies and childhood traumas. The image of Red Baker, the mysterious criminal with the red eye, comes to mind. He vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only questions and a trail of blood. The experienced investigator realizes that this enemy's skills have become even more refined. The shadow of the dangerous shooter haunts him, forcing him to analyze every past misstep. Police assistance has been requested to apprehend the dangerous criminal, which means another encounter with that hapless gentleman, one the detective would clearly prefer to avoid. Having received strict orders to report any news immediately, the man silently heads for the exit, keeping his true thoughts and strange plan a secret. With a heavy creak of the door, the ghostly killer enters the cold interrogation room, holding an ordinary paper bag filled with fresh baguettes. Without saying a word, the detective pulls out a long baguette and snaps it in half with a sharp crack right in front of the exhausted captive's face, drawing his attention. The man holds out a piece of bread to the frozen boy. In this gloomy silence, the gesture seems more like mockery or a strange test than an act of kindness. The two sit facing each other under the dim light of the lamp. The tension in the room rises, and the silence becomes unbearable, while the boy calmly examines his food. Suddenly, the captive breaks the silence, quietly uttering Michael's name, while the detective, calmly taking a bite of bread, continues his meal as if nothing had happened. Slowly, the detective chews the dry crust, gazing at Robert with a piercing stare. There is no sympathy in his eyes, only cold calculation and observation. A gruesome image of a bloodied hand flashes through his mind. The captive, trembling with horror, asks an agonizing question about death, hoping to receive at least some confirmation. Freezing with his mouth full, the detective ignores the question of death. He remains completely calm, forcing the teenager to drown in guesswork and fear. Instead of answering the question of life and death, the man calmly asks if the boy likes baguettes. The absurd dialogue completely baffles the boy. Finishing his bread calmly, ignoring the tension in the room, the officer says with feigned delight that the baguettes here are damn good. The captive sits motionless, his shoulders trembling slightly. The words about food seem to him an unbearable mockery against the backdrop of the terrible truth he hides inside. Heavy tears begin to fall onto his clenched fists. The mention of baguettes reopens an old wound, bringing him back to painful memories. Finally breaking down, the boy chokes on his sobs. Through his tears, he admits that that man loved those damn baguettes even more than he loved him. A horrific image from the past flashes before his eyes, the child's bloodied face, and he whispers that, because of his own greed, the children have been trapped in a deadly snare. Memories flood his mind of when they all huddled together under a blanket. Now, because of a fatal mistake, the children have lost their families forever in an instant. Robert's gaze is filled with pain and deep regret. He admits his guilt in this terrible tragedy. It all happened because he was stubborn. His friend silently watches suffering. Unable to find words of comfort, a heavy silence hangs in the air, reflecting their shared grief and helplessness. While the children are being questioned, the detective colleagues behind the glass stand frozen in anticipation, feeling their insides crumble at this horrifying story. Shocked to witness a rare display of emotion from their leader, the girls' faces express utter astonishment at what is happening. The boy barely holds back his rage and inner turmoil. His eyes conceal the depth of his unbearable mental agony. Gritting his teeth until they hurt, trying to suppress the cry of despair bursting to escape, the teenager's heart turns to stone, burning away the remnants of his former hope. Under the dim light of the lamp, the detective decides to ask the most painful question about the very family that caused all this suffering. Robert's cold, empty gaze pierces right through him. The question, as brief as a blow, silences him. Is that really all he wanted to say to him? The observer freezes in utter stupor, seeing for the first time this long evening, this strong and unyielding man weep. Lowering her head, the girl speaks. Bitterness resonates in her voice. The death of loved ones is an unbearable pain that changes a person forever. Looking down sadly, the child realizes the gravity of the moment, whispering that the hardest thing right now is watching their shared world crumble. The young man explains to the officer that Robert has always been in the habit of blaming only himself, but in reality it was their joint decision, for which they are both responsible. Suddenly, the dark-haired man cries out, begging the officer to convey their words to his friend. In his wide-open eyes burns a desperate determination to reach his friend's heart. All the friends unite in a single outburst, shouting that it isn't his fault. They try to lift this heavy burden of responsibility and suffering from him. The officer's stern voice cuts through the silence, relaying his friend's words. These words cause the young man to freeze in silent shock. True pain is visible in the teenager's eyes, and tears stream down his face, which he tries so desperately and unsuccessfully to hold back. His strength leaves him, and he covers his face with his hands, shuddering with sobs. The detective merely watches this outburst of helplessness in silence. The man's face remains inscrutable. His cold gaze betrays immense experience and weariness from the endless tragedies of the past. In the sterile emptiness of the interrogation room, people seem like mere specks of dust. A heavy silence hangs between them, filled with unspoken grievances. Against the backdrop of the night sky, a cold skyscraper rises. The building holds too many secrets, secrets for which blood has been shed. Death is always awkward and unpleasant, a quiet voice says. These words ring out like a cruel truth in this gloomy concrete cage. Images of those who are no longer here flash before his eyes. Proud and loyal comrades whose faces have now been erased from the memory of this cruel world. Lost in his thoughts, the detective leans back in his chair. His voice sounds matter-of-fact. The final sentence falls like a heavy stone, about the victims who died a long and agonizing death. And a deathly silence descends upon the room, steeped in the bitterness of loss. As if unable to look at the teenager, the man in the brown coat averts his gaze, tormented by his own demons. Robert lowers his head. His face is hidden in the shadow of his hair, and the words about finding the true path sound like a sentence and a lifeline at the same time. A vision appears before his eyes. 5 young people huddled together. This image is steeped in unbearable longing, yet it will be cherished forever in his heart, so that their graves too might lie on the true path. This thought causes the young man to freeze in place, lost in heavy reflection. The ghostly killer's hand clutched the edge of the paper bag, making it rustle. The sound seemed inappropriately loud in the silence that had fallen. The offered bread became a symbol of hope. Only by realizing the weight of existence will the boy understand that the deaths of his loved ones were not in vain in this game. An image from the past radiates light. A kind friend with an armful of bread reminds him of times when the path seemed clear and the goals noble and attainable for everyone. The weight of loss is unbearable. Robert hides his eyes behind a veil of tears, trying to drown out the inner pain that is about to burst forth. In the sterile emptiness of the room, the two engaged in a silent dialogue. The food on the table seemed superfluous as one of them tried to digest the bitter truth. The world is tinged with crimson hues. Fate makes a sudden lunge, and the voice of reason whispers, if you do not stray from your chosen path, you may reach the very end alive. A fierce clash of two forces, Now the man challenges a dangerous enemy, striving to protect those dear to him, even if the price is too high. The opponent sneers mockingly in the heat of battle. His provocative question cuts through the air. Does he truly still lack the will to kill him for real? Tension is frozen in the reflection of the glass. He remains silent, hiding a storm of emotions and determination behind a mask of calm. Triumphant, the scoundrel sees his opponent's indecision. His gaze is full of contempt and excitement, and he is certain he is in complete control of the course of this bloody game. The enemy's final question hits the mark. Fear of the impending slaughter paralyzes his will, exposing his vulnerability in the face of chaos. The mentor's cold words echo in the void. If he falters, he will be unable to protect anything at all. His fingers grip the hilt of the crimson blade until they crack. In this gesture lies all his pent-up fury and his readiness to overcome fear for the sake of those who still believe in him. Under the pale moonlight, Kong Po enters a dance with death. The shadows of his enemies swirl around him, but he admits that fear has not vanished. It still lives deep within him. Through the whirlwind of sparks and enemy attacks, true strength breaks through. His will proves stronger than any blade, allowing him to move forward when his body is already begging for rest. Memory glides over the bodies fallen in the carnage. Now his oath resounds like thunder. The captain will no longer allow a single life to be cut short so senselessly and cruelly. His gaze is full of determination. Through the lenses of his glasses, the American fixes his eyes on every enemy movement, preparing for a decisive lunge in this chaos. Dark figures multiply surrounding the battlefield. Sinister doppelgangers with menacing grins prepare to tear reality apart with their claws. A lone fighter stands against an entire army. Behind him, mountains of the fallen. Ahead, only the order to surpass himself and survive this bloody carnage. A powerful strike cuts through space, energy flaring into a bright flame as he maneuvers between the shadows' deadly attacks. A furious cry shatters the silence. The warrior's face is drenched in blood, but his will is unshakable. He must conquer his fear and crush the enemy. Kong Po grimaces. The tension has reached its limit. Every moment could be the last in this mad duel of honor. A mysterious gunman emerges from the shadows. His crimson eye burns with a thirst for vengeance, and the pistol is already aimed squarely at the heart of the doomed victim. A long-forgotten hand grips his wrist tightly, blocking the sword's swing. A cold voice states the obvious. This attempt at an attack is futile. Shock is reflected in his eyes. The plan collapsed in an instant when the enemy proved to be much closer and faster than anyone could have imagined. Hovering in the center of a bloody vortex, the villain proposes a terrifying union, claiming that unity will bring true strength and peace. The enemy continues to apply psychological pressure, reproaching the man for stubbornly refusing to see the true nature of things and acknowledge the obvious reality. Pointing to the captain's loved ones, the dark-haired man promises to destroy them one by one. He intends to sever all the ties that bind the warrior to this world. With a terrifying smile, the enemy whispers that only after losing everything will he be able to become real. He promises to personally see this process through to the end. His gaze freezes in shock. Confusion echoes through his mind, but immediately afterward comes a commanding order to overcome his fear. Gathering his will into a fist, the warrior clenches his teeth. The light of determination is blinding as he prepares to strike back, despite the gravity of the situation. A flash of blinding light pierces his consciousness. Through the glow, ancient words emerge, urging him to cast aside all fear and finally awaken his hidden power. The world was bathed in the crimson hues of the blood moon. Eerie shadows thickened, a reminder of the price of the coming battle and the nightmares that eternally haunt those who have chosen this path. Time transported him to the silence of an empty locker room. The man stood by his locker, trying to quell the trembling in his hands and return to his familiar reality. Slowly, the stranger reached for the coat rack, pulling out a crisp white shirt. His everyday clothes served as a kind of armor, hiding his true nature from the eyes of ordinary people. As he fastened his cufflinks, the man heard the voice of a younger colleague who had entered. The latter reported that the formation was complete and the squad was ready to move out on a dangerous mission. The assassin concentrated on tightening his tie, but chaos reigned in his thoughts. His gaze froze, and his lips involuntarily whispered a question about the exact meeting point for their squad. The man cast a parting glance into the depths of the open locker. There in a beam of light lay a photograph with friends and a wristwatch, silent witnesses to his peaceful past. With a sharp, decisive movement of his hand, the dark-haired man slammed the metal door shut. His weary eyes flashed for a moment in the reflection, reminding him that the senior officer had finally announced they were deploying to Korea. Giving a brief nod of agreement, the man gathered his long black hair into his usual bun. His movements were precise and practiced, his fighting spirit fully restored. Mummies surround him, closing in tightly. The air is thick with menace, and their empty stares promise nothing good. The situation is becoming critical for the warrior. Maintaining an icy calm, Damro grips the hilt of his glowing sword. He acknowledges the difficulty of the situation, but there is not a shadow of real fear in his eyes. The enemy turns out to be unusual. These are Zhang. Instead of perishing from the sword's blows, the monsters begin to multiply, turning every attack into a new problem. Cutting the bodies apart brings no victory. Each severed part does not die but continues to move, defying the laws of nature and striving to reunite in battle. The power of the separated forms does not fade but only concentrates. He realized that ordinary physical strength is powerless against such an anomalous ability of the enemy. Darkness and magical energy begin to pulsate around the mummy's limbs. The transformation process has begun, foreshadowing something far more dangerous and terrifying. Extra arms sprout from the monster's bodies. This repulsive mutation makes the Zhang even more deadly, increasing the number of attacks that must be repelled. Under the blood-red moon, a powerful burst of violet magic flares up. The enemy assumes its true demonic form, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The enemy's energy continues to grow with every passing second. He sees before him a monster whose power far exceeds all his initial expectations. A heavy aura of bloodlust weighs down on the warrior, making him shudder. He barely holds back the onslaught of this dark will, trying to find a chance for salvation. His gaze is full of tension. In the reflection of his pupils, the silhouette of a monstrous enemy is visible, one that continues to evolve during the battle. The puppeteer's blood-red eye watches the chaos. Through the veil of madness, a chilling question echoes. Did that one find this terrible gift to his liking? Reality warps. A helpless warrior is reflected in a bowl of dark liquid. Is this an illusion or an ominous sign that fate is already sealed? The Lord's face contorts in shock. He realizes he has fallen into a cunning trap and cannot believe how thoroughly the enemy has thought out his plan. The Zhang finally assumes its battle form. 6 arms armed with sharp blades move in a deadly dance. Ominously, Myungwon asks a terrifying question. Does the man want to know how he managed to obtain the body of the ghostly assassin, whose power harbors death itself? The man freezes in the shadows, but his eyes burn with determination. He silently accepts the challenge, realizing that this encounter will change his fate forever. The mysterious old man in a suit calmly sips his tea. Behind his composure lies power and knowledge of things that seem like mere legend to ordinary mortals. Suddenly, the remnant of shadows appears, a mystical weapon shrouded in blue flame. It is not merely a blade, but the key to the forbidden techniques of the ancient master assassins. The spirits of the past did not leave this world after death. They are trapped between light and darkness, transformed into eternal guardians whose fury fuels the power of dark artifacts. An army of reanimated corpses wrapped in bandages appears before your eyes. These are not mere corpses, but vessels driven by a will that continues to fight even after death. The madman screams at the remnants of will, whose eyes are filled with primal fear and delight. He realizes he has encountered a force capable of shattering the very foundations of existence. In the reflection, a lost radiance flashes in his eyes. This moment becomes the point of no return, when the accumulated fury and power are ready to burst forth in a torrent. 2 warriors stand back to back, ready for a decisive battle. Ghostly blades gleam in their hands, and ahead lies only a battle whose outcome will determine the fate of the entire world. The young man holding the remnants of shadows casts a defiant glance over his shoulder. His smirk suggests he is in complete control of the situation and ready for any attack. A cry of treasure spirits rings out. Ancient mummies imbued with the magic of artifacts pounce on the enemy, turning the battlefield into a bloody whirlwind. One of the mummies lunges forward, trying to grab him with its bony hands. Death breathes down his neck, but he maintains the icy composure of a warrior. In the next instant, Damro delivers a crushing blow, cutting through the ranks of monsters. His movements are so fast that the enemies don't have time to realize their doom. The battle reaches its peak as the mummy's bodies fly in all directions. He hovers at the center of the chaos, slicing through space and time with his flawless attacks. An enemy delivers a swift strike, catching Damro off guard. Bandages restrict his movements, and a sharp swing of the shadow remains cuts through the air. The blade passes mere centimeters from his face, leaving a bloody trail on his cheek. He freezes, realizing that the slightest mistake in this dance of death will be his last. Bursting into maniacal laughter, Myung-won shouts his opponent's name. His eyes are filled with contempt, and his face is contorted in a grimace of triumph over the once mighty warrior. Spiteful old man reminds the lord of his past, of the dark division's betrayal. Every word is laced with venom, exposing the former assassin. The image of the majestic Chianan flashes before his eyes. The villain dreams of former glory, convinced that under his leadership, this school would have reached unprecedented heights of power. The injustice of his birth poisoned his soul. As the twin-born second, he was forever branded as inferior, which fueled his thirst for revenge. An outcast among his own kind, the villain spent years gathering other outcasts to build his own army. He raised Damro in his own image, turning him into the perfect tool. But the ideals of justice destroyed everything. The villain's rage grows. Because of the Lord's foolish choice, all his comrades from the Dark Division were doomed to total annihilation. A bloody mess and mountains of bodies. That is the price of betrayal. Myung-won accuses the assassin of the deaths of his subordinates, believing that his hands are now up to his elbows in the blood of those with whom he grew up. A furious scream shakes the air. The villain cannot forgive that the assassin, who abandoned his own for the sake of some illusory justice, now dares to speak of morality and honor. Damro listens motionlessly to the accusations as the other man rages that he didn't just leave, but rejected and destroyed the entire order that had been built over years. The enemy's face contorts in anticipation of retribution. He promises to prove to the detective that his mockery and betrayal were the greatest mistake. A shadow falls over the madman's face. He whispers that the man will never realize the terrible price that had to be paid for forbidden research following his shameful escape. Horrifying creatures in bandages appear before his eyes. These are not merely shadow killers, but the result of monstrous experiments that stripped people of the last remnants of their humanity. A legion of the living dead stands frozen in anticipation. The old man proudly admits that the bodies of his fallen comrades, now his puppets, served as the raw material for his army. True horror is reflected in his eyes as reality crashes down on his mind, forcing him to admit that hundreds have fallen. Memories of the past flooded in suddenly. Thousands of enemies poured into the world through the rifts. It was the beginning of the end, when hope finally left the hearts of men. His face contorted into a mad grimace of triumph. The one who had waited so long had finally achieved his goal. The darkness within him rejoiced, anticipating the moment of long-awaited fulfillment. The illusion, which for many years had seemed utterly unattainable, had taken on flesh. Empty eye sockets filled with the light of the realization that there was no turning back. An icy command to punish the traitor rang out. Mummy-like creatures sprang from their places, clutching ghostly blades in their hands, ready to carry out their master's will. Frozen in place, surrounded by enemies, the ghostly assassin clutched his artifact, realizing that the creatures, his loyal Shilonin, were now turned against him. A bloody slaughter began. The bandaged silhouettes moved with incredible speed, striking from all sides, and the sword barely managed to parry this furious attack of shadows. Blood spattered across his face when one of the monsters struck the Lord. It was now clear just how immense a power these warriors had possessed in life. Their rank had once been somewhere between the peak and transcendence, but now, having become undead, they had crossed that threshold. His gaze betrayed his shock at their increased power. The enemy's strength proved far beyond all expectations, turning the battle into a brutal test of survival. The villain's sinister smirk boded ill. He turned to Damro, claiming that even absolute mastery in the realm of flame would not save him in this battle. 5 powerful foes surrounded him beneath the blood-red moon. Their blades glinted with a poisonous light, and their numerical superiority made his chances of success almost non-existent. Blood trickled down the wounded warrior's face, but his gaze remained steely. The enemy continued to apply psychological pressure, declaring that Damro simply wouldn't be able to hold out. A cruel laugh rang out in the silence. His opponent mockingly emphasized that no skills would help him defeat these monsters, for their power was beyond comprehension. Shadows of the past flashed before his eyes. A voice accused him of letting his emotions always cloud his judgment and force him to avoid difficult decisions at the critical moment. The group led by the teacher surrounded him. A heavy accusation hung in the air. It was precisely his weakness and soft-heartedness that would become the burden dragging him to the very bottom. Words cut deeper than a sword. He was accused of endlessly betraying others' expectations. The illusion of loyalty crumbled, leaving only the bitter aftertaste of inevitable punishment. The blow comes suddenly. Blood splatters the cold floor as the blade pierces the flesh. Life slips through his fingers, confirming the cruel truth of this dark world. The enemy's gaze is filled with icy contempt. He whispers that if the man had remained an obedient puppet, his end would not have been so shameful and truly pitiful. The detective's boot steps mercilessly into the pool of fresh blood. Every movement is steeped in triumph and a complete lack of pity for the one who was once so dear to him. Wounded and weakened, the Lord clutches his weapon with his last ounce of strength. The wound on his neck is fatal, but a fire of resistance against this unjust fate still glows in his eyes. From above, a terrifying creature resembling a mummy dives down. Its mad grin and long tongue foreshadow imminent execution as death swings its scythe over the victim's head. A malicious smirk distorts the traitor's face. His scarlet eye glinting, he relishes the moment of his complete superiority, preparing to utter his final words of farewell. The man's gaze dims as he accepts the inevitable, while the shadows of the past finally close in over his head. The battle shifts to another plane. The glint of blades and bursts of magic slice through the air. This is the end of one story and merely the bloody beginning of something greater. A lightning-fast lunge changes everything. Despite his wounds, he delivers a crushing blow, cleaving the many-armed monster in two in a brilliant flash of golden energy. Mangwon's face contorts with indescribable shock. He cannot believe that the one he considered defeated and weak is capable of such a powerful and daring counterattack. The Lord's gaze turns icy and resolute. "What a relief," he whispers, realizing that nothing now holds him back in this deadly game. The maimed monster freezes in agony, having lost its limbs. The absence of the enemy's allies gives the hero a chance to finish what he started without further interference. The warrior's eyes flare with a demonic yellow light, and his blade fills with power. The secrets he has kept will now be the last thing his opponent sees. In a panic, the scoundrel realizes his helplessness. He understands that even alone, he could not stand against 5 elite flame-level assassins. Launching a decisive assault, Jansher is given a furious order to kill, and the 5 shadows simultaneously pounce on their lone target. Freezing in place, the man braces for the inevitable clash, while a voice demands his death at any cost. Yet he only sinks deeper into a battle frenzy. With a single lightning-fast circular strike, Damro slices through space. The attackers' bodies are torn to pieces, staining the ground with the blue of their unnatural blood. In a dance of death, the hero's blade knows no mercy. He moves faster than thought, leaving behind only the stumps of those who, just a moment ago, considered him easy prey. The villain froze in silent shock, unable to believe his eyes. His triumph had turned into a nightmare. His elite squad annihilated in seconds by a single weak human. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun. Damro stood among his defeated enemies, his flaming sword slowly fading, while a heavy, deathly silence settled around him. Frozen in mournful silence, the Lord's back, drenched in the blood of his enemies, shuddered with heavy breathing as he realized the cost of this victory and the weight of his loneliness. His inner voice is full of pain and remorse. The man mentally apologizes to his captain for failing to protect his comrades and for being the only one left alive. Lowering his head, the leader of the assassins hides his gaze. On his face, only scars and sorrow remain. He has survived, but this battle has forever left a deep mark on his wounded soul. Casting one last glance at the fallen enemies, Damro's words sound like a somber farewell to those whose lives were cut short in this blood-stained forest. The young man suddenly shudders. Some strange premonition or a distant echo of pain causes his heart to tighten. His gaze grows hazy. Hyun-young sinks into his thoughts, realizing that something important from the distant past has suddenly surfaced in his memory. A scene from his childhood flashes before his eyes. A sunny day, laughter, and a simple game of catch. The captain and vice-captain were inseparable and happy. A bitter smile twists his lips. The shadow assassin realizes the terrible reality. Those days are gone forever, and there is no one left to throw the ball or catch it in return. Sitting by the bed, immersed in the oppressive silence of the hospital room, loneliness enveloped the brunette with a strand of gray hair as he gazed at the motionless body of the person dear to him. Doyen lay pale and silent. It seemed as if the world around him had frozen and time had stopped, with only the quiet beep of the machines breaking the heavy, frightening emptiness. Slowly rising and heading toward the exit, with a heavy heart, Hoyon utters his final words of farewell, leaving the sleeping man alone in the room. As soon as the door closes, a strange gust of wind sweeps through the ward. A ghostly whisper praises brave children, breaking the stillness of the night's twilight. The curtains are lifted by an inexplicable force. A bright, divine light pierces the darkness, concentrating directly above the bed where the patient lies. A mysterious spirit leans over the boy, informing him that Damro is moving forward and offers thanks. Magic hangs in the air, altering the fates of the living and the dead. The radiant youth, with a sad smile, turns to Doyon, softly whispering that the boy's time has not yet come, and grants him a chance at salvation. The ghostly glow gradually fades, leaving behind only flickering sparks. Peace returns to the ward, but the atmosphere has changed forever. Suddenly, the fingers on the sheet tremble, almost imperceptibly. Life returns to the assassin's body. This miracle marks the beginning of a new chapter in this tangled story. The mummified creature falls from a height, surrounded by icy droplets. Below, a figure watches it, a glowing, luminous being on its shoulder, awaiting the blow. With disheveled hair and red eyes, Gyoji grinned, while the glowing cat gazed coldly and resolutely. A call to action rang out, urging him to try, promising a turning point in the battle. A single blow shattered all barriers. The attack swept the mummy away in a powerful wave, causing the creature to shudder and bare its fangs, an icy whirlwind tearing through everything around it. The enraged creature, baring its fangs, lunges forward, extending its clawed paw toward the opponent, breaking through the whirlwind and icy shards, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The opponent blocks the attack, holding out a bandaged arm, but two red points flare in eyes flooded with cold light. This gaze promises the mummy a swift end. His innate instincts awaken. In the heat of battle, his true perception activates, allowing him to see every minute movement of the enemy through the chaos of the fight. Ki's range of perception expands to incredible limits. Now he senses every living thing around him, as if space has become an extension of his own soul. A smirk appears on his face. Realizing his true power, he has returned to Guchan's body, the might of the legendary warrior once again flowing through his veins, promising triumph. Chi sense, the realm of the sixth sense extending far beyond ordinary sight or hearing, is pure energy that unlocks the secrets of the universe in combat. Streams of internal energy rush rapidly through his meridians. The young man's natural talent for controlling Chi was so great that he previously didn't even need to unleash his demonic power. The old shackles fall away, heralding his rebirth. The air is no longer who he once was. His movements become lightning fast and his will unbreakable. On the water surface, the heavenly demon moves with grace and lethality. The bandaged opponent cannot keep up with the trajectory of his flight. The counterattack begins. A crushing blow from above, its speed exceeding the limits of the human eye. It crashes down on the enemy like punishing lightning, leaving no chance for defense. A powerful shockwave hurls the opponent away. Gyojin freezes in a perfect fighting stance, surrounded by an aura of superiority. Victory is assured by the energy of Chi. The level he has reached is impressive, but the hero feels this is merely the tip of the iceberg. His gaze is serious, for true mastery requires more than just brute force. The meridians of this body were weak from birth, blocking the flow of energy. The currents became stuck, robbing the warrior of fluidity and preventing him from unlocking the potential of his inner power. Unable to expand his Chi perception, he spent years honing his 5 basic senses. Survival experience and instincts served as his magical perception in every battle. But now the shackles had fallen. A powerful burst of energy tore through the space around him, tracking every movement of the enemy, and darkness retreated before the flash of true power. A triumphant smile played across his face as he realized he no longer needed this. The limitations of the past had been erased, opening the path to absolute dominance. The young man tried to dodge his opponent's attacks in the warped space, realizing the gravity of the situation. Resolutely, the Sky Demon attacked the mummified opponent, using his unique abilities. A powerful beam of pink energy pierced the dark underwater space, while the warrior attacked rapidly from above. Making a swift dash downward, he broke through the stream of magical energy and bubbles of water. The mummified opponent screamed furiously, his face contorted with rage, and streams of magic burst from the wound on his chest. The heir's face stretched into a maniacal grin, his eyes sparkling with determination in the heat of battle. With a smile on his face and a fluffy cat on his shoulder, Gojin looks confidently ahead, surrounded by magical sparks. With horror, the enemy realizes that the water was merely an illusion and clutches his wounded chest. With his spirit animal perched on his shoulder and a broad smile on his face, the heavenly demon holds a shining sword, mockingly asking his opponent what his next move will be. Confident in his abilities, the young man confidently declares that the water has vanished and smiles triumphantly. The wounded opponent breathes heavily, realizing that his main trap has been exposed. He tries to gather his strength as crimson energy thickens around them. The young man's gaze becomes terrifying and piercing. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he asks the fateful question, anticipating the imminent conclusion of the protracted duel. With a sly smirk, Gyojin raises his gleaming spear, urging the enemy to abandon his former audacity, for now the initiative in the battle has completely shifted to his side. The disheartened monster snarls in helpless rage. His body trembles from his wounds, and his confidence gives way to an animalistic fear of the attacker's power. The heir's final charge turns into a swift burst of speed. The loyal cat on his shoulder shares his master's fighting fervor as he flies toward his target. A mad smile lights up his face. The heavenly demon feels a surge of strength and realizes that this is only the beginning of his journey. The young man's gaze is full of determination and a thirst for battle. Enraged, the bandaged monster bares its sharp fangs. Malice overflows within it, and a muffled growl bursts from its maw. The enemy is ready to tear anyone to pieces. The creature loses control, shouting a death sentence. The bandages tremble with the dark energy emanating from it. A powerful burst of energy cuts through space, and violet lightning strikes all around. Making swift dashes through clouds of dust, his movements are precise and elusive. He steps out of the line of fire, preparing for an unexpected counterattack. Holding his loyal pet on his shoulder, the heavenly demon emerges from the smokescreen. His presence is overwhelming, and he remains calm despite the chaos reigning around him. The young man's predatory grin promises nothing good for the enemy. His eyes glow with a cold fire. He is in complete control of the situation and is savoring this moment. The mysterious opponent who has suddenly appeared merely smirks, baring his sharp teeth. He is not intimidated by the hero's power, observing his target's reaction with a touch of sadistic interest. A raven flies over the battlefield as the villain swings his sword. The air whistles with the speed of the blade, and the battle reaches its climax at this very moment. Raising his hand, trying to stop the inevitable, the enemy calls out to the bird. His voice trembles with surprise, not expecting such strength from someone he considered easy prey. Confused, the man accuses the stranger of belonging to the blood cult, his face twisted with contempt, his hand reaching forward as if trying to crush the enemy. Gyojin merely frowns, answering a question with a question. The accusations do not frighten him. The white beast on his shoulder bares its fangs, sensing the growing hostility around them. With a short, mocking chuckle, the opponent's sharp fangs gleam, and his confidence in his own strength is intimidating. He is clearly amused by the skirmish. Disdainfully, the villain snaps his fingers, changing the subject, freezing in a fighting stance and ready to repel any attack. With a wild cry, the enemy lunges into the attack, complaining of the youth's audacity. A dark aura envelops his body, and his eyes burn with madness. A true fight to the death has begun. Stunned, the heir stared in horror at the bloody scene before him. Unable to believe what had happened, he froze in silent shock. The celestial demon smirked brazenly, mocking his opponent. He defiantly issued a challenge, showing no fear. The dark silhouette attacked his opponent with lightning speed, while his magical cat hovered above him, glowing with a blue light. The sounds of a furious battle echoed through the air. The Shadow Squad warrior froze in confusion, his face a mask of bewilderment as he took in the unexpected turn of events. The opponent, with sharp teeth and tattoos on his face, laughed maliciously as the youngster faltered. He gloated, relishing his victory. Hidden in the darkness, the villain unleashed his most powerful technique, causing his enemy to tremble with fear. The force of his magic crushed everything around him. Covered in feathers, he looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had happened as black feathers swirled around the villain. Sighing heavily, the member of the sacred Fireblood cult looked at the defeated assassin with annoyance. The fight had seemed too easy to him. Two men, torches in hand, moved slowly down the dark corridor, looking warily from side to side, expecting an ambush. Finally, the members of the Chonam sect reached the end of the corridor, where the secret they sought awaited them. Their hands gripped the burning torch tightly, illuminating the uneven vaults of the cave. The bright flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the cold stone walls of the dungeon. The torchlight revealed from the darkness the figure of a prisoner shackled in heavy chains. The two froze, staring at the massive weights holding the captive in the center of the cave. Turning slowly toward the visitors, the mysterious man recognized the cult leader among the late arrivals. With a sincere smile, the elderly man noted the prisoner's progress with satisfaction, while his companion, covered in beads of sweat, looked extremely alarmed. Lifting his head slightly, a barely perceptible, frightening smirk flashed across his face. The man quietly thanked them, saying that it was all thanks to Changshan. Deep within the dark cave, an awkward greeting from the young follower breaks the silence, and a silent question about the recent strange events hangs in the air. While the captive was in confinement, the world outside had changed. Allies bring good news. All those who were considered missing in action have returned home alive. The man remains silent, hiding his eyes behind a thick shadow. His stern appearance and the scars on his body reveal him to be a seasoned warrior who has endured real trials. The cult leader also relayed the Alliance's request and got down to business, announcing an official order. Honor is at stake, and they must immediately aid the Shadow Division and punish a long-standing, dangerous enemy. A threat looms over the world in the form of the Order of the Sacred Fiery Blood. The sinister silhouettes of the cultists foreshadow the start of a new war in which there will be no mercy for anyone. The long conversation is over. The news that that very boy is also with the scoundrels is the last straw. The two men were about to leave, but suddenly the captive's voice rang out from the darkness. His humility was but a mask. His willpower reaches its limit. The shackles on his hands are powerless to contain the ancient power awakening within him, and the darkness around him begins to crack at the seams. The chains snap with a roar. The mighty body breaks free from its bonds. The imprisoned spirit is ready to burst forth, and its fury will crush anyone who stands in its way. The explosion releases colossal energy, bringing down the cave's vaults. Through the dust and rain of stone emerges the silhouette of one whose name has long been forgotten. Through the settling dust, he looks at the guests. He takes a step forward. The warrior's face, covered in stubble, is stern. A single word about his apprentice escapes his lips. This whisper heralds a storm that will change everything. Peace reigned in the old house. Only the steady hum of the water cooler broke the silence. Shadows fell on the shelves of herbs, which held centuries-old secrets of Eastern medicine. The interior blended tradition and everyday life. An antique chest of drawers with many compartments stood next to a simple television, every detail here breathing the history of this family. The guest's gaze lingered on an old photograph. The silhouette of a person in the shadows seemed like a frozen moment from the past, connecting this house to something very important and personal. The photos captured the warmth of smiles. In the yellowed picture, three loved ones looked truly happy, unaware of the changes that time would bring. In the photo, the heir gazed with a touch of sadness. His gaze, captured many years ago, seemed to be trying to glimpse the future through the lens of an old camera. A sudden glare reflected in his eye, flaring with bright crimson. In that moment, reality seemed to tremble, revealing a hidden power slumbering in the depths of the human soul. Slender fingers hesitantly reached for the frame. The movement was filled with longing and a desire to touch the past, which now existed only on paper. The silence was broken by the girl's clear voice. She entered with a tray, sincerely wishing to brighten the guest's wait with hot tea and fresh pastries, her face beaming with kindness. Kim Min-jung noticed the visitor's strange stupor. The man in the suit sat motionless, lost in his thoughts, while the steam from the tea slowly rose toward the ceiling. Cheering the guest up with a broad smile, the beautiful girl exclaimed that the family members would arrive soon, trying to create a cozy atmosphere in this mysterious place. Maintaining an inscrutable half-smile on his face, the man nodded politely. Deep in his eyes, hidden behind his glasses, lay cold calculation and obvious impatience. The girl carefully placed tea and traditional cookies in front of the stranger, warmly adding that he should call her if he needed anything, in keeping with the house's customs. As she left, Kim Min-jung grumbled to herself about where her father had disappeared to at such a crucial moment. He wasn't answering her calls, leaving the client alone among the old screens. As soon as the door closed, the guest's expression changed abruptly. A shadow fell over his eyes and his gaze became frighteningly sharp, piercing right through the clinic's interior. The man's thoughts returned to the photograph, the boy and that girl. He realized that something more than mere kinship bound them together, and a dark aura thickened in the room. Only a pair of green eyes gleamed greedily. The villain's mind was obsessed with a single thought: to unearth every detail of his enemy's past. Lost in thought, the villain sat silently as darkness thickened around him, as if the shadows themselves obeyed his silent command. A quiet but firm voice breaks the silence. The order has been given, and it will be carried out. His gaze, full of fire and madness, is fixed ahead, and in that gaze one could read that no one would escape him now. The warrior stands frozen in anticipation of a furious attack. He is ready to fight to the end, but he will not let the scoundrel get away so easily. A bloody frenzy. The sky is dyed crimson, and in this blood-red light, he, like a demon, carries out his terrible judgment. The villain's loud laughter echoes across the battlefield. With every blow, with every drop of spilled blood, his mad grin grows wider. With a smile on his face, the villain stood over his defeated enemy, his voice filled with triumph, his gaze full of madness fixed on his foe, relishing every moment of his suffering. Pain pierced his body, but the man continued to laugh wildly. His voice, filled with madness, broke into a scream. Blood flows down his face. He is in pain, but the scoundrel merely grins madly, his voice full of sinister satisfaction at the wounds he has received. Confident in his greatness, the scoundrel laughs in the face of pain, and his mad gaze is fixed ahead on his goal. For his sake he will endure anything, and his laughter echoes across the battlefield. The eyes of the leader of the Sacred Fire Blood Group, filled with sinister fire, narrow as he wonders if it is still too early. In this question lies a hidden threat and anticipation. Taking a sip from the cup, the scoundrel's face remains impassive as he declares that everyone's growth is insufficient. His voice is full of disappointment and cold determination. Clenching his fists, his voice sounds ominous as he declares that they will have to abandon Jiangshi. This decision promises even more suffering and pain. Hidden in the shadows, Myung-won hatches sinister plans. He needs only fresh corpses to sustain the host he has created, ready to do anything to achieve his goal. A furious scream shouts Damro's name, shaking the air. Rage at the commander's betrayal fills his heart, and his face is contorted with hatred and a thirst for revenge. Realizing their strength is unequal, there is no turning back. While the old man is in turmoil, the scoundrel with the monocle stands frozen in an ominous silence, setting a treacherous trap. Maintaining an icy composure, the man gracefully adjusts his monocle. There is not a shadow of doubt on his face, and his eyes reveal only cold, calculating interest. Clothed in an impeccable yet intimidating suit, the old man bows, and the scoundrel coldly orders him to gather his strength and prepare for the decisive battle. The time has come to act. The leader turns to Myung-won with a demand. He needs the power of the ancient and mysterious technique of the 8 gates of the Golden Castle. The situation intensifies. The magical symbol of the bird formation flares with a bright light, heralding the beginning of the realization of their deadly plan. Despair gives way to rage. Eyes fill with blood, the old man's gaze, full of pain and determination, is fixed ahead, preparing to meet the enemy face to face. An ancient power awakens. Hands clasped in a magical gesture summon the might of the 8 gates of the Golden Castle, enveloping everything around them in a mystical blue flame. There is no turning back. The mystical gates, glowing with violet light, swing wide open. Now they are ready for the final battle that will determine the fate of the entire world. Shouting the formation's name, Myung-won activates his hidden reserves. His face is contorted into a mad grin, and his thirst for battle supplants all other feelings and doubts. Space tears apart, revealing a terrifying black abyss within a ring of crimson flame. The magic of the ancient gates has been set in motion, violating the laws of reality and existence. A terrifying figure materializes from the darkness, wrapped in bandages. The creature's mouth is studded with sharp teeth, and flashes of dark, destructive energy burst from its flesh. Trapped, Demro watches as hundreds of bloodthirsty Zhongshi rain down from the sky. The closed barrier leaves no path for retreat, only a dead end. Amid the chaos and destruction, the Lord with a cold gaze stared intently at the falling monsters below, ready to intervene in the battle and alter its course. Gyojin froze in terror as a strange energy pierced the air. His ghostly cat panicked, and the enemy advanced, not fully understanding what kind of strange foes were raining down upon them. The white-haired warrior with a hawk on his shoulder watches his enemy's flight with obvious contempt. His gaze is cold, and his voice is full of mockery. He feels his superiority. A dark figure in traditional garb moves swiftly through the palace halls, each step shrouded in violet flame, while the silhouettes of important guards loom ahead. Rage boils within him, clenching his teeth as he watches his plans crumble. Fury fills his eyes, and his face is contorted with malice at the realization that his victim has no intention of surrendering. A horde of terrifying mummies has surrounded the man in the forest. The Lord of Shadows in the center urges them to attack, to immediately dispose of these rotten chunks of flesh. The monster with the monocle coolly assesses the enemy's strength. He understands that the threat is great, but not enough for the elite. This level falls short of the shadow rank. An ominous gaze through the monocle's lens portends doom as he makes a harsh decision to seal off the passage to the zone forever, along with all of them. The mummies continue their frenzied attack while their masters set the trap. Meanwhile, the warriors are ready to use the Golden Castle formation and the birds to retreat to headquarters. Barely holding back the monster's onslaught, the order for maximum alert sounds at that moment. The captain's strength is running out, and the enemy grows only more furious. The seal is finally destroyed. The leader of the American assassins realizes the scale of the catastrophe, his face drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly. The horde of the living dead seems endless. They advance from the thicket of the forest, baring their fangs, and the warrior recoils in terror to save his life. The bloodied enemy screams in a frenzy, blocking the mummy's path, ordering them not to dare touch his target. It belonged to him. His hand flares with a bright azure flame, his face contorted with rage, his gaze mad. The scoundrel said not to dare, he growls, concentrating a powerful stream of magic. The enraged villain raises his hand for a crushing blow. The magical sphere in his palm pulses, unleashing all its fury upon the enemy. The warrior's blood-soaked gaze freezes in cold stupor. A commanding voice rings in his ear. Didn't he hear what their boss ordered? The fierce battle is suddenly interrupted. Grabbing the exhausted brunette firmly by the shoulder, the scoundrel dryly declares that their group must leave this place immediately. The wounded scoundrel can barely stand on his feet from exhaustion, but he refuses to give in. He shoots a hate-filled glance at his comrade and demands to be let go immediately. Remaining unyielding, the member of the Sacred Fireblood group explains that this is a direct order from their boss. He himself has not the slightest desire to save his partner's life. The wounded fighter clenches his jaw, baring his teeth in a furious snarl. He refuses to accept help and, through the pain, orders his partner to immediately remove his filthy hand. The cold-blooded blonde continues to apply psychological pressure, warning that if they don't leave now, that dangerous guy from the forest will hunt them down until the end. Realizing the reality of the threat emanating from the man, the scoundrel freezes, his eyes widening in horror, while his ally offers him the most logical way out. Calling upon the magic of teleportation, the mercenary reaches out his hand. Violet energy begins to swirl around them, preparing an instant escape from the ambush. The magical portal fully activates, enveloping the blonde figure and his raven in a bright glow. They are ready to vanish, leaving behind chaos and a bloody battle. Meanwhile, in the forest, the leader of the ghostly assassins engages in combat with terrifying reanimated mummies. He makes a sharp lunge, trying to hack his way through the crowd of monsters. Enemies are closing in from all sides, and Gyoji has to use all his agility. He dodges the flying projectiles, realizing that the situation has become critical. The black-haired guy shouts furiously, demanding that the monsters get out of his way immediately. He swings his arms, trying to break through the tight ring of monsters. With frustration, the sky demon realizes that the presence of the shark-toothed enemy is growing fainter. He is trapped by a crowd of mummies and cannot rush after the retreating target. Another bandaged monster blocks his path, making a sharp and dangerous lunge. The warrior grits his teeth in tension, barely managing to react to the attack. Letting out a heavy groan, the air feels his strength gradually leaving him in this endless slaughter. His face is contorted by a grimace of pain and growing despair in battle. In the shadows, Kong Po snarls furiously, breathing heavily and raggedly from exhaustion. A fresh scar is visible on his cheek, and an unquenchable thirst for vengeance burns in his eyes. His vision blurs, his consciousness fading in a bright flash. In that brief moment, his entire life flashes before his eyes. Reacting instantly, the man delivers a crushing blow. A dark aura envelops his silhouette, transforming every movement into a deadly dance amidst bloody petals. Legions of the undead still advance. Their weight becomes unbearable, the air is thin, and his lungs are squeezed by the deathly cold emanating from the bodies of the mad puppets of evil. Strength finally abandons his body. Through the haze of pain and exhaustion, the American sees only the snarling faces of the monsters, realizing he can no longer protect those he holds dear. In the final moments, an old photograph flashes before his eyes and whispered farewells escape his lips, directed at those the blond man had sincerely hoped to see. The smiling faces in the photograph, all that remains of days gone by, along with memories of friends and the warmth of home, become the last ray of light in the darkness that has fallen. Suddenly, blinding rays of pure energy pierce the space. Powerful flashes cut through the night's gloom, heralding the arrival of a force capable of changing everything. A mysterious silhouette emerges from the glow. A majestic figure stands still against the backdrop of chaos, inspiring awe with its sudden presence alone. The stunned captain of the assassins freezes in indecision, unable to believe his eyes, cold sweat rolling down his face. The stranger stands unshakable, shrouded in a halo of divine light. His power overwhelms the surroundings, forcing death itself to retreat before the majesty of this figure. Against the backdrop of the blinding radiance, the man's silhouette is distinct. Bright light floods the space, and he merely smiles slightly, as if he knows more than the rest. Slowly raising his hand, the man adjusts his glasses while he remains in this mysterious white space, bewildered. A glare filters through the lenses of his glasses as he tries to make sense of what is happening. He recognizes in this figure his old friend, who died tragically. A black man in a sharp business suit appears before him, reminding him that his name is Sam. His face bears a strikingly calm expression. Completely bewildered, the captain stared in fear at the old acquaintance who had suddenly appeared before him, shock growing in his eyes. The mysterious figure approached the men smoothly, disrupting the nighttime carnage in the dark forest with his sudden appearance. Exhausted by the long battle, Kong Po froze in shock. He hadn't expected to see such help from his old comrade. His spirit had been protecting him, but the cry of birds interrupted the moment. As he began to peer into the darkness, the American couldn't believe his eyes. Beads of sweat and fear mingled on his face. How had people managed to find him in this remote backwater? The shadow assassin, adjusting his jacket lapel, revealed his hand. It turned out that the secret data had been transmitted in advance so that this fateful finale would never come to pass. All the threads of fate had woven together into a single point even before the first explosion thundered. While the world slept, they had already begun their dangerous game. Black feathers swirled slowly in the cold air as the leader of the Korean branch explained the tactics. He laid his cards on the table for his loyal allies. Despite what had happened, the man maintained an icy calm as he adjusted his glasses. His shrewdness had always been legendary. As if sensing the enemy's approach, the warrior spun around abruptly. The darkness around him came alive, and the feathers became harbingers of an imminent and very brutal massacre. The young fighter freezes in a fighting stance, ready for any blow. The elite operatives stand motionless. The sniper has already locked onto his target. Their unity is the most terrifying threat to any enemy. The grim warrior bared his teeth in anticipation of battle. His fists swelled with crushing power. He would leave not a wet spot behind of his enemies. A gleaming blade burst from its sheath with a clang, illuminating the forest with a ghostly blue light. A powerful surge of energy burst forth, signaling the beginning of the end for all traitors. Making a swift lunge forward, the brunette transforms into a deadly whirlwind of steel. His command is short and clear: to reduce all enemies to dust right now. Sunbeams stream through the window of a cozy little house. Only the quiet rustling of pages can be heard. Peace reigns outside the window while the man is immersed in reading an old book. The man carefully flips through the yellowed pages. His movements are calm and measured. It seems as though the world around him has frozen, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the story. A quote by Longfellow about rain adorns the page. The meaning of the words is simple. Sometimes you just have to let events take their course without trying to fight the inevitable. Thoughtfully, the homeowner repeats the lines about rain to himself. Silence hangs in the library, broken only by the faint tinkling of the chandelier. He senses something important approaching. The sudden sound of a raindrop breaks the silence. The man looks up from his book, listening to the strange noise. The peaceful evening begins to take on an ominous tone. Slowly reaching for his cup and tossing out a brief remark about the boys, there is no fear in his voice, only a slight annoyance that his peaceful rest has been so rudely interrupted. His gaze grows serious and cold. The homeowner takes a sip, maintaining complete composure. Despite his outward calm, he is already prepared for any challenge. Elsewhere, reality is literally tearing apart. Dark forces begin to emerge from a sinister purple vortex, and the scale of the impending catastrophe seems unimaginable. Hordes of bandaged monsters with terrifying jaws have flooded the forest. The situation resembles the start of a full-scale war, with soldiers in shock at the number of living dead. Issuing sharp orders, the commander tries to keep the ranks in order. The battle is in full swing, swords flash amidst the thick of the enemy. The countdown to the arrival of reinforcements begins. 5 seconds. A swift swing of the blade cuts through the night air. The men act as a single unit, repelling the enemy's onslaught, with sparks and shreds of the monster's bandages flying all around. A massive figure leaps down upon the monsters from above. A powerful blow shakes the ground, causing the creatures to shudder, and the battlefield is blanketed in thick dust and bright light. The fighter delivers a crushing blow, pouring all his fury into it. His face is contorted with determination, and a victory cry echoes through the forest. A poisonous green burst of energy pierces the ranks of enemies. The monsters' bodies shatter into pieces, unable to withstand the power of the attack. The air is thick with magic and the smell of blood. 2 agents glide gracefully through the sky, using high-tech gadgets. They've arrived right on time, ready to turn the tide of this frenzied battle. Christine orders the agent to set up a defense. The enemy is advancing, and every second counts. They must hold the line at all costs until reinforcements arrive at their position. With a touch of irony, the agent asks about a hazard bonus, to which the girl replies coldly and sharply. First, they need to survive. Death isn't paid for, and a real bloodbath awaits them ahead. The battle begins rapidly. The beauty fires powerful energy beams, covering Sam, who hovers on his board above, looking for gaps in the enemy's defenses. Upon receiving the signal, the assassin confirms her readiness. She gracefully somersaults away, continuing to fire on the move. Their coordination is striking, as if they were a single mind. Performing an incredible leap in midair, the girl fires her golden pistols. Explosions rumble below. The ground cracks beneath the feet of the enemies, surrounded by a tight ring. Agents from the American branch of the Shadows demonstrate their mastery. Sam comes in from the flank while Christine, in mid-flight, covers the target with fire. Their technique is honed to perfection. Beams of energy pierce the ranks of mummies, tearing them to pieces. The firepower of each fighter individually is great, but together they become an unstoppable weapon of wrath. Heavy artillery enters the fray. A massive shield blocks the attack while the girl circles in the sky. The enemy attempts a counterattack, but the hero's defense stands firm. Team strategy pays off. Coordinated strikes force the enemy to retreat. Every step is calculated. Every move leads to the squad's inevitable victory. With excitement, Sam races forward on her disc. The battle is in full swing. Adrenaline surges through her veins, and they're ready to deliver the decisive blow and end this confrontation. Christine races forward, slicing through the air. The guy follows close behind, providing air support. They operate as a single, finely tuned mechanism. The girl's gaze is full of determination and icy calm. She concentrates her inner energy, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. There is no turning back, only victory. Performing a graceful pirouette in the air, the beauty fires her golden pistols. The bullets turn into streams of light, blinding her enemies and leaving them no chance at all. A powerful burst of energy blooms in the sky as a bright pink flame, a release of pent-up power capable of piercing even the densest defenses of the Dark Legions. Beams of light pierce the ranks of mummies, tearing through their bandages and flesh. The enemy is thrown into chaos, while Christine continues her attack, methodically eliminating everyone who stands in her way. The sniper coolly reports that the sector has been cleared. His rifle is shrouded in an ominous pink aura, and his gaze is fixed on the next target. The hunt continues. Daniel freezes in the crosshairs, calling for backup from his colleagues, realizing he can't handle such a horde of demons from the underworld on his own. A deadly projectile tears from its mount, turning into a pink flash. The bullet's speed is beyond measure as it races through the night forest, leaving no chance of escape. Adjusting his aim, the sniper shouts out the coordinates. Below, a fierce battle rages, where steel and magic merge in a single surge against the advancing darkness. The allies are in awe of the talent. An experienced fighter notes that the squad members' skills have only grown stronger. Now they are capable of taking down two at once with a single swing. The bullet has almost reached its target, but Daniel has already swung a sword. It is a clash of two elements, the shooter's flawless accuracy and the fencer's incredible reflexes. With a single precise movement, the brunette slices the flying projectile in half. The blade glows azure, demonstrating the absolute superiority of technique over brute force. The bullet, split in two, crushes the enemies in a flash. The unity of the American unit's shadow assassins makes their opponents tremble with terror. Maintaining an icy calm, the swordsman gives a clear order to hold the line, while Kong Po regains his strength. The entire front rests solely on his shoulders, and the fighters are ready to stand their ground until the end. A heavy downpour descends on the city. Gray skyscrapers are submerged in a veil of rain, and raindrops crash noisily against the cold asphalt. Through the panoramic window, a mysterious man watches the storm. A solitary figure in an armchair against the backdrop of a cozy interior contrasts with the storm raging outside. The master of the house is distracted from his thoughts, sensing something amiss. A barely perceptible noise or a strange premonition makes him sit up and look intently out the window. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the dance of death continues. Daniel pierces his enemies, and raindrops freeze in the air, illuminated by sparks of his furious energy. The brunette's gaze becomes razor-sharp. Rain washes over his face as he realizes that water is not merely an obstacle, but a new ally or a harbinger of change. Amid the fierce battle, a strange remark is heard. The agent freezes, sensing something amiss in the water, while the bandaged enemies continue their onslaught. The sky is shrouded in mist. A lone figure stands beneath the first drops, which seem unnaturally cold. This rain brings with it only a bad omen. The child's face is stained crimson. The raindrops mix with blood, a reminder of his fallen comrade. This is not just water, but a bitter reminder of Michael's sacrifice, searing the hero's very soul. With his head bowed, the boy stares into the void, hoping for a miracle. In his thoughts, there is only one name: Robert. He believes that this gloomy downpour will not be the end for him, and that his friend will find a path to the light. The warrior's gaze is full of determination. He will not let a loved one fight this storm alone. The rain intensifies, but his will remains unshaken in the face of danger. A loud cry cuts through the din of battle. A powerful blow slices through the air, creating a bright flash. The men go on the offensive, giving the enemy not a single chance of success. The center of the battle turns into a bloody whirlwind. The assassin sweeps away the mummies with a single swing of his weapon, the energy of the strike scattering in all directions, crushing the enemy army. The tension reaches its peak. Daniel concentrates his strength, breathing heavily. A mysterious artifact hovers in the air, ready to awaken hidden power or bring destruction. The enemy attacks from above, bearing its fangs, but the umbrella in the hands of a strange, out-of-place man draws the attention to itself. His eyes widen with horror and realization. The truth proves too heavy to bear. In that moment, time stands still, and the rain becomes the sole witness to the impending collapse. Memories transport him back to childhood. A teenager stood silently in the pouring rain as people passed by. That rainy day was filled with unspoken words. The industrial alley was plunged into darkness, and only the sound of falling water broke the silence. The boy was left alone. Feeling a growing discomfort, he began to unconsciously scratch his wrist. The itch grew stronger, almost unbearable. He scratched his skin more and more furiously, trying to get rid of the strange sensation, the sound of the rain drowning out his rapid breathing. The sound of skin being torn. The young man's nails dug into his wrist, leaving deep, bloody wounds. This wasn't just a rash. It was a manifestation of something far more sinister. A hand in a tailored jacket gently rested on the woven hat. The unexpected gesture calmed the young man, causing him to lower his head. This man knew far more than he let on. The stranger in the hat began a conversation about how an umbrella isn't the only way to escape a downpour. His voice sounded calm as raindrops trickled down the wide brim. Explaining to the young man that this traditional Eastern headdress is called a satgat, the man adjusted it with a light gesture, drawing the sullen boy's attention. In a deserted alley under the pouring rain, the two stood frozen, facing each other. The familiar detective seemed unshakable, while the teenager slumped under the weight of his troubles. Suddenly, the officer admits that he doesn't actually want to hide from the rain at all. His gaze, hidden in the shadows, expresses a strange determination and compassion. With a slow motion, the man removes his hat, exposing his face and hair to the cold streams of water. He voluntarily gives up his protection, placing himself on equal footing with the boy. Soaked to the bone, the boy looks up from under his brows with undisguised irritation and pain. He asks sharply why this strange man won't leave him alone. The shadow assassin silently stares at the hat in his hands. Raindrops mix with the moisture on his face, underscoring the gravity of the moment and the depth of the words to come. His gaze falls on the reflection in the puddle. The detective utters a piercing truth. The real rain is not falling on the street, but directly into the young man's wounded heart. Taking a step forward, the officer towers over the slumped figure. Now they are both defenseless against the elements, and the weight of the downpour falls on the shoulders of the two in this desolate place. Looking Daniel straight in the eye, the shadow assassin promises that stopping this downpour is beyond his power, but he is ready to share the storm and face it head-on together. The man takes a decisive step and gently places his hat on the boy's head. This gesture becomes a symbol of protection and the beginning of a new bond between them. The teenager adjusts the satgat, which now hides his face from the world. His hands tremble, and his heart beats faster at the realization that he is no longer alone. The seasoned warrior watches the young man's reaction closely. In the silence broken only by the sound of water, a fateful request is made. The boy asks to be taught the art of the sword. Against the backdrop of falling droplets resembling frozen tears, the two stand still in silent agreement. The boy makes a decision that will forever change his fate. A single desire drives him now, to become strong enough to never lose his family again. The blade hangs poised, awaiting a command, a second before an explosion of fury. Daniel races through the darkness, leaving bright trails in his wake. Blue flashes slice enemies to pieces. His speed is beyond measure, and every swing of his sword brings death. A crushing overhead strike puts an end to it. The opponent doesn't even have time to cry out before he is defeated, the force of the blow pressing the enemy's remains into the cold ground. The mysterious master watches the battle. His gaze is piercing and clear. A power is felt in this figure, one that is still hidden behind a mask of outward calm and silence. Watching them now, the man is proud of his student. A faint smile lights up his face, for he sees true talent. This recognition is worth more than any award or grand title. The sword glides back smoothly. Sparks of energy fade into the darkness, and the sounds of battle subside. This moment of silence after the storm underscores the mastery of weaponry. Amid the chaos and destruction, Daniel stands alone. The geometry of death is frozen in the air as blue lines, the enemy completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind but dust. Looking at his ally with a warm smile, the shadow assassin's question about retirement sounds like a joke between equals. Even in the heat of war, there is room for simple human connection. Accepting the challenge with a smile, the captain has no intention of retiring until the job is done. His will is strong, and his loyalty to duty outweighs pain and fatigue. Darkness gives birth to a new foe. A mad grin and a raven on his shoulder portend trouble. With this enemy, the jokes will end quickly, for his power is chaotic and extremely dangerous to all. Grinning in anticipation, the villain bares his sharp teeth. His true goals lie far deeper than a simple alliance or personal gain. The ancient monster announces the start of a magical ritual. The teleportation formation is activated, filling the space with a humming power and a ghostly blue light. The sacred Fireblood group begins its rapid advance. Magic envelops the area, and the warriors vanish in a whirlwind of sparks, heading toward their new target. The villain departs, dissolving into the starry sky. His words sound like a promise of a future meeting, and he vanishes as suddenly as he appeared that night. The remaining fighters look exhausted. The girl asks an important question. Everyone is concerned with only one thing: when their leader will be able to return to duty. The beauty informs the senior officer that emergency treatment is complete, though the wounded man's return to duty remains uncertain. On the battlefield, the situation is critical. A soldier, mustering his last strength, holds back the enemy's onslaught and shouts that the defense is about to fall. He begs the senior officer to return to battle immediately. There is no time to delay. The squad leader draws his ghostly blade, glowing with a blue flame, and gives a brief reply. He returns to the battle first to save his men. Daniel's gaze turns icy and resolute. Against the backdrop of the crimson sky, he prepares for the decisive strike. There is no fear in his eyes, only iron will and a thirst for victory. The battlefield is engulfed in a raging flame. Echoes of the magical battle hang in the air, and bright sparks of blue energy pierce the night's darkness, creating a magical barrier. A mad cry of rage echoes through the surroundings. The villain's face is contorted with fury, and his eyes glow with red fire. He will not tolerate the enemy touching what belongs to him. The frightened blue eyes convey the full horror of the moment. The pupils are constricted, reflecting a silent plea and the realization of the imminent threat hanging over the battlefield. Lightning cracks through the dark sky, illuminating the dense foliage of the trees. Nature seems to react to the powerful surge of magic, foreshadowing the imminent conclusion of this battle. A heavy silence has settled over the room. The man in the chair freezes at the unexpected crash, staring at the strange trap on the floor that portends a new danger. Splashes of crimson blood suddenly stain the vice captain's pale face. His wide-open eyes express shock and utter helplessness in the face of the brutal reality that has overtaken him in an instant. The chaos of battle reaches its peak. A wounded comrade hangs from the villain's arm, while the air fills with flashes of energy. The brutal slaughter leaves no chance of escape. Torrential rain washed over the gloomy mountain slopes. Nature seemed to freeze in anticipation of disaster, and raindrops mingled with the heavy atmosphere of the impending bloody denouement. A gaze full of horror and numbness, the face drenched in splashes of fresh blood, and wide-open eyes reflecting the shock of realizing there is no turning back. The chaos of battle reaches its climax. Bodies fall one after another under the onslaught of an unknown force, as bursts of energy and crimson flashes transform the battlefield into a veritable nightmare. Extreme astonishment is frozen on the faces of the notorious killers. They cannot believe what is happening as they watch their familiar world crumble under the wrath of a single man. Mortally wounded, Daniel falls to his knees. A quiet whisper of relief escapes his lips. For him, this endless war has finally ended, at a great cost. A swift lunge shatters his last hope. The ruthless scoundrel rips his hand from the young man's chest, the attacker's fury knowing no bounds. A mighty enemy watches the carnage from the sidelines. His powerful aura overwhelms everything around him, and his eyes reveal only a cold acknowledgement of the other's superiority in battle. Having finished his work, the villain froze abruptly. His dark silhouette against the backdrop of the rain looked ominous, posing a question that no longer made sense to answer. Clutching his face with a bloodied hand, the brunette descends into madness. The pain of loss and betrayal burns him from within, forcing him to shout that he has given everything. In desperation, Christine raises a phantom weapon. Through her rage, she aims at the scoundrel, calling him a madman who has destroyed their shared sky. The blood-soaked enemy fell into a frenzy. Clutching his head, he screamed in the enemy's face, demanding that he dare not look away and witness the full horror of what was happening. Driven by rage and despair, the phantom assassin screamed. Tears streamed from his eyes as he launched himself into a suicidal attack, shouting curses at the tyrant. His hand was shrouded in an ominous purple haze. A snap of his fingers signaled the casting of a powerful spell, capable of destroying any opponent in the blink of an eye. With a furious cry, the attacker made a powerful lunge. His body transformed into a green streak of energy, piercing through the veil of rain and hurtling straight toward his target. Suddenly, the anger on the attacker's face gave way to utter shock. Tears and bewilderment froze in his eyes as the deadly villain vanished without a trace right before him. The leader of the sacred Fireblood group smirks contemptuously, watching the enemy's futile attempts to overcome the powerful barrier. A massive violet eye in the sky, reinforced by a runic seal, overwhelms all living things with its dark energy. The chief villain smirks maliciously, anticipating an easy victory over his exhausted and trapped opponents. Staring intently at the mercenary squad, the leader of the sacred Fireblood group is ready to tear apart anyone who dares stand in his way. The cult leader gazes at the battlefield with a chilling smile, reveling in the chaos and despair of his enemies. Fighting desperately against the mummies, the sword of the surviving phantom assassin is shrouded in crimson flames of rage. The powerless warrior, gasping in pain, issues his final orders, realizing they may lose the battle and hoping to salvage the situation in some way. The squad's sniper, dressed in a black suit, accurately picks off enemies, covering his comrade's retreat. Furiously, Christine fires both pistols, her face contorted with a grimace of anger and determination. In a panic, the bandaged monsters scatter, pursued by mummies and other creatures. Their alliance is falling apart before their eyes. Gripping her teeth in tension, the girl realizes that the situation is spiraling out of control, and her squad's strength is at its limit. A horde of ferocious mummies rushes forward under the cover of a mystical blue flame, leaving no chance of escape. In desperation, the red-haired beauty watches the advancing monsters, realizing that ordinary weapons cannot stop this living torrent. A mysterious ally folds his hands in a magical gesture, preparing to unleash hidden power and activate an ancient seal. A blinding flash of energy cuts through the battlefield as the magical array awakens, sweeping away enemies with its crushing force. With alarm, Udon watches as the magical barrier cracks. The golden chain weakens, allowing the enemy to break through the defenses for a moment. The researchers confirm that their calculations were correct. The squad of mages folds their hands in a prayerful gesture, preparing for an emergency breach. While there is still hope, if even a single ferocious Zhongshi breaks free, the world of ordinary people will be engulfed in a bloody nightmare. Fighters of various ranks stand frozen in tension. They understand that the fate of the secular world is being decided right now, with only uncertainty and a deadly battle against the darkness ahead. The vice captain's gaze is clouded by tears and horror. Her face is splattered with blood, and her eyes betray the realization of the irreparable tragedy unfolding right before her eyes. Falling heavily to his knees, Daniel bleeds out as the girl desperately tries to hold him, while life slowly leaves the warrior's body in the middle of the cold forest. The blue-eyed girl begs the wounded man not to move, for his wound is gushing blood more and more. She screams for help to Master Massive, but hope fades with every passing second. In shock, Udon watches his dying ally. The assassin, overcoming unbearable pain, whispers Robert's name, realizing that his own time has come. The warrior's consciousness fades. His gaze grows heavy and distant. He expends his last shreds of strength to convey an important message through his loyal friend. With his last ounce of strength, the brunette reaches out to the girl. His voice trembles. He must say something important about Robert before the darkness finally takes him from this world. In horror, the vice captain stares at her comrade's fatal wound. Behind her, in the cold mist, sits another survivor, whose mind cannot bear the weight of this slaughter. The bloodied man tries to rein in his panic. He repeats to himself the order to remain calm, though his face is drenched in blood and his heart pounds with fear. The tragic scene falls silent in the forest. Amid pools of blood and the night rain, everything seems like tiny shadows, drowning in their own helplessness and grief. A deafening cry of pain pierces the night's darkness. The young man sitting on the wet ground can no longer hold back his sobs, while a strange sound drowns out everything around him. The pouring rain washes away the traces of the battle. Drumming on the leaves of the trees, nature indifferently covers the dying moans and last words of the fallen with its noise. The rain was pouring down in buckets. The loud patter of raindrops drowned out everything, even Daniel's voice. It was impossible to make out what he was saying. Suddenly, someone adjusted his straw hat. A loud sound like a bolt of lightning echoed through the air. The tearful boy looked up and saw Daniel. He had a warm smile on his face. The children stood in the rain like two frozen figures, as if time had stopped, and only the sound of the rain reminded them of reality. The light from the lightning briefly illuminated the young brunette's face. He was smiling, but that smile did not convey joy, only fear. Blood trickled down the fatally wounded fighter's chin, and he didn't even try to wipe it away. There was a mad gleam in his eyes. The ghostly killer's eyes were fixed on the distance. He was smiling, as if savoring this mad moment for the last time. Horror was written all over Kong Po's face. He stared through his glasses as if at a ghost, his face pale with fear. The lone man gazed into the darkness. A loud sound like a gunshot echoed in his ears. A loud sound like a blow rang through the air. Daniel walked into the darkness, not knowing what lay ahead. At the end of the dark corridor, a blinding light glimmered. At the very exit on the steps sat a familiar silhouette, waiting for the guest's arrival. Frozen in place, the man stared into the glow. His face expressed utter bewilderment and quiet sadness at this sudden and all too early encounter. The man sitting ahead extended a hand clenched into a fist. It was a gesture of old friends, a symbol of a silent greeting and eternal loyalty to one another. Michael smiled warmly, his gaze glowing with kindness. He looked at peace, as if long-awaited tranquility had finally enveloped his soul. Silently, Daniel looked at his friend, unable to utter a word. In that moment, all past grievances and pain vanished, leaving only bright memories. With a sad smile, the assassin squeezed his friend's hand. In his eyes, one could see the long separation and warmth, and he whispered words of confession about how much he had missed this connection. The men stood frozen on the steps in the bright glow of the portal. A heavy question about the past hung in the air, and the silence weighed on them as one waited for an answer that could change everything forever. Michael looks at the familiar face with disbelief. His voice is full of irony and doubt. Is it really possible to live such a complicated life without a single trace of longing left in one's soul? Touching his forehead, the older man tries to hide the emotions flooding him. He rudely cuts his friend off, calling him a fool, just to avoid responding to that dangerous sincerity. A heavy gaze freezes beneath his palm. More is hidden in this pause than in any words. He struggles with the inner demons that have suddenly awakened from the encounter. The tension in the air gives way to bitter acceptance. They sit side by side, just like in the old days. But the light behind them reminds them that their time in this world has run out. Michael continues to speak, filling the void with his resonant voice. His companion watches in silence, recalling that it was precisely this talkativeness that once saved them both. A shadow falls across the man's face. When the conversation reaches an impasse, he asks one last, deeply personal question, forcing his friend to confront the truth he has been hiding. His friend's quiet voice cuts to the core, laying bare hidden pain. The question of loneliness sounds like a verdict, echoing off the cold walls of their shared past. A short phrase cuts through all doubt. Despite the darkness within, the ghostly assassin chooses his path, denying weakness in the face of eternity. The friend reaches out for a hug but meets a distant gaze. He passionately insists that his entire life has been one continuous worry about this man. Spreading his arms wide in a theatrical gesture, as if addressing an invisible audience, the guy is certain that everyone loves him and that it is simply impossible to forget him. The brunette, in his ever-present white shirt and tie, curls his lips into a smug, arrogant smile, clearly pleased with himself and his position. Once again, Daniel turns to his long-lost friend. Now his words are softer, and he admits that he has tried to bury the memory of him all these years. His gaze grows hard and icy. There is not a trace of warmth in his eyes, only a bitter, oppressive silence that speaks louder than any words in this dark world. A bitter confession slips from his lips. Daniel admits the truth that for many years he has desperately tried to erase the image of his friend from his memory, just to somehow drown out the pain. Under the falling snow, Michael gently touches his friend's head. His words that he has done well sound like the highest blessing and long-awaited peace. Daniel freezes at the unexpected tenderness. The clear sky is reflected in his eyes and his heart finally feels light. He quietly agrees, accepting the end. A final smile on his blood-stained face, the assassin departs in peace, finding solace in the embrace of the one he had tried so long to forget beneath the cold, indifferent sky. A scream freezes in his wide-open eyes. The blood on his face and tears of despair blend into a single picture of horror. The world crumbles, leaving behind only emptiness and pain. Figures kneel in a pool of blood. The emptiness around them is suffocating, and their backs are pierced through. This is the end, a tragic finale that can no longer be changed. The desperate agent freezes in combat readiness. Magical energy, yellow and blue, glows in his hands. He is ready to fight off any enemy that stands in his way. Rage distorts the agent's face. His teeth are clenched tightly, and scars stand out on his forehead. The gaze of a man pushed to his limit and thirsting for immediate revenge. A loud wail echoes through the surroundings. The shadow assassin cannot hold back his tears, his mouth wide open in a silent scream. The loss is too great to remain silent. The monks stood by the forest watching the brutal battle. One of them asked a question. The shimmering blue barriers confirm that not a single Zhangshi has escaped. All have been destroyed. Impassively, Udan states the fact. The enemy chose to flee, leaving their ferocious monsters to their fate in the night silence of the forest, and today they lost yet another fighter. Sighing heavily, the leader of the Chanam sect recalls the recent battle. Breaking through the powerful massif of golden chains had cost them a tremendous effort, but their main objective had slipped through their fingers. Lifting his gaze to the sky, the man feels the bitterness of defeat. His face betrays the weariness of a warrior who realizes that victory in battle does not yet mean the end. The moon silently gazes down upon the battlefield through the thick foliage. A silent question hangs in the air. Could all their efforts have been in vain, and were they just one fateful step too late? The remaining fighters freeze as their allies return to camp. Tension gives way to anticipation of news. The man gasps for air, pressing his hand to his chest. His heart is ready to leap from his chest from the unbearable pain and the realization that everything has gone off course. Kongpo's fist sinks furiously into the ground, his fingers clenching the dry soil until it hurts. This powerlessness in the face of fate wounds deeper than any blade, leaving only bitterness in his soul. Strength finally abandons the captain, and he falls to his knees, bowing his head. In this endless void of white space, his figure seems tiny and broken. His allies stand frozen in heavy silence, watching their comrade. A silent question and fear can be read in their eyes, for they understand that the price of this encounter has proven too high. A bloody glint in his eyes, the young man remembers the old man's lifeless body, pierced by a sword. A brutal image from the past flashes before his eyes, reminding him of that treacherous and deadly blow. Gojin's face contorts with icy fury, and his pupils flare with crimson fire. In that moment, hope dies within him, and something terrifying is born, thirsting only for vengeance. A lone bird flies over the dark forest under the indifferent gaze of the full moon. Nature remains cold and silent in the face of the tragedy unfolding in the shadows of these mountains.